In the first 5 minutes, John Wall showcased an impressive performance, utilizing his astonishing speed to weave through the defense, leaving Steve Blake struggling to keep his head up. However, the Lakers managed to maintain a tie thanks to the advantage brought by Pau Gasol at the 5-minute mark. Phil Jackson called for a timeout, prompting speculation that He would soon take the court. Yet, the anticipated substitution did not occur. Instead, Shannon Brown emerged onto the floor, eliciting some boos from the audience. They had come to witness the first overall pick, John Wall, dominate, not to see the likes of the Lakers' lesser players. This discontent served as a tacit endorsement of and disdain for Shannon Brown. Brown, feeling the sting of the crowd's derision, was determined to make them regret their scorn, yet his intentions were hindered by a lack of skill. His entry onto the court was met with immediate adversity as Wall executed a straightforward steal, showcasing his superior physicality and control. When Wall thundered down the court for a slam dunk, the Lakers bench was filled with sighs of resignation, as Wall provocatively pointed at inciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Why hasn't Phil Jackson substituted Is he content to be a turtle in his shell, leaving on the sidelines? Remarked a commentator, voicing the sentiments of basketball fans across the nation. Yet, the Zen master remained steadfast in his decision-making. After 3 minutes of Brown's play, Lamar Odom stepped to the free throw line, allowing Jackson to bring in Derek Fisher. With 3-point guards on the court, He still awaited his chance. Is the Lakers organization suppressing He? Are they reconsidering their intentions to sign him? Another commentator expressed concern that if they pursue such a course, it would undoubtedly be their greatest miscalculation. Numerous teams would eagerly vie for He's talents, even Derrick Rose of the Bulls dreams of sharing the court with him, while Knicks' Mike D'Antoni yearns for a resurgence of He's fast-paced glory. The host declared passionately, echoing the collective voice of fans who felt Jackson's treatment of he was unjust. In contrast, the camera caught He sitting calmly, his demeanor unruffled as he focused intently on the game. At that moment, Lien was substituted out for Blatch, a shorter forward who, despite his stature, was among the few players in the league possessing a comprehensive array of post moves that, in an era where the interior game was waning, such a skill set was rare. Fisher exhibited steadiness on the court, though unable to contain Wall nonetheless. Wall opted to pass to Blatch instead. Blatch faced off against Pau Gasol, employing a series of feints that left Gasol visibly uncomfortable, as he preferred to avoid physical confrontation. Blatch executed a beautiful dream shake, finishing with a left-hand layup that gradually shifted the momentum in favor of the Wizards. Fisher, showing his age, seemed to merely facilitate ball movement while lingering beyond the three-point line, awaiting opportunities. As the Wizards began to assert control, Wall's synergy with McGee and Nick Young grew increasingly polished, while Blatch carved out his own niche in the paint. The Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage, missing their key perimeter scorer, Kobe Bryant, and their essential weapon in the post, Andrew Bynum. The score stood at 29-35, with the Lakers trailing by 6. At last, Phil Jackson rose from his seat, calling out He's name, Jack. He spoke in English, a gesture of familiarity that caught everyone by surprise. He approached with a smile, fully aware of Jackson's intentions. Chapter 22. The First Encounter and the Steal. Sir, you need not be so considerate of me. He addressed Phil Jackson with a gentle and sincere tone, his expression filled with gratitude. This left those around them puzzled, as many believed Jackson was deliberately sidelining given that he had substituted 3-point guards before finally allowing him onto the court. Jackson, not one for lengthy explanations, simply asked do you have the confidence to handle John Wall? I will not have Pau Gasol on the court alongside you. The bench erupted in a murmur, as it was clear that Gasol had been the linchpin during the first quarter. If Gasol were to remain sidelined, who would emerge as the Lakers' focal point? Could Vance shoulder the burden? Many believed that Phil Jackson was deliberately placing Vance in a challenging position. Vance, however, accepted this with calm composure. Phil Jackson assigned him partners in Derek Fisher, Matt Barnes, Luke Walton, and Lamar Odom, a relatively diminutive ensemble. Jackson's tactical directive was simple: run and pass the ball to Vance. This arrangement afforded him considerable freedom, allowing Vance to showcase his talents. A gesture born of genuine affection from Jackson. The Zen master had conducted an in-depth study of Vance. He recognized his swiftness, passing ability, and shooting foundation, attributes perfectly suited for a fast-paced style. Consequently, he intentionally paired Vance with such teammates to facilitate his performance. Prior to this, he had even allowed 3 other point guards to set the stage, using their encounters with John Wall as a backdrop for Vance. As long as Vance shone brightly on the court, his position would be secure. Yet, unbeknownst to the Zen master, Vance was no longer the underdog. He was now eager for confrontations within half-court settings, as his explosive capabilities had reached the pinnacle of Shawn Kemp's caliber. What is explosiveness? It is the instantaneous burst of energy within confined spaces, most vividly exemplified in the meticulous battles of half-court play. Moreover, Vance's motives were not merely self-serving. While Jackson's supporting cast was indeed beneficial, Vance yearned for victory over the Wizards more than for personal accolades. Triumph was paramount. Nevertheless, this scenario had its merits. Adversity reveals the true character of a hero. When Vance finally stepped onto the court, the audience erupted in excitement, eager to witness his performance. Yet, John Wall remained on the bench, replaced by Kirk Hinrich, a point guard acquired via trade this season, representing the 2003 draft class. Renowned for his steadiness and robust defense, Hinrich had previously been the Bulls' locker room leader before Derrick Rose's arrival, leading a cadre of talented players like Ben Gordon and Luol Deng to triumph over the defending champion Miami Heat. His physical prowess and court awareness had once reached peak performance, earning him the moniker of Wade Stopper for his ability to contain the explosive speed and agility of Dwayne Wade. Upon seeing Hinrich on the court, Phil Jackson's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern evident. Barnes passed the ball to Vance, encouraging him to relax and not be overly tense. Vance smiled as he brought the ball up the court, with Hinrich quickly closing in on him. Although Hinrich's physical attributes had waned due to age and injuries, his defensive acumen remained sharp. Standing beside Vance, he exerted considerable pressure. Vance cautiously dribbled, rhythmically tapping the ball in front of him, making small, deceptive movements to gauge the defense. Hinrich remained unfooled, refusing to bite on Vance's feints. Suddenly, Vance made his move, dashing toward Hinrich's left side. He only unleashed about 70% of his explosive power, yet it was sufficient to momentarily distract Hinrich, who felt a strange echo of Wade from years past. If Hinrich had been at his physical peak, he might have intercepted Vance's stride, but he was a step behind. As Vance lunged forward for his second step, he unleashed 80% of his explosive energy, propelling himself even faster. To avoid being completely outpaced, Hinrich committed all his weight forward, prepared to pivot. Drawing upon his experience, after all, Wade often executed quick changes of direction at high speeds. However, sensing Hinrich's forward momentum, Vance abruptly halted and executed a swift backward step, channeling 100% of his explosive force. The distance between them was now approximately 1.5 meters. Vance leaped and released the ball effortlessly, while Hinrich, unable to adjust in time, could only watch as Vance executed a perfectly arched shot. Swish! The ball found its mark with exquisite finesse. The referee raised 3 fingers, and the crowd gasped in awe. Hinrich regarded Vance with newfound respect, having initially dismissed him as merely a product of media hype. Yet, that recent play had instilled a sense of genuine threat. Vance may not possess Wade's precise control in tight situations, nor the same agility, but his explosiveness and speed were remarkable, evoking memories of Wade. Most crucially, Vance's step-back jumper was more decisive and accurate than Wade's. Having battled Wade since 2003, Hinrich had a keen understanding of his capabilities. Vance exhibited at least 80% of rookie Wade's prowess, a potential gem for the Lakers. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the studio at CCTV erupted in excitement. The host could hardly contain himself, proclaiming, "This is Vance. This is the power of China, unassailable strength." Contributing from the moment he steps onto the court, his fervent tones stirred many viewers, while others found it excessive. Indeed, excessive praise can often backfire. However, should Vance solidify such a claim, it would transform into well-deserved admiration. Could he live up to such expectations? Many astute domestic fans harbored doubts, having witnessed countless superstars, instinctively skeptical that a player of Asian descent could achieve such extraordinary feats. Do not underestimate this young man. On the Wizards bench, Arenas remarked to Wall, "His shooting is exceptional, and he just completely outmaneuvered Hinrich's defense. That's impressive." Wall appeared indifferent, dismissing the play as merely a step-back jumper. This encapsulated the difference between rookies and veterans. The former often remained fixated on superficial aspects, while the latter perceived the essence. Jack has grown stronger. The sage Phil Jackson exchanged knowing glances with veteran assistant one, both recognizing the significance of Vance's improvement. The Wizards' rotation was lackluster, and their position at the bottom of the Eastern Conference was no accident. Due to Arena's substantial contract, their salary cap was severely constrained, hindering their acquisition efforts in the free market. Under Vance's defense, Hinrich struggled to take a shot, resulting in a miss. Odom secured the rebound and promptly passed to Vance, who sped down the court like lightning, with Hinrich unable to keep pace. Their athletic prodigy, McGee, rushed to provide support. However, Fan Shi, with a mere feint for a layup, deceived him entirely, causing him to leap into the air, the pathway to the basket wide open. Fan Shi lofted the basketball into the sky, and Barnes swooped in from the left, soaring high to slam the ball decisively into the hoop. A flawless alley-oop. Unrestrained and powerful. Upon entering the court, Fan Shi quickly reclaimed 5 points. Beep. The Washington Wizards hastily requested a substitution. John Wall, unable to contain himself, rushed onto the court to engage in a proper contest with this former adversary, determined to demonstrate that the lead role is forever held by the protagonist, while the supporting character remains just that. During their time in the NCAA, John Wall had risen to prominence, leveraging his reputation as a defensive specialist, ultimately becoming the #1 overall pick. Now, with Fan Shi garnering attention, Wall's mind was already calculating if he could once again bring Fan Shi down. Perhaps he could outshine Blake Griffin, the notorious underperformer from the Los Angeles Clippers, in the Rookie of the Year race. Joining John Wall on the court was Yi Jianlian. The decision to bring in Yi Jianlian was undoubtedly influenced by the considerable number of Chinese fans present in the arena, as well as the expansive Chinese market. Tonight's game was advertised as a China Derby. Indeed, Yi Jianlian's entrance invigorated the CCTV broadcast studio, and viewers at home shared in the excitement. Since Yao Ming's injury had taken him off the court, the NBA had lacked a significant China Derby. Now, with Fan Shi and Yi Jianlian sharing the stage, their wishes were finally fulfilled. The two exchanged greetings in Mandarin, although they were previously strangers. Having a comrade of the same ethnicity in a foreign land was an invaluable experience. Yi Jianlian flashed a smile at Fan Shi. At that moment, John Wall charged forth with fierce determination. As Wall stood before Fan Shi, the home crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Many fervent fans leapt to their feet, shouting threats and encouragement. Take down this Chinese fan. John, shake him off. Super Wall, defeat him. Roar. Let him pay for his comeback. Such chants filled the air, a familiar tactic to exert pressure on the visiting team. Lamar Odom and Matt Barnes exchanged concerned glances, worried that this young player might be affected by the raucous atmosphere. However, to their surprise, Fan Shi merely smiled and, with a feigned seriousness, remarked to John Wall, "Your fans have high expectations of you, John. If you can't take me down, won't that be rather embarrassing?" Fan Shi executed a clever diversion, shifting the pressure of the moment onto Wall. "After all, I'm an undrafted player. I have nothing to lose. But you're the first overall pick." Fan Shi continued his playful banter, striking at Wall's pride, which could not fail to have an impact. Yet Wall, unfazed, retorted, "I've crushed you before, and I can do it again. Getting past you is as easy as crossing a street in the morning, and dominating you is like slicing through tofu with a knife." As Wall spoke, Fan Shi abruptly broke the unspoken rules of engagement, boldly stepping forward to snatch the ball. Wall, taken aback, quickly retreated and attempted to change direction. Yet Fan Shi had already closed in, denying him any space. Wall thought he could easily shake off Fan Shi, unaware that Fan Shi had transformed since their last encounter. His explosive agility echoed that of Shawn Kemp, the most formidable power forward in history, while his speed rivaled that of the legendary Allen Iverson, the only player in NBA history to outpace contemporaneous shooting guards. Although Fan Shi's agility, coordination, and flexibility still paled in comparison to Wall's, they were sufficient to challenge him. Wall's attempts to maneuver were thwarted once again, leaving him flustered and ensnared. Meanwhile, Fan Shi persisted in his verbal onslaught. "Pass it, pass it, pass it." His taunts were relentless, infuriating Wall to the point of fury. In a moment of frustration, Wall spun around, attempting to launch a spectacular three-pointer. However, at that exact moment, Fan Shi struck with a swift chop of his left hand. Smack. The basketball was knocked from Wall's grasp. Wall stood momentarily stunned. A steal. He had been intercepted. Caught off guard, He never anticipated such a humiliating turn of events. Meanwhile, Fan Shi seized the ball that rightfully belonged to him and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. As this one-on-one steal unfolded, the Lakers bench erupted in excitement, with the veteran Winter trembling as he stood, fists clenched, roaring for Fan Shi. Countless Lakers fans and innumerable Chinese supporters across the ocean shared in the exhilaration. What a cathartic moment. Previously, everyone had dismissed Fan Shi's capabilities, believing that the newly crowned #1 pick, John Wall, would easily dominate him. Wall himself had arrogantly regarded Fan Shi as little more than a target. Yet now, a steal, a direct confrontation. One-on-one, he had taken him down. As Wall turned around, Fan Shi darted past the half-court line, entering the three-point zone. All awaited his powerful dunk. Yet, Fan Shi chose not to indulge in such theatrics. Instead, he paused beneath the basket before executing the simplest of layups to score. After making the basket, he gently placed the ball on the floor. Fan Shi displayed remarkable courtesy. But at such a moment, this politeness cut deeper than any act of arrogance. Wall's eyes widened in fury, his teeth grinding in frustration. The home crowd could only sigh in resignation, followed by a chorus of discontented boos. Yet Fan Shi had already raised his arms in triumph and exchanged high-fives with the approaching Matt Barnes. In this initial clash with the newly minted #1 pick, he had emerged victorious. Chapter 23. Unlimited firepower. I knew it all along. I knew it all along, exclaimed the CCTV host, his voice resonating through the airwaves. Fan Shi has done it again. He has successfully intercepted John Wall, the first overall pick of the Wizards. Let his arrogance be damned. Nothing showcases energy more than a direct steal, and nothing is quite as humiliating as a sudden layup. Fan Shi, well done, the host shouted passionately to the national audience. In truth, the fans had already erupted with excitement. This was the first time a Chinese guard had managed to steal the ball from a top-tier guard known for his ball-handling skills on an international stage. In the past, Chinese guards were often the ones being stolen from. Every time a Chinese guard advanced past half-court, viewers felt an inexplicable anxiety. But now, the tides had turned. How exhilarating this was. I will retaliate, John Wall thought as he approached Fan Shi, visibly infuriated. You sly trickster. Wall was determined to give Fan Shi a swift response to regain his pride. He launched into a fierce maneuver, his change of direction rapid and precise. However, he was a bit too hasty. Had he taken his time to gradually wear down Fan Shi's balance, he might have succeeded. Instead, he went all in, resulting in a direct contest of explosiveness and speed, which played right into Fan Shi's hands. Fan Shi immediately pursued him. Wall shifted from left to right, a move he had perfected over time, one that few in the league could match. Yet, Fan Shi kept pace effortlessly. The Zen master watching from the sidelines was taken aback. Wall then accelerated towards the paint, combining top-tier explosiveness with speed. Had it been Steve Blake or Shannon Brown, they would have been left in the dust. Even Derek Fisher would have struggled to recover from Wall's earlier maneuver. Yet Fan Shi remarkably matched him, demonstrating a close-quarters trajectory. This indicated that Fan Shi's speed and explosiveness might even surpass Wall's, allowing him to turn defense into offense. Wow! Kobe Bryant gasped in amazement from his seat, utterly incredulous. He had always believed that Fan Shi excelled in straight-line speed, defensive awareness, open shooting, and passing in transition. He never anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable physical attributes. After 2 steps, Wall found himself ensnared again, his face a mask of fear captured by the cameras. He had not expected that the once physically meek Chinese player he had frequently bested was now brimming with energy, capable of fully entangling with him, even possessing the skill to halt his advance. In a quick reaction, Wall halted his momentum, trying for a jump shot. Yet, Fan Shi still had the energy to stay right on him, extending his arm to disrupt Wall's shooting rhythm. Wall's attempt ended in vain, forcing him to pass the ball to JaVale McGee. However, as soon as McGee received the ball, slap, Lamar Odom, lying in wait, swatted the ball away once more. Another steal. A collective sigh swept through the arena. Washington fans had come expecting to witness Wall dominate Fan Shi, only to find the situation reversed. Their disappointment was palpable. Odom swiftly passed to Fan Shi, who initiated a fast break. Wall hurried to keep up, hoping to use his superior physicality to contain Fan Shi. However, Fan Shi exhibited an entirely different approach. Rather than engage Wall directly, he executed a pick and roll with Odom at the three-point arc, using the screen to slice towards the foul line. As Jilian rotated for help, Fan Shi passed to Luke Walton, who charged into the paint. Boom. A one-handed slam dunk. The execution was seamless. Fan-Shi employed relatively straightforward tactics, screens, leveraging picks for breakthroughs, and passing after drawing double teams. Yet, the simplicity belied the complexity, making clear, decisive choices in such a brief span of time exemplified Fan-Shi's excellence. Phil Jackson was thoroughly pleased. In his mind, Fan-Shi had already secured the starting point guard position, an indispensable part of this year's championship aspirations. This is a divine gift. Do you still have any doubts? Kobe queried Jim Buss and Mitch Kupchak, turning to them from his viewing position. Kobe's determination to retain Fan-Shi was unwavering. He was leveraging his influence within the team to pressure them into offering Fan-Shi an unprecedented contract for an undrafted player, $1 million salary. Kobe was eager to establish a second three-peat dynasty, a matter of great significance to him. If he could secure a sixth championship ring, he would equal his lifelong idol, Michael Jordan, in total championships. Most critically, another title would mean he could still overshadow LeBron James. Given the circumstances, with the team unable to acquire stronger reinforcements, Kobe was placing all his bets on Fan-Shi. The energy Fan-Shi exhibited had surpassed his expectations. He calculated that with Fan-Shi, they could compete with the Miami Heat's Big Three. Jim Buss and Kupchak exchanged glances, both appreciating Fan-Shi and genuinely acknowledging his prowess. However, offering a $1 million contract to an undrafted player was unprecedented and would invite considerable public scrutiny, even attracting criticism from many owners who might argue it disrupted the market. Yet, Fan-Shi deserved it. Jim Buss finally resolved to take the plunge as the team's minority owner. It was his decision to make. Kupchak, as general manager and executor, nodded in agreement, stating, however, the contract details will need some adjustments. Kobe spread his palms. That was beyond his concern. He was solely focused on keeping Fan-Shi. Meanwhile, the game continued. After being stripped of the ball twice in quick succession, Wall's composure began to falter. Despite Gilbert Arenas constantly urging him from the sidelines to remain calm and maintain his rhythm, Wall couldn't shake off his impatience. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Wall's performance began to diminish. Although he managed a long-distance layup, overall, he was being stifled by Fan-Shi. Fan-Shi, in the midst of a rapid offensive surge, developed a seamless rapport with his teammates. With Lamar Odom and Luke Walton, both adept passers, alongside Fisher and Barnes for open shots, Fan-Shi orchestrated a series of effective fast breaks. Phil Jackson was elated. He had originally put Fan-Shi in to showcase his abilities, but he never anticipated that Fan-Shi would not only contain the first overall pick wall, but also lead the team to a 59-53 advantage, a 6-point turnaround. In 12 minutes of direct competition, Fan-Shi had accumulated 9 points and 6 assists on just 5 shots, demonstrating an astonishing efficiency that marked him as a leader. In contrast, Wall managed only 6 points and 2 assists, having taken 8 shots, lagging behind Fan-Shi in all respects. To the uninformed observer, one might mistake Fan-Shi for this year's #1 pick. This was no undrafted player. He exuded the aura of a top draft choice. Mike D'Antoni, watching from his seat, was nearly beside himself with excitement. His expression was one of unrestrained desire. D'Antoni, the head coach and general manager of the New York Knicks, had inherited a disastrous team under Isaiah Thomas, plagued by exorbitant luxury taxes and perennial playoff absences. After moving from Phoenix, he embarked on a radical overhaul. He introduced Stoudemire and orchestrated the acquisition of Carmelo Anthony through a transformative trade, thus assembling a duo of superstars for the team. However, the point guard position still lacked finesse. The emergence of Van-He captured his attention, prompting him to eagerly position himself before the television to witness the clash between Van-He and John Wall. Van-He's performance exceeded his expectations, and Stoudemire, seated beside him, expressed his satisfaction, stating, "We must secure this guy. If we do, we stand a formidable chance against the Miami Heat." Stoudemire, known as the Little Tyrant, is a powerful and aggressive power forward, renowned for his exceptional one-on-one capabilities and seamless synergy with Steve Nash, epitomizing the essence of a fast-paced power forward. New York lured him from Phoenix with a 5-year, $100 million contract, yet his performance had not been flawless. He often felt the absence of a playmaker akin to Nash. "I see the essence of Steven within this lad," Stoudemire ardently urged D'Antoni to sign Van-He. In his view, money could resolve any issue. The New York Knicks, with their financial might, are the wealthiest team in the league. As long as their performance improves, they could expend any amount. D'Antoni shared this sentiment, hastily instructing his assistant to procure Van Hee's agent's contact information. In reality, D'Antoni was not alone in this pursuit. The general managers of the Bulls and the Rockets were also seeking Van Hee's number. As an undrafted sensation, Van Hee attracted considerable attention from numerous teams. This matchup against John Wall was, in essence, a covert examination, and Van Hee undeniably passed with flying colors. He exhibited the ability to dominate Wall, and everyone, recognizing his potential, was eager to capitalize. Upon entering the locker room, Van Hee felt the staff's increased attentiveness towards him, as they promptly offered him a jacket and prepared an energy drink. Such thoughtful gestures indicated his burgeoning significance within the team. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Although the staff may not play, their observational skills are keen. Previously, Steve Blake enjoyed the best treatment among point guards, but now he found himself relegated to the bench. This was not merely a matter of favoritism. In competitive sports, one's skill is paramount. In the locker room, Arenas attempted to console the frustrated Wall, who originally aimed to overshadow Van Hee in the race for Rookie of the Year. However, after their encounter, he was left bewildered. He had never anticipated Van Hee's explosive speed and precision, which seemed almost missile-guided. Wall realized he needed to set aside his pride and the notion of easily besting his opponent. Only by recognizing Van Hee as a genuine rival could he unleash his full potential and have a chance at victory. Arenas earnestly advised Wall, "Your talent undoubtedly surpasses his. Leverage your advantages. The game is not over yet. The second half has yet to commence." Wall gradually calmed under Arenas' guidance as coach Eddie Jordan approached to strategize for the Wizards, planning to implement a limited double team on Van Hee. This indicated Van Hee was increasingly regarded as a significant player. Simultaneously, Phil Jackson prepared the lineup for the second half, positioning Pau Gasol to share the court with Van Hee. Gasol is currently the Lakers' most prominent star and a crucial component of their triangle offense. However, the locker room was left in astonishment when Jackson, after outlining the strategy, addressed Van Hee with the words, "At certain moments, you may possess the freedom to shoot at will." What? This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room, with Steve Blake emitting a cry of despair. The concept of shooting at will is a privilege typically reserved for a team's marquee player. In the hierarchical structure of NBA teams, superstars occupy the pinnacle, wielding authority that transcends the tactical framework. Following them are the secondary and tertiary stars, who have their own tactical routes. Starting players build the strategies of the core players while also receiving sporadic opportunities. Further down the ladder are rotation players, often including a sixth man who holds slightly more importance than average starters. The remaining rotation players fill supporting roles, executing set plays and occasionally sharing in the star's glory, while others toil in obscurity. Van Hee, initially a 10-day contract player, would typically rank below even the marginal players, merely serving as a practice opponent. Yet now, he had ascended through the ranks, from the periphery to a rotation spot, then to sixth man, and now to a role akin to the second or third option. Phil Jackson was astonishingly bestowing upon him the privilege of shooting at will. Had he lost his mind? This was akin to nurturing a super rookie. Looking back 4 years, few rookies enjoyed such freedom. John Wall, Blake Griffin, Tyreke Evans, Derrick Rose, Kevin Durant. The list was short. Yet here was Van Hee, an undrafted player, receiving this extraordinary opportunity. The absurdity and shock of this situation were evident, explaining Blake's desperate outcry. Chapter 24. The birth of a superhero fan. She garnered unprecedented trust from the head coach within the team, despite the prevailing misconception that he had not earned the favor of the Zen Master. Ultimately, the Zen Master chose Fan Shi to take the court among 4-point guards. The sound of the whistle heralded the continuation of the game in the second half. John Wall, having received guidance from Arenas in the locker room, gradually calmed his nerves and played with greater structure, steadily improving his statistics. However, upon the introduction of Pau Gasol into the Lakers lineup, the team's prowess escalated significantly. Fan Shi, eschewing the temptation of individual plays, tirelessly supplied Gasol with opportunities. Gasol enjoyed a considerable advantage against McGee, and even Blatch posed no threat to him. Although Phil Jackson granted Fan Shi unlimited freedom to shoot, he chose not to exploit it, believing instead that the ball should be passed to teammates with better chances. This decision further endeared him to Phil Jackson, who recognized Fan Shi's potential. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, Fan Shi, who had been quietly assisting, suddenly ignited. He executed 2 wall plays with Gasol, first penetrating the paint for a layup, followed by a three-point shot from beyond the arc conclusively. He nailed a contested three-pointer against John Wall's defense. With this three-pointer, Fan-Shi had tallied 21 points and 15 assists, statistics worthy of a top-tier point guard. Most notably, the Wizards were compelled to call a timeout, as the score differential swelled to 21 points following an 8-0 run. The audience began to dwindle, and with the game nearing garbage time, the Lakers might have inflicted a defeat by a margin of 4 or 5 dozen points if they did not relent. Although John Wall felt somewhat indignant, the coach opted to substitute him and the primary players out of the game. In this contest, John Wall, buoyed by his performance in the third and first quarters, recorded a commendable 26 points and 9 assists. However, a closer examination of the game revealed Fan-Shi's comprehensive superiority over him. Fan-Shi achieved everything he desired in this match. John Wall, who once aimed to ascend by stepping on Fan-Shi, found himself losing both the game and dignity. If John Wall had initially secured the #1 pick by defeating Fan-Shi in the tournament, today, Fan-Shi had effectively leveraged that same pick to acquire the riches he sought. Fan-Shi's fame skyrocketed in China, positioning him alongside Yao Ming as a superstar. His performances in 3 consecutive games grew increasingly brilliant and captivating to the hearts of the nation. Fans were now firmly convinced that Fan-Shi would carve out a successful career in the NBA. As public sentiment coalesced, it naturally began to sway the sponsors. Many brand managers were boarding flights to seek out Fan-Shi. They were eager to offer him financial support, believing that aligning with Fan-Shi would exponentially amplify their brand value. At this moment, Fan-Shi remained blissfully unaware of the burgeoning interest. He quietly observed the final 6 minutes of the game from the bench, feeling somewhat dreamlike. When he first joined the Lakers, his greatest wish was to play during garbage time, yet now, he had transformed the game into garbage time. Watching Shannon Brown and Steve Blake tirelessly scramble for statistics, the tides had shifted, not only for Blake and Brown, but also for John Wall. Wall retreated to the locker room early, rejecting an interview from a sideline reporter in a fit of rage. He vehemently expressed his frustration to the reporter, stating, "He has already killed the game, and you still ask me for my opinion? I have no opinion. Shut up." John Wall lost control, cursing in exasperation. It was evident he realized he would become a mere stepping stone in the narrative of Fan-Shi's story. Following the game's conclusion, Fan-Shi participated in an interview where the media lauded his performance and inquired about his impending contract situation as his second 10-day contract had expired. Raising an eyebrow, Fan-Shi humorously remarked, "The one with a headache now must be Mr. Kupchak. He has to ponder how many zeros to write on the check." When asked if he was concerned about the Lakers not renewing his contract, he replied, "Not at all. Tonight, we witnessed a splendid clash between you and John Wall. You managed to steal the ball from him twice. How do you assess your old rival?" A reporter queried. "He did say some disparaging remarks about you before the game." Another added. Fan-Shi responded, "Sometimes, the world is just like that, constantly changing. I used to struggle to defend against him, but now, I believe he struggles to defend against me. Everything is evolving. One must learn to view problems with a developmental perspective." With resolute conviction, Fan-Shi stated, "I do not know if John Wall will become a superstar in the future, but I certainly will." He flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his unwavering confidence. Americans are drawn to those who exude confidence. Fan-Shi resonated with them, consistently generating topics of conversation. Had it been Yao Ming, he might have offered some humble and humorous remarks, yet the impact would not have matched that of Fan-Shi's. "How do you evaluate your compatriot?" The reporter pressed. "He seemed somewhat overshadowed by your performance tonight," he continued. Fan-Shi replied, "He is a commendable long-range shooter, but he requires a clever point guard to facilitate for him." "Are you implying that John Wall lacks intelligence?" The reporter probed. "I never said that. You did. However, I believe John Wall will soon prove to be a promising and astute point guard." Fan-Shi jestingly challenged the former #1 pick, subtly adding to his psychological burden. This would likely encourage Wall to pass the ball more often to Yi Jianlian on the court. After concluding the media interviews, Fan-Shi returned to the locker room. As soon as he entered, his phone chimed incessantly. He approached his locker and retrieved his device, discovering 5 new emails. Previously, he had sent out resumes to various team executives, hoping for tryout opportunities, but to no avail. Now, those teams had finally remembered him. They had scoured the earth to locate Fan-Shi's email and seized this sole contact to send their earnest offers. One email from the Houston Rockets read, "Dear Jack, this is Houston. We are willing to offer you a 2-year fully guaranteed contract worth $2 million. You certainly won't refuse. Fan, she muttered under his breath. Forget it. He found Houston's habitual stinginess tiresome. Who on earth would covet a $2 million, two-year contract? Did they expect gratitude? An email from the Golden State Warriors stated, Fan, we know you are Steven's teammate. We have decided to build the team around Steven. You are his most compatible and favorite teammate. We recognize your talent, and I believe that together, you can achieve new heights. Feel free to contact our general manager. He will present you with a highly sincere offer, one that will not fall short of John Wall's. After reading it, Fan, she raised an eyebrow. Undoubtedly, it was an enticing proposition. He and Stephen Curry enjoyed a strong friendship, displaying remarkable synergy, and Fan, she was destined to grow even stronger. Together, they could potentially reshape the league's landscape. He then opened a third email from the Chicago Bulls. Jack, I am the president of the Chicago Bulls. Having just watched your second quarter performance against the Washington Wizards, I am eager to discuss further. Chicago craves your talent. Derrick Rose seeks an exceptional partner like you. Trust me, the two of you will undoubtedly ignite a splendid synergy, reminiscent of the legendary Jordan and Pippen. We shall present you with an unprecedented contract. Derrick has mentioned your desire for a salary surpassing that of a first overall pick, and we shall oblige. The Chicago Bulls, indeed, an appealing prospect. The team's style aligns seamlessly with yours, and the chemistry with Rose promises to be remarkable. Most importantly, the Bulls are formidable in their current state, and your addition could prove to be the icing on the cake, potentially enabling them to challenge the Miami trio in the Eastern Conference. As Vanchi contemplated, he opened the fourth email. It was from the general manager of the Los Angeles Clippers. The message was rather vague, expressing admiration for Vanchi and a desire to engage in a lengthy conversation about life. Vanchi promptly blacklisted this team. Any owner who speaks of ideals without addressing compensation deserves immediate dismissal. The final email was from the New York Knicks. Last summer, after going undrafted, Vanchi had eagerly hoped for a trial with the Knicks, as they were in dire need of a point guard, and he felt he had a chance. He had even received an invitation for a tryout. However, the trade involving Anthony disrupted all plans, leading him to sign a 10-day contract with the Lakers. The Knicks email starkly contrasted with the Clippers, exuding an aura of commanding authority. Jack, this is Mike D'Antoni. I am the general manager and head coach of the Knicks, and I have been granted full authority to sign any player. I hold you in high regard. Your performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. I believe you will become the next all-star guard, and the Knicks are in urgent need of your talents. We will present you with an offer you cannot refuse. Irrespective of what the Los Angeles Lakers or any other team may propose, we will add 500,000 to their offer. This reflects our sincerity. Vanchi gasped, astonished by the unfolding narrative that seemed lifted from a novel. Such financial prowess. The weight of wealth was indeed impressive, leaving Vanchi momentarily speechless. At that moment, the team leader approached, beaming with joy, and clasped Vanchi's hand. Jack, congratulations. Kupchak and Jim Buss are eager to extend you an unprecedented contract, and they will personally travel to New York for the signing ceremony. New York? Vanchi recalled that the Lakers' next destination was indeed New York. How fortuitous. Perhaps one could say the Lakers and the Knicks were destined to intersect. The Los Angeles Lakers flew overnight to New York, where they would rest for a day before facing the Knicks, followed by a back-to-back game against the Brooklyn Nets. For the players, this posed a significant physical challenge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Vanchi would not appear in the game against the Knicks. As he was now a completely free agent, his second 10-day contract with the Lakers had expired. This urgency was precisely why Jim Buss and Kupchak rushed from Los Angeles to New York, a transcontinental journey across the United States. They feared that time might slip away and that Vanchi might sign with another team. Following a game against the Washington Wizards, Vanchi's performance against the newly crowned first overall pick, John Wall, had caught the attention of numerous teams. Although Wall's talent appeared slightly superior, Vanchi had showcased enough skill to be considered an elite player, even an all-star. This was the very reason so many teams were vying for his signature. The New York Knicks even publicly declared that their owner, James Dolan, stated to the media, "What we currently lack is a point guard. Thus Jack Van is our top choice." James Dolan was notorious for his financial boldness, often willing to offer garbage contracts, a term in the NBA referring to giving a player worth $5 million a contract of $10 million. Consequently, many owners feared Dolan. Should he act recklessly, a secured opportunity could vanish. Late at night, Vanchi arrived in New York. According to the NBA's stringent regulations, He was no longer a Lakers player, necessitating that he secure his own accommodations. The league's rules had become increasingly rigid. Even minor infractions could lead to scrutiny, with penalties for perceived improper signing practices. Thus, despite the team leader's desire to arrange accommodations for Van Shee, rules prevented such an act. Van Shee raised an eyebrow and booked himself a room in a nearby hotel, albeit at a slightly exorbitant rate. Upon entering the hotel, Van Shee activated the premium television channels and tuned into the latest episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. The episode had reportedly attracted over 500,000 households. Astonishing. The Kardashians had certainly profited immensely. No wonder, upon disembarking the plane, Van Shee received a call from Kim Kardashian, inviting him to a lavish meal in New York City. Kim was also in town, soon to marry Nets forward Kris Humphries. The episode was exceptionally well produced, almost centering around Van Shee's narrative, a documentary of sorts. It chronicled the fascinating journey of an obscure guest transforming into a superhero, saving an entire arena. From the moment Van Shee was discovered, through his training escapades, to his hitting 888 three-pointers, and culminating in his initial game, where he faced significant challenges, the audience empathized with his plight. The editing included numerous haughty expressions, enhancing the narrative's quality. Even Van Shee became engrossed, surprised by his own fervent emotions captured on screen. American culture possesses a certain heroic dream, where every superhero tale features an underdog's triumphant rise. Van Shee's story resonated similarly, which explained the powerful connection felt during his confrontation with the Bulls. Van Shee was filled with fervor. In fact, the entire internet was ablaze with discussions surrounding the episode. Van Shee had risen to prominence once more, transcending the confines of basketball fame. Soon, all of America would come to know of him, the emergence of a true superhero. Chapter 25. A sudden rise to fame. When one gazes across the globe, the Kardashian family undeniably stands out for their prowess in publicity and sensationalism. Kim Kardashian, initially known merely as the handbag-carrying companion of socialite Paris Hilton, once faced scandal with a leaked tape. Yet, through sheer determination and skillful navigation of her circumstances, she has carved a significant niche in the public eye, despite the mixed reviews of her reputation. Her notoriety is substantial, drawing the attention of many who closely monitor her and her family's every move. The latest season of their reality show features a young basketball prodigy, Jack Fan, who has recently garnered fame in Los Angeles. Naturally, this stirs considerable buzz, prompting many to tune in to witness the episode. The production quality is exceptional, akin to that of a documentary film, brilliantly capturing Jack's transformation from an ordinary individual to a celebrated hero. This narrative resonates even with those who typically harbor little interest in basketball, as it embodies themes of aspiration and youthful exuberance. In the university campus, conversations abound. Did you catch last night's episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians? Jack Fan was simply stunning. His charisma is off the charts. His awkwardness while staying at Lamar Odom's house reminded me of my first visit to my millionaire aunt's residence. But really, he was extraordinary. His three-point shooting was as precise as if guided by GPS. Hey, Barbara, don't you think Jack and Jenna make a perfect pair? My goodness, it's hard to believe anyone could be more suited for each other. Jack is so tall and handsome, exuding an alluring mystique. I can hardly contain myself watching him sink those three-pointers, head tilted back, his Adam's apple bobbing. A drop of sweat trickles down his jaw, leaving me breathless, as if I were basking in the euphoria of victory. Across campuses, high school students engage in similar discussions, captivated by Jack's allure and Jenna's beauty. Who wouldn't want a stunning girl like Jenna cheering them on during practice? If Jenna were by my side, I would surely make 888 baskets. On the street basketball courts, self-proclaimed aficionados share their thoughts. In terms of looks, Jack is probably the only one who poses any real competition for me. Come on, Leonardo. Your face is covered in acne. Honestly, Jack is just too cool. He went undrafted, overlooked by all 30 teams. He had to settle for a meager 10-day contract. Yet he seized the opportunity. Damn, he took that chance as if it were a final exam, sneaking answers from his sleeve to ace the test. It's exhilarating. He outperformed Derrick Rose, a renowned figure. I heard he even managed to take down this year's #1 draft pick, John Wall. That's beyond cool. Yes, I've heard he is soon to be officially signed by the Lakers. I'm seriously contemplating becoming a Lakers player myself. The show has gone viral, capturing the imagination of English-speaking audiences. Jack Fan's name dominated trending topics for an entire day. while girls became infatuated with his charm and his seemingly fairy tale-like romance with Jenna, sweeter than any Disney campus film. Increasingly, girls are becoming disenchanted with the predictable tropes of such films, the handsome boy transferring to a new school only to be thwarted by the cunning prom queen. Today's girls yearn for stories of ambition. They admire Jack, who is on the verge of becoming a millionaire, perhaps even a multimillionaire. This embodiment of the American dream resonates deeply with them, akin to casting votes for their ideal protagonist in a talent show. Boys, too, hold Jack in high esteem for his coolness and resilience, defying the odds. Who wouldn't he aspire to leap from obscurity to become a heroic savior in the competitive world of sports? Jack fulfills the dreams of many aspiring young basketball players. Moreover, it seems he has also captured Jenna's affection, which is simply wonderful. I dare say Jenna will marry Jack. They possess the kind of chemistry that suggests a lifetime of happiness together. In the first-class cabin of a flight from Los Angeles to New York, a well-dressed young lady speaks to the boy beside her. They are siblings, offspring of affluence, both captivated by the previous night's reality show. Discussing Jack Fan has become the epitome of cool among teenagers. I don't think so, Anna. They've just met. How could they possibly marry? I believe Jenna merely admires Jack. The boy counters. No, brother. Don't you find it enchanting? A rising basketball star paired with the daughter of a celebrity family. What a dream come true. It's far more delightful than those ridiculous Disney campus films. Hey, Anna. You weren't saying that last time. You were all about Selena and the Jonas Brothers, claiming Selena was a better match for the middle brother, the boy retorts. The Jonas Brothers, a prominent American pop group, are often compared to the likes of TF Boys, though they are actual siblings with genuine talent. Their romantic entanglements with Disney princesses are complex, with rumors swirling about their connections to the swiftly rising singer, Taylor Swift. Come on, they can't hold a candle to Jack's charm. Girls can be so fickle, he muses. At that moment, a woman seated nearby emits an uncontrollable and somewhat awkward cough. The boy and girl instinctively glance over, and their eyes widen in astonishment. It is none other than Selena Gomez, the Disney princess herself. Oh my God, they exclaim, hastily covering their eyes in embarrassment. The well-mannered children had never anticipated critiquing someone in their presence. However, Selena is not one to take offense lightly. Having started her career as a child star, she is well aware that part of her earnings comes from being the subject of light-hearted mockery. So, what are you two discussing? Selena inquires. The bolder boy replies, Aren't you aware, Miss Gomez? Last night's reality show was a sensation. We were all moved by the story of the Lakers' new player, Jack Fan. He is incredibly handsome and inspiring, and he shares a close bond with Jenna. Jack, Lakers player? The mere mention of those two keywords sends a wave of anxiety through the young Disney princess, causing her breath to quicken. She has researched the man who made her feel as though she were floating on air that night, a certain Jack Fan. The new Lakers player who has already made a name for himself. But who is Jenna? Is she his girlfriend? Selena is perplexed by her own feelings of unease, fear, and even a sense of loss. Am I falling for him? Do I have some damned possessiveness? As the Disney princess grapples with her emotions, the boy hands her a sleek, new notebook. The cover prominently displays the image of the captivating Jack and the most adored, beautiful member of the Kardashian clan. In that moment, her heart races uncontrollably. She struggles to calm herself. Isn't that girl still a minor? Don't worry, the girl named Anna reassures her. Jack is only 19, and Jenna is 16. According to the Romeo and Juliet law, their relationship, be it romantic or otherwise, is entirely permissible. The Romeo Act is specifically designed for minors, allowing them to engage in the pleasures of adulthood with individuals no more than 3 years their senior without being deemed criminal. Selena's expression fell instantly, her pores flaring up like a frightened cat, a surge of territorial instinct overwhelming her. No, I cannot allow that 16-year-old girl to enjoy the same pleasures I do. How could this be? Such joy is mine alone. Selena took a deep breath, forcefully closed her notebook, and handed it to the boy. All right, children, cease your fanciful notions that will never come to pass. They are of no benefit to your studies. But we are already 16, Anna interjected. Goodness. The Disney princess was utterly exasperated. I'm only 18, for heaven's sake. What is there to boast about? Are you trying to paint me as an old woman and drive me to my grave? 18 and 19 are far better suited together, you little rascals. Selena's resentment was palpable. Yet, as a quality idol, she restrained her temper. She had no desire to become the next infamous Lindsay Lohan. She closed her eyes, rolling them in her mind, and feigned sleep. However, turmoil churned within her as she resolved, "No, absolutely not. I must locate that wretched fellow and ensure he takes responsibility. The Disney princess shall never be betrayed. The Disney princess must never be forsaken." Meanwhile, Fan Shi lay in a hotel suite in Manhattan, watching frenzied reports on television, sensing that he may indeed have risen to fame. Even MTV devoted several minutes discussing him, proclaiming his charm a blend of Keanu Reeves, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Brad Pitt. Fan Shi acknowledged the handsomeness of these three gentlemen, but mused that they fell short of his stature in both height and length. Reclined on the bed, he felt confident, the duvet billowing up to a height of over 20 centimeters. Not far from Fan Shi, within the NBA headquarters, the public relations manager hurried into David Stern's office. The NBA headquarters frequently promoted superstars and gathered feedback data to analyze fluctuations in their popularity. This morning, he discovered that nearly all television stations and websites were abuzz about an NBA player who previously held only modest fame in Los Angeles, Jack Fan. David Stern was already aware of the reason for the manager's visit and was exhilarated. Stern knew of Fan Shi's meteoric rise in popularity, having taken note of him since the decisive moment against the Warriors. With his keen insight, Stern had traveled to China in the 80s to deliver basketball tapes to CCTV, offering to air them for free. Now, China stands as the NBA's second-largest market. Thus, how could Stern disregard Chinese players? Yet, since Yao Ming's retirement, no standout Chinese player had emerged, until now, with Fan Shi dazzling the entire league at a comet-like pace, even captivating the whole of America last night. Heaven knows when he became associated with the Kardashian family, but their marketing prowess far surpassed that of the league. The league could only highlight his statistics, shooting accuracy, and clutch abilities, while the Kardashian family's show allowed for a multidimensional portrayal of Fan Shi, his looks, personality, triumphs, and his close interactions with Jenner, all of which laid the groundwork for his sudden fame. Stern smiled, surveying the skyline of Manhattan. "I suddenly feel that this guy is truly the chosen one." The PR manager nodded, noting, "Our fan forums are even revisiting the incident of Bynum's injury." Before his injury, Bynum claimed that without Fan Shi, he couldn't perform, and then he got hurt. "It's almost miraculous. One could say it's divine intervention." Stern laughed heartily. He then instructed for the media to follow up with further coverage, ideally weaving these bizarre tales into Fan Shi's narrative. The Los Angeles Lakers were in dire need of a true point guard. Stern sighed. How wonderful it would be if this year's finals featured the Lakers against the Heat. As NBA commissioner, Stern recognized the immense draw of the league's two marquee stars, LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. They wield the greatest influence in the basketball world. A finals matchup of 23 versus 24 would surely yield explosive viewership and impact. However, the Lakers' strength was visibly waning, with Kobe nearing the end of his prime, destined to weaken further. Yet, fate was not unkind to the Lakers or the NBA. At a time when other teams were reluctant to trade with the Lakers, a legendary undrafted player had descended upon them. Indeed, fortune was shining upon the Lakers. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Fan Shi's room was rapped upon. He swiftly rose, donned a loose jacket, and opened the door to three familiar faces. Fan Shi was taken aback. He had messaged D'Antoni the night before, sharing his phone number and hotel address, yet he had not anticipated such an early visit, especially with two genuine superstars, Amare Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony. Stoudemire is among the league's finest power forwards, statistically the best in his position. His scoring prowess flourished in New York, thanks to D'Antoni's unprecedented tactical role. However, with Carmelo Anthony's arrival, his shot attempts had noticeably decreased, resulting in overlapping positions and unclear ball distribution. Perhaps the reason D'Antoni was so eager to find an exceptional point guard. Carmelo Anthony, an undeniable superstar, entered the league in 2003, having been a high school rival of LeBron James. In college, he achieved the remarkable feat of leading Syracuse University to the NCAA championship, earning the MOP award as a freshman. He subsequently entered the draft, selected third overall by the Denver Nuggets. In his inaugural season, he led the team to the playoffs, a feat not accomplished even by that year's first overall pick, LeBron James. Yet, unlike James, who continuously evolved, Anthony did not exhibit the same diligence, allowing James to rise to the second-best star in the league today. Nonetheless, Anthony's talent remains formidable, despite his lack of relentless effort. He is still regarded as a top 10 superstar, He is often cited as the most versatile scoring small forward in the league, sharing the second-ranking position with Kevin Durant, while LeBron James holds the top spot. However, it is merely a matter of time before Durant surpasses Anthony, as both are exceptionally gifted talents. LeBron James stands as the epitome of physical prowess in the contemporary league, possessing the weight of a center, the speed of a point guard, explosive athleticism akin to a beast, astonishing court vision, and an exceptional shooting touch. Kevin Durant, on the other hand, boasts the height of a center, the agility of a guard, an octopus-like wingspan, and a flawlessly smooth shooting technique. Together, they resemble prodigious scholars who consistently score 120 in every subject, while Carmelo Anthony shines as an academic overachiever with a solid 90 in all his classes. In the NBA, the competition among superstars revolves around their weakest attributes. As Van Shee observed the trio, he was utterly astounded. "Jack, you've become quite famous," he remarked, only to be met with a handshake from Mike D'Antoni, who added, "Now the whole world is talking about you. Amare, Carmelo, and I have all agreed to come meet you." In a daze, Van Shee shook hands with the three icons. To be honest, just a fortnight ago, these three were mere distant dreams to him. Yet now, they appeared so amicable, seated in his rather modest hotel accommodations. "Jack, I've watched your games, and I am thoroughly convinced that you are the point guard we have been searching for," stated Amare Stoudemire. Anthony echoed his sentiments, affirming, "Indeed, we all have immense faith in you. That is precisely why we made the effort to come and personally invite you to join us." Chapter 26. The Millionaire Van He, Carmelo Anthony's Sincere Overture. In his youth, Anthony was notorious for his rebellious spirit. However, as he matures, his desire for team accolades intensifies, and he increasingly yearns to validate his prowess through achievements. His collaborations with Iverson and Andre Miller during his tenure with the Nuggets were met with disappointment. Now, as he finds himself in New York, he aspires to reign as the true king of Madison Square Garden. Nonetheless, he has struggled to find synergy with Stoudemire. The team requires a point guard capable of facilitating their collaboration, yet starting point guard Chris Duhon has proven himself inadequate for the task. Consequently, they set their sights on the rising star, Van He. Van He, a genuine free agent, possesses a playstyle that aligns seamlessly with their tactical approach. Thus, D'Antoni, accompanied by Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony, arrives at Van He's hotel, an unprecedented recruitment effort typically reserved for superstars. "Jack, join us in New York. Here lies everything you desire." What could be more challenging than becoming a hero of the city? Stoudemire passionately implores, slapping Van He on the shoulder. New York, the world's premier cosmopolitan metropolis, holds immense allure even for the Lion King, and Van He finds the city's charm undeniable. With Anthony and Stoudemire as formidable stars, there exists a genuine opportunity for a chemical reaction that could rival last year's triumphant Miami trio. It sounds enticing. However, Van He purses his lips and gestures with his finger, indicating that financial compensation must be substantial. Laughter erupts among the trio at his candidness. They had not anticipated this rookie to be so refreshingly genuine. In the realm of business, D'Antoni appreciates engaging with Van He. "So what is your expected annual salary?" No one possesses deeper pockets than New York. As Van He prepares to respond, the voice of Jim Buss pierces through from outside. "Is that so?" They have rushed from Los Angeles to New York, arriving promptly at Van He's hotel. Even before the previous game has concluded, they are resolute in their decision. Yet, following the game's end, the Kardashian family inadvertently amplifies Van He's fame, transforming him into a rising star within the basketball community. Fearful of being outpaced, they hastily proceed, only to find the New York Knicks have arrived first. Upon overhearing D'Antoni's words, Buss can no longer contain himself and rushes inside, brandishing a contract. "I cannot believe you can present such a sincere offer," Buss declares, boldly handing the contract to Van He. Upon glancing at it, Van He is taken aback. He had not anticipated the Lakers to extend such an offer. 2 years for $22 million. "My word," D'Antoni exclaims, peering over in astonishment. After years of coaching in the NBA, he possesses a level of composure that remains unshaken even in the face of adversity. Yet this contract stretches the limits of his imagination. He had assumed the Lakers' maximum offer for Van He would be around $5 million per year, especially since this year's top draft pick starts at merely $5 million. To his shock, the Lakers have delivered a staggering, supercharged offer. Is this even permissible? Stoudemire cannot believe his eyes. His own rookie contract amassed to less than $12 million over 4 years. Yet here the Lakers are offering a former undrafted player a salary exceeding that of the top pick. Absolutely permissible, assures Kupchak. Jack is a free agent and is not bound by rookie contract limitations. My contract with LeBron was nowhere near this amount. He is practically receiving a max deal. Carmelo Anthony stares wide-eyed in disbelief, both envious and astonished at this unexpected turn of events. He was undrafted, yet somehow turned misfortune into fortune? Indeed, Bus nods, reveling in the naive expressions of the New York trio. The Lakers have always been at the forefront of contract negotiations, having once offered Magic Johnson a decade-long rookie contract and Shaquille O'Neal a 7-year, $120 million deal, not to mention Kobe Bryant's lucrative max extension. Thus, in this regard, one can always trust the Lakers. D'Antoni swallows hard. He had initially believed he could finalize a contract during this meeting, even considering a 3-year, $15 million offer equivalent to that of a top draft pick. Yet, who could have anticipated the Lakers' audacity? Such a substantial contract requires the owner's approval. While the Knicks owner possesses considerable wealth, years of criticism for being foolishly extravagant have led him to scrutinize large contracts meticulously. Jack, grant me some time. I will call you this afternoon. I reiterate my willingness to increase our offer by $500,000 over the Lakers contract, D'Antoni states before Kupchak. Unbeknownst to Bus and Kupchak, D'Antoni's interjection complicates matters. Bus, undeterred, boldly declares, Kupchak, we will enhance the contract with an additional $1 million bonus, raising the total to $23 million. Michael, I genuinely doubt your owner will acquiesce to a $23.5 million offer. Just wait and see, he warns D'Antoni. Without engaging in a direct confrontation, D'Antoni swiftly leads Stoudemire and Anthony out, the trio expressing their eagerness to join forces with Van He. As Van He watches them depart, he finds himself left in the room with Bus and Kupchak. He scrutinizes the contract once more. In actuality, it is a partially guaranteed contract, with $15 million guaranteed. His guaranteed salary for the first year is $7 million, with an additional $2 million playoff bonus contingent upon the Lakers' postseason appearance, and a further $200,000 bonus if he averages 10 points and 6 assists. The second season guarantees $8 million, with another $2 million playoff bonus and a $1 million bonus if he averages 12 points and 6 assists. Frankly, both targets are easily achievable, serving as mere facades. Now, with a flourish, Bus adds an extra $100,000 to the offer, demonstrating genuine commitment. I will instruct my lawyer to draft a new contract immediately. Bus earnestly assures Van He, you are an indispensable part of our team. In terms of relationships with the stars, the Lakers undoubtedly maintain the best rapport among all NBA franchises. Any superstar who has left their mark in Lakers history has been treated exceptionally well. Magic received compensatory shares. Kareem has remained with the team as a high-paid consultant. Jerry West previously served as general manager. And Kobe Bryant is on the verge of securing the highest salary in NBA history, surpassing that of Michael Jordan. Conversely, the New York Knicks are known for their lack of compassion. They once unceremoniously traded a declining Patrick Ewing, leaving many disheartened. After all, Ewing epitomized the fierce spirit of New York in the 1980s and 90s. Following his conversation with Bus, Van He receives a call from Kobe Bryant. He conversed with Van She for nearly 20 minutes. Kobe, on the phone, was extraordinarily sincere. He analyzed the team's situation for Van She, elucidating what the team required from him, and assuring him that he would gradually relinquish ball control, hoping that Van She would truly take up the mantle of the Lakers. He conveyed to Van She that this was a highly challenging contract. The Lakers needed immense courage and perseverance to propose it, as it defied the unspoken rules of the league. No team had ever offered such an astonishing contract to an undrafted player, which would incur significant public scrutiny and criticism. After his conversation with Kobe Bryant, Van She felt no hesitation. From the moment Mike D'Antoni departed, he had already made his choice. Although D'Antoni claimed he would increase the offer by $500,000, his earlier shocked expression and hesitation to immediately fulfill that promise indicated that he had never contemplated granting Van She a contract worth $10 million per year. From a young age, Van She's mother taught him that if someone offered him candy or a gift, he should decline. The reasoning was that those who genuinely wished to give would never ask if he wanted it. Much like D'Antoni's actions, what Van She sought was a direct affirmation of the contract, rather than a return to the office to deliberate over pros and cons with the owner. Therefore, he promptly informed Jim Buss that he had no objections, and if the contract was drafted, he was ready to sign. Jim Buss was somewhat taken aback and asked if Vanshee wasn't waiting for D'Antoni. Vanshee smiled and replied that he preferred donning the purple and gold jersey. Jim Buss and Kupchak shared a hearty laugh, leading Jim Buss to add another $500,000 bonus to the contract. This bonus stipulation was contingent upon the Lakers winning a championship within 2 years, a considerably challenging reward compared to the previous two. Nevertheless, Vanshee confidently asserted that he would secure that $500,000, brimming with determination, much to the delight of Jim Buss and Kupchak. In James Dolan's office, the notorious second-generation heir of New York City lounged in his chair, his feet propped on the desk, his corpulent frame squeezed into the chair, and a scruffy beard adorning his face as he puffed on a cigar. Renowned for his wild antics in his youth, he was the most infamous playboy of New York City, dabbling in drugs, excessive drinking, and chasing women. He had done it all. Fortunately for him, his father had consolidated all his businesses before passing, allowing him to bask in wealth without lifting a finger. However, he despised being labeled as fortunate and was even more incensed by accusations that he had led New York into despair. It was that accursed Isaiah Thomas who had betrayed his trust by signing so many dreadful contracts, leading the Knicks into a downward spiral. Now, didn't they invite D'Antoni over? But what? James Dolan's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to offer that undrafted player a 2-year, $23.5 million contract? Are you out of your mind? Just because he appeared on a Kardashian show? Just because he is romantically involved with that young lady, Jenner? No, boss. His on-court abilities are exceptional. He has defeated Derrick Rose and John Wall. I assert he will achieve remarkable success in the NBA, D'Antoni stated earnestly. No, no, no. Dolan interrupted vehemently, waving his hands. Every player has fleeting moments of brilliance. That's entirely normal. You cannot reward him with $20 million just because he played 3 good games. Didn't those dreadful players signed by Isaiah Thomas also have stellar performances at times? But what was the outcome? Dolan asserted that signing him would undoubtedly result in a disastrous contract. Moreover, his penchant for associating with starlets could further tarnish the reputation of the Knicks locker room. The media had previously condemned it as a den of vice, a prison. If we sign him, they will liken it to the Grammy Awards' second ceremony, Dolan lamented. D'Antoni attempted to interject further, but he was silenced. You may continue seeking trades for your desired point guard, but do not jest with garbage contracts. This kid is not the answer. I lack faith in pretty boys. D'Antoni looked at his boss, who seemed closed off, and he felt frustrated and irritated. Why did the Lakers dare to offer such a high contract? Were they insane? Were they not concerned about luxury tax implications? He sighed and exited Dolan's office, unsure how to relay the situation to Vanshee. Perhaps it was better not to say anything. D'Antoni resolved to erase his previous remarks from memory. Fortunately, Vanshee did not foolishly await his response. He promptly signed the new contract drafted by the Lakers. Subsequently, this contract would be sent to the league headquarters for backup and would officially take effect without any complications, as it adhered entirely to the regulations. However, no team had ever undertaken such a course of action. The Lakers had merely blazed a trail. You likely won't make it to the next game, Jim Buss said with a smile after the contract was signed. As a millionaire, you can now roam Manhattan and indulge in a little shopping. Vanshee, naturally elated, had no intention of shopping. He had received an invitation from Kim Kardashian to cross the Hudson River to attend a dinner in New York City, hosted by Kim Kardashian and Humphries. Lamar Odom would also be present, attending as the brother-in-law. Vanshee would presumably also be attending in the role of a little brother-in-law. After all, the world now regarded Vanshee and Jenner as a match made in heaven. Is anyone reading my book? Please make a sound or cast a vote. If there are many readers, I shall accelerate the pace and begin daily updates of 10,000 words starting tomorrow. Chapter 27: The Reemployment of David Stern. When the NBA headquarters received the contract submitted by the Lakers, they were taken aback. Soon, an assistant sought out the league's vice president, Adam Silver, who was poised to ascend to the position after David Stern's retirement. Silver was astonished and shocked as he examined the contract. It was extraordinary, unprecedented in history. However, it was not in violation of any regulations. He hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, prompting him to consult David Stern. Silver had much to learn from Stern, who had steered the NBA for over 30 years, transforming it from a minor league into a global powerhouse, elevating its influence worldwide, and securing lucrative salaries for its players, far exceeding those in other leagues. Upon reviewing the contract, Stern was equally taken aback. The Lakers had presented such an astonishing offer, $10 million in salary? Stern had witnessed countless monumental events in his lifetime, including many historic contracts. The shock he felt was akin to that of Michael Jordan signing a $30 million contract with the Bulls, not counting against the salary cap. Both situations were unprecedented, and the Lakers' actions seemed to disrupt the underlying rules of the league. Adam Silver expressed his concerns, believing that the NBA headquarters should act as guardians of order. Yet, after a long contemplation, David Stern raised his head and stated, "We should swiftly approve this contract, and while Jack Fan's star is shining brightly in North America, we must publicize it without delay. Approve it and publicize it." Both Silver and the assistant were dumbfounded. This approach diverged significantly from their conventional thinking. Noticing their confusion, Stern smiled and asked, "Do you know why the Lakers have remained a formidable force over the years?" The assistant replied, "Because they have consistently maintained a strong roster." Silver added, "Because Los Angeles is a major city, which holds immense allure for star players." Both correct. Stern acknowledged their answers. Additionally, they possess keen insight and the audacity to invest in star talent. They once offered Wilt Chamberlain an unprecedented salary, traded an all-star caliber center for a rookie, provided Shaquille O'Neal with a max contract, granted Magic Johnson a stake in the team, and offered Kobe Bryant unparalleled renewal terms. At this point, Stern paused slightly. Now, they had passed the contract to Fan Shi. After hearing this, Silver looked astonished. "Are you suggesting that Fan can be compared to these superstars?" "I cannot say for certain, but I choose to trust the Lakers' decades of tradition and their remarkable track record in contracts," Stern replied. "Moreover, I must remind you that Fan is a Chinese player. Following Yao Ming's retirement, China, and indeed Asia, is in need of a basketball hero. And Fan appears to be the ideal candidate. He is handsome, confident, and even somewhat audacious. He exudes charisma and garners substantial media attention. Most importantly, he possesses a legendary quality. Since the Lakers have made such a resolute and fearless choice, why should we disagree?" Stern stood up and patted Silver on the shoulder, saying, "There is much for you to learn. Follow my lead." David Stern's instructions imparted a crucial lesson to Silver, who promptly set the plans in motion. As they were about to leave, Stern suddenly called out to them, "I have heard that someone recently suggested on fan forums to include Jack in the All-Star voting list." Both were momentarily taken aback. The assistant responded, "There has never been such a rule. Besides, the All-Star game is next month. It seems unnecessary." The assistant was a person of order. However, Stern and Silver chuckled, embodying their high-ranking positions. Stern declared, "Issue a statement. If Fan Shi or any other player can secure 1 million votes, they will be eligible for nomination, and those votes will count towards the All-Star tally." The assistant hesitated. Silver, having grasped the situation, patted the assistant's shoulder and urged, "Hurry and implement this." If Fan Shi could garner 1 million votes, he would essentially secure a starting position in the All-Star game, as competition among Western guards this season was not particularly fierce. Chris Paul had been plagued by injuries, resulting in low votes, while Stephen Nash, a former MVP, had seen a significant decline in performance as his team moved away from a fast-paced game, diminishing his statistics. The assistant nodded and rushed to execute the plan. He struggled to comprehend why the league was taking such actions. Was it truly possible for Jack to make it to the All-Star game? All those who had reached the All-Star status were established stars, their popularity firmly rooted. Historically, very few players had entered the All-Star game through voting, with only Yao Ming and, even earlier, Grant Hill coming to mind. Could Fan become the third? The assistant found this highly unlikely. Meanwhile, Fan Shi remained oblivious to the high-level discussions concerning him and the consequential decisions that could alter his destiny. He was currently selecting a gift, not wishing to attend the Humphreys and Kim Kardashian dinner empty-handed. This gathering could be deemed a pre-wedding celebration among friends. Although it was not customary in the U.S. to give red envelopes, some etiquette still applied. Despite the mixed public perception of the Kardashian family, they had indeed been instrumental in Fan Shi's rise to influence. Without their reality show, he might not have achieved such prominence. On the streets of New York, many recognized him and welcomed his joining the Knicks. Ultimately, Fan Shi purchased an exquisite hairpin from a luxury store, spending $1,000. This principle had been imparted to him by his mother at a young age. When gifting someone and funds are limited, it is wiser to purchase something of seemingly low cost, but high perceived value. For instance, spending $1,000 on a suit may yield a mediocre impression. whereas a $1,000 hairpin would be seen as extraordinarily precious. Fan-Shi adhered to this gifting philosophy. He soon met up with Lamar Odom, who had learned about Fan's contract renewal. Odom informed him, "Everyone within the team is now aware of your renewal amount, and it has caused quite a stir. Even Ron Artest and Luke Walton have expressed considerable dissatisfaction, feeling that you, having only played 3 games, are earning such a high sum while they have contributed significantly to the team." Kobe was currently soothing their grievances. Lamar Odom relayed this first-hand information to Fan-Shi. Nodding, Fan understood that this would undoubtedly create turmoil within the team. After all, even in Western society, the notion of inequality in fortune exists. Furthermore, with Fan's youth and limited experience, it raised eyebrows as to why he should receive a salary exceeding $10 million. "I sense your contract will soon become a topic of widespread discussion." Shannon Brown caused quite a commotion at the hotel, seemingly aware of his impending trade. He labeled it an unequal treaty between California and China, threatening to bring it to the media's attention and calling for the Players' Union to review it. However, Fisher, the president of the Players' Union, stated that there was nothing wrong with the contract and encouraged more agreements of this nature. The rookie contract is inherently a form of exploitation. Derek Fisher is a person of resilience, Odom remarked to Van He, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, it is only a matter of time before the media uncovers this matter, inevitably leading to a significant public outcry. Van He exhaled a deep, heavy breath. He was prepared to embrace the fresh pressures ahead. He was unafraid of challenges or criticism, firmly believing that he was not undeserving of his position. With steadfast determination, he knew that through perseverance, he would prove his worth. Moreover, he possessed an aura of potential within him. Only time would reveal whose talents and skills would shine next. Van He brimmed with confidence about his future. Van He and Odom arrived at Humphries' estate. While Humphries is not regarded as a superstar in the NBA, nor even an all-star player, he fulfills the role of a blue-collar athlete, primarily focused on rebounding and second-chance opportunities. Fortunately for him, he experienced a breakout season during his contract year, securing a lucrative deal worth approximately $7 to $8 million annually. However, this contract may not suffice to cover his current expenditures, particularly after marrying into the Kardashian family, which undoubtedly demands a lavish lifestyle. This explains the incessant media coverage regarding his extravagant purchase of a $5 million diamond ring for Kardashian. Upon entering the estate, Van He presented his gift to Kardashian, who was genuinely surprised and praised his gift-giving prowess. In stark contrast, Lamar Odom's $2,000 watch failed to impress her, as she already possessed an abundance of timepieces. With guests yet to arrive, the courtyard appeared somewhat deserted. The soon-to-be groom, Humphries, quickly approached Van He, expressing that he had seen Van He's performances on television and was quite fond of him, engaging in the customary pleasantries. He also mentioned that his teammates and several friends from the entertainment and socialite circles would be joining shortly. It was evident that Humphries was striving to align himself with Kardashian and break into the entertainment industry, though he seemed to retain a certain earnestness. At least, this was Van He's impression. Perhaps they were not as well suited as one might think. Van He mused silently, though he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Before long, Jenner approached him, and at that moment, Van He caught sight of a familiar figure. Initially, the image was somewhat hazy. He nearly failed to recognize her due to her attire. Chapter 28. 3 Women. Jack, did you watch television yesterday? Jenna asked gently, addressing Van. Van quickly diverted his gaze from Selena and replied, I didn't watch it all, but I saw many clips online. Now, many people are discussing us. Jenna hesitated, her cheeks tinged with shyness, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. The gaze of someone in love is unmistakable. However, Van felt inexplicably numb, and he bluntly stated, as long as we have a clear conscience, we need not fear what others say. Your priority now is your studies. Do not let distractions interfere. Jenna appeared momentarily taken aback. Then, in a voice as soft as a whisper, she murmured, but what if I do feel guilty? Jack, let us go swing over there. Suddenly, Jenna took Van's hand and dashed towards the left garden. Van felt a jolt in his heart as Jenna's delicate, slender hand, reminiscent of a white onion, clasped his. He was startled and quickly reminded himself to remain calm. This cannot be. She is still a student. How could she be involved in a romantic relationship at such a young age? At that moment, Jenna had already seated herself on the swing, and she beckoned to Van. Push me from the back. Van extended his hand gently, giving her a small push. As Jenna swung higher, her laughter rang out like a cascade of silver bells. The Kardashian sisters stood on the nearby steps, observing the intimate interaction between Van and the younger sister. "How beautiful," Khloe remarked to Kourtney. Kim Kardashian, ever the astute one, captured the moment on her DV camera. "What an enviable love, so pure and untainted," Kourtney sighed. They, seasoned in the ways of romance, found themselves yearning for such innocent affection. At that moment, Kim furrowed her brow. What is Selena doing over there? It turned out that Selena, accompanied by her close friend Taylor Swift, had quickly fixated on Van upon arriving at the party. Selena maintained a decent relationship with the Kardashian family, as they all belonged to the same entertainment sphere. However, her attendance at this gathering was uninvited. It was Taylor, residing in New York, who had received Kim's invitation. In truth, Taylor had little desire to attend a Kardashian party. As a rapidly ascending superstar, her record sales soaring past platinum, she found herself somewhat disdainful of the Kardashian clan, believing they thrived on self-promotion devoid of genuine talent. Thus, she was reluctant to engage with them. Yet, when her dear friend Selena learned of the party, she curiously persuaded Taylor to join, suggesting that perhaps she might encounter her soulmate. Taylor dismissed the notion, believing the gathering to be filled with mere basketball players and no true soulmates. Her admiration was reserved for the married LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Nevertheless, Selena's insistence wore her down, and she eventually relented. Upon arriving at the party, Selena's gaze was immediately drawn to Van. The sight of him laughing and playing with Jenna made her heart constrict painfully, as if it were ensnared within a plastic bag. Following a night of fervent passion, Selena found her mind consumed with thoughts of Jack Van and the haunting memories of their physical connection. Perhaps it was the electric energy radiating from Van that captivated her. Under the influence of such potent biological impulses, Selena felt an overwhelming possessiveness towards Van, accompanied by an undeniable physical dependence. Simply put, she had become addicted. Her interest in other men waned. Even the renowned Jonas Brothers, adored by countless girls, appeared mundane in her eyes, her thoughts solely occupied by Van. Thus, witnessing the sweet interaction between Van and Jenna, she hurried over. "Hey, Jenna, may I join you? It looks like so much fun," Selena said to the younger girl. Jenna hesitated, her mood dampened by the interruption of their tender moment. However, being gracious and polite, she stood up and replied, "All right then, you can join us." She held Van's hand, suggesting, "Let us go to the backyard to feed the fish. There are so many of them, even sharks." At this, Selena interjected, "But I want him to push me too." "No way." Jenna instinctively shielded Van behind her, her affection for him evident. She was unwilling to let Van push anyone on the swing. "Will you push me like you did Jenna?" Selena looked at Van with hopeful eyes. Jenna was on the brink of fury. She could not comprehend why Selena would approach Jack with such words. Did she also harbor feelings for him? Damn it. Didn't she know how much Jenna cherished Jack? "Jack, you mustn't push her." Jenna clung tightly to Van's hand, their palms sweating against one another. Van sensed Jenna's anxiety while also noticing the anticipation in Selena's gaze. For a man, such a predicament is truly challenging. He pondered the possibility of suggesting a compromise, inviting Selena to join them in feeding the fish. After all, three could partake in that activity. He believed that both Jenna and Selena could accept this proposal. As a quintessential Chinese individual, Van understood the importance of negotiation. If one were to propose a grand plan for a beautiful home, it would likely be met with resistance. However, if one suggested a more modest plan, it would be readily accepted. Thus, in Chinese negotiations, one often presents an exceedingly demanding request, only to follow up with a more palatable alternative. Yet, just as Van was about to speak, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, Selena, I'll push you." A tall, somewhat lanky African-American man approached, sporting a boyish face and a self-satisfied grin. "I'm Devin Harris, the core point guard for the Nets," he introduced himself, puffing up his chest, "and today, I'm the little brother of Humphries, who is engaged to Kim Kardashian." This was a typical playboy move among celebrity athletes, many of whom, having risen from humble beginnings to become millionaires or even billionaires, often attracted gold diggers eager to please upon revealing their identities and flaunting their wealth. However, Selena was no gold digger. A child star who had been nurtured by Disney, she was not impressed by Devin's ostentatious diamond earrings or gaudy gold necklaces. She found his bravado and self-promotion distasteful. With a dismissive glance, she replied, "Sorry, I only want Jack to push me. I'm his fan, not yours." Devin Harris was left feeling humiliated by Selena's rejection, his fragile ego and self-proclaimed masculinity severely challenged, especially after casting a glance at Van. He held Van in contempt. In his eyes, Van was merely a handsome face, unworthy of comparison. Isn't he just a fringe player benefiting from LA media hype? Just a marginal player on a 10-day contract who got lucky with a few decent games? And I am the supreme leader of the New Jersey Nets, the unequivocal tactical linchpin, endowed with limitless authority and the undisputed boss in the locker room. What does he have to compare with me? Initially, Vanshi felt a sense of relief when he saw Devin Harris approach. But that relief quickly turned into discomfort as he caught Harris glaring at him with a look of resentment and even hatred. In that moment, Devin Harris audaciously declared to Selena, "Miss Selena, if you enjoy watching basketball, I would be delighted to gift you a few season tickets to the Nets, allowing you to witness my prowess on the court." He continued, "I am aware that you have seen the recent news and regard him as a commendable player. However, in reality, he remains on the fringes of the NBA, with a meager income and no tactical standing. Unlike him, I am the leader of this team, a star on par with Kobe Bryant and LeBron James." Devin Harris exerted all his efforts to exalt himself, belittling Vanshi in the process, believing that such tactics would win Selena's affection. Yet, his words only earned him disdain from both women. Jenna regarded him with displeasure, while Selena retorted sharply, "I have no interest in your status as a star player. Let me reiterate, I am a fan of Jack. Your nonsensical prattle only serves to demonstrate that you are a man devoid of vision and respect. Please leave. I find you repugnant." Selena's scathing remarks left Devin Harris humiliated, as he had hoped to impress the Disney princess, an endeavor he deemed quite prestigious. Although NBA stars are often wealthy, their fame pales in comparison to that of the top-tier celebrities who grace the silver screen. Take Dennis Rodman, for instance. He boasted about his romance with Madonna in his autobiography. Yet, Devin Harris's notoriety is far less than that of Rodman. Despite being the tactical core of the Nets and the team's leader, what does that truly matter? Being the captain of a bottom-tier team holds little value, especially when one cannot even make the All-Star team. Facing ridicule and scorn from Selena, Devin Harris found himself at a loss for dignity. He turned his ire toward Vanshi, glaring at him with malice. "I will make you pay dearly. I swear it will happen in the next game," he threatened. For Vanshi, this was merely an unwarranted calamity. Why should he suffer for your failed attempts to woo a woman? Vanshi glared back defiantly at Devin Harris, refusing to be seen as a pushover. Known for his toughness during his NCAA days, he had always been the one to lead the charge when Stephen Curry faced adversity on the court. The likes of Devin Harris had no place threatening him. "What are you even worth?" Vanshi disdainfully retorted. Devin Harris was again caught off guard. He had assumed Vanshi was a short-term player, an easy target to bully, and by throwing down a gauntlet, he could regain some semblance of dignity before departing. Little did he know that Vanshi was equally formidable and met him head-on. "Excellent," clapped Selena, turning to Vanshi. "Go out there and crush him in the next game. I will be there to cheer you on." "I will too," Jenna chimed in eagerly. Now, Devin Harris found himself in an untenable position. The storm he stirred up in pursuit of a woman had backfired. "All right, I will be waiting for you." He spat with resentment before storming off in his sports car, revving the engine as he departed. Once he was gone, Humphries approached Jenna to inquire about the situation. Jenna explained to her brother-in-law, "Your leader attempted to pursue Selena, while that woman has consistently shown interest in Jack." Then he declared he would obliterate Jack in the next game. Humphries sighed, expressing concern, "You must warn Jack to be cautious. Harris is incredibly fast and possesses formidable breakthrough abilities." Jenna, however, seemed unconvinced. "I believe Jack will leave him utterly humiliated." Humphries sighed again, shaking his head with a wry smile. He thought to himself that his sister-in-law truly did not understand the game. Devin Harris was a near all-star player, while Jack was merely a fledgling rookie. He felt the need to find an opportunity to speak with Harris, lest Jack suffer an embarrassing defeat that would prompt his wife to blame him. While Jenna and Humphries conversed, Vanshi seized the moment to approach Selena and exchanged a few words. "Did we not agree to cease all contact and act as if nothing had transpired?" Vanshi inquired. "I have changed my mind," Selena replied, tilting her head and gazing playfully at Vanshi. "You like Jenna, don't you? But I like you too. I am determined to win your heart." Her assertive declaration took her by surprise. She never anticipated feeling this way, as if Jack had bewitched her. Vanshi was equally astonished. He had always believed girls to be gentle and reserved, but Selena's boldness was unexpected. Was this a confession of sorts? He was still grappling with the realization when, to his astonishment, Selena rose on her toes and planted a quick kiss near his lips. "You cannot escape my grasp," she declared before strutting away with an air of confidence. She quickly wiped the lingering imprint of her kiss from his lips and hurried to the restroom, eager to conceal any evidence of their encounter. However, as soon as he entered, he heard a startled gasp from a girl within. He swiftly exited and closed the door behind him. "I saw nothing," he hurriedly explained. The girl inside confirmed. "Really?" "Indeed." She insisted. "I am leaving. I will find another restroom." No, came a sudden plea from within. "Could you please fetch me some paper?" "There is none here." Very well." She relented, quickly retrieving some paper from the adjacent stall. He attempted to slip it through the door crack, but discovered that the luxurious renovations left no gap. Instead, he had to slightly open the door to pass the paper inside. Chapter 29. The True Chosen One. She reached a mutual understanding with the girl inside, ultimately allowing her to crack the door open just a fraction, through which he slipped in a piece of paper. This awkward situation found a resolution, and she felt a genuine embarrassment, so profound that he kept his eyes shut as he awaited the girl's exit before he himself would enter. Inside, Taylor Swift experienced a similar discomfort. As the most rapidly rising pop sensation of the past decade, whose record sales were nearing those of the global icon Britney Spears, she never imagined she would find herself in such a down-to-earth predicament. "Curse that Selena," she grumbled in the restroom. Had it not been for Selena dragging her to this gathering, this incident would never have transpired. And what on earth was that insufferable guy doing? Why was he ignoring her calls and messages? Taylor Swift vented her frustration for several moments before stepping out of the restroom. Upon exiting, she noticed she leaning against the wall to her left, eyes still closed. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her, but as she beheld his handsome visage, that discomfort morphed into a more complex emotion. Women, by nature, are sensibly emotional, yielding easily to the allure of beauty. Female artists, in particular, tend to be more sensitive and delicate. Had she been an unattractive man or a slick talker like Devin Harris, she would have regarded this encounter as an embarrassing and regrettable memory. Now, however, her feelings shifted with the sight of she's striking features. She began to ponder that perhaps this was a serendipitous meeting orchestrated by divine providence. He appeared tall, fair, and undeniably handsome. She opened his eyes to find Taylor Swift intently gazing at him. Instinctively, he felt a bit flustered, a reaction anyone might have when subjected to another's scrutiny. He hurriedly clarified, "I truly didn't see anything. It was not intentional." In that moment, his flustered demeanor struck Taylor as utterly charming. She relished his shyness and bewilderment, especially since he was a tall and handsome boy. Even in America, there were few who could create such an endearing height difference with someone like Taylor Swift, who stood at 179 centimeters. "I am not a pretentious woman. This is merely a misunderstanding. There's no need to feel anxious," Taylor Swift smiled, extending her hand towards she. "Hello, I am Taylor Swift. While I regret meeting you under these circumstances, perhaps it is a delightful coincidence arranged by fate." The name resonated with she, yet her candor was genuinely infectious. He reached out and shook her hand. "I am Jack," he introduced himself simply. Then, he gestured as if to enter again. Taylor Swift, following his retreating figure, inquired, "Are you an actor or a model in the entertainment industry? Will we meet again?" "I came here with friends. If fate permits, we shall surely meet again," she replied, then closed the restroom door, this time locking it securely. As she tidied up inside the restroom, news of his contract renewal was already circulating across the globe. The advancement of the internet significantly accelerated the dissemination of information. Although there are 24 time zones worldwide, once news is released, the entire internet and media become interconnected. The contract itself was astonishing. 2 years for $23.5 million. What does that even signify? Devin Harris, who had previously taunted she, claimed to be the absolute core of the Brooklyn Nets. Yet throughout his 7-year NBA career, he had only earned $28 million, with this year's salary at $98 million. In contrast, she's starting salary for the first year alone exceeded $11 million. This marked the highest starting salary for a rookie in NBA history. Even legends like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Shaquille O'Neal had never enjoyed such a privilege. Yet now, the league announced the contract's official activation, disseminating it across all platforms. Jack was not a rookie. He was an undrafted free agent. Kupchak immediately voiced support for she on social media. However, this information was swiftly overshadowed by various basketball experts and commentators. The NBA is an elite league, structured into an immensely vast system that supports many professionals who analyze basketball and discuss players. These individuals are known as basketball commentators or experts, with the most prominent often providing commentary on major television networks across the United States, many of whom are eloquent retired players. The Lakers were breaking the rules, a fact universally acknowledged. If Fanshi were truly deserving of such a figure, he would not have gone undrafted. In their quest for a championship, the Lakers risked tarnishing their reputation with such a disgraceful contract. Bill Simmons, one of the most renowned sports writers in basketball, frequently sees his articles rise to prominence. His evaluations of players and teams significantly influence a vast array of fans and can even impact the players themselves. If he harbors disdain for a player, he amplifies that player's flaws, leading casual fans to form superficial impressions based on his relentless campaigning. As a New York fan, I am relieved that this contract did not originate from the Knicks. We are grateful that Isaiah Thomas is not at the helm of the club, for in the realm of creating dreadful contracts, we would certainly not outdo the Los Angeles Lakers. Stephen A. Smith, a highly regarded basketball commentator in New York City, has been in the industry for 20 years. He began with basic newspaper commentary and has now established his own sharp commentary channel on the famed American sports network ESPN, marking him as an authority in sports commentary. Then there is Ernie Johnson, the leading basketball host for TNT, whose collaboration with Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Reggie Miller forms a commentary team that guarantees high viewership. He has consistently maintained an image of integrity. However, with the emergence of this contract, it was inevitable that a cold splash of reality would follow. While I would relish the sight of Charles Barkley kneeling to proclaim, "Jack is the god of basketball," this contract is simply too surreal. Fanshi is an undrafted player who has only participated in 3 games, all of which were impressive. Although the Lakers indeed lack fresh talent, nonetheless, $23.5 million over 2 years is astonishing. Under the new labor agreement, Fanshi's earnings already surpass those of many lottery picks over 4 years. Numerous all-star players do not secure starting salaries exceeding $11 million when entering their second contracts. It is certain that many players in the league will feel affronted and will have something to say about Fanshi. The Lakers are pushing Fanshi into the spotlight. Ernie Johnson's immediate commentary also influenced many. These authoritative discussions intensified fan conversations, and while fans may not fully grasp the nuances of NBA contracts, they eventually understood. Jack has accomplished something unprecedented. He has become the first undrafted player in NBA history to secure a starting salary in the millions. This is truly surreal. Spectators gasped in astonishment. This is the epitome of a triumphant comeback. From the outset, Fanshi has borne the mantle of comeback. Now, this contract has propelled him to a pinnacle. Across the globe, the birth of a miracle is acknowledged. This starkly contrasts the reactions of authoritative experts, NBA insiders, and casual fans alike. The esteemed experts and insiders believe it may undermine the established norms, while the outsiders revel in the spectacle of an unprecedented phenomenon. This development enhances Fanshi's image and serves as a potent stimulus for his commercial prospects. It is widely recognized that Fanshi is an extraordinary individual, perhaps even one chosen by the divine. The reason Zhu Yuanzhang is so often discussed is due to his humble beginnings with just a bowl. Fanshi's situation mirrors this. The NBA has not seen anyone start from a lower point than him, yet he has now secured a monumental contract that even the basketball deity Michael Jordan never attained. How could this not create an explosive impact? Meanwhile, the humiliated Devin Harris sped home, his frustrations dissipating somewhat amidst his reckless driving. Upon reaching home, he collapsed onto the sofa and turned on the television, seeking some news to unwind. Suddenly, breaking news. The Lakers announced the signing of undrafted Fanshi for 2 years at $23.5 million. When the ESPN sports anchor delivered this news with a hint of surprise, Devin Harris felt as though the world had collapsed around him. It was as if a thunderous explosion had erupted in his mind. He could hardly believe the announcement on the screen. Why? How could this be? He rushed upstairs, logged onto his computer, and discovered that every sports website was ablaze with discussions about this news. On the forums, the most prominent post read, "Jack should be the chosen one of the NBA." Right? His career is nothing short of a fantasy, emerging from being undrafted, hitting game winners against the Golden State Warriors, then against Derrick Rose. and now overshadowing the top pick John Wall, and now he has signed an unprecedented super contract. The majority of the comments below were congratulatory. Some claimed, "I feel as though a superstar is rising. I can relate to him. I often dream such dreams. Reality has become my dream. Hollywood wouldn't dare script this." They called for votes for Jack, claiming that 1,000,000 votes would secure his place in the All-Star game. "Let's cast our votes quickly. Your vote, my vote, will ensure Jack's All-Star debut. Long live Jack." Jack for the All-Star. Devin Harris stared at the torrent of accolades, feeling utterly paralyzed. Previously, he had belittled Fan Shi. And now, in the blink of an eye, this person he had scorned had secured a salary of millions that he himself had never achieved. And that too as a starting salary. The fans were caught up in a frenzy, celebrating their miraculous youth, proclaiming Jack as the chosen one of dreams come to life, rallying to send him to the All-Star game. Good heavens, I have never even been selected for the All-Star game. Why him? Why does Selena like him? Why does he earn millions? Why is he adored by the masses? Why does he monopolize all the good fortune in the world? Devin Harris seethed with indignation. He grabbed his hair and screamed in frustration, throwing a few punches into the air. Yet, the turmoil within him remained unresolved. He dashed to his computer, opened his social media, and, consumed by jealousy and rage, typed a message. "Just wait and see. I will make this so-called chosen one pay in the next game. Tune in for Nets versus Lakers, and I will reveal how a trash contract is born." Barely 5 minutes later, he received hundreds of likes, mostly from those eager to witness chaos, encouraging him. "Devin, go for it. We want to see what the chosen one can really do. Give it your all, Harris." I believe Jack can tarnish Devin Harris's reputation in 5 minutes. Another pathetic challenge from a foolish human embodying a miracle. I could almost foresee a tragedy unfolding. The comments beneath Devin Harris's post were predominantly supportive of Fan Shi, perhaps a form of counterstimulation. Harris was infuriated. He hastily posted again, "Just wait and see." Soon after, he received a call from his agent, who advised him, "Harris, you should start training immediately. The eyes of the world will be on you the night after tomorrow, and I hope you perform exceptionally. If you cannot defeat Fan, his fame will ascend to new heights. I have heard many commercial brands are eager to extend olive branches to him. Do not let him truly become the so-called chosen one. Otherwise, the commercial benefits he gains will be beyond your imagination. He is already a phenomenon." The agent's words resonated deeply with Devin Harris, who felt compelled to study Fan Shi's game tapes thoroughly. He was determined to dissect Fan Shi's every move, to uncover his weaknesses, and to dismantle this so-called chosen one. In doing so, he would claim the title for himself. With this resolution in mind, Devin meticulously analyzed the footage of Fan Shi's recent games, and through slow-motion replays, he finally identified some of Fan Shi's vulnerabilities. Then, he burst into laughter. "Jack Fan, you're finished. Your woman, your fame, your commercial value, they will all become mine." He cackled, consumed by a frenzied delight. Chapter 30. Iversan's agility. Vang Shi did not attend the final dinner or the subsequent party. Instead, he accompanied Lamar Odom to Madison Square Garden. Odom was there to participate in a team training session and to acclimate to the venue. Vang Shi was engaged in discussions with Kupchak regarding further details. Although his contract with the Lakers had officially taken effect, he would undoubtedly miss the game against the New York Knicks the following evening. The Knicks had finally begun to show signs of rejuvenation over the past 2 years, with D'Antoni's arrival ushering in superstars Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony. Fans were optimistic about the team's prospects for elevation. At Madison Square Garden, Vang Shi encountered D'Antoni, who expressed his regret, stating, "I couldn't convince the owner. My perspective differs from others. I believe you deserve a multi-million-dollar salary. I will cast my vote for you." Vang Shi was momentarily taken aback by D'Antoni's words. It was only during a subsequent media interview that he comprehended the implications. The interview with CCTV had been arranged by the Lakers' public relations manager, although Vang Shi should have been notified earlier in the day. However, at that time, he was not yet a Lakers player, and NBA clubs adhered to a strict protocol, prioritizing procedural integrity above all else. It was not until the contract was officially in effect that the Lakers' PR department was permitted to provide Vang Shi with work. During the interview with the domestic media, Vang Shi spoke fluent Chinese. The CCTV reporter first congratulated him on securing an unprecedented rookie contract, expressing encouragement for his achievements. They also conveyed the domestic fans' affection for him, stating that his popularity had soared to the top among sports celebrities in the country. Vang Shi was taken aback. The reporter then informed him of a new NBA provision. Any player who garnered 1 million fan votes would be eligible for the All-Star selection, with these votes directly converting into official ballots. Within just 4 hours of the announcement, thanks to the momentum from his contract, Vungshi had already amassed 160,000 votes, positioning him to potentially become the first player in history to be voted into the All-Star game by fans, as other All-Stars were selected from a list provided by the NBA. This unexpected turn of events left Vungshi astonished. He had never considered the All-Star game a possibility. Yet, it now presented him with a monumental surprise. Should he ultimately secure a spot, competing alongside the league's most formidable and celebrated superstars would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. In the interview, Vungshi spoke for the first time about his family, revealing that his parents were in business domestically, thus affording him the opportunity to study abroad since high school, even foregoing the last 2 years of his education to pursue his basketball dreams. Actually, before I received the Lakers' 10-day contract, my father told me he could only give me 1 month. If I hadn't achieved anything by then, I would need to return home and learn the trade with him, Vungshi recounted. The reporter chuckled, replying, "He must be quite pleased with your accomplishments now." Vungshi raised an eyebrow. "I've kept that from him. You might not be able to hide it for long, given your remarkable fame at home," the CCTV reporter jested. They then discussed Vungshi's college career and his experiences with Stephen Curry, moving on to future aspirations. Vungshi expressed his intent to steadily improve over the next 2 years of his contract, emphasizing that aiding the team in securing a championship would be the ideal outcome. "The Lakers' extraordinary contract places significant pressure on me. Kobe told me it's a gamble. He hopes I won't let the team down and will silence the naysayers," Vungshi stated. As the interview drew to a close, the reporter posed one final question. "Just a few hours ago, Nets starting point guard Devin Harris stated he intends to teach you a lesson in the upcoming game, expressing his displeasure over your lucrative contract. What do you think your chances are?" Vungshi raised an eyebrow. "We'll find out when it happens." His face radiated confidence, a stark contrast to the demeanor of Yao Ming, who was known for his gentle and amiable nature. Vungshi embodied a more assertive approach, one that was bold and unapologetic. Taylor Swift and Selena Gomez also opted out of the dinner and subsequent party, as they were weary of the men attempting to approach and flirt with them, finding it rather dull. Moreover, they shared a disdainful opinion about Kim Kardashian's husband, deeming him of low caliber. They concocted an excuse to leave. On the way, Selena remarked, "I doubt their marriage will last. Kim is not known for her loyalty. Once she tires of him, she'll undoubtedly seek someone new to maintain her relevance." In this moment, Selena took on the role of a prophet. Taylor chimed in, "Indeed, I've heard that NBA players are notorious. They each tend to have 1 or 2 flings in every city they visit." This statement unnerved Selena, igniting her possessiveness. She had no desire for anyone to share her jack. Such an intimate connection was something she wished to experience solely on her own. "Well, there are exceptions," Selena whispered, almost as if to convince herself. "By the way, I met a fascinating boy today. He's incredibly handsome, and I think I might be developing feelings for him. If fate allows me to see him again, I'll definitely ask for his contact information." Taylor feigned a girlish gesture, placing her hand over her heart. Selena shot her a disapproving glance. "Come on, Miss Swift. You encounter a dozen interesting boys during a simple shopping trip. Creative types like you thrive on fantasy. You fall for each one you meet. I guarantee your future tabloid headlines will sustain the entire gossip industry in Hollywood, just like the former Britney Spears." No. Swift quickly interjected. "This time it's genuinely different. He has this remarkable quality that sets him apart." Selena, uninterested in Taylor's continued ramblings, instead busied herself with booking tickets for the New Jersey Nets versus Los Angeles Lakers game. Taylor, perplexed, inquired, "Aren't we supposed to be watching the Knicks play when we get to New York? I heard they've added 2 superstars this year, Carmelo Anthony and Amare Stoudemire." "I'm not going for the game, Taylor. When the time comes, I'll reveal a surprise that will leave you astonished," Selena replied enigmatically. Taylor chose not to pursue the topic further, turning her attention inward as she reminisced about the striking Jack, who lingered in her thoughts as an unforgettable vision of beauty. If we were to date, strolling together at sunset would surely be an extraordinary experience. The storm surrounding Vungshi continued to intensify, with an increasing number of players voicing their discontent. Among them was John Wall, the first overall pick, who openly declared the situation to be profoundly unjust. "If undrafted players can secure higher salaries, what incentive do we have to compete for the top pick? This creates a severe salary disparity. Many players expressed intentions to pursue legal action. It seemed that both parties were beginning to feel the weight of this powerful momentum. Yet the league headquarters, under the stewardship of David Stern, remained unmoved. He discreetly advised Adam Silver, "Once you take over, enact a new provision to prevent such loophole exploitation." "What about Jack?" Adam Silver inquired, confused. "Of course, it's the principle of what is not prohibited is permitted," David Stern quipped darkly. "You could name it the Jack Clause." Just as with the previous Bird and Arenas rules, Adam Silver spread his palms, musing inwardly that this would grant Vinci an unprecedented advantage. Though he could not comprehend why David Stern would undertake such a course of action, he held a deep admiration for Stern, believing that there must be a rationale behind it, even if it eluded his understanding at the moment. Could it be that the player named Jack Van would indeed evolve into a superstar in the future? Vinci disregarded the tumultuous external opinions and sat before his computer, meticulously studying the tactical attributes of Devin Harris. Harris's prowess resided between that of an elite player and an all-star. While he could be deemed strong, his accomplishments were modest. Conversely, while he could be regarded as weak, he could also deliver several commendable performances. Overall, he was categorized as an attacking player. Yet he differed from the likes of John Wall and Derrick Rose. Wall and Rose boasted extraordinary explosiveness and physical prowess, epitomizing the archetype of a powerful point guard. In contrast, Devin Harris was somewhat lacking in physicality and explosiveness, yet he possessed remarkable speed and a knack for exploiting rhythm, coupled with a decent shooting ability. At his current level, he certainly paled in comparison to Derrick Rose and John Wall. Nevertheless, Vinci grew increasingly anxious. With his present physical condition, he could potentially limit the explosive breakthroughs of players like Rose and Wall. However, Harris's light and agile playing style posed a challenge for him to decipher. As his own agility and coordination were rather average, he was currently formidable in terms of explosiveness and speed. What was to be done? If Harris managed to penetrate consistently, it could indeed build momentum against him. Vinci found himself involuntarily consumed by worry. At that moment, the sound of a notification chimed. His WeChat rang. It was a video message from his cousin. Vinci paused, feeling no fondness for this particular cousin, who operated a sports brand manufacturing business in China. Initially, he had been brought into the business by Vinci's mother, but later established his own venture, with Vinci's parents providing some support. However, this cousin's insatiable greed had led him to poach many of Vinci's family's business opportunities, resulting in their enterprise being overshadowed by his. Although both families maintained a facade of civility, owing to familial ties, Vinci was reluctant to engage with such a person. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately decided to accept the video call. The screen soon revealed a round, plump face adorned with a disingenuous smile, filled with feigned warmth and flattery. Vinci, unable to suppress his irritation, inquired, "What do you want, cousin?" The cousin quickly seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself, saying, "Shaoxi, I'm currently in New York and would like to chat with you." "I'm unfamiliar with this place." His tone was excessively flattering. Vinci suspected something was amiss and agreed to meet him. To his surprise, the cousin named a luxurious hotel and proposed they dine together, promising Vinci a grand surprise. Vinci sensed something was off, but, being a relative on his mother's side, decided to extend a measure of courtesy. The hotel was conveniently located just a few minutes from where he was staying. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he made his way there. Upon entering the hotel restaurant, he immediately recognized he had come to the wrong place. Aside from his cousin, all the other faces were unfamiliar, and they regarded him with overly enthusiastic and sycophantic expressions. The saying, "No one offers kindness without ulterior motives," echoed in his mind. Turning to leave, his cousin swiftly grasped his hand, clapping him on the shoulder with feigned enthusiasm. "Shaoxi, these are all my business partners. They've heard of your accomplishments in the NBA and wish to meet this national hero." The cousin introduced him to a series of individuals, the chairperson of this brand, the general manager of that brand, the vice president of another brand. With each introduction, Vinci felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just then, the final influential figure emerged, the owner of the second-largest sports shoe brand in the country. "This is remarkable, Shaoxi. Many NBA stars wear shoes from his brand. I believe you could wear his shoes as well, and he would certainly offer you an unprecedented price, given our relationship," his cousin boasted. The cousin, basking in the glow of newfound prestige, had previously been subservient to brands, but now, upon realizing that a Chinese guard had made a name for himself in the NBA, He reveled in his newfound status, having orchestrated this gathering of brand executives to meet Van Shi. These executives, having seen photos of Van Shi from childhood to present, were eager to engage with him. "Hello, Van Shi. I have come specifically for you. Our brand is expanding internationally and requires a youthful, vibrant, and promising spokesperson like you," the owner of the second-largest brand proclaimed, extending his hand sincerely. His earnest demeanor stood in stark contrast to the cousin's oily flattery. Moreover, he seemed perceptive enough to recognize Van Shi's discomfort with the situation, as well as his potential disdain for the boastful cousin. "I had no other means to reach you, so I resorted to this method of meeting. You may feel awkward, but my sincerity is unequivocal," he said, gripping Van Shi's hand firmly. Van Shi's expression softened. Then, the owner made a gesture that left the entire room in shock, proclaiming, 10 billion. The figure astonished everyone. Van Shi's cousin's face fell. He had intended for the brand executives to witness his connections to secure more orders for his factory. He had not anticipated that the principal figure would approach Van Shi directly, proposing a sum of 10 billion. If Van Shi were to actually receive such a sum, it would jeopardize the cousins' plans to acquire the land of Van Shi's father's factory, alleviating their financial constraints. The cousin was thrown into a panic. Meanwhile, Van Shi felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Though the Lakers had offered him a staggering $23 million, the prospect of 10 billion sent his heart racing. He had never encountered such wealth. His emotions surged uncontrollably, even resonating within his mind, triggering brainwaves that surged towards an energy aura. Buzz. The energy aura illuminated instantaneously. Van Shi beheld a familiar figure, Allen Iverson. Once again, it was Allen Iverson. The source of Van Shi's speed stemmed from Iverson. To his astonishment, this activation of the energy aura granted him yet another gift from Iverson, agility. Wow. Watching the images of Iverson's swift movements replay in his mind, Van Shi was utterly captivated. Simultaneously, he felt his entire body becoming more nimble, a hidden energy coursing through him. A contented smile graced his face. In that moment, he also realized a pivotal truth. Devin Harris, your doom is sealed. The heavens themselves conspire against you. No wonder it is said that when God intends to destroy a person, he first drives them to madness. Devin Harris is a living testament to that adage. Meanwhile, Devin Harris was also fantasizing about exploiting Van Shi's poor agility, using rhythm to disorient him, and then stepping on Van Shi's head to rise to prominence. Chapter 31. A boy named Jack, the owner of the second-largest sports shoe brand in the country, beheld the uncontainable smile on Van Shi's face, and he felt a genuine joy spring forth from within. For him, this truly represented a staggering expenditure, yet he was a shrewd businessman. Signing Van Shi for a lifetime endorsement at a sum of 1 billion RMB was undeniably a sound investment. Converting that amount into US dollars equated to approximately 135 million. Although it appeared to surpass the initial sponsorship agreements of superstars like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Derrick Rose, who typically signed for 5 or 6 years, he envisioned securing Van Shi for a lifetime. As an astute entrepreneur, he frequently traveled to America, and during these past few days, he had witnessed a dramatically different scene on television. Previously, Chinese players making their way into the NBA garnered only fleeting interest on Chinese television. Even a superstar of Yao Ming's caliber attracted minimal discussion in the United States. Yet, Van Shi shattered this precedent, enjoying an extraordinary level of discourse not only on television but also across the internet. Now, American fans were rallying to vote for him to enter the All-Star game. It is worth noting that Yao Ming's All-Star selections were solely reliant on Chinese fan votes. Moreover, Yi Jianlian's past actions had infuriated American media, resulting in the exclusion of non-American votes from the data. This demonstrated a profound truth. Van Shi was immensely recognized and cherished by the American public. Furthermore, he had garnered the favor of professionals, having secured an unprecedented contract from a prestigious team like the Lakers despite being an undrafted player, indicating a bright future ahead. Successful businessmen possess an exceptional ability to capture information accurately. Thus, he believed he had proposed an offer that Van Shi could not possibly refuse. Indeed, Van Shi was taken aback. However, as the exhilaration from his sudden rise in fortune subsided, he quickly regained his composure. His mother often taught him that if someone offers an unprecedented delicacy without cause, one must be wary of the traps that lie beneath. Typically, only hunters present astonishing bait. At that moment, the insufferable cousin approached and remarked to the owner, 1 billion? Surely you jest. Isn't that a bit? He was not keen on Fan Shi becoming a billionaire overnight. He felt a pang of regret. He had merely invited Fan Shi to enhance his own reputation for business purposes, never imagining that Fan Shi would emerge with $1 billion RMB. The owner, displaying remarkable generosity, instructed his secretary to retrieve the contract from his briefcase. Xiaoxi, he said, this is a contract in black and white. Once you sign, you will immediately receive 30 million, and this amount will be yours annually. After your retirement, we will settle the remaining balance through equity. However, the equity arrangement proposed by the owner was, in reality, a snare. According to his terms, providing Fan Shi with 30 million renminbi annually, roughly $5 million, would be subject to a hefty tax reduction, leaving a meager sum. The most crucial point was that a professional athlete's career is fleeting. The median career span in the NBA is 8 years. Based on this calculation, the net gain for Fan Shi would approximate his current contract. If during this time he attained superstar status, the company holding his endorsement rights would see a significant increase in stock value, rendering the equity share negligible. Capitalists are adept at painting grand illusions and concocting traps. Although 1 billion appears to be an astronomical figure, the reality, when scrutinized, is far less impressive. Fan Shi did not accept the contract. Instead, he expressed, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. This is indeed an astonishing figure. However, for a matter of such great significance, it would be difficult for me to decide without consulting my parents. To everyone's astonishment, including the owner, Fan Shi had declined. His cousin, however, was elated, as he had no desire for his relative to suddenly amass such wealth. Are you concerned about potential pitfalls in this contract? Your uncle can thoroughly examine it for you. Or you could bring in a professional lawyer. There's no issue with that. You may even call your parents now. The owner extended his earnest offer. Fan Shi maintained a slight smile as he replied, I still find it challenging to make a decision in such a short time. This is indeed monumental for my life. Indeed. This sum is quite substantial. No, I mean, this amount poses a significant pressure for Jack, and he requires ample time to process it, his cousin chimed in. Fan Shi turned his head to glance at his duplicitous cousin, pondering how he had always been one to savor the misfortunes of others. Xiaoxi, you must understand, athletes are akin to stocks. They rise and fall. When at a peak, one should swiftly divest rather than hold on until the market crashes, the shoe brand owner suggested, his words laden with implication. Fan Shi laughed, his smile blossoming into a hearty chuckle. I believe I am a growth stock. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to wager 1 billion RMB on me so early. I will become even stronger. That's wonderful. The shoe brand owner nodded with a smile. It dawned on him that this young man was not as naive as he initially appeared. Indeed, a top-tier athlete without an astute mind would not endure for long. Xiaoxi, I too believe you will continue to grow stronger. Keep pushing. You will undoubtedly earn even more than 1 billion. His cousin sighed in relief. But Fan Shi turned back. Is that so? Do you genuinely believe that, dear cousin? He placed particular emphasis on the word cousin. Beads of sweat formed on his cousin's brow. He had not anticipated Fan Shi's sudden transformation, exuding such formidable presence. Of course, he muttered, his voice tinged with insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my cousin. He operates a sports shoe manufacturing business. Years ago, my parents brought him into this venture, and now it seems he is thriving even more than my father. So, if you have any future orders, please do consider my parents. Fan Shi bowed slightly to the attendees and then directed his remarks to the owner of the second largest sports brand in the country, especially you. If you could assign a portion of your orders to my parents, our future collaboration would surely flourish. The owner immediately grasped the implication and assured him, rest assured. Xiaoxi, regardless of whether we collaborate in the future, we wish to maintain a positive relationship with you. The surrounding brand representatives echoed similar sentiments, and Fan Shi graciously expressed his gratitude to each. Meanwhile, the cousin's expression darkened to a shade of despair. He had never anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential child he had once overlooked would wield such considerable influence, ultimately betraying him. He felt devastated, knowing his factory's orders would likely plummet as a consequence. Conversely, Fan Shi's parents, whom he had covertly maligned for over a decade, would undoubtedly receive an influx of orders. The cousin, feeling the weight of his predicament, hastily sought to uncover Fan Shi standing in the NBA, inquiring whether Fan Shi could truly establish himself as a star player and bring glory to his country. The individual tasked with checking on him swiftly relayed the information back. As of now, it remains uncertain whether your nephew can establish himself in the NBA. He has only played 3 games and is still quite inexperienced. Despite the Lakers awarding him a substantial contract and the American fans rallying around him, the NBA players have developed a strong aversion towards him. A player from the Nets even remarked that he intends to thoroughly dominate him in the game tomorrow night. Should your nephew be overwhelmed by Harris during that match, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. You must remind him to be cautious. After reading this message, the uncle tossed his phone aside, inwardly seething. Remind him? I would gladly wish for him to be thoroughly defeated. Such is the nature of certain relatives. Often, they are the ones who least wish to see you succeed. The game between the Lakers and the Knicks commenced at Madison Square Garden. However, American media appeared far more interested in Vance, who was seated on the bench. Over the past few days, Vance's contract has become widely known throughout the nation, sparking intense discussions, thus prompting the media to linger around the Lakers bench. Vance chose to retreat to the locker room during halftime. Without Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, and Vance, the Lakers squandered their chance at victory. While the Knicks also struggled to reconcile their 2 forwards, they nonetheless managed to perform slightly better than the disorganized Lakers. After the match, it became evident that Vance's presence on the team facilitated a much smoother offensive flow than previously witnessed. At least 2 of the Lakers guards, Steve Blake, Shannon Brown, and Derek Fisher, are likely to depart from the team. Following the game, the commentator candidly expressed his belief that the Lakers' 2 guards were approaching the twilight of their careers. The Lakers have no justification for retaining 4 guards, especially after committing millions to re-sign Vance, which only exacerbates their financial burden. Notably, following Devin Harris's declaration on his social media, the anticipation for the Lakers' match against the Nets surged dramatically. TNT even altered their broadcast plans to air this game, which had not been intended for national coverage. Fans were ecstatic, eagerly speculating whether Vance could continue to perform miracles and overcome his challengers. Conversely, basketball experts and players who perceived Vance's contract as exorbitant eagerly anticipated Harris to vanquish Vance, thereby restoring order to the discourse. I am an honest person, always accountable for my words. However, this time is an exception. The contract the Lakers offered is so unprecedented that I cannot help but suspect it may be a form of underhanded exploitation. Therefore, I shall reserve my judgment until after the Lakers-Nets game. Should Vance deliver a performance worthy of his current valuation, I shall undoubtedly kneel and proclaim, Jack Vance is my basketball deity. Charles Barkley reiterated this sentiment during TNT's live broadcast, asserting his commitment. Yet, his colleague Kenny Smith contended that Barkley was merely making excuses, suggesting that if he truly meant what he said, he should kneel immediately upon the NBA's announcement of the contract's activation. Barkley offered his justifications. Kenny remarked, "Come on. You can't avoid it. It's merely a matter of delaying for another day. Do you truly believe Vance can defeat Devin Harris? Harris is a quintessential elite player, and the Nets' current coach previously coached him during his time with the Mavericks. Most importantly, I've heard the entire league is assisting Harris in analyzing Vance's weaknesses. His inbox is overflowing with such analyses. It seems many are eager to see Vance's downfall in this match." Barkley acknowledged the truth in this statement. In a mere day, Vance had become the target of disdain among most NBA players due to his unprecedented contract, stepping outside the confines of the conventional rookie contract to become the first to reap such benefits. Naturally, there would be those seeking to see him humiliated. Kobe Bryant discussed this matter with Vance over the phone, encouraging him to remain steadfast. He also privately conversed with Phil Jackson, asserting that if Vance could withstand this wave of scrutiny, he might have the opportunity to ascend to stardom in the future. Phil Jackson was optimistic, stating, "I will ensure he plays the entirety of the game, provided his stamina allows it. Since Devin Harris has issued a challenge, let them confront each other head-on. Let all grievances be settled in one battle. As for the outcome, let it be determined by fate." Selena and Taylor Swift departed early from Long Island, New York, heading to a suburban arena in New Jersey to watch the game. Taylor was reluctant to accompany her, finding the match to lack excitement. However, Selena mysteriously insisted, "You must come with me. Tonight I will reveal a secret and present you with a grand surprise." "Really?" Taylor responded with skepticism. "Didn't you say you were curious about who my dream lover is? Tonight, I shall unveil the answer," Selena declared to her close friend. Intrigued, Taylor inquired, "Are you referring to the one who makes your heart race and brings you unparalleled joy? The man who sends electric sensations through your entire being? As if you're rolling on clouds?" Indeed, Selena replied bashfully. "Oh, dear," Taylor exclaimed, clutching her chest. "I sincerely hope you are not fabricating this. I, too, wish to meet such a man." Yet, another handsome and bashful figure named Jack instinctively surfaced in her mind. Chapter 32. The most detestable supporting character. The home ground of the Brooklyn Nets, the Continental Airlines Arena, is situated in East Rutherford, New Jersey, which is quite a distance from the heart of New York City. During the journey, Taylor Swift shared her new song with Selena, and from Selena's uncontrollable head bobbing, it was evident that this track would soon dominate the Billboard charts. Meanwhile, Vanshee was diligently warming up in the Continental Airlines Arena. His superlative agility, a gift from Allen Iverson, enabled him to maneuver with devastating precision, significantly enhancing his shooting ability. Physical prowess and technical skill are interdependent. As Vanshee's agility surged, he reaped benefits not only in lateral movement during defense, but also in executing explosive, sudden changes in direction and maintaining control during jump shots. Vanshee's previous off-ball shooting had been exceptionally accurate, inspired by Reggie Miller. Now, with Iverson's agility and the explosive talent previously acquired from Shawn Kemp, Vanshee's shooting during ball-handling situations began to exhibit lethal potential. He was elated, experiencing a double blessing. However, Lamar Odom was filled with concern. As one of the veterans on the Lakers, Odom had a close bond with Vanshee, and he was certain that Vanshee would encounter both internal and external challenges during tonight's game. In any society, even within the NBA, a realm teeming with millionaires and billionaires, there exists a collective consciousness of envy, where some rejoice while others feel deprived. Initially, many players were delighted by Vanshee's rising fame, viewing him as an additional ally. Yet, once Vanshee unexpectedly leaped to prominence, securing a lucrative contract worth millions, the mood shifted and discontent brewed among the majority. This season, the Lakers' salary rankings were as follows. Kobe Bryant topped the list with an annual salary of $24.81 million, the highest in the league, without any dissent regarding his remuneration, as his prowess was undeniable. Pau Gasol followed with $17.82 million, also without dispute, having proven himself as a leader with the Grizzlies before diligently contributing as the second option for the Lakers. Odom ranked third with a salary of $13.7 million, validated by his playoff performances and recognized as a potential superstar, the future bastion of the Lakers' defense, earning him respect. Originally, Odom held the fourth position with an annual salary of $8.4 million. For years, he had existed in the realm between elite and all-star, even winning the Sixth Man of the Year award, making his salary seem justifiable. However, what warranted Vanshee's sudden leap to a salary of $11.5 million after merely 3 games, especially as an undrafted player? How would Ron Artest, who had labored in the league for years and saved the team in the finals with a clutch three-pointer, feel about his $6.3 million salary? Or Luke Walton, who joined the Lakers in his rookie season and worked diligently for his $5.26 million? Fisher earned $3.7 million, Steve Blake $4 million, Shannon Brown $2.2 million, and Matt Barnes merely the league minimum of $1.77 million, not to mention the even lower salary of Joe Smith. It was no wonder they harbored resentment. Vanshee remained composed, even during the bus ride, when Walton sarcastically remarked, "Hurry up, our $1 million salary sharpshooter needs to take his position in the front row." Vanshee merely smiled in response. Having taken a psychology elective in college, he understood the dynamics of introducing a catfish into a school of sardines. Each player required a period of adjustment. Once they recognized their own strengths, the bitterness would dissipate, and they would eventually embrace him. No one is born a champion. Greatness is forged through effort. Even a titan like Kobe had once been a mere benchwarmer in his rookie season. Compared to Kobe's early struggles, Vanshee's circumstances were infinitely better. Thus, when faced with Odom's caution, he appeared relaxed, assuring, "Rest easy, Lamar. Tonight, I shall shine." "All right, Jack. But I think you should have a word with Matt Barnes. He also feels a bit unfair about this. You're friends, which sets you apart from the others." Odom advised, adding another piece of information. "Jenna will be watching the game tonight along with my wife and all their sisters. It's a Kardashian family showdown. Ha ha ha." Odom had subconsciously categorized Vanshee as one of the Kardashian men, which made Vanshee feel a tad overwhelmed. Although Jenna was undeniably beautiful and their interactions were comfortable, with an electric spark whenever they touched, she was still quite young, wasn't she? Thinking of Jenna led Vanshee to reminisce about Selena, the pop star with incredibly soft lips. The memories of that night made him blush slightly. Men often find it hard to forget their first love, no matter how fleeting the encounter. Moreover, out of a sense of male pride, it would not be right to put the onus on her. Yet, Selena had expressed a desire to pursue him. Vanshi's mind wandered for a moment, but he quickly refocused and approached Matt Barnes. As Odom had pointed out, Barnes was a good friend, and he did not want any discord between them, which was different from his relations with other teammates. When Barnes noticed Vanshi approaching for a private conversation, he smiled, as he was not one to be overly dramatic. "I just find fate to be peculiar," Barnes remarked with a furrowed brow. "Am I destined to miss every lucrative opportunity? I've never secured a major contract, even though there were times I could have landed a full mid-level exception." Barnes expressed his frustration, spreading his hands in exasperation. "It's not that I have any grievances against you, Jack." Vanshi nodded, uncertain of what to say. After a prolonged silence, he shared, "My parents once told me that fortune is strange. Sometimes, when you chase it, it eludes you, but when you least expect it, it comes rushing in, unstoppable. Perhaps your fortune has yet to arrive." Barnes chuckled. "My grandmother told me that if you see someone who is consistently lucky, you should befriend them and do what they do. So, Jack, what will you do with your paycheck?" Barnes inquired. Vanshi pulled out the latest Apple phone from his pocket and replied, "I will invest all my earnings in acquiring shares of this company. I intend to hold on to them for at least a decade. I have a strong feeling this phone will revolutionize the world." Barnes glanced at Vanshi, then at the new Apple phone in his hand. Initially uninterested in digital products, he was swayed by Vanshi's conviction. He promptly took out his Nokia phone and called his financial advisor. "Invest all my cash into Apple stock. No, shift all my market investments into Apple stock." Barnes had faith in Vanshi. At that moment, in late January 2011, Apple's stock price was just 32. Vanshi was also heavily invested. As Vanshi conversed with Barnes, Humphries was similarly engaged in discussion with his superior, Harris. Humphries hoped that Harris would show some leniency. He remarked, "He is the younger brother of the Kardashian family and is likely to become my brother-in-law. I hope you can let him off the hook a little for my sake." However, Humphries clearly overestimated his influence. Harris did not even spare him a glance, defiantly retorting, "Dream on, Humphries. I will certainly take you down tonight. Do you have any idea how many players in the league wish for me to annihilate you? My inbox is flooded with messages from star players. Compared to them, your request is utterly insignificant." Harris held Humphries in complete disdain. He exited the locker room to partake in a pre-game interview with TNT, which would be swiftly aired on the channel as a promotional teaser, enticing viewers to gather in anticipation of the live broadcast. "I have no other intentions. I just want to obliterate that self-serving charlatan, shot by shot. I will expose his painful weaknesses. How does he deserve a multi-million-dollar salary? He is merely an undrafted rookie. When I step onto the court, you will witness what a true superstar is and what a worthless contract looks like. I am not targeting him. I simply look down upon him, scorn him, and trample upon him." Devin Harris stood before the camera, articulating his fierce words with utmost intensity. His expression revealed no hint of pretense. He genuinely loathed Vance. The ratings were bound to soar. As this interview reached the broadcast studio and was rapidly edited for air, all the guests shared a collective understanding. The commentary team for the night consisted of TNT's premier ratings guarantees, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, and the outspoken Charles Barkley, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Vance. Indeed, less than 10 minutes after the interview aired, the producer backstage alerted everyone that the ratings were skyrocketing. The American audience was eagerly anticipating this matchup, especially after Devin Harris had dramatically issued his challenge on television. The public's fervent expectation was for Vance, the embodiment of miracles, to deliver a stunning defeat to this boastful contender. Only basketball experts expressed concern for Vance, as he faced not only Devin Harris but an entire basketball system. Vance's lucrative contract had irked a majority of players, who were doing their utmost to assist Harris in analyzing Vance's weaknesses. Consequently, Vance was undeniably vulnerable. He was destined for a dismal fate. Before the broadcast commenced, Charles Barkley turned to Kenny Smith and declared, "I guarantee he will be targeted by Harris tonight." Kenny, seemingly newfound confidence in Vance, proposed a wager. "If Jack scores 20 points tonight and outperforms Harris, I will wash your clothes for a month. If not, you owe me the same." Barkley, with a fierce demeanor, accepted the challenge. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Kenny relented, and the two sealed their bet with a handshake. Unbeknownst to Vance, all these events were unfolding outside as he diligently trained on the court. It was only when fans gradually began to fill the arena that he made his way back to the locker room. The interior layout of the Continental Airlines arena was somewhat disorganized, and without staff guidance, he found himself a bit lost. Simultaneously, another disoriented individual was wandering. After parking in the underground garage, Taylor Swift, as a prominent star, was allowed to enter through the players' tunnel. Her companion, Selena, had selfishly hurried ahead in her eagerness to meet the man she adored. After an extensive parking ordeal, Taylor entered only to discover she was lost, meandering through the vast expanse of the arena. Frantically, she attempted to call Selena, only to find her phone had died. She had been playing demos for Selena throughout the drive. Cursed fate. In her despair, Taylor felt tears welling up. Just then, around a corner, she spotted a familiar, shy, and uniquely charming boy, Jack. Vance caught sight of her simultaneously. Two lost souls grasped their lifeline. "Hey, Jack, good to see you again," Taylor exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. However, just as she was about to reach Vance, she inadvertently stepped into a puddle, and suddenly, she stumbled. Vance quickly lunged forward, catching Taylor Swift in his arms. Her momentum was too great. He lost his balance, falling backward while ensuring Taylor landed gently atop him. This was his gentlemanly conduct. As Taylor fell onto Vance, her heart raced uncontrollably. Previously, she had found the romantic encounters depicted in school love stories utterly unrealistic. Yet now, the sound of her heart pounding like a young deer clearly conveyed, "Once it happens to you, you realize just how sweet it is." Taylor felt herself blush, half-heartedly resting her head against Vance's broad, firm chest thump, thump, thump. She could distinctly hear Vance's heart racing in tandem. As she slightly squirmed atop him, she felt an overwhelming force supporting her abdomen, vast and impressive. "Hey, do you need assistance?" An inopportune voice interrupted. After maintaining that position for several seconds, Taylor shyly disentangled herself, politely addressing the staff member. "No, thank you." She upheld her courtesy, yet internally screamed, "You show up at the most inconvenient moment. Don't you know the most annoying characters in love stories are those bothersome sidekicks?" Chapter 33. Whose dream lover is it? She was exceedingly displeased by the sudden appearance of this individual. He sensed his emotions escalating to a fervor that could ignite neural impulses, illuminating the halo of potential new talents or techniques just within reach. Alas, his disappointment was palpable, a sentiment fully visible to Taylor Swift. In that moment, Taylor felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. It dawned on her that this young man, much like herself, harbored a yearning for connection, albeit with a hint of shyness. It seemed their affections were a mutual pursuit. How splendid! Moreover, he remained oblivious to her identity, akin to a princess masquerading as Cinderella, encountering true love, a narrative straight out of a fairy tale. How delightful! My knight, she mused, conjuring images of the romantic tale she cherished in her youth. Increasingly convinced that she and Jack were destined to be the protagonists of their own story. "I wish to find the visiting team's locker room, but I seem to have lost my way," she remarked to a staff member who had unexpectedly emerged. Taylor then inquired, "I wish to access the arena. I possess front row VIP tickets for tonight. Walk to your left, you go to your right," the staff member instructed, directing them down two entirely divergent paths. Both she and Taylor felt a tinge of regret, yet she assured Taylor, "We shall meet again." To which Swift nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, we shall." With a wistful wave, she made her way toward the arena while she hurried toward the locker room as the game was about to commence. And there was much work to be done. As he rushed into the locker room, he was immediately met with Shannon Brown's sardonic tone. "So you decided to return? I thought our $1 million point guard had fled. Do you think I am you?" She retorted sharply. "Only you would hide behind snide remarks. A manifestation of your own inadequacies. If you cannot surpass me, you must rely on the opponents of other teams. Unfortunately for you, that hope shall remain unfulfilled." She's words were incisive. He detested being subservient. Shannon attempted to provoke him further, but was halted by Phil Jackson's outstretched hand. "Enough." He then summoned she to outline the strategy for the evening's game. This action clearly indicated where she stood in Jackson's esteem. In truth, even Shannon Brown recognized that upon she's signing, his own time with the Lakers was waning. The Nets were not a formidable adversary. The media had merely constructed an illusion of a grand battle. "Maintain your composure, and you shall remain undefeated. Avoid engaging in one-on-one confrontations with Devin Harris. He is prepared. Your strength lies in your intelligence and ability to orchestrate plays, not in solitary endeavors." Do not fall into his traps, Zen Master imparted quietly to Fan Shi. Jackson's wisdom was invaluable, having spent many years immersed in the league. He understood the strengths and weaknesses of both players and was aware that Devin Harris had undoubtedly received guidance on Fan Shi's skill set. Should Fan Shi engage in a one-on-one with him now, defeat was inevitable. However, unbeknownst to them, Fan Shi had evolved. He had harnessed the agile energy of peak Allen Iverson, significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities. The information Devin possessed was outdated, and thus Fan Shi brimmed with ambition, eager for the game to commence. Phil Jackson subsequently briefed other players on various tactics, all aimed at facilitating cooperation with Fan Shi. It seemed that the Lakers players were somewhat reluctant to assist him, resenting the notion of aiding someone so young who commanded a lucrative salary. Let him handle it alone. If he is as talented as they say, let him contend like Kobe did, echoed the sentiments of some Lakers players. Selena, I just encountered the love of my life. Taylor Swift exclaimed fervently. I have never felt such an overwhelming surge of affection for a boy. Finding her seat, she grasped Selena's hand and pressed it against her racing heart. Listen, this is the call of love. Selena frowned. Come on, Taylor. Artists like you are always swept away by emotion. Who knows when you'll suddenly fall for someone and just as suddenly lose interest? No, this is truly different. I feel drawn to him, as if an electric current has latched onto my heart, compelling me to him. I am certain I have fallen deeply in love. Taylor elaborated. Her feelings for Fan Shi laid bare. Initially dismissive, Selena's heart tightened at the mention of an electric current. Isn't that the very reason I am drawn to Jack? It feels as though he has implanted a current within me, sending shivers down my spine whenever I think of him. I feel utterly consumed by him. Yet, she reasoned, Taylor likely favored the archetype of the traditional blonde-haired, blue-eyed hero. All right, Taylor. After the game, I'll help you find your dream lover. But first, you must meet my own dream man, Selena proclaimed triumphantly. As the game was about to commence, the players began to enter the arena. The home team's players were announced by the DJ, who boomed their names, heights, positions, birthplaces, and alma maters in a raucous tone. Americans place great importance on community culture. Devin Harris made his entrance last, receiving the loudest cheers. Since Vince Carter's departure, he had emerged as the Nets' undisputed leader. Though once merely a sidekick to Dirk Nowitzki, assisting former Sixth Man of the Year Terry, he had transformed into a star with unlimited shooting privileges on a struggling team. Yet, he realized that if the Nets aspired for a brighter future, the first step would be to replace a leader who could not even secure an all-star spot. After all, Harris's abilities would only earn him a third-tier role on a strong team. Nonetheless, he viewed tonight as an opportunity. If he could decisively outperform Fan Shi while the basketball world watched, his status and fame would undoubtedly soar. This was the impetus behind his fervent performance. As Harris stepped onto the court, his gaze first fell upon the Kardashian family seated at the edge. Memories of losing face at their party filled him with resentment, serving as a warning to them. Turning away, he spotted Selena and Taylor Swift and flashed a smug smile, even raising his eyebrows at Selena. Is this your dream lover? Taylor asked in astonishment. Selena feigned nausea, retorting him. Hardly. My dream lover is a true hero who will soon arrive to obliterate this ugly, foolish man. But the entire arena is chanting his name. Taylor timidly pointed out. Can your hero truly defeat him? Selena, taken aback by Taylor's skepticism, turned her gaze toward the entrance. Soon, the Lakers players began to emerge. At first glance, Selena spotted Fan Shi in his number 30 jersey and eagerly tugged at Taylor Swift's hand. Taylor, do you see him? The player number 30 is my dream lover. His name is Jack. Hey, Fan. Selena stood up, leaping as she waved her arms towards Fan Shi. Her exuberance left Taylor Swift in a state of shock. She could scarcely believe it. Why? Why is Selena's dream lover also mine? He is a basketball player? Jack is a basketball player? Is he going to compete against that ugly fellow who just received thunderous applause? Surely he won't be defeated? Taylor's thoughts were tumultuous, oscillating between astonishment at sharing affections with her close friend and concern for Fan Shi's potential defeat at the hands of that unattractive opponent. She genuinely cared for Fan Shi. As she had expressed, she was utterly infatuated with Fan Shi as her utmost priority. In fact, as Selena cheered for Fan Shi, Jenna, sitting opposite her, could no longer contain herself. Pouting, she too jumped up. She refused to let her brother Jack be snatched away by that Disney princess across the court. After all, they were meant to be together, as proclaimed by their fans. Jack, go. Jack, go. Jack, go. Jenna's voice rang even louder than Selena's. The two stood on opposite sides of the court, engaged in a spirited contest of support. Their vibrant presence attracted the attention of many onlookers, with numerous reporters clicking away for what was undoubtedly prime tabloid material. "Your rival Jack is far more popular among women than you are," remarked Anthony Morrow, the Nets swingman, to Devin Harris. "Look at those beautiful, innocent girls." Devin Harris gritted his teeth in frustration. His animosity towards Fan she stemmed from his failed attempts to woo Selena, and this scene felt like a blatant affront to him. He felt compelled to retaliate, determined to make Fan she pay dearly. Perhaps this was why the Lakers had signed him for over $20 million. The lad possessed a handsome visage, and within mere days of joining the league, he had already garnered the adoration of two lovely women. Charles Barkley quipped, "The Los Angeles media thrives on such material. Every year they compile lists of Hollywood starlets cheering for Kobe courtside." Kenny Smith shot him a disdainful glance, accusing him of sour grapes. "If you had two women shouting for you, you'd be tempted to strip off your jersey and run laps around the court. Unfortunately, no starlet has ever treated you that way. That's the difference between you and Jack. Come on, Kenny. Have any starlets ever cheered for you?" "I don't care about that. I can pay for someone with a better figure than any starlet." "I'm far wealthier than you," Barkley retorted. "But soon, you'll be on your knees proclaiming that Jack is the god of basketball. By the way, you owe me a month's worth of laundry, including your underwear." "Heh. I don't plan on changing that." Kenny Smith goaded Barkley. "Get lost, Kenny. You'll never get me to wash your clothes. You should be worrying about yourself." Barkley snarled through clenched teeth. Bringing women to the court has never been a wise choice. Jack thinks this displays his masculinity, but in reality, both teammates and opponents despise such ostentation, especially when the women are as stunning as his. "Just wait. On the very first play, Devin Harris will make him look foolish," Charles Barkley declared with conviction. Chapter 34. The violent opening, as Barkley aptly noted. The presence of two stunning actresses cheering for Van she undeniably incited jealousy among his teammates and fury among his opponents, particularly Devin Harris, who vowed to humiliate Van Shee. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the entrance of the starting players onto the court. Just before Van Shee stepped onto the hardwood, Phil Jackson's eyes momentarily flickered with doubt. He was concerned for Van Shee. As a psychologist of the game, he understood that Van Shee was the target of scrutiny and that thrusting him into this cauldron of pressure could be overwhelming. Yet, ultimately, he opted against substituting him. He recalled Kobe's words, "If Jack can't withstand this level of pressure, it merely indicates he is an average player." When I first entered the playoffs, I missed two crucial shots, and everyone derided me, yet I persevered. Young players require such a lesson. The more painful, the better. Do not fret for him. Kobe did not believe Van Shee would escape unscathed today, much like the basketball analysts, but he regarded it as a beneficial experience. Real achievers often emerge stronger from trials. Furthermore, given the environment surrounding Van Shee, it was nearly impossible for him to navigate this without injury. First, he struggled to garner robust support within his team. Second, his rival Harris had garnered the backing of most players and had thoroughly analyzed Van Shee's game. Unless Jordan himself intervened, history had shown only Jordan could overturn such dire circumstances. The Lakers' starting five comprised Van Shee, Matt Barnes, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, and Pau Gasol, while the New Jersey Nets featured Harris, Sasha Vujasic, Anthony Morrow, Chris Humphries, and Brook Lopez. With the referee's toss of the basketball, the battle commenced. Gasol edged the ball towards Van Shee. The moment Van Shee secured the ball, Harris aggressively closed in, attempting to snatch it away and establish dominance. Having meticulously studied Van Shee's game footage, he targeted Van Shee's left side, knowing that a substantial portion of his breakthroughs originated from the right, making it easier to intercept the ball. However, as he lunged forward, Van Shee executed a dazzling dribble, swiftly maneuvering the ball with his left hand while pivoting away from Harris's approach. Van Shee was as nimble as a frenzied top. The crowd erupted with excitement as the Kardashian family, seated close to the court, witnessed Van Shee's exquisite display of skill. The Nets fans were momentarily stunned, their instincts urging them to cheer, yet their rational minds reminded them that Jack was the adversary who had just vanquished their leader. Thus, the cheers morphed into an uncontrollable wow, accompanied by gasps of disbelief. This reaction struck a severe blow to Harris's pride, prompting him to pursue Van Shee. But it was too late, as Van Shee had already halted beyond the three-point line and released a flawless shot. The ball arched gracefully through the air, gliding through the net with a satisfying swish. The opening points were a three-pointer that left Harris in disbelief. Kenny Smith could not contain his exuberance in the commentary booth, exclaiming to viewers nationwide, "I have long warned against attempting to steal the ball from Jack. He was already a globally renowned streetball all-star in high school. I witnessed their performances in Las Vegas. He can even dribble while rolling on the ground." Fans at home were equally electrified. Harris had boasted relentlessly before the game, but he never anticipated being so thoroughly outclassed by Van Shee in their first encounter, falling victim to a humiliating street-style move. Charles Barkley retorted, "It was merely luck." Though his protest lacked conviction, Kenny Smith danced with delight, akin to Jenna, who was celebrating courtside with Van Shee. "That insufferable woman is trying to steal Jack from me," Selena remarked excitedly to Taylor Swift, oblivious to her friend's complex emotions. As Van Shee outmaneuvered the arrogant Harris and sank the three-pointer, she too leapt in exhilaration, even whistling in approval. She was utterly smitten by Van Shee. Yet, when Selena criticized Jenna, her own emotions became conflicted, for she too harbored profound affections for Jack. In no time, Harris advanced with the ball, his expression darkened with fury. He warned Van Shee that he would soon pay dearly for angering him. "Bring it on." Van Shee scoffed, igniting Harris's rage anew. He quickly charged towards Van Shee's right side, where data indicated Van Shee's defensive skills were lacking, especially against rapid directional changes. As his lateral movement was subpar, Harris intended to exploit this perceived weakness to seize victory. He accelerated suddenly toward Van Shee's right, but Van Shee matched his pace, demonstrating superior speed and explosiveness reminiscent of peak Iverson and Kemp, in stark contrast to Harris's linear acceleration. Harris, aware of his own limitations, aimed to overtake Van Shee on a curve. He darted forward, abruptly halted, and executed a sharp change of direction, a move akin to lightning. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Van Shee, whom Harris had deemed incapable of lateral movement, not only shifted but extended his remarkable left arm. "What?" Harris gasped internally, but it was too late. Van Shee cleanly swatted the ball away from Harris, snatching it right from under his nose. The crowd's jubilation was abruptly silenced, stunned by Van Shee's audacity in stealing the ball from the aggressive Harris. As Van Shee sprinted down the court with the ball that rightfully belonged to Harris, the viewers at home erupted in cheers, rallying behind Van Shee, the perceived underdog, hoping for a miraculous performance. With the swiftness of lightning, Van Shee reached the front court, and Harris's pursuit was in vain. Van Shee executed a gentle layup, swish. 2 points secured in just 32 seconds. A humiliating three-pointer followed by a direct steal and layup. The once arrogant Harris was left utterly embarrassed. Even Charles Barkley buried his face in his hands during the broadcast, while Kenny Smith's triumphant laughter only exacerbated the situation. At this moment, Kobe Bryant, watching from home, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Van Shee's ferocity, especially on the opponent's home turf, where they had meticulously studied him. And after Harris had issued his bold warnings, Van Shee had utterly dismantled him. It was brutal. Jack had evolved once again, Kobe concluded silently. To everyone's surprise, Nets head coach Lawrence Frank called for a timeout, having once played for the San Antonio Spurs and helped them secure a championship ring in 1998. After his retirement, he has been diligently studying tactics under the tutelage of Popovich, whose strategic philosophy closely aligns with the Spurs' academic style. Previously, he coached the Mavericks, where he clinched the regular season championship twice and reached the finals, only to be thwarted by the Heat, led by Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal, after holding a 2-0 lead. This season, he has joined the Nets, eager to make a significant impact. Devin Harris, a former prodigy, is under his guidance. The timeout he called may have been intended to impart some unique techniques to Harris, as speculated by Charles Barkley. Meanwhile, Devin Harris suddenly confronted Van Gundy, and it appeared that a verbal altercation ensued between the two. Chapter 35, A Sword to Break It. The next Jordan, the situation unfolded as follows. After Brooklyn Nets coach Johnson called for a timeout, Banksy raised his hands in the air and waved at Jenna, who had been cheering for him. Devin Harris, having suffered 2 consecutive humiliating defeats, could hardly endure it any longer. He perceived Banksy's actions as a provocation. Enraged, he charged towards Banksy, intent on teaching him a lesson. Yet, Banksy stared back at him unflinchingly, unafraid of the blusterous Harris. "You're finished, I swear. I will trample you underfoot," Harris growled menacingly at Banksy. Banksy, dismissive, retorted, "You uttered similar threats just a minute ago, and look what happened." Anger at its core is a manifestation of one's own ineptitude. Do you comprehend that? "You incompetent fool?" With his biting words, Banksy severed Harris's last vestiges of pride. Harris, like a monkey with a lit tail, leapt up in a frenzy, attempting to strike Banksy, but was swiftly restrained by his teammate, Brook Lopez. Banksy's tongue was sharp. "Behold, the coward who cannot accept defeat." The head referee quickly intervened, separating the two players. Banksy returned to the bench, having scored 5 consecutive points, cornering Harris. Phil Jackson and veteran coach Tex Winter watched in astonishment. They had long feared that Banksy would be overwhelmed by Harris in their one-on-one confrontations. Now, the tables had turned. "I have improved," Banksy conveyed to Phil Jackson. "Under pressure, I always find a way to progress." Jackson regarded Banksy with newfound respect, his gaze drifting into distant memories when Michael Jordan had once uttered similar sentiments in dire situations. For a fleeting moment, their voices intertwined, creating an almost surreal illusion where he envisioned Banksy as the young Michael Jordan of yore. Could it be? A terrifying thought surged within Phil Jackson. Could this be the successor to the legacy of Jordan that they had been searching for all these years? Since Jordan's first retirement, the league had relentlessly sought a worthy heir to the basketball deity. From Anthony Hardaway in '93, Grant Hill in '94, Jerry Stackhouse in '95, Kobe Bryant in '96, Tracy McGrady in '97, Vince Carter in '98, and even Carmelo Anthony in subsequent years, none had come close to Jordan. Now, nearly 2 decades later, people had begun to accept the reality that there would never be another Jordan, relegating Kobe Bryant to the closest resemblance. Yet, upon hearing Banksy's declaration, Jackson found himself grappling with this long-buried notion. Despite Banksy's myriad differences from Jordan, even playing a different position, there was an undeniable sense of kinship. Having worked alongside Jordan for many years and clinched 6 championship titles, Jackson understood him intimately. Similarly, he had spent years with Kobe, winning 5 championships. Recognizing Kobe's striking resemblance to Jordan, albeit with an inherent difference. However, when Banksy spoke those words, coupled with his previous experiences, Jackson felt an inexplicable sensation. Banksy embodied the essence of Jordan. Kobe could conquer adversaries in adversity, while Banksy and Jordan shared the formidable ability to strike down opponents in dire straits, turning the tide against those who believed victory was assured. With a sigh of relief, Kobe Bryant, watching from the television, pondered deeply. He had expected Banksy to encounter significant setbacks in this game, only to rise triumphantly, akin to a transformative coming-of-age film. However, Banksy had defied expectations, unleashing an extraordinary power that directly overwhelmed Devin Harris. Could it be that he would ascend to greatness once more? Divinity does not require hardship. With arms crossed, Kobe focused intently on the screen. Meanwhile, fans following the game were fervently elevating Banksy to extraordinary heights, eager to witness his audacious rise against all odds. Phil Jackson refrained from altering the strategy, allowing Banksy to continue his previous approach. Conversely, the astute Johnson coldly admonished Harris, stating, "You are no match for him. In 10 one-on-ones, you would lose 7. Harris bristled with indignation, yet Johnson would not engage in debate, merely delivering his order with icy finality. "From now on, you must frequently utilize screens and consistently collaborate with your teammates. Only in this manner can you salvage your reputation." It was clear that the Lakers roster was not wholly supportive of Banksy. "Follow my instructions, or you will find yourself on the bench." Johnson's commands were never to be questioned. He had only ever spoken kindly to Nowitzki, and Harris was not of that caliber. Reluctantly, Harris accepted his fate, feeling a twinge of sorrow at the coach's disparagement. Forced to seek assistance. Why? There was no reason. He simply was not Banksy's equal. Johnson had pointed him towards the sole correct path, and he had no choice but to follow it. The whistle blew, signaling the continuation of the game. As Harris advanced the ball, Banksy approached once more. The entire New Jersey crowd hoped for Harris to triumph over Banksy in their duel. However, disappointment ensued. Harris beckoned Humphries for a screen, which he received. A collective sigh swept through the arena, as viewers at home displayed disdain. Despite his pre-game bravado, he was now resorting to seeking help, a pitiful sight indeed. More unfortunate still, although Harris managed to penetrate to the free throw line with the aid of the screen, Banksy swiftly pursued him, displaying remarkable tenacity and defensive acumen. Harris hastily took a shot, but the ball clanged off the rim. Yet, Brook Lopez seized the offensive rebound, deftly maneuvering around Gasol to score. Finally putting the Nets on the board, there was a ripple of cheers from the home crowd. Kobe furrowed his brow in irritation as he watched. He was incensed that Gasol had not focused adequately. If he had been fully engaged, Lopez would have had no opportunity to secure that rebound. This only underscored a troubling reality. Vanksy's lucrative contract had sown seeds of discord within the team. They were plagued by discontent, and this was Vanksy's true trial. Kobe felt a wave of despair wash over him. Internal and external strife. Could Jackson withstand the pressure? Meanwhile, Vanksy had reached the front court, with Harris swiftly closing in on him. In an unexpected turn of events, as Vanksy initiated his drive, newly substituted Terrence Williams rushed in to double-team him recklessly. Vanksy found himself ensnared. "Shameless," murmured Kenny Smith, empathizing with Vanksy's plight. Yet, Charles Barkley quipped, "All's fair in love and war." In that moment, Vanksy abruptly halted, pivoted, and executed a step-back maneuver, evading the two defenders and leaping into the air. His leap was not particularly high, as his jumping talent was rather ordinary. However, when he mastered the rhythm impeccably and released the ball with astonishing speed, the basketball soared into the air before the defenders could react. The trajectory was exquisitely perfect, leaving the spectators in awe. A mere 1-2 seconds later, swish. The basketball found its mark in the hoop, yet another flawless three-pointer. Selena and Taylor Swift leapt up in sheer exhilaration, as did Jenna across the court. As the two rushed towards Vanksy, despite their limited understanding of the game, they felt that the Nets had crossed the line with their underhanded tactics. Now, Vanksy had decisively triumphed over both. Their excitement surged to its peak, mirrored by the viewers at home. They admired Vanksy's audacity, unfazed by any tricks thrown his way. Vanksy lowered his shooting stance and cast a cold glance at Devin Harris, looking down at him with a disdainful air. "Is that all?" This gaze wavered Harris's fighting spirit, instilling a sense of dread that whispered, "This young man is invincible." Yet soon, the head coach Johnson's voice boomed from the sidelines. "Focus up. Your defense on that play was commendable. It was merely a stroke of luck." Johnson's words cleared Harris's mind, fueling his determination. He refused to believe that fortune would always favor Vanksy, allowing him to hit miraculous shots. Vanksy dismissed such distractions and returned to half-court. Harris, still relying on screens, penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from Gasol as he moved into the key. Gasol's condition was visibly deteriorating. Kobe Bryant, watching from the television, felt a surge of anxiety, nearly wishing to rush onto the court and confront Gasol. "Who are you playing for, exactly?" Swish, swish. Harris sank both free throws. After scoring, he didn't hesitate to taunt Vanksy. Vanksy furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of indignation. Moments earlier, he had expertly forced Harris to the left. Had Ron Artest played his part correctly, he could have contained Harris in the corner. Yet, Artest had failed to do so. It wasn't that he disliked Vanksy. Rather, he resented the idea of a rookie earning twice his salary. He thought, if you're that skilled, then you should handle it yourself. Vanksy steeled himself. He realized this match was not merely a battle against Devin Harris's provocations, but a quest for respect within the team. To earn admiration, one must demonstrate the prowess worthy of $1 million salary. Only with sufficient skill could one firmly establish their place. Vanksy took a deep breath. On the next play, he sprinted from the backcourt to the front court. Lamar Odom signaled for a screen, but Vanksy declined. He executed a flawless crossover before Harris, instantly unraveling Harris's defense. And as Terrence closed in, he accelerated fiercely in the same direction, cutting through time itself. The explosive power of peak Kemp combined with the speed of peak Iverson allowed him to slip past both defenders effortlessly. Yet, Vanksy did not pass. He continued on a straight charge into the key. Seeing Vanksy approaching like a bolt of lightning, Humphries hesitated, unsure whether to slide over for help defense. Before he could decide, Vanksy had breached the line, leaping and sending the basketball soaring into the hoop once more. Another 2 points. Vanksy had now scored 7 consecutive points, slicing through the Nets' defense like a hot knife through butter, leaving the crowd gasping in astonishment. Even the young General Johnson had to concede that this lad possessed the charisma reminiscent of Allen Iverson in his prime. However, a smirk crept across Johnson's lips. The NBA is replete with such solitary guards, but how many can truly ascend to the heights of Kobe Bryant? Even Bryant, at the pinnacle of his individual prowess, found that championships required the support of teammates. Vanksy's current isolationist approach was, in essence, a path to self-destruction. While he might bask in fleeting glory, inevitably, he would be surpassed by Harris's more measured style. In the NBA, survival is also a skill. The young general had navigated his entire career this way, ultimately becoming the Spurs' most formidable point guard. Phil Jackson, one of the greatest coaches in NBA history, could certainly discern what the younger Johnson saw. Moreover, he understood better than Johnson that Van Shee's stamina was not on par with Kobe's extraordinary resilience. As the game progressed, he might struggle to keep up. Thus, he prepared to rise and call for a timeout. However, the seasoned Wentz held him back. Wentz advised, "Jack is in a moment of emotional fervor. Do not interrupt him. I believe Jack has the wisdom to handle this situation. In my heart, he is not a foolish guard." Wentz firmly believed in Van Shee's potential. His emergence into the limelight was a testament to Wentz's discerning eye. At that time, he had taken a bold gamble, opting to bench the highly paid Steve Blake in favor of Van Shee, a decision that had paid off. Now, he wished to gamble once more. He did not want Phil Jackson to interfere. Phil Jackson heeded his counsel. Meanwhile, an ill-timed voice arose from the bench. "He is far too arrogant. Does he think he is Kobe Bryant? A solo act like that hardly embodies the essence of a point guard." The voice belonged to Steve Blake, who had deliberately spoken loudly. Although he was conversing with Shannon Brown, his words clearly reached the coaching staff's ears, seeking an opportunity for himself. Yet, Phil Jackson paid no heed to his subtle maneuvering, instead focusing his gaze on the court, hoping for another surprise from Van Shee. He truly wished for Van Shee to be the next Jordan. Chapter 36. He will become himself. Bang. Van Shee's shot, besieged by defenders, finally missed. He had the opportunity to pass, had Ron Artest been in the right position, and had Pau Gasol been more focused on the game. Yet, both of them were not attentive to the match at the moment Van Shee held the ball. Turning around, swoosh. Devin Harris scored his first field goal, slicing through the paint behind Brook Lopez's screen and scoring under Pau Gasol's defense. "You're finished. Even your teammates aren't helping you. What do you have to fight me with?" After scoring, Devin Harris turned and taunted Van Shee, his face alight with mockery and triumph. "Aren't you going to call a timeout?" Kenny Smith remarked from the broadcast booth. "That's unfair to Fan, isn't it? What is unfair about it? If Fan wants to be the hero, then he should be supported," Charles Barkley retorted, his comment lacking objectivity. Even Selena, who knew little about the game, voiced her indignation. Why? Why does that ugly guy have so many teammates to help him, while Jack is always bullied by 2 or even 3 opponents? Sitting beside her, Taylor Swift was equally irate, exclaiming, "I feel like Jack is playing 1 against 9. Most fans watching from their screens shared this sentiment. However, Van Shee did not give up. At that moment, his good friend Matt Barnes stepped up. He abandoned the original tactical positioning and charged straight to the top of the three-point arc, risking the wrath of the head coach to block the double team on Van Shee. With a swift and clean spin, Van Shee maneuvered past Devin Harris. Harris, known for his lack of defense, was no match for Van Shee, who possessed the speed of a prime Allen Iverson, the agility of peak athleticism, and the explosiveness reminiscent of Shawn Kemp, as Van Shee slipped past him as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Swish. Van Shee made a shot from beyond the arc. After scoring, he fixed a cold gaze on Devin Harris. "Is this what you call being finished?" He also cast a glance at Ron Artest and Pau Gasol. Gasol, feeling guilty, averted his eyes. Ron Artest, however, stared back at Van Shee defiantly, as if untroubled by any wrongdoing. Barnes had not followed the correct defensive route a moment ago, Coach Winter said to Phil Jackson beside him. "I noticed," Phil Jackson replied with a smile, nodding. "I am pleased to witness this unfold." Coach Winter was taken aback. Phil Jackson had always been stern about player positioning, often relegating those who misstepped to the bench or even freezing them for several games. Yet now, he was behaving unusually. Coach Winter pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "However, this still does not resolve the issues at hand." Kobe Bryant murmured to himself while watching from the screen. He had anticipated that in less than a month, Van Shee would inspire Matt Barnes to openly defy the head coach's tactical intentions to assist him. This clearly demonstrated the young man's good rapport with others. Kobe contemplated, recalling how, upon entering the league, he had struggled to connect with his teammates and had not been well-liked in the locker room. As he gradually earned recognition and became a core player, he never emerged as a locker room leader, treating both himself and his teammates with stringent discipline. His teammates respected him more than they were loyal to him, let alone forming friendships. Throughout his long career, he had made only a handful of friends. Thus, he felt a mix of emotions, moved yet astonished. In the meantime, Devin Harris assisted Brook Lopez in executing a paint attack. Van Shee attempted to coordinate with Gasol, but Gasol failed to follow the tactical line. Lamar Odom also strayed from the designated strategy. Odom, the second to disregard the pre-established play, should have circled the baseline, but instead moved to the high post. He set a screen for Fan Shi, who penetrated the paint, drawing a double team, and quickly passed the ball. Matt Barnes, cutting in from the side, caught the ball and leapt for a powerful dunk. Boom. After completing the dunk, Barnes landed and let out a triumphant roar, proudly pointing at Fan Shi. His inner voice proclaimed, "Look, this is my brother. He deserves $1 million salary." The fans watching on television felt a surge of relief. The three of them executed a play that was not outlined in their tactical manual. Steve Blake, sitting on the bench, suddenly complained. Yet Coach Winter countered, asking, "Isn't this good? Jack can adapt and create his own strategy, which speaks to his worth of millions." Steve Blake was left speechless. The game continued. The predicted isolation by basketball analysts did not materialize. Charles Barkley was left dumbfounded in the broadcast studio. The triangle formed by Fan Shi, Lamar Odom, and Matt Barnes quickly began to take shape as a formidable force. While it would be challenging to make an impact against strong teams like the Spurs, Celtics, or Heat, they were fortunate to face a struggling Nets team. This allowed them considerable room to maneuver. Fan Shi's shooting touch was on fire tonight, complemented by Odom's screens and Barnes's cuts, creating a triumvirate of offensive prowess. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 28-26, with the Lakers holding a slender 2-point lead. Benny had impressively amassed 15 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal, while Devin Harris, despite the favorable circumstances, could only muster 8 points, 2 assists, with no rebounds or steals, alongside 3 turnovers. It was evident that he had been thoroughly outperformed by Van He. Nevertheless, Kenny Smith remarked seriously just before the quarter ended that, in terms of individual prowess, Van He had undoubtedly surpassed Devin Harris. However, he now faced the dilemma of having only 2 teammates willing to support him. While it appeared that the entire world was aligned against him, favoring Harris, young General Johnson would eventually devise a strategy to counter their trio. He was a seasoned coach with prior finals experience, making this task far from insurmountable. Yet, how would Van He navigate this predicament? Kenny Smith expressed his concern, his words resonating with the anxious fans watching at home. Over 80% of the audience rallied behind Van He, seeing in him the embodiment of dreams realized and the potential for a comeback. However, the world can be merciless. Why should a modest individual earning a multi-million-dollar salary face such scrutiny? Even his teammates seemed to conspire against him, eager to see him falter. The spectators empathized, feelings of indignation swelling within them. Kobe Bryant was tense, deeply saddened by these developments. Meanwhile, Phil Jackson made only one adjustment, substituting Luke Walton for Ron Artest. Without further elaboration, he entrusted everything to Van He, presenting it as his ultimate test. Phil Jackson, a premier coach, excelled at unearthing superstar talent. No, he was adept at cultivating historical legends who dominated the league. During his tenure with the Chicago Bulls, he transformed Michael Jordan into the first guard to reign supreme in the league, while also revitalizing Dennis Rodman into the most formidable second-in-command in history, coaxing the notoriously rebellious Rodman into willingly rebounding for Jordan. In Los Angeles, he molded Shaquille O'Neal from a fledgling into a commanding force, leading the Lakers to 3 championships and earning Finals MVP honors, surpassing Hakeem Olajuwon in the process. Had O'Neal exerted a bit more effort and maintained his physique, claiming 2 additional championships would have been within his grasp, potentially positioning him as the greatest center in NBA history. Following Shaq's departure and the team's restructuring, Phil Jackson rejuvenated Kobe Bryant, evolving him from the second highest scorer in history into an even more formidable presence, leading to 3 finals appearances since 2008, securing 2 championships and 2 finals MVP awards. Now, his discerning gaze was fixed upon Van He. This match would serve as a crucible for Van He, as Jackson sought to gauge the intensity of his character and energy under pressure, discerning whether Van He would emerge as Robin by Batman's side or truly become Batman himself. Thus, he deliberately refrained from giving any instructions. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. The departure of Ron Artest notably streamlined the team's operation. Although Luke Walton, hailing from a prestigious lineage, harbored jealousy towards Van He's salary, he lacked Artest's obstinacy, opting instead to make judicious choices that would benefit the team. This was a significant boon for Van He. However, the Nets soon regained their composure. Young General Johnson, being a renowned coach of the mid-generation, possessed strong tactical acumen. He identified the key to stifling the Lakers' current strategy. 5 players defending 3.5 was hardly a daunting task. Then he continued to face double teams, while Brook Lopez brazenly intercepted Matt Barnes's movements, showing no concern for Gasol behind him. The Lakers struggled in the second quarter, yet Van He, relying on his formidable individual talent and fiery shooting, managed to score 9 points, bringing his total to 24. Nevertheless, the team trailed 42-45, down by 3 points. The Nets were gaining momentum, and Devin Harris, benefiting from his teammates' screens, added 10 points in the second quarter. The performances of both teams appeared to trend towards a death cross. As the halftime buzzer sounded, Harris, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "What do you think you have left to offer? You're done." This marked the nth time Harris had proclaimed Van He's demise during the game. Previous attempts had faltered, but this time he was filled with confidence, believing that Van He was incapable of a comeback. The Nets and Harris had seemingly seized complete control. Indeed, Kenny Smith, the staunchest supporter of Van He, could not help but feel disheartened, lamenting, "Van He has reached a dead end. As a point guard, he has exhausted all his skills, yet he lacks the support of his team, which is truly tragic. The Lakers are not united in their backing of him." He added that Van He's stamina could not sustain this solitary battle much longer. "I fear the Lakers might substitute him for a player more likely to secure victory." Fairy tales are ultimately fictitious. When one aspires to soar, there are always those who seek to hold them back. "Charles, you might win, but are you truly happy about it?" Kenny Smith earnestly inquired of Barkley. Barkley replied affirmatively, but deep down, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, believing that such a victory lacked substance, though he could not articulate this sentiment. Jack performed admirably. He exhibited resilience, refusing to beg for mercy from Gasol or his other uncooperative teammates. As Old Wint and Phil Jackson entered the locker room, they walked at the rear, discussing Van He's performance that night. Old Wint's observations prompted Phil Jackson to nod in agreement. Jackson, too, sensed it was time to conclude this trial. Thus far, as Old Wint had noted, Van He's performance had been commendable, verging on exceptional. He possessed the tenacity, grit, and perseverance required of a star player. Yet, Phil Jackson felt there remained a slight void, an ineffable quality lacking. Nonetheless, it was settled that Van He would be cultivated as a future cornerstone, destined to become Kobe Bryant's most formidable ally. As Phil Jackson stepped into the locker room, these thoughts occupied his mind. However, upon entering, his perspective shifted dramatically. For Van He, an undrafted rookie who had joined the Lakers less than a month prior, upon returning to the locker room, he chose not to remain silent amidst a majority of his teammates' disunity. Instead, before the head coach had re-entered, he boldly strode to the center of the locker room, pointing at Ron Artest and Pau Gasol. "I know what you're thinking," he surveyed the other players. "You believe I do not deserve this multi-million-dollar salary, that I should not receive what you have never attained. But what can you alter? All you can do is cling to my pant leg like stray dogs, drooling with resentment. And then what? I will still receive every penny I am entitled to. You merely wish to see me humiliated, to appear unworthy of my salary. But ask yourselves, can you achieve that? If I desired to score 40 or 50 points tonight, would it be difficult? I simply choose to save face. Not wishing to embarrass you, I have taken 30 shots and scored 50 points. I shall continue to be celebrated. And what of you? You shall be condemned for your ineptitude, reviled by the masses, and your faces shall be disfigured by your own jealousy and resentment. Henceforth, I require only teammates who are willing to battle alongside me. If you are unwilling, feel free to raise your hands now and declare that you can do without me. I shall not hinder you." With this indifferent declaration, she left the room. Standing at the doorway, Phil Jackson felt a profound respect. His entire aged frame seemed to ignite with fervor. He had finally found it, the missing piece he had long sought. He understood now that she was not merely the Robin to Batman, nor the second-in-command to Kobe. He would forge his own path. He would become a true superstar. Chapter 37. No Mercy. Rooting out the weeds. A successful team requires 5 distinct roles: the thunderous tiger, the visionary eagle, the battle-hardened wolf, the agile leopard, and the vigilant dog. Phil Jackson initially perceived Vance as the silent, yet lethal wolf, striking with deadly intent. However, Vance has now unmistakably revealed himself to be the mountain's tiger. After biding his time for 2 quarters, he unveiled his prowess, signaling to all that he could exact a toll on them. As he proclaimed, with his current rhythm, while scoring 50 points might be a stretch, achieving 40 was undoubtedly within reach. What could Devin Harris do against a rookie racking up such numbers? He remained imposing nonetheless. Conversely, should Vance declare that the Lakers players lacked teamwork and openly ostracized him, public sentiment would inevitably turn against them, a situation highly detrimental to their cause. "I want to play then," Ron Artest interjected. He has always been a reckless character, known for his lack of clarity in thought. Had he been wiser, he wouldn't have caused Reggie Miller to be disheartened during his prime championship year, leading to an untimely retirement. Who else? Vance disregarded Artest and continued to inquire among the other players. No one else stood up. Vance had seized control of the situation. At that moment, Phil Jackson entered. His demeanor calm as all eyes turned to him, awaiting his judgment, including Artest's. Artest hoped Jackson would side with him, but he was met with disappointment. Jackson merely applauded and remarked, "Excellent play in the first half. Let us maintain our efforts in the second half." He then announced the starting lineup for the second half: Derek Fisher, Vance, Matt Barnes, Lamar Odom, and Pau Gasol. The silence that followed spoke volumes. Even Artest understood that Jackson had aligned himself with Vance. Ultimately, a new generation was replacing the old. Vance had become the Lakers' future. Artest returned to the bench, unable to conceal his disappointment, yet strangely, a sense of relief washed over him. He reflected on his jealousy, realizing it was rather unfounded. However, for Phil Jackson, Artest's sentiments were inconsequential. The moment Artest stood up, his fate was sealed for a trade. To support Vance, a demonstration of authority was necessary. Although Artest had contributed to the team, his age and declining skills, coupled with his volatile temperament, rendered him a potential liability in the locker room. Following Jackson's remarks, Derek Fisher approached Vance to discuss forthcoming strategies. Fisher, serving as the locker room leader, was astute and well aware of Jackson's intentions. His approach signified camaraderie towards Vance. Underlying tensions began to shift, forming a new dynamic. After Vance turned the tide, with Jackson backing him, he reshuffled the power structure in the locker room, elevating his status to unprecedented heights. There was a burgeoning consensus that Vance would contend with Andrew Bynum for the leadership role of the Lakers' post-Kobe's retirement. At that moment, the players were too preoccupied to envy Vance's lucrative contract. Such is human nature. When one perceives another as inferior, any advantage gained incites jealousy. However, if a prospective leader earns a substantial salary, admiration follows instinctively. Different heights yield disparate attitudes. Vance's status within the Lakers had undergone a remarkable transformation. Who would have imagined that just a month prior, he was fretting over a mere 10-day contract? During halftime, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley engaged in yet another heated debate. Barkley vehemently asserted that Vance had reached a dead end, lacking support from his teammates and unable to breach the Nets' defenses. He was destined for a crushing defeat, and it was predictable that more challenges awaited him. While Devin Harris was not a superstar, numerous emerging talents still graced the NBA. "I refuse to believe that Jack has hit rock bottom. If you consider a point guard scoring 24 points in a half to be at a dead end, what does that make Devin Harris?" Kenny Smith countered passionately. "You're merely making excuses, Charles. You're afraid to kneel and proclaim Jack Vance is the god of basketball, and you dread fulfilling your promise of washing my pants for a year. I am simply discussing this matter objectively," Barkley retorted defiantly. After their argument, the players returned to the court as the second half commenced. Barkley remained steadfast in his belief, convinced that Devin Harris would emerge victorious. Harris shared this sentiment. As the camera captured his cocky demeanor, in the locker room, the young General Johnson devised several perfect double-team strategies aimed at completely neutralizing Vance. His underhanded tactics left viewers frustrated, eagerly anticipating Vance's breakout and subsequent triumph over this petty rival. The whistle blew, signaling the Nets' possession. Harris advanced with the ball, only to find Derek Fisher defending him. Surprised, he swiftly maneuvered past Fisher and drove towards the foul line, only to be confronted unexpectedly by Pau Gasol, who extended his arm defensively. Startled, Harris hastily retrieved the ball and passed to Anthony Morrow on his left. However, just as he released the pass, Vance surged forward with explosive speed and agility, intercepting the basketball. The crowd erupted in cheers, the vibrant sounds of celebrities resonating around the arena. Vance galloped down the court, unimpeded by defenders. Glancing sideways and seeing no opposition, he halted at the three-point arc, releasing the shot with unhurried grace. Swish! The ball rippled through the net, tying the score. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the arena. Jack truly embodied the indomitable spirit of the Robin. Kenny Smith couldn't help but reflect. As long as he is granted a sliver of opportunity, his dagger will pierce the heart of his opponents. The debate over who was superior between Devin Harris and Vance seemed to have reached a conclusion. Even the Nets' home crowd conceded that Harris lacked the stature to compete on the same level as Vance. Frustrated, Harris pressed on with the ball, yet again faced a double team. Matt Barnes intercepted him at the foul line, while Lamar Odom, akin to a marauder, charged in, snatching the ball from Harris's grasp before passing it to Vance. Vance, in turn, launched a swift offensive, though Terrence managed to halt his advance. In an unexpected turn of events, Gasol, who had previously refused to collaborate with Vance, stepped forward to set a solid screen. Vance, driving in quickly and drawing Lopez's defense, lofted the ball high, allowing Gasol to descend from above. Boom. The effortless V-shaped pick-and-roll culminated in a thunderous dunk. Young General Johnson's eyes flickered with despair as he realized there was no longer any doubt. When Pau Gasol extended his hand for a high-five with Vance, the Nets' carefully constructed plans crumbled into oblivion. Next, we delve into the harrowing scene of Fan Shi's merciless assault on Devin Harris. Charles Barkley, in a state of alarm during the live broadcast, exclaimed, "How did Phil Jackson persuade Pau Gasol to willingly serve Fan? He now seems to be catering to Fan just as he once did for Kobe." This statement caused Kobe Bryant, watching from the screen, to furrow his brow. Yet, he understood that Pau Gasol was a man of inner strength masked by gentleness. Even Phil Jackson's motivational efforts could hardly compel him to comply so readily. What, then, transpired during halftime? Why had Ron Artest not taken to the court? Kobe Bryant was engulfed by a multitude of questions, realizing that something significant must have occurred in the locker room. How did Jack manage this? As an insider, Kobe was perplexed. Meanwhile, the audience across America was reveling in the spectacle, their adrenaline surging, dopamine flooding their systems like a rocket launch. If they were present at the arena, they would have been as animated as Selena, Taylor, and young Jenna, cheering fervently for Fan Shi. For Fan Shi had forged a synergy with the team, commencing a brutal dismantling of the frail Devin Harris and the Nets. After Fan Shi assisted Pau Gasol in executing a thunderous dunk, they returned to mid-court, where Devin Harris stubbornly attempted to penetrate the paint. This time, Lamar Odom stood resolutely in his path. As Harris leapt to shoot, Fan Shi swiftly lunged from behind, though Fan Shi's vertical leap may not have matched Harris's. Harris was hindered by Odom's presence, leaving Fan Shi's lengthy wingspan to his advantage. With a resounding slap, Fan Shi unleashed his full might upon the basketball, akin to a volleyball spike. Bang! The ball was violently slammed onto the floor, rebounding with tremendous force. The entire arena was left in shock. Upon landing, Devin Harris appeared utterly dazed, as if ensnared in a nightmare. "You're finished." Fan Shi's icy words cut through his pride, echoing the taunts Harris had once hurled, now turned into Fan Shi's verdict upon him. Unlike Harris's earlier bravado, Fan Shi delivered a chilling proclamation of his demise, as if decreed by a divine presence. When Harris absorbed those words, a sense of helpless resignation washed over him. Even upon regaining possession of the ball, he remained in a daze. Slap. Fan Shi, in a one-on-one defense, snatched the ball from him once more and surged toward the front court. At this moment, the Continental Airlines arena was filled only with resigned sighs and the frenzied screams of a few women in the front row. Many Nets fans, unable to bear witness to the humiliation, began to exit. Yet, the viewership of the live broadcast across America continued to soar. The slaughter had commenced. The audience found joy in Fan Shi's audacity. Since Devin Harris had dared to utter such fierce words before the game, now, he must accept the most brutal of beatings. "Fan, let's go." Fan Shi charged into the front court, evading Anthony Morrow's defense, swiftly penetrating the paint. Spotting Lamar Odom rushing from behind, he launched the ball against the backboard, which ricocheted perfectly. Odom soared upward, seizing the ball and slamming it down with ferocity. Boom. The rim of the Nets once again bore the brunt of Fan Shi's wrath. Yet, this was far from over. Although the young General Johnson urgently called for a timeout in an attempt to stem Fan Shi's unstoppable momentum, upon returning, Fan Shi directly pounced on Devin Harris, intent on delivering a final blow. Devin Harris was no longer the brash figure he had been before the game, no longer exuding confidence that belied his mediocrity. Instead, he appeared somewhat timid, repeatedly passing the ball to his teammates under Fan Shi's pressure. In stark contrast, Fan Shi descended like a tiger unleashed. He initiated a one-on-one confrontation with Harris, his feints and drives leaving Harris defenseless. Crucially, his teammates stood firmly by his side, with their screens and diversions. His shooting became increasingly fluid. Swish, swish, swish. He sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. As the third quarter approached its midpoint, Vanshie's scoring had already surpassed the remarkable threshold of 40 points. The extraordinary feat continued to unfold. At this moment, the young General Johnson could no longer endure and chose to concede. Devin Harris followed suit, dejectedly returning to the bench, hoping that Vanshie would show mercy. Phil Jackson, seated on the sidelines, inquired of Vanshie they might declare garbage time a quarter and a half early. Will you hold back? No, I shall not show leniency to anyone who provokes me. I intend to play the entire game, Vanshie replied calmly. Devin Harris left me no room before the game, and I shall not grant him any now. His demeanor was not one of bravado, but rather a matter of principle. Phil Jackson felt a deep respect. He had witnessed too many who reveled in aggression, including his own player Ron Artest, who often appeared to be a troublemaker. Yet, Vanshie was genuinely ruthless. He spoke the calmest words while executing the most resolute actions. Phil Jackson finally believed that this was the second coming of Jordan. For Jordan had similarly taught those who dared to provoke him a harsh lesson, never holding back, delivering devastating blows. After all, how could there be only one Jordan in the annals of NBA history? Beep. The whistle sounded. The Nets substituted Devin Harris and Brook Lopez, while the Lakers replaced Pau Gasol. However, Vanshie remained on the court. What is Vanshie doing? Charles Barkley exclaimed anxiously from the TNT broadcast booth. Since the Lakers and Vanshie began their surge in the third quarter, he had been increasingly apprehensive, for there was no turning back. He had to confront his previous commitments, root out the problem entirely. Kenny Smith gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. The excitement was palpable. The audience across America was equally exhilarated. Chapter 38. Vanquishing the competition, setting records, conquering the arena whoosh. Before the conclusion of the third quarter, Vanshie landed his 9th three-pointer of the game, bringing his tally to an astounding 45 points. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before he shattered the rookie scoring record. Each time he scored, the arena erupted with an uncontrollable gasp, the home fans' anxiety akin to a blade sawing at their hearts. Yet, with every basket made by Vanshie, the likes of Selena, Taylor Swift, and Jenner would rise to cheer him on. They were the most resplendent highlights of the scene. It seemed unnecessary for Vanshie to force his scoring. He had already secured victory and should show mercy to Devin Harris, remarked Charles Barkley during a timeout in the third quarter. However, Kenny firmly countered. Why let him off the hook? When he provoked before the game and incited public opinion online, he certainly didn't consider sparing Jack. I stand in support of Jack breaking the rookie record tonight. In that moment, Devin Harris suddenly hurled taunts at Vanshie, rising to bellow. Do you really think I fear you? Vanshie responded not with words, but by beckoning him with a finger, insinuating that Harris should come up and confront him. Enraged, Harris rushed to seek permission from the young General, Johnson, to enter the fray. Johnson, furrowing his brow, felt a wave of disappointment. A point guard is the brain of a team, requiring astute thinking and a clear mind. Harris's repeated impulsiveness was a source of regret for him. In Johnson's estimation, the one-on-one skills of Harris and Vanshie were not vastly different. If Harris rated a 4.5, Vanshie would surely be a 5.5. Yet tonight, Vanshie was on fire, while Harris's emotions were in turmoil. To allow him on the court would only amount to self-humiliation. Johnson wished to protect Harris. However, Harris insisted. If I'm not allowed to play, I'd rather die than endure this rookie's humiliation. With no choice left, Johnson sighed, conceding, if you insist on going in, then go ahead. He had already resolved to place Harris on the trading block after this game. The Nets had no need for such a reckless point guard. In fact, prior to the game, he had hesitated over whether to package Harris with other assets to acquire Darren Williams from the Jazz. Now, the decision seemed inevitable. Unbeknownst to Harris, who had envisioned stepping over Vanshie to rise in stature, he was already being mentally discarded by his coach. Beep. Vanshie, resting on the bench, was taken aback when Harris was the first to be thrown into the game. Harris made an immediate impact with a fierce drive, crashing into the paint for a thunderous dunk. Afterward, he roared toward Vanshie. In response, Vanshie stood, and Phil Jackson, ever the supportive figure, substituted him into the game. With Vanshie on the court, the final showdown commenced. It resembled a duel between samurai, both sides disregarding their teams to engage in a fierce personal battle. Initially, the audience had begun to succumb to visual fatigue. However, they were jolted awake as Harris, with a lack of clarity, insisted on a final confrontation with Van Shee even as the game approached garbage time. The most electrifying moments in the arena stemmed from star players' one-on-one encounters, evoking a visceral thrill akin to a brutal clash. As Van Shee advanced with the ball, Harris lunged fiercely, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a defensive stance. Come on. He even slapped the floor, embodying the most menacing posture. Van Shee, undeterred by Harris's ferocity, swiftly initiated a forward assault, leveraging explosive speed and power to step into the weakest point of Harris's defense, forcing him to retreat. Unbeknownst to Harris, as he took a step back, Van Shee executed a sharper change of direction. Bam! The basketball swerved in front of Harris, who instinctively followed its trajectory. But then, bam! As Harris moved like a marionette, Van Shee's left hand struck the basketball with tremendous force. The speed was terrifying. If Tim Hardaway, famed for his crossover from the 90s, had been present, he would have shouted his signature move, the double crossover. However, Van Shee's actions transcended mere mimicry. After two rapid changes of direction, he abruptly halted, preparing to shoot. At this moment, Harris's balance faltered, yet he still lunged forward. However, Van Shee was not shooting. He merely executed a feint, raising his shoulder. It was so convincing. By God! Kenny Smith exclaimed on air, referring to this street ball move. The viewers at home felt as though they were savoring ice cream, utterly delighted, as Van Shee bent and shifted past Harris while he leapt. As Van Shee penetrated the paint for a layup, Harris merely stumbled to regain his balance, only to witness Van Shee's successful attempt. What a resounding victory! Van Shee toyed with Devin Harris, rendering him utterly impotent. What a delightful reprieve! Kobe Bryant, watching from the screen, pumped his fist in triumph. Many viewers shared in the exhilaration, while the home crowd could hardly bear to watch. Harris had been thoroughly humiliated. Meanwhile, the game pressed on. A frantic Harris seized the ball, intent on retaliating with fierce determination. He attempted his own version of a crossover, showcasing impressive rhythm, agility, and coordination that surpassed Van Shee's. Yet, in his eagerness for revenge, he acted too hastily. Lacking a new strategy after his change of direction, he tried to bypass Van Shee with a back pivot. Unaware that Van Shee had already anticipated his move, closing in on him. Forced to accelerate, Harris launched a desperate shot with a strained jump shot. Bam! It clanged off the rim. Van Shee secured the rebound. With the ball in hand, Van Shee surged forward like a bolt of lightning, yet Harris kept pace, maintaining a mere meter's distance. As Van Shee crossed the half-court line, he suddenly executed a left-handed acceleration. Harris quickly shifted to defend. Little did he know. As he adjusted, Van Shee, in a burst of speed, pulled back with a sharp motion. He just outsmarted him. Kenny Smith leapt in excitement during the broadcast. Viewers witnessed Harris being flung aside as if caught in a washing machine spin cycle. In the blink of an eye, Van Shee reached the arc of the three-point line. He leapt, halted, and released. Swish! Van Shee netted his 10th three-pointer of the night. His shooting touch was impeccable. Every attempt felt effortless. The Lakers bench erupted in astonishment, while the Nets' home crowd lamented. 50 points. Kenny Smith bellowed into the microphone, his voice resonating with fervor. All across America, viewers tuned into the channel felt the surge of his passion. The audience erupted in jubilation. Charles Barkley was left speechless, unable to conjure any excuses. Just as Van Shee had executed, he obliterated all justifications. At the outset, one might argue that he lacked unity with his teammates. However, as the game progressed, Pau Gasol willingly provided him with screens. You could claim that he merely padded his stats during garbage time. Yet later, Devin Harris returned to challenge him one-on-one. Van Shee decisively overpowered this so-called Nets leader, treating him like an insignificant obstacle. The camera panned to Van Shee, arms raised triumphantly, displaying an expression of sheer delight, while Devin Harris contorted his face in a grotesque manner, resembling a menacing demon. He had not yet surrendered. He was determined to take on Van Shee again. Van Shee allowed him to advance, as Harris charged towards the paint, attempting to breach Van Shee's defense. Indeed, he succeeded momentarily, evading Van Shee with a jump step. But as he neared the basket, he could only manage a reverse layup. Thud! The ball ricocheted off the rim. It was a miss. Even divine favor had abandoned him. 3 consecutive failed attempts. Van Shee secured the rebound, marking his 9th of the night, boasting a stat line of 50 points, 12 assists, and 9 rebounds. When Earl Johnson announced his statistics on television, Viewers across America were left astounded. Initially, the expectation was merely for Van He to defeat the arrogant Devin Harris. Yet he had delivered an astonishing performance beyond anyone's imagination. This evening, Van He had vanquished not only Devin Harris, but also the self-assured aspirants lurking behind him. From now on, anyone wishing to trample on Van He must first measure their own worth. Van He's display of prowess was exceedingly fierce. Phil Jackson, seated on the bench, beamed like a child in his 70s, reveling in the third peak of his career. Meanwhile, Van He's performance was far from over. Despite Harris's commendable defense, no one could hinder a sharpshooter entering a transcendent state. Van He soared and released a shot, his body completely off balance in midair. And yet, swish. The three-pointer found its mark. It was a celestial shot. Young General Johnson, watching from the sidelines, was left agape. In his days with the Mavericks, when Nowitzki was on a scoring spree, it felt the same. Every shot he took seemed destined to succeed. He urged for Harris's substitution. However, Harris was blinded by determination, ignoring all caution. Alas, young General Johnson sighed. It was destined to be the night of that young man's rise to fame. Devin Harris finally scored in this possession, penetrating the paint to draw a foul from Van He and subsequently stepping to the free throw line. Swish. He made the first shot. Bang. The second shot, however, clanked off the rim, bouncing high. Van He timed his jump perfectly, securing the rebound. Unremarkable at first glance. Yet, inside the broadcast studio, Kenny Smith erupted in excitement. A triple-double. A super triple-double. An unprecedented 50-point triple-double. Even Jordan had never accomplished such a feat, but Jack did. Jack is divine. Jack was extraordinary tonight. Kenny Smith's fervent shouts filled the studio with energy, resonating across millions of households in America. Van He's value was destined to skyrocket after this game. Shortly thereafter, he stormed into the paint, drawing another foul from Devin Harris while finishing the layup. 55 points. As he approached the free throw line, he was tied with Brandon Jennings for the rookie season scoring record set in 2009. If he made this free throw, he would become the first player in NBA history to score 56 points in a rookie season, and the first ever to achieve a 50-point triple-double in a rookie season. Swish. No suspense here. Van He's free throw was as reliable as ever. I thought I was selecting an assistant, but it turns out I've chosen a successor. Kobe Bryant, watching from home, was overjoyed. He was ecstatic. Van He's performance transcended his wildest expectations. He had anticipated challenges for Van He in this game, and had even prepared words of consolation. However, upon hitting a wall, Van He shattered through it. He stepped over the detritus of Devin Harris, ensuring that Harris would regret it for a lifetime. Harris continued to charge, resembling a headless fly, finally completing a layup in the paint. Yet, turning around, Van He executed a 4-point play over him. Van He, still beyond the arc, launched another shot. This time, Harris crashed into him, attempting to bulldoze him to the floor, but Van He deftly sidestepped. Harris fell clumsily and comically, landing on his left arm, emitting a cry of pain. Yet, the scream could not impede the successful three-pointer. Plus Van He earned an additional free throw. As Van He approached the line, the Nets medical staff escorted Devin Harris off the court, leaving in a sorrowful manner. He did not witness Van He score his 60th point. Van He elevated the scoring record at the Continental Airlines Arena to 60 points. This record now belonged to him. Beep. Young General Johnson called for a timeout, surrendering once again. Seeing Devin Harris injured and departed, Van He chose not to press further. After all, debts are settled with death. He rushed to the scorer's table. Despite the game not yet concluding, his pent-up fury needing release, he bellowed at the fans who had previously booed him. Now? Who has been obliterated by whom? Van He roared, proclaiming, "Reacquaint yourselves, I am Van He. I am not merely worth millions. I am worth billions." Van He was overwhelmed with emotion. His piercing gaze commanded respect. None dared to meet his eyes. All were failures. The Continental Airlines Arena, filled with thousands, fell silent, none daring to retort. Van He had conquered this arena. His performance had rendered Devin Harris a mere jester. In the midst of his surging emotions, his feelings reached an exhilarating peak. His brainwaves surged forth, rapidly colliding with the aura of greatness. Buzz. The energy aura activated once more. This time, Van He glimpsed the shadow of Michael Jordan. Chapter 39. The Perfect Jordan Buzz. The dazzling imagery of Michael Jordan's ethereal grace flashed within his mind. He is, without question, the most formidable perimeter player in the history of the NBA. Even now, Kobe Bryant, often hailed as the foremost perimeter player, is frequently regarded as merely a shadow of Jordan, the individual closest to him in the world. Yet, closest is all it amounts to. After all, Jordan dominated an entire era. The only star from his time to capture a championship was Hakeem Olajuwon, who only managed to do so during Jordan's 2-year hiatus from the game. Others, like Charles Barkley, who now sits in the TNT studio lamenting his fate, were perpetually overshadowed by Jordan and left without a championship ring. After witnessing Jordan's elegant fadeaway jumper, Fanshi absorbed a wealth of complex information regarding the god of basketball's post-up game and fadeaway shot. Despite the enormity of this knowledge, it flooded into Fanshi's consciousness, forming a terrifying muscle memory as if it had been flawlessly copied from Jordan himself. Just as Fanshi had made miraculous contributions in his debut match after acquiring Reggie Miller's three-point prowess, he felt a surge of uncontainable joy. I now possess the speed and agility of peak Allen Iverson, combined with the explosive power of peak Shawn Kemp. Alongside Reggie Miller's three-point shooting and Michael Jordan's post-up techniques and fadeaway jumper, am I on the verge of touching the realm of stardom? Fanshi mused. However, he quickly recognized through experience that he was not yet there. The insights gleaned from Jordan made it abundantly clear that due to his current physical attributes, he could not fully utilize Jordan's post-up techniques, particularly the fadeaway shot. Given his present leaping ability and coordination, achieving even a fraction of Jordan's prowess would be a remarkable feat. After all, Jordan's triumphant three-peat was built upon this mastery of skill. Today, Kobe Bryant stands alone atop the hierarchy of shooting guards, relying heavily on post-up techniques he borrowed from Jordan. Kobe's post-up capability likely mirrors approximately 85 to 90 of peak Jordan skills. Yet, Fanshi is different, as long as his physical condition keeps pace. He could unleash the full might of Jordan's abilities and perhaps even surpass him. With a triumphant leap from the scorer's table, Fanshi strode towards the bench. This audacious act prompted the referee to issue him a technical foul, since the league forbids players from showing off on the scorer's table before the game concludes. Fanshi, however, remained unfazed. The call held little consequence as it was too late to impact the outcome of the game. Upon returning to the bench, Fanshi distinctly sensed a shift in the way his teammates regarded him. No longer were their gazes filled with envy and resentment. Instead, they brimmed with recognition, even tinged with reverence. The essence of humanity is universally shared. When one leads by a mere fraction, others may undermine, ridicule, and express jealousy. Yet, when one soars far ahead, leaving others in the dust, that envy dissipates, replaced by admiration. Having just recorded an astounding 60-point triple-double in only his fourth professional game, Fanshi had set a new rookie scoring record, etching his name into the annals of history at the Continental Airlines Arena. Anyone with a modicum of basketball knowledge understood that Fanshi had become an unstoppable force. He might even disrupt the Rookie of the Year race between John Wall and Blake Griffin, Kenny Smith remarked with utmost seriousness. However, Charles Barkley hesitated before offering a measured response. You are right. Tonight's game will stand as a highlight of the entire NBA season. Fanshi has reached heights unattainable by 10-time All-Star John Wall or the red-shirted Blake Griffin. His performance substantiates his multi-million-dollar salary. Yet, I must add, Jack faced little in the way of formidable defense tonight. His shots came easily. Against a different opponent, he would not have scored 60 points. His talent has yet to reach the elite scorer's level. He is not even a top-tier scorer. One might say he merely exploded in the most opportune moment. Akin to Brandon Jennings last season, who scored 55 points in one game, but has failed to replicate that success since. This is something Jack should heed. Charles Barkley spoke earnestly, having conceded his stance. Kenny Smith, for once, refrained from countering him. Meanwhile, veteran commentator Old Wint engaged Fanshi in casual conversation. Jack, you are the most remarkable rookie I have ever encountered. Not solely due to your record-breaking performance tonight, but because you consistently rise to the challenge, ensuring that those who dare to offend you face dire consequences. Fanshi smiled, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps it is divine favor. No, you are truly the chosen one. I sense you possess the potential to become an NBA superstar. Oldwent paused. No, a megastar. You are distinct from Jennings last year. He had a sudden outburst. An extraordinary night. You, on the other hand, have come prepared. Fanshi bore a confident smile. At this moment, he had no intention of modesty. He understood his limits. He anticipated that many would inevitably compare him to Jennings, who broke the rookie scoring record last year only to fade into mediocrity this season. However, you need not place too much weight on tonight's achievement. The Nets' defense was woeful, and your shooting touch was exceptional. It is challenging to secure such opportunities in every game. Nor is it feasible to hit 13 three-pointers and shatter world records every night, Old Wint said gently. Fanchi nodded. I understand. Thus, I eagerly await the next challenge. Only stronger opponents and bolder provocations can unlock a more powerful version of myself, Fanchi declared earnestly. This statement captured Phil Jackson's attention, evoking memories of the legendary Michael Jordan, who too relished challenges. Jordan's mid-career retirement stemmed from a perceived lack of challenges in the NBA. Now, as Fanchi echoed similar sentiments, it was impossible for Jackson not to reminisce about his former protege, the deity of basketball. Could Fanchi truly become the next ruler? Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him, being a Chinese guard, an undrafted player, and one who had never dunked, Phil Jackson felt a flicker of conviction stirring within. The game soon concluded. For the Nets, it was a hasty and disappointing outcome, as their fans had largely departed before the final whistle. They arrived with high hopes only to leave disheartened. Jack, come here. We have an event for you to participate in. As Fanchi prepared to enter the players' tunnel, a TNT sideline reporter called him over, guiding him to a monitor displaying the broadcast from the TNT studio. Jack, Charles has vowed to fulfill his promise in front of a national audience, the reporter said, placing headphones on Fanchi. Then, viewers across the nation witnessed the first face-to-face dialogue between Fanchi and Charles Barkley. Barkley had previously claimed that Fanchi would never obtain a formal contract, and if he did, he would kneel before the American audience and proclaim, Jack Fan is the god of basketball. However, at present, Fanchi has not only secured a contract, but has also attained an unprecedented annual salary in the millions. Moreover, this evening, despite Charles Barkley's unwavering assertion that Fanchi could not surpass Devin Harris, he not only overwhelmed Harris but also shattered the NBA's all-time rookie scoring record and achieved an extraordinary triple-double. Jack, I must confess, I previously underestimated you. Much like I did your compatriot Yao Ming back in the day. I have consistently erred in this regard, yet I am a man of my word, Barkley candidly remarked. Upon hearing this, Fanchi smiled and replied, Well, Charles, if you truly intend to honor your word, you may now fulfill your punishment. However, I am still young, and I do not relish the idea of others kneeling before me. If you have watched martial arts films, you may clasp your fists, like this, to express your respect, and then recite those lines. Fanchi gestured towards Barkley, enhancing the show's entertainment value. Barkley, undeterred, promptly clasped his fists and bowed, exclaiming thrice, Jack Fan is the god of basketball. Jack Fan is the god of basketball. Jack Fan is the god of basketball. Ah ha ha ha. Kenny Smith beside them burst into laughter. In fact, viewers at home found themselves in stitches. The rotund Barkley, it turned out, was sporting a suit jacket above, while sporting a pair of green sweatpants hidden beneath the anchor desk. Goodness, this hefty man's sense of style is truly abominable. Jack, I hope you genuinely become the next god of basketball. But you must understand that the previous god of basketball was Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan vanquished all the superstars of his era, a feat even Kobe Bryant did not achieve, nor did Shaquille O'Neal. After clasping his fists, Barkley added earnestly, I will keep a close eye on you. If one day you accomplish this remarkable feat, I will prostrate myself on the ground, as you Chinese say, to express my respect. Listening to Barkley's sincere words, Fanchi chuckled. Then you should start exercising and losing weight now. I worry that when you prostrate yourself, your body might roll away. Ah ha ha ha. Kenny laughed again, surprised by Fanchi's humorous side. The audience at home felt the same. After Barkley fulfilled his promise, Earl Johnson professionally interviewed Fanchi. Jack, you broke the rookie scoring record and achieved an unprecedented triple-double. How do you feel? It felt seamless, Fanchi replied. I encountered little defense, perhaps because Devin Harris underestimated me before the game, thinking I was an easy target. So what do you think of Devin Harris? Earl Johnson inquired. Fanchi, unreserved and assertive, responded, He is decent, a fast elite player. However, to compare him with me is disrespectful. Earl Johnson appeared momentarily taken aback. At this point, Kenny Smith asked Fanchi, Jack, I am a fan of yours. I have an important question. Why did you leave the game after scoring 60 points? With your scorching hot hand tonight, you had a genuine chance of reaching 70 points, perhaps even breaking Kobe Bryant's active record of 81 points. Moreover, you also had a triple-double. Fan Shi maintained a gentle smile as he replied, "We Chinese value humility. This is only my fourth game. I must leave room for future improvement. Besides, Kobe is my big brother, haha." Fan Shi remained witty when discussing other matters. However, if anyone touched his sore spot, he would instantly exude an aura of fierce determination. The television interview concluded swiftly. As Fan Shi made his way to the locker room, Taylor Swift caught up with him. She said, "Hey Jack, do you have time for dinner later?" "Oh, I mean supper." Fan Shi pondered for a moment and replied, "Tonight. We will be flying to another city to prepare for the next game. If there is an opportunity in the future, I'll treat you. Thank you for cheering for me tonight. It was one of my sources of motivation." Fan Shi's tender words resonated in Taylor's ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Utterly captivating. Taylor felt her heart racing. This basketball hero truly stands apart. When will the next opportunity arise? Taylor couldn't help but feel excited. Meanwhile, her good friend Selena was being interviewed by the media. The reporters asked her why she attended the game and cheered for Jack, inquiring if they knew each other. The Disney princess, North America's sweetheart, and a beloved idol among teenagers boldly declared, "Because I like Jack. I am not only a fan of Jack. I want to date him. He fulfills all my fantasies about men, so I must pursue him." In truth, Devin Harris's provocation towards Jack before the game stemmed from his jealousy after expressing his affections at a party, while my attention remained solely on Jack. He was envious and sought to undermine my idol. But now, as you can see, I, Selena, have an astute eye for men. Selena stated confidently. As one of the most dazzling new stars in North American entertainment, her words are bound to create a sensational stir. After all, every move of an idol is scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Moreover, she is now openly pursuing a basketball player. The air is thick with gossip. Chapter 40. Making a name and sneaker sponsorship. Following the conclusion of this match, Fan Shi's reputation exploded across North America, scoring an astounding 60 points in a single game. He shattered the rookie scoring record. This was the first sensation. An unprecedented super triple-double of 60 points marked the second sensation. Prior to the game, Devin Harris had aggressively claimed that Fan Shi did not deserve a multi-million-dollar salary, only to be decisively outmatched by Fan Shi on the court. This constituted the third sensation. Charles Barkley, who had previously belittled Fan Shi, publicly hailed him as the god of basketball in front of viewers nationwide. This was the fourth sensation. Additionally, endorsements from figures such as Kenny Smith further magnified the fervor. In summary, from that evening until the next day, the most dazzling figure in nearly all basketball media was none other than Fan Shi. This fervent excitement transcended into the entertainment sphere as well. The Disney princess publicly expressed her affection for Fan Shi. Although the American entertainment industry does not impose as stringent controls on young idols' romantic relationships as seen in Asia, this still ignited a fervent public response. Of course, her management team later clarified that it was Jack's extraordinary performance that captivated Selena, who now ardently supports him. In fact, aside from Selena's public affection, Kendall Jenner, the most beautiful and beloved member of the Kardashian family, also expressed her jealousy, stating, "Jack and I have always shared a close bond. He is the reason I fell in love with basketball." Young Jenner exuded a vibe akin to that of a primary partner. Timing-wise, the public had indeed hastily assumed that she and Fan Shi were a couple. However, the Disney princess's assertiveness was overwhelming. One wondered if Jack could withstand her relentless advances. In a fleeting moment, numerous media outlets began scrutinizing this triangular relationship, eagerly anticipating any developments to break sensational news. For celebrities, being in the media spotlight is a boon. The direst fate is to be overlooked. Advertisers favor players with high visibility and engaging narratives. Kobe Bryant and LeBron James exemplify this. Presently, Fan Shi is rising like a comet, capturing the attention of major brands. To them, Fan Shi is irresistibly charming. A Chinese guard inherently possesses immense appeal within the Asian market, which has increasingly become the most dynamic region in the global economy. With consumer purchasing power multiplying, no international brand wishes to overlook this market. Concurrently, Fan Shi's skills remain exceptional. He has secured an unparalleled contract, set unprecedented records, and vanquished those who dared to challenge him in a fierce manner. Most importantly, he possesses striking good looks and has garnered immense popularity among North American audiences. In less than 3 days, American fans cast 650,000 All-Star votes for Fan Shi. Given the current trend, he is poised to surpass the NBA's official threshold. And once he exceeds 1 million votes, he will become the starting point guard for the Western Conference All-Star game. Transitioning from an undrafted player to an all-star starting point guard is a legend in its own right, far removed from the narrative of Yao Ming, whose ascension was hastened by Asian fans. Thus, it is no surprise that the Lakers' public relations manager voiced his concerns to Van Shee on the plane. "Jack, you should consider selecting an agent. I truly do not know how to manage the avalanche of commercial offers pouring in." Just 10 minutes prior, Nike had expressed a willingness to sign him for 5 years at $30 million, promising to launch a signature shoe for him, the PR manager relayed. The Lakers players in the front row gasped in astonishment. A signature shoe is a hallmark of superstardom. While the NBA may host 20 or 30 superstars, only a handful possess their own signature shoes. The sneaker sponsorship market resembles an inverted pyramid. The vast majority of NBA players lack sneaker sponsorship altogether, receiving only some vouchers for purchasing footwear. Only all-star level or elite players typically receive sponsorships, which usually amount to modest figures, hundreds of thousands or $1 million annually. They do not possess their exclusive signature shoes and must wear those of other stars or team shoes. The next tier is reached when one becomes a superstar or a highly influential player, earning their own signature shoe. For instance, Paul George worked his way up from a signed player to owning his signature line. However, signature shoes vary in prestige. Sponsors have flagship products that differ significantly in pricing. Nike's flagship product is the LeBron James series, the most expensive. This is partially due to James's substantial endorsement deals. He signed an $80 million shoe sponsorship before even entering the league, evolving into a higher-tier, shared revenue model. Kobe's situation is similar, although he earns slightly less than James, with his shoe prices being marginally lower in the North American market. The reasons are complex, one being that Kobe was previously an Adidas athlete, which significantly impacts the transition between brands. Vince Carter's experience exemplifies this. After switching between 3 sneaker sponsors, his once high endorsement fees diminished, reducing him to a state of being unendorsed. Moreover, another prominent Nike athlete, Kevin Durant, commands endorsement fees exceeding $10 million. Initially, his shoes were priced modestly, but as he approached elite status, the positioning of his shoes rose, ranking just behind those of James and Kobe at Nike. Overall, the sneaker endorsement realm is an exceptionally skewed inverted pyramid. The pinnacle is occupied by the god of basketball, Michael Jordan, who possesses an independent brand and equity. Even years post-retirement, he continues to reap tens of millions, if not over $100 million, in dividends from the Air Jordan brand, a height unattainable by later entrants. Nike's offer to Van Shee positions him at the third tier of this inverted pyramid. The first tier is occupied by Jordan, the second by James, Kobe, Durant, and Adidas's Derrick Rose. Van Shee's 5-year, $30 million contract places him at this third tier. For instance, fellow point guards Chris Paul, Carmelo Anthony, and Russell Westbrook, all considered superstars in the league, earn endorsement fees below $6 million from the Jordan brand. This explains the astonishment among the Lakers players on the plane. They feel that Van Shee has truly leaped to great heights. Once he secures a signature shoe, the resources of major brands will be expended to elevate his profile and provide him with the finest training resources. Collaborating with Nike, the world's largest sneaker brand, solidifies the power of transcending social strata. How could they not envy him? Yet, Van Shee maintained a calm smile. He perceived the figure as less alluring, especially considering a domestic sneaker brand had offered a staggering $1 billion, albeit with significant pitfalls and far lesser influence compared to Nike. Ever since the intense fluctuations he experienced, his perspective on substantial sums of money has become remarkably serene. No figure could now unsettle him. "Jack, I can hardly believe this journey has transpired in just a month. You have transformed from an undrafted player into a star athlete. No wonder so many fans across America are fervently supporting you. They regard you as a representation of the American dream, a paragon of overnight success." Lamar Odom remarked with heartfelt admiration. Van Shee reflected, indeed. However, a smile graced his lips. He was acutely aware that his moment of glory was still far from realization. Yet, "Jack, the adulation you currently receive is astonishing, and the challenges that await you will be equally terrifying. The more prestige and fame you accumulate, the more others will seek to cast you as their imagined adversary, eager to bring you down from your lofty heights and assume the mantle of the nation's darling." Matt Barnes remarked to Van Shee, his words stemming from good intentions. "Yes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls." Steve Blake, seated ahead, chimed in with a tone laced with envy. wishing nothing but a catastrophic downfall for Fan Shi. Fan Shi dismissed such sour grapes. Disinterested in the lamentations of those harboring a victim's mentality, they were not worth a second glance. The plane soared steadily towards Florida, where the Lakers would face off against the Magic in Orlando before heading to Miami, the ultimate destination of this road trip, capturing the attention of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. Kobe Bryant was set to fly from Los Angeles to join the team, having taken 2 weeks to recuperate from his injuries. He would make his appearance in this monumental clash. Ever since LeBron James made his audacious choice last summer to join forces with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh at the pinnacle of his career, he had become a disruptor of the league's hierarchy. Prior to this, he had been heralded as the impending ruler of the league, adorned with the title of NBA's successor. In America, he was dubbed the Little King, while in China, he was affectionately referred to as the Little Emperor. Everyone anticipated that within 2 years, he would surpass Kobe to become the premier superstar. However, no one could have foreseen his departure from his hometown, opting for the most arduous route, teaming up with 2 other superstars. Consequently, his reputation began to undergo subtle shifts. Some voices in the media labeled him as the NBA's villain, or rather, the arch-nemesis. The lofty expectations placed upon him, as the next Jordan, had led to this backlash. Upon his return to Cleveland, he was met with a chorus of boos, with hurt hometown fans flooding the streets to tear down his billboards and burn his jerseys. Many Clevelanders wished for him to never claim a championship, hoping that their previously loathed Kobe Bryant would deliver a crushing defeat to James. Yet, given the formidable momentum of the Heat, such a possibility appeared increasingly remote. Kobe was aging day by day. In fact, during the previous season, when he triumphed over the Orlando Magic to clinch the championship, he exhibited signs of weariness, no longer commanding the game with the same finesse as before. But what about Jack? Voices regarding Fan Shi were gradually emerging among the fanbase, though they remained far from mainstream. After all, no matter how mythical Fan Shi became, even if he were to surpass Devin Harris, fans would still struggle to regard him as being on par with Kobe or James. At this moment, Fan Shi's focus was solely on the Orlando Magic. The Magic, last year's Eastern Conference champions, rallied closely around their 2004 NBA draft pick, the formidable Dwight Howard. Howard, the premier center in the league, possessed terrifying athleticism and unparalleled defensive prowess. Coach Stan Van Gundy had constructed a sensational semi-circle strategy around him, propelling the Magic into the ranks of Eastern powerhouses, even overcoming the trio of superstars from the Celtics and the Cavaliers last season. He was also perceived as the man who had driven LeBron James to despair, prompting his decision to band together with others. However, this season, the Magic had experienced some internal changes, not only in personnel. Their core small forward, the Turkish Hito Trko Lu, had departed, leading to a rift between Howard and Coach Van Gundy. Howard no longer endorsed Van Gundy's semi-circle strategy, viewing it as relegating him to a laborer's role within the paint, while 4 shooters outside took aim for 3-pointers. He yearned for more ball control, aspiring for a tactical stature akin to that of the legendary centers of the 90s, or at least to that of Yao Ming. Yet, Van Gundy firmly believed that times had shifted. It was now the era of perimeter play, with even Tim Duncan shedding weight to move beyond the paint. Why cling to an outdated style of play that relied on inefficient post-ups? Most crucially, some of Van Gundy's comments struck a nerve with Howard. He stated that Howard lacked isolation skills, and that his robust physique lacked the nuanced developments displayed by the legendary centers of the past and the subsequent Yao Ming. Stubborn by nature, Howard was determined to prove himself. Consequently, the Magic, plagued by discord between coach and players, had already slipped to 5th place in the Eastern Conference this season. Fan Shi was unconcerned with the internal strife of the Magic. He merely noted in his notebook that the Magic's core guard, Jameer Nelson, had issued a challenge against him. Nelson, who entered the league alongside Howard, was an explosive player known as a little dynamo. Unlike Devin Harris, he had never taken on a leadership role, always serving in Howard's shadow. Yet he had been selected for the All-Star game. To be chosen for the All-Star game attested to his superior skill compared to Harris. From his interview demeanor, it was evident that he bore a sense of indignation. "My child and I are fans of Selena, and I refuse to acknowledge Jack as a great star. His 60-point game was merely a result of the Nets' abysmal defense and Harris's cluelessness in guarding him. Players like Jack are rendered immobile when you check their lower body. Just watch, Selena, as I pop his star bubble." Nelson, akin to a sycophant, fawned over Selena. However, to Selena, Nelson was merely an inconsequential player seeking to impede her budding romance with Jack. Chapter 41. The Miami Triad. After a back-to-back series in New York, the team arrived at the warm embrace of Orlando, Florida, where they were granted a brief respite of one day. A rare opportunity for respite amid the rigors of a lengthy season. Lamar Odom remarked that Orlando boasted the largest Disney theme park in the world, a mention that sent a wave of discomfort through Van He, who found the mere mention of Disney to be a source of headache. Selena's pursuit of him had evidently exceeded his wildest expectations. He had initially presumed it to be a fleeting dalliance, an act of self-sacrifice that yielded no gratitude, not to mention the unnecessary waste of a presidential suite. Now, however, it seemed that she had developed an insatiable appetite, wanting to share a deeper connection with him. While Selena was undeniably alluring, Van He often reminisced about their encounters. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was unbecoming of a man to be so passive. Even that fateful night had been dominated by Selena's advances. Ultimately, he opted to remain in the hotel, where he indulged in television programming that revealed his skyrocketing fame. He was now a frequent feature on Orlando's news channels, with extensive coverage detailing his record-breaking 60-point performance against New Jersey, which had also seen the downfall of Devin Harris. Various commentary segments analyzed the reasons behind his unprecedented scoring and triple-double achievements. Van He found amusement in the commentary, which attributed his success to the Nets' lax defense, Harris's overconfidence, and even the presence of female celebrities cheering him on, suggesting a female buff. In a particularly humorous twist, he caught an interview with Devin Harris, who lay in a hospital bed, arm in a cast, exuding indignation as he lamented, "That wretched fellow concealed his true capabilities. Our pre-game analysis was misguided. We underestimated his agility. He is far more cunning than anticipated. To defeat him, one must prepare thoroughly, always envisioning him as 20 stronger than what the tapes reveal. I shall return." However, given his current predicament, it seemed unlikely that he would make a comeback. Meanwhile, Deron Williams' discord with Coach Sloan had become public knowledge. The point guard, who had entered the NBA in 2005 and blossomed under Sloan's stringent guidance, had grown dissatisfied with the rigid tactics that once propelled him to stardom. He yearned for the vibrancy of a larger city, having requested a trade from the Jazz, with the Nets being the most eager suitors. Following the acquisition of the team by a financial oligarch, the Nets were flush with resources and poised for relocation to Brooklyn. In the eyes of the public, the beleaguered Devin Harris seemed the most fitting trade bait. Van He believed he could evade Selena by skipping the world's largest Disney park, yet to his surprise, she tracked him down to Florida, once again positioning herself conspicuously at the sidelines to cheer him on. This sparked rampant speculation among the media. Was Selena truly intent on embarking on a passionate romance with this rising rookie? The Magic's point guard, Nelson, was infuriated, his jealousy flaring upon spotting Selena clad in Van He's number 10 jersey. During pregame, when he attempted to flirt with her, she had recognized him and retorted, "Are you the one trying to stop me from dating Jack? You must be out of your mind." Such a rebuff left Nelson heartbroken, igniting a fierce determination to confront Van He on the court, learning from Harris's missteps. He resolved to avoid a speed contest and refrain from challenging Van He's three-point prowess. Instead, he aimed to leverage his bulk to overpower Van He in the post. Had this been before their match against the Nets, his strategy might have borne fruit. However, he was now up against a player who had mastered Michael Jordan's entire arsenal of post moves and fadeaway jump shots. Although Van He could not fully utilize both techniques, one need only witness the grace of the greatest post player in history to understand the disparity. Nelson's post moves paled in comparison to Jordan's, appearing clumsy and amateurish to Van He, who viewed them as if in slow motion. Nelson's attempts to exploit his physical superiority went unheeded, as Van He possessed both height and wingspan advantages, leading to 3 consecutive failed attempts by Nelson. Initially, the Lakers had no expectations of victory in this match, missing both Bynum and Kobe. Van He, despite his record-breaking performance in the last game, was still merely a rookie, and Pau Gasol historically struggled against the formidable Dwight Howard. Yet, who could have predicted that the Magic's collective intellect would falter? After Nelson's initial 3 offensive failures, Van He spearheaded a counterattack, sinking a three-pointer, assisting Barnes for another, and setting up Gasol for a successful layup. Subsequently, Howard, failing to fulfill his role as a blue-collar worker, sought to showcase his offensive skills, recklessly challenging Gasol with brute force. Although Gasol was knocked off balance, Howard's shooting percentage plummeted, and Van even managed to steal the ball from him twice. The Magic's dismal performance incited Stan Van Gundy's ire, leading him to vocally chastise the officials. Eventually, the referees could no longer tolerate his outbursts and ejected him from the game. In an adage from China, harmony at home brings prosperity in all endeavors. With internal strife brewing within the Magic, the Lakers found newfound opportunities. Despite the efforts of veteran Vince Carter to mend the fractures on the court, the former slam dunk champion was undeniably past his prime. Once a dazzling athlete, Carter now relied on positioning and three-point shooting to survive. He was the sole player among Jordan's successors to have triumphed in dunking over the legend, but remained technically far behind. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, the Lakers held a commanding 15-point lead. At this juncture, Howard, typically known for his exuberance, chose to retreat to the bench, seemingly resigned. It appeared that either he or Stan Van Gundy would have to go. This trend of unrest seemed to be becoming a norm within the league. Following LeBron James's summer of 2010, which had elevated the privileges of star players to unprecedented heights, leading to confrontations between Darren Williams, Howard, and their coaches. John Stockton, the former point guard for the Jazz, once remarked that such defiance would have been unthinkable in the 90s, where even the most prominent stars adhered strictly to their coaches' strategies. Now, however, elite players enjoyed compensation and fame tenfold greater than that of the 90s, inevitably shifting the power dynamics within locker rooms. Whether this transformation is deemed positive or negative remains debatable. It can only be said that existence itself justifies its presence. In the final moments, Van exhibited his prowess, deftly employing the back-to-the-basket techniques he had learned from Jordan to elude the ever-persistent Nelson. With a graceful fadeaway, he released the ball. Swish. In that instant, Nelson was utterly astounded. He had once believed his post moves to be among the best for an NBA point guard, but in the face of Van's skill, he was left feeling utterly inferior. Even in his disdain for Van, he could not help but silently marvel. What a remarkable fluidity, akin to silk. Meanwhile, sitting courtside, Phil Jackson and the venerable Tex Winter were captivated, as Van's agility and grace unveiled the very essence of Michael Jordan's legacy. Many have extolled Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot as a masterpiece. However, in their hearts, they harbored a superior aesthetic sensibility. Just moments ago, Van's deft maneuver, retreating and executing a jump shot, left them utterly astonished. Was Jack truly this smooth? Although Van's leap lacked height, in terms of aesthetic appeal, they felt he had surpassed Kobe. Even Kobe Bryant himself was rendered speechless before the television screen. How many more surprises could this young prodigy unfurl? His back-to-the-basket play was executed to perfection, a vanishing art form. Kobe had immersed himself in this technique for years, emulating Jordan from childhood and even sought guidance from Hakeem Olajuwon, the master of footwork in the paint. Yet, upon witnessing Van's silky execution, he recognized the chasm of innate talent. No amount of practice could yield such fluidity for Jack. Kobe sighed. This rhythm cannot be forged through toil. It is pure talent. As Kobe lamented, Van launched another fadeaway jump shot, this time guarded by Vince Carter. Although the shot missed its mark, the form remained breathtaking. Vince Carter even offered an approving thumbs up. Subsequently, the Magic's assistant coach called for a timeout, declaring the onset of garbage time, prompting Van to return to the bench. Upon his return, Phil Jackson could not resist inquiring, "Did you learn your back-to-the-basket technique from watching Jordan's tapes?" Van replied earnestly, "No, it just suddenly came to me overnight." Phil Jackson gasped in astonishment. Having navigated the world of professional sports for the better part of his life, he understood the stark divide between genius and the ordinary. For the gifted, epiphanies occur as effortlessly as yawning, while for the average person, it requires a decade of relentless practice, often without achieving such finesse. Kupchak had struck gold, and the Lakers' substantial salary investment proved exceedingly worthwhile. The Zen master could only remark, defeating the Magic was a serendipitous delight. Van recorded 15 points and 10 assists in this game, though not as dazzling as his previous performance. It was clear to all that he had emerged as the external core in Kobe's absence. Together with Pau Gasol, they upheld the team's aspirations. Meanwhile, Ron Artest was officially placed on the trade block before the game concluded, along with Steve Blake and Shannon Brown. The Lakers' unusual decision to act before their clash with the Heat underscored their urgency. They proclaimed to the world that Jack had become an integral part of their future. Much like Selena's pivotal speech in Orlando, she too was impatient. "Could you please tell Jack that I like him and wish to go on a date?" Whether it's 4 in the morning in Los Angeles, 3 at midnight in New York City, or noon in Beijing, whenever he wishes, I want to be with him. As one of Disney's most cherished princesses, Selena's declaration was nothing short of textbook perfection, once again thrusting Vanjie into the spotlight of entertainment media. Everyone was eager to glimpse the man who had garnered such admiration, even reverence, from the Disney princess. Curiosity, after all, is the genesis of obsession. Vanjie's appearance and the legendary narrative he was crafting in the NBA rendered him increasingly alluring. Meanwhile, he boarded a flight to Miami, a city synonymous with warmth and the epitome of South Coast allure, where sunshine, sandy beaches, palm trees, and bikini-clad beauties abound. Following Pat Riley's arrival in the 1990s, basketball culture flourished in this city. In the early 21st century, Riley orchestrated the acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal from the Lakers, pairing him with rookie Dwayne Wade to create an unprecedented powerhouse that culminated in a championship in 2006. After a 4-year decline, last summer, Riley once again showcased his strategic prowess by enticing LeBron James, heralded by the media as the next basketball deity, to Miami, forming an unparalleled trio with Wade and Chris Bosh. Today, they are a formidable force, though many media outlets criticize their peak collaboration as lacking sportsmanship. Winning has a way of dispelling dissent. If they continue to triumph and secure championships, they will transform from controversial figures into celebrated heroes. This is precisely how James and his compatriots perceive the situation, with the Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant and the storied purple and gold, firmly in their sights. Their intentions are clear. They are fully prepared to exact a heavy toll should the Lakers dare to confront them. Have you heard about that record-setting rookie? He seems quite impressive, Chris Bosh inquired of LeBron, who lounged under a sunshade at Dwayne Wade's lavish villa. The recent buzz surrounding him eclipsed even that of recent #1 draft picks. Before LeBron could respond, Wade chuckled. Every year, we see a few fleeting rookies. Last year it was Jennings, and this year, it's this handsome Chinese fellow. Once the tide recedes, we'll see them swimming naked. The Flash laughed heartily. We are the tide. We are the wave. With that, he leaped into his swimming pool, sending a cascade of water splashing around him. Chapter 42. Kobe's mentorship. Kobe Bryant entered the league as a high schooler in 1996, followed by LeBron James, who made the same leap in 2003. Both are now esteemed players under the Nike banner, their visibility, influence, and skills placing them among the top echelons of the league. This ranking, however, is akin to S.C. Dinger's paradox, as the debate rages on regarding whether James or Bryant deserves the title of the best. Thus, every encounter between them garners immense attention. This season, 2 matchups between the Lakers and the Heat were broadcasted live nationwide, with over 248 media outlets globally providing simultaneous coverage, underscoring their staggering influence. For years, both the league and Nike have aspired to witness a final showdown between them, a spectacle that would undoubtedly elevate the excitement surrounding the games to unprecedented heights. Regrettably, the anticipated clash of 23 versus 24 has yet to materialize. Now, hopes rest on the matchup of 24 versus 6, as LeBron dons the number 6 jersey in Miami. Kobe arrived in Miami the following afternoon, promptly seeking out Vanjie. This demonstrated his regard for the young player. Your performance in New Jersey left me astounded, and your display in Orlando was simply killing it. Jack, you are destined to be the future cornerstone of the Lakers. Bryant seldom bestows such praise upon rookies, wary of their potential arrogance. Unlike Tim Duncan, who often reassures younger players that the future belongs to you, LeBron James suffered from such encouragement early in his career, finding himself mired in stagnation in Cleveland until last summer's bold move to form a super team, reigniting his championship pursuits. If other Lakers players were present, they would be incredulous, for Kobe has long been known for his lofty self-regard, often perceived as somewhat arrogant. Early in his career, he fiercely contested leadership with the league's premier center, Shaquille O'Neal. Even after Andrew Bynum joined the Lakers in 2005 and received the organization's nurturing, Kobe never truly acknowledged the physically gifted young player. Yet, before Vanjie, a mere rookie who had only played a handful of games, he spoke of a future successor, indicating his significant esteem for him. In the current league, the individual I most desire to overcome is LeBron James, Kobe confided to Vanjie. For this fellow has shattered many of my records. Nevertheless, I hold deep respect for his attitude towards basketball, his relentless work ethic and continuous improvement. Despite his unprecedented wealth and fame, reflect a commendable humility. Although I was taken aback by his coward's choice last summer, perhaps this is the direction the league is heading. Superstars banding together to forge a new trend. Kobe spoke earnestly, and Van Hees listened intently, accepting these enriching insights. Tomorrow night's game is of paramount importance. It will be the most scrutinized match since your entrance into the NBA, and I hope you can emerge as the focal point. Achieving over 1 million All-Star votes will be within your grasp, with the All-Star game less than 10 days away. Kobe continued, the majority of fans will tune in for the showdown between me and James. I hope you can seize this opportunity to soar. He held great expectations for Van Hees. Previously, Van Hees' mother had advised him on recognizing a mentor's genuine support. It hinges on their willingness to include you in their circle, to elevate your presence, broaden your horizons, and empower your independence. Van Hees confirmed this, realizing that Kobe Bryant was indeed a sincere benefactor in his journey. The forthcoming clash between Kobe Bryant and LeBron James resembled an epic duel between legendary swordsmen at the pinnacle of their craft. Should another extraordinary young talent steal the spotlight during this confrontation, it could catapult them into fame and lead them into the elite realm of the All-Stars. As these thoughts coursed through Van Hees' mind, he felt a surge of excitement, though it lacked the electric spark to fully ignite his innate talents. Subsequently, Kobe guided Van Hees through highlight reels of the Miami Heat, utilizing his superstar perspective to analyze their strengths and weaknesses. Van Hees' opponent would be Mario Chalmers, a rookie from 2008, whose reputation had grown in the wake of defeating future star Derrick Rose in the NCAA Finals. His clutch performance prevented Rose from achieving the same meteoric rise as Carmelo Anthony, who led his team to an NCAA championship as a freshman. Chalmers gained further recognition alongside LeBron James and Chris Bosh, with many likening him to Rajon Rondo, who rose to fame through the formation of Boston's Big Three. However, Chalmers lacked Rondo's basketball IQ and rebounding prowess. Yet, his ability to find openings and shoot from beyond the arc made him an essential component of the trio. You must smother him, do not allow him to move freely, and prevent him from becoming the connective tissue for the Big Three, Kobe instructed, pointing out critical moments on the screen. Kobe's unique perspective on the game left a profound impact on Van Hees, who felt his understanding evolving. Before entering the league, Van Hees had a simplistic view of Kobe as merely an exceptional scorer who favored isolation plays, perhaps lacking in basketball intelligence. However, witnessing Kobe's analytical prowess made him realize that one cannot ascend to superstardom in the NBA without a sharp basketball mind. Perhaps his relentless shooting stemmed from a belief in his own accuracy over that of others. After analyzing Chalmers, Van Hees inquired, "Is it conceivable that Miami could position Dwayne Wade against me, allowing LeBron to face you?" Kobe raised an eyebrow, replying, "Then you shall be at the mercy of fate." Dwayne Wade is currently the second-best shooting guard in the league, an extraordinarily talented player. Although injuries have slightly diminished his peak performance, he remains in a stratosphere of talent that you cannot yet reach. Kobe was candid. He then posed a question to Van Hees. If Wade truly matched up against you, how would you feel? Van Hees envisioned the scenario, and his heart raced. Wade, the Flash, the Finals MVP he had only ever watched on television. The prospect of facing him felt like a dream materializing into reality, igniting a fervent excitement within him. I would rise to the occasion. I might even dominate Mario Chalmers, forcing them to pit Wade against me, Van Hees declared earnestly. Kobe chuckled at his words, pleased to see that Van Hees was a warrior who relished competition. He believed the league needed more individuals of that ilk. Such enthusiasm brought true excitement to the game. As Van Hees and Kobe exited the video room, a new trade unfolded. Shannon Brown was sent to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Reggie Williams. They observed Shannon Brown departing from the hotel, a bag in hand, appearing rather desolate. Yet, such is the nature of the NBA, perhaps upon awakening, one may find oneself informed of a transfer to another team. Reggie Williams, a scoring guard on a minimum salary in Oakland, exuded energy and played a pivotal role in the game against the Lakers, likely the reason for their interest in him. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors had made the decision to trade Monta Ellis, necessitating a dynamic replacement, and Shannon Brown appeared to fit the bill. To facilitate this, they included an $800,000 trade exception to balance the salary discrepancies. As Shannon approached Kobe to bid farewell, he expressed gratitude for Kobe's support over the years. Before leaving, he threw a sharp remark at Van Gundy, asserting, "I still believe you are unfit for the Lakers. Soon enough, you will be carrying your bag out just like me." Van Gundy chose not to engage with this so-called loser, instead calmly wishing him safe travels and a wonderful journey. Van Gundy possessed a distinctive personality. When confronted with aggression, he would retaliate fiercely, yet he maintained his composure in the face of a defeated adversary. Your perspective is quite broad, Kobe Bryant remarked with a smile directed at Van Gundy, who merely raised an eyebrow in response. After Shannon's departure, Steve Blake exhibited a melancholic demeanor, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. When he joined the Lakers last summer, he had envisioned a future filled with hope and glory within the purple and gold. However, Van Gundy had now completely supplanted him, and in the battle against Van Gundy, he had suffered a total defeat. With Shannon gone, his own countdown had begun. He harbored resentment towards Van Gundy, believing that none of this would have transpired had it not been for him. In contrast, Ron Artest remained unfazed. Once notorious for his ferocity, he now found himself nearing the end of his career, with retirement looming on the horizon. Thus, he viewed his placement on the trading block with indifference, even considering that he had made a positive contribution to the Lakers. If he were to be traded, at least there would be no player of his caliber to trouble Jack. His status would be established due to Artest's departure. In the future, perhaps only Andrew Bynum would pose a threat to him. Ron even reminded Van Gundy during dinner, he is not a person of gentle disposition. He will tear down any FAA. Moreover, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Van Gundy was aware. From the moment Kobe Bryant referred to him as the future cornerstone, he and Bynum had entered a competitive dynamic. Internal competition exists within every collective. Despite Bynum's advantages in the paint and his entrenched position within the Lakers, Van Gundy believed he could surpass him. I know Kobe will return, but defeating the Lakers is a task we must complete, for we are eager to see our coach become an all-star coach. The restaurant's television broadcasted an interview with Dwayne Wade. I'm sorry, Kobe, I know you are making a comeback. But this victory, you cannot take away from me. Wade's words were half jest, half serious. Van Gundy noticed Kobe's expression was as cold as an ancient bronze beast, unyielding and stoic. At that moment, the Black Mamba's heart must have been tumultuous. Perhaps this sorry from the flash had already led to his metaphorical demise countless times in Kobe's mind. Then, Wade spoke about himself. Jack Van Gundy. I've heard of him. I've seen him play. He seems quite good. However, I believe my little brother Mario has sufficient means to handle him. Mario is not like Devin Harris, a player who cannot defend. He certainly won't afford Van Gundy many opportunities. And, brother, this is a duel of superstars. I do not believe that rookie can sway the outcome. This is an internal game of the superstar club. Ha ha ha. Wade was a man of spirited demeanor. Interviewing him often yielded responses far more vibrant than the typically measured replies of other stars. All eyes at the table were fixed upon Van Gundy, eager to witness his reaction. Surprisingly, he remained composed, as though he had not heard a word. Even when faced with adversity, one must remain unperturbed. This was a lesson instilled in him by his mother from a young age. A man's inner turmoil might resemble a raging river, yet it should never be revealed to outsiders. The day of the game arrived swiftly. TNT even relocated its studio to the venue, a privilege usually reserved for Christmas Day matchups and playoffs. However, this clash between Kobe and the trio of superstars was simply too compelling to ignore. Before the game, Kobe participated in an interview, proclaiming that he was feeling 200 and could not wait to battle alongside Van Gundy and Gasol against Miami's Big Three. Kobe's mention of Van Gundy's name prompted a reporter to inquire, "So, are the Lakers' new Big Three you, Van Gundy, and Gasol? You'll see when the game starts." Kobe replied with a subtle grin, intentionally keeping an air of mystery, also allowing Van Gundy some leeway in case of an underwhelming performance. Swish, swish, swish. Van Gundy practiced on the sidelines, making every three-pointer effortlessly, his shooting touch exquisite that night, and the Miami weather seemed perfectly conducive to his performance. Moreover, he spotted Taylor Swift in the audience. He felt that tonight would indeed be a splendid evening. Chapter 43. The stalwart touchstone, the illustrious Taylor Swift. A pop sensation who catapulted to fame at the end of last year, has seen her albums soar in global sales and has garnered numerous accolades at various award ceremonies. She is heralded as a potential fourth true global superstar in the annals of American music history, following in the footsteps of Michael Jackson, Madonna, and the iconic Britney Spears of the late 90s and early 2000s. Thus, her appearance in Miami naturally sparked considerable discussion. Taylor Swift was presumably in attendance to support LeBron James, as they had recently collaborated on an advertisement in New York. The music industry's most influential diva paired with the basketball realm's most formidable titan conjures a captivating couple worthy of speculation. Renowned commentator Mike Breen addressed the North American audience watching the event on ESPN, one of the leading sports networks in the United States. With a broader influence than its competitor, TNT. Breen, a veteran commentator with over 40 years in the profession, is known for his sycophantic praise of superstars, often neglecting to acknowledge the contributions of ordinary rotation players. However, Taylor Swift's indifference towards LeBron was palpable, as seated beside him was Reggie Miller. A duo of contrasting styles, Breen extolling the virtues of superstars while Miller wielded his sharp wit for incisive critique. Miller, recognized as one of the greatest shooters in NBA history, possesses a legendary backstory, having triumphed over polio to become a professional player. His sister, Cheryl Miller, a prominent sideline reporter for ESPN, often bested him in one-on-one games during their youth, instilling in him a fierce competitive edge and a penchant for sharp-tongued banter. His acerbic repartee has ruffled feathers, including those of renowned trash talkers such as Gary Payton and Scottie Pippen, and even young talents like Tracy McGrady and Kobe Bryant. The latter once resorting to physical confrontation out of frustration, though to no avail. As the game approached, Miller's barbs were relentless. He mused that with Swift's level of income, she had no need to settle for a partner as physically imposing as LeBron. While he acknowledged LeBron's masculine allure, he quipped that if he were a woman of notoriety and wealth, his date would undoubtedly be Jack, the Lakers sharpshooter. Breen, visibly agitated, retorted that any sensible woman would choose LeBron over the newcomer. Tonight heralded a duel between Kobe and LeBron, a matchup that Miller dismissed with scornful humor, suggesting that Breen, who had not experienced romantic life in 2 decades, should refrain from commenting on contemporary women's dating preferences. As the players took to the court, LeBron greeted Taylor with a fist bump, eliciting a wave of excitement from the audience, a testament to humanity's penchant for gossip. In contrast, Mario Chalmers, with his eyes focused on his opponent, entered the fray. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, with Pau Gasol and Zydrunas Ilgauskas leaping for the tip-off. Ilgauskas, known as Big Z, had been a stalwart for the Cavaliers during LeBron's formative years, accompanying him to the Heat. Though once an all-star caliber player at 7 feet 3 inches, his athleticism had waned, leaving him primarily reliant on his height. Gasol deftly passed the ball to Chalmers, who confidently advanced it up the court, expecting a pass to Kobe. The crowd was surprised when Kobe motioned for Chalmers to take the lead. This deviation from their usual dynamic left even Dwayne Wade taken aback. Chalmers executed a swift change of direction, his movements reminiscent of a poised blade or a charging leopard. With an explosive burst of speed, he darted past his defender and into the paint, rising to confront Ilgauskas. Unbeknownst to Big Z, Chalmers cleverly initiated contact, drawing a foul as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the ball finding its way through the net. The early points scored by Chalmers were not only strategic, but showcased his keen awareness of the game. Coach Phil Jackson, nodding in approval, recognized that the outcome of the match was secondary. His focus lay on Chalmers gaining invaluable experience during this intense contest. Meanwhile, Wade demonstrated his prowess against Matt Barnes, executing a crossover that eclipsed Chalmers' performance. Despite past knee injuries, Wade's speed and explosiveness remained elite, complemented by superior coordination and strength. He soared into the air, colliding with Lamar Odom in a display of sheer power, culminating in a thunderous dunk that ignited the crowd. The Miami arena erupted, fans chanting Wade's name, as he triumphantly raised his hand, declaring, "This is my house." The might of the superstars is evident. The Flash, amidst the roaring crowd, paid no heed to Lamar Odom pinned beneath him, instead fixing his piercing gaze upon Van He. His eyes unmistakably conveyed the message, "Kid, you're still green." Wade employed the same maneuver as Van He, yet his prowess undoubtedly surpassed Van He's by 2 tiers. This is the realm of superstars. On the sidelines, the seasoned Winter expressed concern, fearing that Van He might succumb to fear and become hesitant. However, he soon beheld Van He staring resolutely at Wade. Wade himself was taken aback, not expecting Van He to exhibit not only courage but also a hint of excitement in his challenging gaze. Could it be that this lad perceives me as a hypothetical adversary? Van He patted Lamar Odom's back, then received the ball from Matt Barnes, reorganizing the offense. Reggie Miller on the commentary team keenly observed these subtle actions. At that moment, his partner, Mike Breen, boasted about the prowess of the Flash Wade. This is undoubtedly the highlight of the night. Wade is simply extraordinary. He executes the same move with tenfold ferocity. Such is the disparity between a rookie and a superstar. As Van approached the front court, Mario Chalmers intensified his defense. At that juncture, Kobe Bryant positioned himself to shield Wade, and Van swiftly passed the basketball. In that instant, he exploited Mario Chalmers' momentary lapse and focus. Breaking through his defense and charging towards the paint, Kobe, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, instinctively tossed the ball behind him. And Van perfectly caught it, heading straight for the hoop. This clever maneuver deceived Miami's entire defense. No one anticipated Kobe would pass, nor did they foresee Van's agility. Chris Bosh was compelled to hastily shift over, assuming a blocking stance. Yet, Van merely took a step inward after receiving the ball and immediately passed it to the side, where Lamar Odom stood completely unguarded. Odom seized the ball, took a step inward, leapt high. Boom. He executed a powerful dunk, reclaiming his earlier dignity. Following the score, he let out a primal roar. His pent-up anger from being previously dunked on finally released. He then turned his grateful gaze towards Van. This seamless assist from Van drew him and Odom closer together, showcasing true leadership. Reggie Miller, addressing the American audience from the commentary booth, praised. What a display of leadership from Jack Van. Mike Breen, seated beside him, appeared momentarily bewildered, asking, "Are you referring to Lamar Odom?" "No, I mean Jack Van." Reggie Miller affirmed enthusiastically. This assist not only highlights his exceptional vision and court awareness, but also reveals him as a player well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. In a subtle manner, he aided his teammate in reclaiming his confidence. If you were Lamar Odom, would you not feel grateful? Would you not be more inclined to collaborate with him henceforth? Such qualities are often lacking in many superstars, particularly Kobe Bryant. Thus, I assert that Jack embodies the essence of a leader. Reggie Miller's praise was genuine. Mike Breen stared at him in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind, Reggie? You mean to say that rookie is the leader of the Lakers? Don't be ridiculous. He doesn't even deserve to stand at the center of this game. Did you not see that last play?" Wade completely overwhelmed him. Tonight belongs to Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Pau Gasol. I guarantee that as long as Wade is matched up against that rookie, he will easily dominate him. As Mike Breen spoke, Mario Chalmers, under Van's intense pressure, faltered in his pass, and Van intercepted the ball with precision. "What you have been anticipating is about to unfold," Reggie Miller remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. Wade advanced towards Van, standing before the rising rookie. The fans in the arena erupted with excitement, fervently cheering, hoping Wade would quell Van's recent surge and ideally lead to the downfall of this prodigious talent in Miami. Van halted at the top of the three-point arc, and Wade mirrored his stop. The height difference between Dwayne Wade and Van was negligible, both possessing remarkable wingspans. However, Wade's physicality far surpassed that of Van. Moreover, Wade's coordination and jumping ability were superior. "I've heard you've been quite pleased lately, breaking several records. Have you considered how many moves you can execute under my defense?" Wade inquired playfully. Van opened his mouth to respond, only to find Wade's unrelenting pressure bearing down upon him, accompanied by a taunt. "Don't be too naive in the NBA." Taken aback, Van found himself unprepared for Wade's aggressive approach. Nonetheless, he remained composed, skillfully dribbling. Bang! He executed a sharp acceleration at a 45-degree angle, marking a clever initiation of his attack. Yet, Wade merely adjusted his footing, sidestepping to obstruct Van's path. Van, quick to react, executed a behind-the-back dribble, hoping to use it as a pivot to evade Wade's defense. However, as soon as he completed the dribble, before he could follow through, Wade utilized his astonishing coordination to seamlessly glide past him. Van's route was once again obstructed, and at this moment, Wade leveraged his formidable physicality, pressing down upon Van, who was forced to retreat. Van found himself without an avenue forward, abruptly executing a shoulder lift to attract Wade's momentary lapse in focus, swiftly passing the ball from his side. The basketball evaded the fray, landing in Kobe's hands. However, at that moment, Van staggered backward 2 or 3 steps under Wade's relentless pressure before regaining his footing. It must be said, Van appeared somewhat flustered. The disparity between him and the superstars remained glaringly apparent. Old Winter watched Van with concern, yet Van, with fiery determination in his eyes, lifted his gaze. To him, Wade was a formidable benchmark, a stone upon which he sought to sharpen his skills. He replayed the previous exchanges in his mind, convinced that given another chance, he could perform even better. Unbeknownst to him, on the sidelines, Taylor Swift clenched her fists, her heart hanging in suspense. She longed to rush in and assist Van He in his battle. Chapter 44. Taylor's Kiss, Jordan's Legacy. Unleashing full-power novices often possess an inflated sense of self-worth, yet to the discerning eyes of the experienced, they are deemed inconsequential. McBrien once uttered a Western proverb, always elevating some while disparaging others. This approach was once unproblematic. Typically, those of greater prowess attracted more admirers, while the less formidable were deserving of his scorn. However, tonight, a portion of the audience was drawn to the television by the phenomenon that is Van He. He embodied miracles, constantly evolving and crafting legends. His all-star votes had surged past 760,000 just yesterday, and his popularity was skyrocketing like a rocket. Thus, McBrien's belittlement of Van He displeased many. Although it was widely acknowledged that Dwayne Wade was a long-established superstar, Van He was merely a fledgling. I believe such comments are unnecessary. Reggie Miller remarked after Kobe Bryant executed a fadeaway jumper. Jack did not exhibit any disrespect toward Wade. You are merely fostering animosity. As Mario Chalmers brought the ball up court, he passed it to Wade under Van He's defense. Wade made a provocative gesture, retreating to the three-point arc and beckoning Van He with a finger. Come on, little guy. I know you're not satisfied. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Just 3 attempts. This move ignited the home crowd. In basketball, fans revel in the exhilarating thrill of one-on-one confrontations. It epitomizes pure heroism. Victors bask in adoration, while the defeated wallow in despair. Wade's invitation to this rookie elicited anticipation for a resounding display of dominance among the home supporters. Don't be fooled, Jack. Old Winter finally could no longer contain himself, shouting at Van He from the sidelines. He wished to protect Van He from Wade's onslaught. Yet, Van He hesitated not. He was unwilling to forsake this opportunity. Even if he were to lose, he would confront the challenge. Only by facing the strongest could he unearth a more formidable version of himself. Van He resolutely stepped before Wade, completing a switch with Matt Barnes. The Heat's other players spread out, providing space for the duel between the two. Kobe, do you believe your little brother can withstand Dwayne for even a single round? LeBron, positioned at a distance, inquired. Kobe's expression was characteristically stoic. Wade won't be smiling in the end, he replied, his tone as frigid as steel. Dude, I will penetrate your left side and make a mid-range shot. Wade boasted to Van He. With that, he accelerated toward Van He's left, his movements precise and incisive, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Van He, renowned for his defensive prowess in NCAA, felt inadequate against Wade's sudden assault. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to intercept Wade's advance. Just as he was about to complete the block, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Indeed, Wade, in a burst of speed, executed a behind-the-back dribble, his exceptional body control allowing him to change direction mid-acceleration. Van He could only slide over. In that moment, his thoughts raced. He had granted Wade half a step of space. As expected, Wade noticed Van He shift and, with a swift motion, changed direction to his left, believing that his repeated feints would easily outsmart Van He. However, Van He anticipated his move, holding his ground to block. Wade found himself momentarily trapped, and to avoid an offensive foul, he had no choice but to abruptly halt. Good defense, Kobe observed from the sidelines, internally giving a thumbs up. Yet he understood that such defense could not contain Wade. As anticipated, Wade, in less than half a second, neither halted nor charged. Instead, he leaped, releasing the basketball. Van He's attempt to defend came too late. His body control paled in comparison to Wade's. And so, with a flourish, Wade triumphed, making a clutch jump shot. The arena erupted, over 20,000 fans chanting Wade's name, igniting the atmosphere of the American Airlines Center. Not bad defensively, but unfortunately. You are up against me, Wade declared assertively to Van He. Yet, Van He remained unfazed, turning to receive the ball and continuing to orchestrate the offense. When Wade approached defensively, Van He eschewed entanglement and utilized Pau Gasol's screen, swiftly penetrating the paint to exploit Big Z's ineffective defense, completing a mid-range jumper. Well done, Phil Jackson remarked, appreciating Van He's composure under pressure. A rare feat. You wonder how I will teach you a lesson next? Dwayne Wade taunted as he retreated. Van He replied, unwavering, do you dare to tell me? Do you truly believe you are the contemporary bird? You lack the unforeseen prowess in my presence. His tone was serious and resolute, imbued with unwavering determination. Wade recalled his previous forced shot after a breakthrough. Vanshi's defense had proven formidable. If only Vanshi were slightly more physically endowed, he could have truly thwarted Wade's last attack. Yet, Wade had always been a verbal powerhouse. He cocked his neck defiantly at the rookie, proclaiming, "I will penetrate from your right and complete a dunk. This time, I will obliterate your meager pride." Wade shot back, "Do not presume you are truly the chosen one, an unprecedented great undrafted player." Calmly, Vanshi responded, "I hope your words ring true." Soon, Mario Chalmers advanced the basketball, passing it to Wade. Vanshi immediately approached, his finger pointing to the right, signaling to clear the left side. "I await your entry from the right to dunk." Contemporary bird. Wade paused, realizing his words had become a binding tether. If he cut in from the left, it would signify he was not as formidable as he claimed. Conversely, if he attempted to cut in from the right, it would prove exceedingly challenging. The Flash was indeed no ordinary mortal. At that moment, he bellowed, "Hey, little guy, do you think I am one who seeks fame?" He suddenly accelerated, racing past Vanshi's left. Vanshi promptly pursued. As Wade noticed Vanshi closing in, he abruptly halted at the free throw line. Vanshi's balance wavered slightly, and in that instant, Wade swiftly changed direction, hurtling toward Vanshi's right. However, Vanshi had anticipated this move, positioning himself to prevent Wade from successfully penetrating the right side. Frustrated, Wade was forced to veer left. Vanshi remained steadfast. Wade had no choice but to lower his shoulder and accelerate leftward, leaping to attempt a dunk, only to discover Vanshi had anticipated him and leaped in defiance. The two collided midair. The whistle blew. Wade's dunk was thwarted. Vanshi paid a significant price, his slender frame being dislodged by Wade in midair, and he stumbled upon landing, barely managing to grasp the rim to avoid falling. However, this time, Wade not only failed to achieve his promised right-side dunk, but also missed the shot entirely. It could be said that Vanshi successfully defended against him. Wade's temperament was on the verge of explosion. He seized the basketball and, in a fit of frustration, slammed it hard onto the ground before making his way to the free throw line. Vanshi raised an eyebrow at him. Swish, swish. Wade made both free throws. Yet, in the fierce competition, he found himself at a loss. Therefore, when Vanshi regained possession, his movements grew increasingly aggressive. Angered, he initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with Vanshi, but to his surprise, Vanshi proved to be quite cunning. As Vanshi once again utilized Pau Gasol's screen to break through, Wade, unable to keep up in defense, forcefully shoved Vanshi. Vanshi was no match for Wade's strength, stumbling and falling to the ground with a loud thud. A concerned scream erupted from Taylor Swift at the sidelines. Ever since the clash between Vanshi and Wade began, her heart had been suspended in anxiety. With each stumble and fall of Vanshi, her resentment towards Wade grew. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Wade. With Kobe's assistance, Vanshi managed to stand up, turning his head to offer Taylor Swift a reassuring smile, patting his chest to indicate he was fine. He did not wish for her to worry about him. Their interaction caught the attention of those nearby, leaving them astonished. When did this rookie become so close to the pop sensation, Taylor Swift? Hey, see, I told you so. I always said if Taylor Swift came to the game for a man, it would be for Jake, not LeBron, exclaimed Reggie Miller, elated, as he shouted towards his partner, Mike Breen. Breen frowned. Maybe it's just this rookie's one-sided affection? Why would Taylor Swift have any interest in a weakling like him? He hasn't achieved anything against Wade. Do you truly believe that? Reggie Miller countered with a smile. Why do I feel that Wade hasn't gained much of an advantage? Swish, swish. Vanshi also made both of his free throws. At that moment, the Miami Heat unexpectedly launched a fast break. Wade darted towards the three-point line to receive the ball. However, just then, Vanshi caught up swiftly, his speed reminiscent of the peak Allen Iverson, successfully intercepting him near the center. Wade desperately tried to break through, but his attempts at changing direction were futile, and he found himself colliding forcefully with Vanshi. Both of them crashed to the ground, yet in the process, Wade managed to pass the basketball to LeBron, relieved that the play continued. But in the next second, his relief was short-lived. A tall, beautiful figure rushed over. Hey, Jake. Are you okay? Taylor Swift knelt beside Vanshi, trying earnestly to help him up, while Wade remained on the ground, ignored. The stark contrast made him appear particularly isolated. The sight of Taylor helping Vanshi sparked a wave of astonishment from the crowd, an event no one had anticipated, including Mike Breen, who kept murmuring, "This is impossible. This is impossible." In his mind, beauty should be paired with heroes. Taylor belonged with superstars like Wade or LeBron, not with a rookie like Jake. At that moment, the television screen showcased a shocking image that left North American viewers in disbelief. Even LeBron's dunk in the foreground paled in comparison, as the cameras focused entirely on this scene. When Van fell, his forehead struck the bench at the sidelines, revealing a swollen bruise as Taylor helped him up. She quickly rose onto her toes, gently blowing on his forehead, asking with concern, "Does it hurt?" Van had never before experienced such tender care from a woman in public. The warmth surged through him, especially as the crowd erupted in cheers. This strange feeling ignited a fervor within him, and he realized he was on the brink of an electrifying sensation. Yet, it felt just shy of complete. Thus, he earnestly declared, "Your breath feels wonderful, but it seems it's still not enough." Taylor Swift blushed at his earnestness. At that moment, Dwayne Wade finally managed to rise, his gaze falling upon the pair before him, and he witnessed the most dreadful sight. Taylor Swift, summoning her courage, stood on her toes under the watchful eyes of over 20,000 spectators, and in a live broadcast to millions of homes across America. She puckered her cherry lips and kissed Van gently on the forehead. Buzz. The instant her lips made contact, Van felt a surge of electric energy coursing through his brain, a sensation so intense it felt transcendent. The energy halo in his mind lit up with unprecedented brightness, and in that astonishing glow, he once again glimpsed the shadow of Michael Jordan. This revelation thrilled him. Meanwhile, the reaction from the crowd was electrifying. The entire American Airlines Center erupted in astonishment. They never imagined that a basketball game could serve such a level of romantic spectacle, particularly for Wade, standing at the forefront. He felt as though he had received the most significant emotional blow of his career. He felt inundated with the overwhelming affection on display, even placing a hand over his chest, unable to bear the excitement. Damn it, why must they flaunt their affection before me? I must retaliate against this guy to compensate for my distress. My eyes. Wade was in agony. However, the viewers at home were exhilarated. This single kiss was worth the price of admission. But wait, when did Taylor Swift and Jake become a couple? Wasn't Jake rumored to be with Selena? Or that Kardashian girl? Chapter 45. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Eliminate Wade. A talent explosion when discussing basketball and the NBA. The name Allen Iverson vividly comes to mind when considering speed. In terms of explosiveness, powerful forwards like Shawn Kemp and Amare Stoudemire take precedence, while strength brings to light figures such as Ben Wallace and Shaquille O'Neal. However, when the conversation shifts to bodily control and coordination, Michael Jordan remains unparalleled. He possesses an extraordinary magic, mastering the control of physical abilities to an unprecedented degree. Every movement he executes appears seamless, as though it were an innate extension of himself. A simple illustration is when he elevates, he seemingly suspends his body in the air for an extended duration. This is a testament to his coordination, which could also be described as bodily control or the perfect application of all physical talents. At the moment she ignited his energy aura. He witnessed Michael Jordan's transcendent coordination and bodily control, which imbued him with a clandestine energy that surged through his limbs. He felt an unprecedented sense of mastery emanating from his cerebral center, while his arms and torso responded with newfound compliance. His coordination had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He believed that when next confronted by Wade, he would not succumb to passivity as he had before. Fanshi brimmed with confidence. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was met with Wade's eyes, filled with envy and disdain. Then, Kobe called out to him from ahead, "Hey, buddy, it's time to get into the game." The words made Fanshi feel somewhat bashful, and he glanced at Taylor Swift, who appeared even more timid. In the instant she kissed Fanshi's forehead, it felt as if a magical connection sparked between them, embedding itself within her soul. She felt an unbreakable bond with him. Oh God, is this the unwavering love spoken of in bedtime stories? As Taylor returned to her seat, she felt as though her entire being had become weightless. She had fallen in love. So, when did you start dating this pop sensation? Kobe Bryant passed the ball to Fanshi, saying, "Trust me. The entire Heat team will soon be your adversary." Fanshi smiled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Indeed, Mike Breen, commentating from the live broadcast booth, remarked on the court's disdain for players who flaunt their romantic relationships at the sidelines, suggesting that Miami's bad boys would surely make Jack look foolish. However, What unfolded next was unexpected. As Fanshi approached the three-point arc, he inexplicably gestured at Wade, mirroring Wade's earlier taunt towards him. An eye for an eye. Had he lost his mind? The American Airlines arena erupted in noise, with boos echoing throughout. Spectators deemed this foolish rookie's actions as self-destructive, daring to provoke the Flash. Did he truly believe the power of love could vanquish the lightning? What a misguided lad, Bryant exclaimed to American viewers. Yet, the audience at home awaited a miracle. Some rebellious souls even questioned why Wade's provocations towards Jack were deemed acceptable, while Jack's similar gesture was considered disrespectful. Must only superstars wield such arrogance? Many empathized with Fanshi's plight, their fists clenched, eyes locked on the screen, eagerly anticipating the next move of the miracle child. Simultaneously, Chinese media covering the event gasped in astonishment. If Taylor Swift's kiss had left them in disbelief, Fanshi's audacious challenge to superstar Dwayne Wade ignited a fervor within them. The commentators and fans alike shared a yearning, although many were Wade supporters in this moment. They collectively hoped for a Chinese guard to boldly defeat him on the grandest stage, one-on-one. "You are merely courting disaster," Wade coldly remarked. "I was just looking for you." Ignoring Wade, Fanshi confidently declared, "I will break through from your left and score over Ilgauskas' defense." Wade scoffed, dismissing the audacity of this rookie who dared to speak such trash talk. Wade advanced, poised to snatch the ball from this reckless youth. However, Fanshi had anticipated Wade's aggressive approach. The moment he spoke marked the onset of his offensive maneuver. He surged towards Wade's assertive defense, seemingly prepared for a head-on collision. Yet, as they were on the verge of contact, Fanshi executed a remarkably deft sidestep dribble, his body gliding past Wade with astonishing finesse. It was a complex dribbling maneuver that Wade could hardly have envisioned, especially executed with such sophistication. In his youth, Wade had been similarly agile. Affectionately dubbed Jordan 5 centimeters shorter by Pat Riley, though injuries had since hindered his ability to perform such graceful moves. Now witnessing Fanshi's artistry, Wade was taken aback, quickly pivoting to pursue. However, he did not anticipate that Fanshi had calculated this very move. As Wade spun counterclockwise, Fanshi simultaneously executed a clockwise rotation, akin to two spinning tops colliding. The visual was reminiscent of a scene from a Chinese martial arts film, replete with aesthetic beauty. In an instant, the victor was determined. Fanshi effortlessly evaded Wade, akin to fated lovers fleeing calamity. Wade, like a pair of pants tossed from a washing machine, lost sight of Fanshi. Meanwhile, Fanshi darted towards the paint like a bolt of lightning, provoking an eruption of awe from the spectators. Even though Fanshi was their adversary, the elegance with which he dismantled Wade's defense left them in admiration. No one could have predicted that Wade would be outmaneuvered in mere milliseconds, and in such a breathtakingly exquisite manner. Reggie Miller exclaimed on television, "Wow, wow, wow." He barely had time to articulate his thoughts before Fanshi had entered the paint. He ascended against Big Z's defense, facing the towering giant of the league with unwavering resolve, like David confronting Goliath. Ilgauskas stretched his arms to block. Yet he was unprepared for the beauty of Fanshi's form in midair. Even as he leaped not particularly high, the elegance of his posture was striking. At the moment of impending block, Fanshi executed a perfect pull-up, gliding past Big Z's defense, capitalizing on the momentary gap created by Ilgauskas' vast frame. Swish! The basketball produced a delightful sound as it kissed the net. The Lakers bench erupted first in jubilant cheers, with Coach Wentz and his staff leaping in celebration, followed by teammates waving towels in excitement. With this play, Fanshi not only flawlessly dispatched the Flash's defense, but also showcased an extraordinary display of aerial artistry. The crowd was rendered speechless, the American Airlines arena enveloped in a hushed awe. The overhead screen replayed the moment, ensnaring the spectators in its grip, rendering them unable to boo as they had before, no longer able to confidently assert that Fanshi was courting disaster. Yes, Reggie Miller emphatically slammed his fist as he addressed Mike Breen, proclaiming that this shot was far more impressive than Wade's previous challenge against Varejao. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the top 5 plays of the night. Breen, rendered speechless by the harsh reality, found himself at a loss for words, his eloquence replaced by a stutter reminiscent of a college student struggling with English. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the CCTV broadcasting room erupted with excitement. The Chinese commentator exclaimed, "Oh my God, this shot by Varejao has taken down Wade. He has outshone the Flash, dashing into the paint and challenging the roof of the world. He soars like Jordan, his layups smoother than Pippen's. He is the embodiment of ice, achieving what we dared only to dream. Varejao represents the pinnacle of Chinese basketball aspirations. He is our basketball deity. The commentator's voice strained with exhilaration. In stark contrast, Varejao, the miracle worker who had united North American fans and those on Chinese soil in jubilation, remained remarkably composed. After scoring, he exchanged a few celebratory high-fives with his teammates. As he passed Wade, he softly remarked, "I told you, I would break through on your left and score over Ilgauskas." Wade, having witnessed the replay on the overhead screen, was astounded by Varejo's accuracy. This audacious individual had indeed outsmarted him. Ding! Heat coach Spoelstra called for a timeout, recognizing the profound impact of Varejo's play, intending to stifle the Lakers' momentum while strategizing anew. On the way back to the bench, Kobe asked Varejao, "Are you a fan of Jordan? Why does your aerial trajectory resemble his so closely? How do you achieve such hang time?" Kobe Bryant, often regarded as the closest player to Jordan, had mastered every aspect of Jordan's technique, yet he had never quite grasped the art of hang time. Jordan's aerial prowess was legendary. With numerous iconic moments leaving defenders in despair, he could leap, wait for defenders to descend, and then shoot, or transform a dunk into a layup midair, often evading multiple defenders with a deft maneuver. Many believed he possessed the ability to truly fly. In truth, this was the ultimate display of coordination, with Jordan's mastery over his body allowing him to optimize his talents, resulting in that mesmerizing hang-time effect. Varejao, inheriting this gift of coordination, also displayed hang time, albeit limited to low-altitude glides. Lacking the vertical leap and aerial variations that Jordan commanded, it was well known that Jordan possessed formidable core strength and remarkable flexibility, attributes Varejao had yet to acquire. Nevertheless, Varejao remained unperturbed, confident that he would eventually attain all physical abilities, as long as he could ignite his emotions, unleashing electric impulses to illuminate his energy aura. He believed success was inevitable. Honestly, tonight was a serendipitous joy. Who would have imagined Taylor Swift would grace the arena? Who could have foreseen her kissing him in front of a crowd of over 20,000? Varejao was elated. Thus, he told Kobe, "I haven't really watched Jordan's videos. I just kind of figured it out." Upon hearing this, Kobe's eyes widened in disbelief, marveling at the prodigious talent before him. Kobe, recognized as an extraordinary talent himself, had long been a symbol of hard work. Yet Varejo's casual assertion of mastering Jordan's hang time made him realize this young man was destined for greatness. "Jack, this marks your third girlfriend," Matt Barnes exclaimed incredulously from the bench. "Your off-court charm surpasses even your on-court evolution." Varejao scratched the back of his head, taken aback. "I don't have a girlfriend," he stated earnestly. This declaration left Barnes and others flabbergasted. How could he claim to be single? The Disney princess had pursued him to Orlando, openly professing her affection on television. The pop diva had come to Miami, kissing him before a crowd, and the Kardashian sister was practically his devoted fan on reality TV. Yet, he insisted he was unattached. "If it weren't for your good looks, I would seriously consider hitting you," Ron Artest warned, fuming at the audacity of it all. At that moment, Phil Jackson stood up, addressing the team with utmost seriousness. "The Miami Heat will undoubtedly push for fast breaks. We must elevate our pace. Jack, you need to balance Kobe with the other players during these fast breaks." The Zen master assigned Varejao a crucial role, designating him as the second most vital core player after Kobe Bryant, who showed no sign of displeasure. This puzzled the bench players and staff. Although Kobe was a superstar, he had never been fond of relinquishing ball control or allowing a point guard to maintain a certain equilibrium. Yet, he was now tacitly accepting this arrangement. Was it possible that Jack was indeed a divine being? How could women flock to him, and even Kobe treat him with such favor? If Andrew Bynum had witnessed this scene, he would have been enraged beyond measure. Chapter 46, A Moment of Inspiration, One-Handed Shot. The most formidable backcourt duo in history, Dwayne Wade, returned to the bench, and LeBron James approached him, gently patting his head. Coach Erik Spoelstra reminded him to remain composed. These subtle gestures served as reminders to the Finals MVP, who had navigated the league for 9 years, that he had just endured a defeat. The Flash, Wade, was the guardian spirit of the American Airlines Arena, having once orchestrated a stunning comeback against the Dallas Mavericks in the finals, much like a vigorous lion relentlessly expanding its territory. Yet now, although no one could displace him from discussions of the league's elite, his once boastful pride had tempered with age. He assured LeBron that it was all right. A lengthy career inevitably encounters its share of missteps, and Wade had come to accept this with equanimity. His willingness to take a pay cut to welcome fellow superstars LeBron James and Chris Bosh underscored that victory was paramount. This was why he initially challenged Van He to one-on-one, declaring that Jack had only 3 opportunities. Now, after 3 challenges, despite tasting defeat at the hands of the rising rookie, he did not intend to persist in such duels. Victory was his pursuit, and with the All-Star weekend approaching, this victory became increasingly significant. He aspired to elevate his coach, Spoelstra, who had been with him since the beginning, to the position of Eastern Conference All-Star coach. According to tradition, only the coach of the team with the best first-half record could receive this honor. Thus, he told Spoelstra during tactical discussions, "Do not concern yourself with my feelings. Execute the original plan. Let us move and drown the decaying Lakers in the tide of a new era's fast break." Spoelstra admired Wade's maturity internally, believing he had entered a new realm. Wade concurred. He no longer fixated on the outcome of individual offensive or defensive plays, but rather sought overall triumph. He recognized that this was where he surpassed the rookie, maintaining a clear mind and always aiming for the largest slice of the pie. As for the recent layup, what significance did it hold? As long as the Miami Heat emerged victorious, no one would celebrate the highlights of a defeated player. Spoelstra devised a new strategy, reintroducing Udonis Haslem to the court and relegating the aging Zydrunas Ilgauskas to the end of the bench. The league's towering giant was nearing the twilight of his career. The tides of time rendered such cumbersome, large centers increasingly undervalued. Moreover, Ilgauskas' athleticism was starkly mismatched with the team's dynamics. Beep. The whistle blew. The game continued. The Heat not only substituted Haslem for Ilgauskas, but also replaced Mario Chalmers with Mike Bibby, the former Kings core point guard, nicknamed White Devil. Expectations for Bibby were high. Coach Spoelstra hoped this seasoned veteran could stifle Van He's momentum. Bibby, who claimed to possess 1/8 Chinese heritage, was a robust and astute player. In 2002, when the Kings faced the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo, he was instrumental in their efforts. When confronted by physically stronger opponents, he relied on his intellect to outsmart them, and when faced with weaker adversaries, he utilized his physicality. His perimeter shooting was remarkably precise, with an astonishing release speed, particularly on mid-range jumpers following screens, a tactic that nearly vanquished the Los Angeles Lakers in their heyday. Bibby advanced the ball to the front court. Then he stood before him, arms outstretched, sizing up the seasoned adversary. Without indulging in excessive flair, Bibby quickly passed the ball to LeBron James. Confronting the defense of Matt Barnes, James surged inward, using his body to gain ground, while Wade maneuvered around Kobe's defense, utilizing Haslem's screen. Although Kobe keenly sensed this maneuver, Wade managed to evade him. Both Wade and James entered the paint, posing a formidable challenge for Pau Gasol. Gasol, not known for his defensive prowess, lost the advantage in the shuffle, helplessly witnessing James complete an emphatic dunk. Kobe Bryant shook his head in disappointment. In his prime, he would have berated Gasol for losing his position. He could not tolerate a teammate's lapses. Yet now, he had learned to accept that if he enjoyed Gasol's offensive versatility, he must also endure his defensive frailties. Van He received the ball, accelerating into the front court. Bibby positioned himself in front, quickly closing in, using his robust physique to constrict Van He's space. His intention was not to annihilate his opponent, but to sever the tactical connection between Van He and Kobe Bryant. Kobe was also entangled with Dwayne Wade, who clung to him like a sticky substance, as the two premier shooting guards in the league locked horns. Spoelstra observed the unfolding events with satisfaction, convinced of his tactical success. However, with a swift turn, Van He evaded Bibby, who, burdened by age, could not match his mental agility. Unable to pursue Van He, he could only watch as Van He darted into the lane like a bolt of lightning. The Heat watched in dismay as Van He sped ahead, their defense spiraling into crisis. Past experiences had taught them that if they could contain Kobe from the perimeter and lock down Gasol inside, victory would follow. Yet now, Van He declared, "Not so fast." Haslem had to react defensively, and as Van He stepped forward, he delivered a dramatically deceptive pass through Haslem's legs, piercing their defense. This comical yet mocking pass signified that Van He not only understood Haslem's help defense, but also accurately assessed his route from a position of intellectual superiority, like a cunning hunter leisurely enjoying a smoke while an enraged cheetah stumbled into his trap. At the moment Haslem was humiliated by the through-the-legs pass, he felt a profound sense of disgrace. The gasp of the crowd fueled the ire of the 30-something forward. Behind him, Lamar Odom received the brilliant pass, effortlessly leaping to dunk as he faced an unguarded rim. The Lakers retaliated with a dunk of their own. Spoelstra's expression was graver than that of the sighing fans, as he confronted a new reality. Jack Van had become the third pillar alongside Kobe and Gasol, participating in the previous offensive play without either of them. Haslam glowered at Van He, a fierce warning in his eyes. "Kid, you will pay dearly for provoking me." Van He raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, retorting to the furious giant, "Next time, try not to take such large steps on defense. I can't guarantee that every through-the-legs pass will go smoothly. What if I hit you where it hurts?" He feigned a gasp, eliciting a reaction from Haslam, who increasingly loathed the rookie but found himself powerless against him. Dwayne Wade initiated a rapid offensive thrust, sprinting towards the frontcourt, showcasing Miami's agility in full bloom. As Wade confronted Matt Barnes in a defensive switch, he pivoted with sudden decisiveness, prompting Van He to quickly adjust his defense. Little did he know that Wade had already passed the ball to Mike Bibby at the top of the arc. Although Bibby could no longer jump high or run fast, his release was swifter now than in his youth. Van He attempted to block him, but was outmatched by Bibby's rapid shot. Swish. The crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted in jubilation. Bibby walked back with a stoic expression, while Van He contemplated Bibby's shooting form. The shot was executed seamlessly, with barely a moment's pause, as if the force of the shot and the push-off from his feet were one and the same. Then he felt he was grasping something profound. He recalled Stephen Curry's words from their past discussions, during which Curry was exploring new shooting techniques. He had told Van He that as a guard who couldn't run fast or jump high, he needed to refine his shooting style, distinguishing himself from traditional point guards who relied on post-contact shooting stability, thus employing a two-part shooting motion. With his exceptional hand-eye coordination, he aimed to utilize that strength by adopting a one-part shooting motion. At that time, Van He had practiced this with Curry. Yet while Curry ascended to become the NCAA's premier shooter, Van He's attempts at the one-part shot were clumsy imitations, lacking finesse. However, the circumstances had changed. Van He's coordination had reached an unparalleled level, and inspired by Bibby's three-pointer, he felt compelled to experiment with his own shooting to enhance his offensive threat. As he pondered this, he advanced to the frontcourt, only to be confronted once more by Bibby's aggressive defense. In an instant, Van He executed a swift change of direction, his body slicing through Bibby's aging ankles like lightning, swiftly bypassing his defense. As the court opened before him, he caught a glimpse of Kobe being nearly restrained by Wade, while LeBron James lurked, ready to pounce on any incursion into the paint. In that moment, Van He felt no hesitation. He leaped and released the ball, employing the one-part shooting technique he had meticulously studied with Stephen Curry during their time at Davidson College. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Thud! It struck the front of the rim. However, the ball's inward spin was slight, and as it became congested in the paint, even LeBron James charged in for the rebound. The ball once again fell into the basket. Swish! A three-pointer. Van He had struck back. As sighs filled the American Airlines Center, veteran Winter clenched his fist in triumph on the bench. He turned to Phil Jackson and asked if he felt the same sensation as when Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen ruled the league. Would Kobe and Jack become the second-best backcourt duo in history? Phil Jackson smiled but did not respond. The discourse around the league had recently suggested that Wade and James would surpass Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen as the greatest backcourt in NBA history. At that time, Phil Jackson had deemed it impossible, for Wade and James' styles overlapped. Yet, now, witnessing the synergy between Van He and Kobe, he suddenly realized, perhaps the true duo capable of challenging the Jordan-Pippen legacy was already on the court. He felt an inner pride. Simultaneously, Reggie Miller, seated at the commentary desk, watched the replay on the screen. As the strongest three-point shooter in NBA history, he felt a jolt of astonishment as he witnessed Van He's fluid one-part shooting motion, which left him profoundly shaken. He saw reflections of his own shooting style in Van He's arc. Yet, this young man had innovated. Reggie understood that his own shooting was tailored for off-ball movement, which often contradicted ball handlers. However, who would have imagined that Jack would devise such an effective solution? He didn't jump to find the apex before releasing. Instead, he executed a direct leap with a fluid motion, projecting the ball. Goodness, this was the mark of genius. Had he known this shooting technique back in the day? Reggie Miller felt as though struck by lightning. realizing that if he had possessed this skill, perhaps that year's Eastern Conference Finals could have been a different story, and perhaps a championship ring would have adorned his career. Jack, you must strive. You stand on the shoulders of giants. You must become the next generation's master of shooting. Reggie silently wished Van He well. Yet, at that moment, Van He furrowed his brow, sensing that some nuances were still amiss, and, had Wade been defending him, his shot would have likely been blocked, as he felt his release was still a touch slow. Just then, Wade unleashed another fierce offensive onslaught, advancing alongside LeBron James. But they were momentarily stymied by Kobe Bryant at the free throw line. Wade swiftly passed the ball, this time to Chris Bosh. Swish. The Heat executed their offense. The Heat's strategy may not have been intricate, yet their talent was overwhelming. Wade and LeBron were the finest penetrating guards on the planet. When they surged forward, at least two defenders were required to contain them. When they attacked simultaneously, they could dismantle the entire defense. Once the Lakers' defense was drawn out, the perimeter naturally opened up, making Bosh's shot a foregone conclusion. This is why people believe that James and Wade could become the greatest backcourt duo in history. The Lakers found themselves strategically on the back foot. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant signaled to Van He, preparing to isolate on the strong side. Phil Jackson, focused intently, recognized that the true test was at hand, the synergy between Kobe's strong and weak side movements, and whether they possessed the potential to surpass the Jordan-Pippen duo in executing the triangle offense, thus becoming the strongest backcourt in history. Chapter 47. The crucial role of Fan Shi. Upon Fan Shi's entry into the frontcourt, the Miami Heat adjusted their defensive strategy, necessitating heightened attention toward him. In this moment, Fan Shi passed the ball to Kobe Bryant. Kobe, the most technically proficient shooting guard in the league today, has honed his skills over 2 decades. While there are contemporaries with greater innate talent or earlier fame, none have maintained the stature of a marquee player in the league after 15 years like he has. His success stems from relentless practice, maximizing his physical attributes, and achieving a level of technical prowess akin to perfection. Dwayne Wade focused intently on defending Kobe, aiming to stifle his offensive prowess. However, Bryant evaded him with a flawless back pivot, executing a fadeaway jumper that found its mark. Kobe's movements are timeless and effortless. Observing this, Fan Shi compared it with the experiences of Michael Jordan in his mind, gaining deeper insights. Though Fan Shi could replicate these moves, perhaps with even greater natural elegance, he felt that the precision in timing and spatial awareness cultivated by Kobe through years of practice surpassed his own. Fan Shi's skills are akin to those of Su Zhu, who received formidable internal energy from the likes of Tianshan Child and Wu Yazi, surpassing the sheer force of Qiao Feng. Yet, in terms of practical experience, Qiao Feng held the advantage. At this moment, in the application of post techniques, Kobe Bryant resembled the battle-hardened leader, while Fan Shi was akin to Su Zhu, newly endowed with extraordinary abilities. As Fan Shi momentarily lost himself in thought, the Heat launched a fierce counterattack. Wade initiated the drive, swiftly advancing the ball to LeBron James. James barreled into the paint like a force of nature, demolishing the Lakers' interior defense before passing to Haslam, who scored with a layup. Both James and Wade, exceptional athletes with comprehensive skills, could each lead their respective teams in retaliatory exchanges with Kobe. Now, united in their offensive efforts, Kobe found himself somewhat outmatched. Lakers fans watching from home hoped for Fan Shi to alleviate some of the pressure, and he obliged. He brought the ball back into the frontcourt and quickly passed to Kobe before darting to the weak side. This movement prevented the Heat from aggressively double-teaming Kobe, as any such pressure would result in the ball being passed to Fan Shi, whose three-point shooting ability is formidable, alongside his capability to swiftly relocate the ball. Thanks to this, Kobe sank another mid-range jumper. Yet, turning back, James charged into the paint, scoring with ease. The contest intensified. The Lakers relied on their more seasoned triangle offense. With Fan Shi's positioning on the weak side, Kobe regained the feeling reminiscent of Jordan's prime. Previously, he often faced double or triple teams to score, but tonight, Fan Shi's presence significantly increased his opportunities for one-on-one plays, resulting in a shooting percentage far exceeding his usual. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat, propelled by the exceptional individual talents of their 3 superstars, unleashed a relentless offensive wave akin to a surging tsunami against the Lakers' beleaguered defense, which was severely weakened by the absence of center Andrew Bynum. Surprisingly, at halftime, the score stood tied at 56-56, despite the Heat's trio firing on all cylinders. The reason was simple. Kobe Bryant exploded in the first half, scoring 29 points. Mike Breen remarked on television that this was reminiscent of Kobe's resurgence in 2005, praising him as the league's most formidable offensive weapon. Breen confidently predicted that Kobe might surpass 60 points that night, asserting that even divine intervention would be insufficient to halt his scoring. However, Reggie Miller countered this perspective, stating that this performance was starkly different from that of 2005, cautioning against overlooking objective facts. Although Kobe amassed 29 points in the first half, his scoring ability was not as formidable as during his peak. At that time, he could dispatch any opponent effortlessly, but now he bore the weight of age, despite his matured experience. Miller noted that Kobe's previous struggles stemmed from a lack of support from teammates, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. Tonight, however, he had to express gratitude to Fan Shi, who drew defensive attention on the weak side, allowing Kobe to execute his plays with ease. Miller's observations were fair, yet they irked Mike Brown, who bristled at the implication that Fan Shi was the Lakers' savior, questioning whether Kobe could perform as well without Fan Shi's assistance. Brown insisted that the true test for the Lakers lay in the second half, cautioning against expecting Kobe to maintain his first-half intensity, as age would inevitably limit his endurance compared to his younger days. As Miller and Breen engaged in earnest discussion, Brown criticized Miller for harboring biases from his playing days, accusing him of failing to view the situation impartially. He emphasized that this was a battle between Kobe and the three superstars, and Fan Shi was not yet in a position to dictate the outcome. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' locker room, Kobe Bryant sat on the bench, catching his breath. Staff members provided him with specially formulated drinks to replenish his energy and electrolytes. The physical demands of an NBA game are immense. Dwayne Wade once remarked that losing 3 pounds during a game is commonplace. Although perhaps an exaggeration, the toll on stamina undeniably limits the performance of many superstars. Acknowledging his age and recent return from injury, Kobe earnestly told Fan Shi, "Jack, you need to take more one-on-one opportunities in the second half." This statement reflected both his esteem for Fan Shi and his trust in him, as Fan Shi was the most formidable point guard Kobe had collaborated with over the years. Kobe even envisioned Fan Shi as a potential successor to his core role. Having matured, Kobe no longer exhibited the aggressive tendencies of his youth, nor did he fiercely pursue the ball to the exclusion of others. With age comes a natural inclination to select a successor, and Fan Shi was the individual he had chosen. This was something Andrew Bynum had failed to achieve in 6 years. The locker room buzzed with surprise at the depth of Kobe's concern for Fan Shi. Phil Jackson outlined new strategies, providing Fan Shi with several tactical routes while advising Kobe to strategically shift to the weak side to draw defensive attention, an unthinkable notion in the past. Historically, Lakers point guards had 2 primary tasks: bring the ball up court and await a pass from Kobe for a shot. Meanwhile, in another locker room adorned with opulence, Dwayne Wade was indulging in a hamburger, replenishing his energy with quality carbohydrates as he prepared to defend against the rookie in the second half. He was a formidable adversary, and our team's point guard was insufficient to manage his offensive prowess. Mike Miller was assigned to the shooting guard position, as our perimeter desperately required more sharpshooters. Wade proposed this strategy, to which LeBron James readily acquiesced, despite McBlynn's assertions on television that this was a battle between Kobe and the trio. Both James and Wade were acutely aware that the first half was distinctly a contest between the James-Wade duo and the Kobe-Jack duo. If that was the case, why not confront them head-on? In their estimation, the peak James held an advantage over the waning Kobe Bryant. Furthermore, the still dominant Dwayne Wade faced off against the fledgling Van He, giving them a clear edge. Thus, a direct confrontation was in order. Prior to the second half, Van He took to the court for some practice, honing his one-motion shooting technique. Although he had only recently grasped this skill, any preparation was better than none. During his college years, he had extensively studied this shooting style with Stephen Curry, thus possessing a solid foundation. Coupled with the shooting legacy inherited from Reggie Miller, the NBA's all-time leading scorer, his accuracy was commendable, surpassing that of his previous 2-motion jump shots. However, his jumping ability and speed were rather ordinary, and his release time had yet to improve, making it challenging to contend with staunch defenses. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. When Van He observed that Miami's LeBron James was now in possession of the ball, with the original point guard seated quietly on the bench, he realized his opponent had transformed into the Flash, Wade. He approached, closely tracking Wade's movements. Wade chose not to engage in an isolation play against Van He, opting instead for rapid off-ball motion, while Van He mirrored his every step. Armed with the peak speed of Allen Iverson, the agility of Shawn Kemp, and the unparalleled coordination of Michael Jordan, keeping pace with Wade was hardly an arduous task. Simultaneously, James bulldozed through Ron Artest's defense. Artest, the Lakers' player closest in physicality to James, could scarcely withstand his onslaught, illustrating James's overwhelming intimidation factor. James barreled into the paint, forcing his way through Lamar Odom to score. Van He was left in awe. No wonder James was deemed the chosen one. Previously, Van He had underestimated James's technical prowess, but standing beside him revealed the extent of his terrifying abilities. His weight surpassed that of most centers in the league, while his speed rivaled that of guards. And his leaping and explosive power were among the elite on the perimeter, akin to a tank with the speed of a supercar, perhaps slightly lacking in agility. Yet when he charged forward, what could possibly impede him? Moreover, in earlier years, he was sometimes permitted an extra step. Lamar Odom, somewhat despondent, rubbed his chest and remarked to Van He, "It feels like a 3-meter wave crashing against my chest." This sentiment encapsulated why many interior players in the league were hesitant to confront James head-on. Who would willingly face a raging beast? Van He regarded James, his eyes devoid of fear, brimming instead with anticipation and a desire for challenge. He yearned for the day he could stand opposite James and engage in a genuine duel. He aspired to overcome this chosen one, the prophesied next ruler of the league. However, for now, he had to contend with the harassment of the Flash, Wade. Wade's relentless defense shadowed him, yet he could no longer impede Van He's movements. With the coordination inherited from Jordan, Van He's ball-handling skills had reached the pinnacle of the league. He effortlessly advanced into the front court. Then, as if adopting a clever strategy, Wade retreated a half-step, prioritizing defense against drives rather than shots. It seemed he understood that Van He's long-range shooting ability was modest. However, Van He suddenly surged inward. His explosive power and speed compelled Wade to instinctively retreat. As Wade stepped back, Van He executed a seamless stop, followed by a step back, and then released the ball. Swish! It rippled through the net, a splendid three-pointer. Wade appeared taken aback. The American Airlines arena erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Reggie Miller, on television, exuberantly exclaimed, "A resounding success. Jack is establishing his ball-handling shooting system." The viewers at home were electrified, and across the vast ocean, the land of China stirred once more. For Van He had once again scored a three-pointer under Wade's defense. "Tonight, I will not allow you to sink another three-pointer, I swear," Wade declared fiercely to Van He. Van He smiled in response. That remains to be seen. This three-pointer shifted Wade's defense onto the back foot. He could no longer afford to give Van He an inch of space and had to stay glued to him, which presented Van He with opportunities to penetrate. Subsequently, Van He repeatedly breached Wade's defenses, interacting with Lamar Odom in the paint and aiding Pau Gasol in gaining a dominant position in the key. Kobe Bryant found respite in the third quarter, his stamina unexhausted. Miami's strategy had faltered, and as the third quarter concluded, the score was tied at 86-86. Heat coach Erik Spoelstra paced anxiously on the sidelines, venting his frustrations at the assistant coaches, demanding to know why they had not prepared adequately for Van He, why they had allowed that rookie to run rampant. Spoelstra's anger was palpable. Conversely, Phil Jackson was thoroughly pleased. Van He's performance in the third quarter had not only met but exceeded his expectations. Van He reminded him of Pippen, although his offensive sharpness did not match Pippen's. His rebounding was not as robust, nor was his defense as tenacious. His organizational talent surpassed that of the so-called point-forward Pippen, and his shooting prowess eclipsed Pippen's as well. Moreover, this was merely his sixth game. Phil Jackson felt entirely justified in envisioning a forthcoming dynasty. He believed that Van He might not just be Pippen. He could be Jordan, possessing the capability to stand alone and the potential for leadership. During the years when Jordan retired, Phil Jackson had entrusted the game-winning shots to Kukoc. Van He accumulated 8 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds in a single quarter, bringing his overall tally to 21 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds. Regardless of McBlynn's attempts to argue otherwise, Van He had undeniably emerged as one of the protagonists in this divine contest. The statistics bore witness, as did the exasperated expressions on Dwayne Wade's face. Now, as the game approached the critical fourth quarter, both teams remained evenly matched. This outcome far exceeded pre-game expectations. Initially, Many believed the soaring Heat would secure an effortless victory. Now, Reggie Miller sensed that the Lakers might have a greater chance. He was convinced that if they persevered until the decisive moment, Jack would undoubtedly deliver. After all, this fellow, like him, was a cold-blooded, resolute killer. Chapter 48. She is a tough nut to crack at the commencement of the fourth quarter. Neither team fielded their key players entirely, both recognizing the impending ferocity of the battle and the necessity for their stars to rest. Steve Blake, the Lakers' former starting point guard, finally seized his long-awaited opportunity, executing a series of successful shots under Mario Chalmers' defense. His remarkable performance provided a buffer for the Lakers, granting them a lead within the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. However, the equilibrium shifted dramatically once LeBron James entered the fray. The Lakers' rotation struggled to withstand James's relentless onslaught, and the score was quickly equalized. Phil Jackson promptly reintegrated starters Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom into the lineup. The Miami Heat swiftly substituted Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade into the game, while Kobe Bryant made his entrance at the 4.5-minute mark, coinciding with Bosh drawing a foul from Odom. The reason for Van Exel's absence was twofold. Blake was performing admirably, assuring the bench of his ability to withstand pressure, and Van Exel's physical stamina had become a concern. He had not faced such intense offensive and defensive engagements in recent matches, having played 3 full quarters and engaged in a taxing duel with superstar Wade during the third. Observing Van Exel panting on the bench, Jackson opted to grant him additional rest, prioritizing his health over the immediate victory. Seated quietly, Van Exel scrutinized the game from a different perspective. James remained fiercely aggressive, while Wade continued to exhibit his extraordinary agility. However, Van Exel sensed an absence of genuine chemistry between the two. They seemed to lead the team merely through innate talent, lacking the establishment of a cohesive tactical framework. Thus, he contemplated how to disrupt their connection, but who could undertake such a task? Scanning the bench, he found no one capable of shouldering this responsibility. The game progressed at a brisk pace. Blake, a composed point guard, was eager to prove himself, striving to impress the coaching staff and perhaps reclaim his standing in Jackson's eyes. Throughout, he never truly believed that Van Exel surpassed him. He considered Van Exel merely fortunate. Initially, Blake's shooting was indeed on point. However, when the Heat recalled Chalmers to the bench and repositioned Wade as point guard, Blake's early enthusiasm devolved into futile struggle. Wade intercepted him once and, on the next possession, sent Blake's 3-point attempt soaring back into the court with a resounding slap, electrifying the American Airlines Arena and elevating the home crowd's spirits to a crescendo. Following his dunk, Wade triumphantly showcased his muscles to the audience, casting a taunting glance at Van Exel on the sidelines. Just then, Jackson called Van Exel's name, prompting him to hastily remove his warm-up jacket and stride onto the court. With 5 minutes remaining and the Miami Heat leading by 4 points, Van Exel entered the game with a sense of crisis duty. Fans watching from their televisions hoped for a turnaround, eagerly anticipating Van Exel's potential to conjure yet another miracle. Should Van Exel continue to perform well, I vow to rally all my relatives and friends to cast their votes for him. He deserves an all-star berth. Reggie Miller passionately advocated for Van Exel on television, echoing the sentiments of many viewers. For North American audiences, Van Exel embodied the protagonist of an epic hero's journey, with everyone hoping for his continued growth and extraordinary feats. The narrative of his transformation from zero to hero captivated all, especially given his humble beginnings as an undrafted player. Fans witnessed his ascent from a 10-day contract, yearning for his further advancement. For fans across the ocean, Van Exel represented a hero bearing the weight of collective aspirations, embodying the hope that an individual of Asian descent could achieve renown in the NBA. Though his story was already legendary, why not strive for even greater heights? Are you here to get blocked too, little guy? Wade taunted as Van Exel stepped onto the court, claiming he had studied Van Exel's peculiar shooting technique and vowed to ensure he experienced the humiliation of being swatted if he dared to shoot that way. Van Exel ignored him, swiftly taking to the court, utilizing Odom's screen to evade Wade's pursuit, receiving the ball from Kobe at the sideline. He then charged toward the paint. But Wade's formidable upper body strength slowed Van Exel's advance, compounded by his waning stamina. Nevertheless, Van Exel maintained precise control over the rhythm, abruptly halting to exploit Wade's momentary lapse, delivering the ball to Kobe on the opposite side. As Kobe received the pass, Van Exel surged inward, and Kobe returned the ball to him, a beautifully orchestrated give-and-go. Wade and James were momentarily bewildered. Van Exel deftly navigated through the defense, arriving at the paint just as Haslam rushed to cover him. Yet, rather than shooting, he opted to pass the ball out again. Kobe, with both James and Wade's focus drawn inward, retreated to the three-point line. He received the ball and released a clean shot. Swish. A splendid three-pointer was executed. Van Exel and Kobe had artfully manipulated the attention of James and Wade, rendering the Lakers' attack akin to sorcery, leaving their opponents utterly bemused. As Van Exel and Kobe celebrated their successful play with a high five, the eyes of James and Wade blazed with ire. James quickly pressed forward, but as he entered the paint under duress, preparing to pass to Wade, he was startled to find Van Exel suddenly blocking his path. He hastily redirected the ball to Mike Miller. However, as soon as he released it, Van Exel accelerated, diving headlong to intercept the pass and deliver it to Kobe. With Kobe leading the fast break, Van Exel steadied himself and trailed closely behind. In the midst of the swift transition, Kobe barreled into the paint, drawing in Bosch, before passing to Gasol, who effortlessly finished with a layup, reclaiming a one-point lead. Following Van Exel's entrance, the Lakers surged ahead by 5 points, igniting exhilaration among supporters watching from home. The chemistry between Van Exel and Kobe astounded viewers, while Van Exel's timely interception sent adrenaline surging through their veins. He had become the first player this season to disrupt the dynamic duo of James and Wade. Reggie Miller was beside himself with excitement, even pulling out his phone on air to inform the audience. "All right, folks, I'm notifying my family and friends to vote for Jack. He deserves an all-star spot. I can hardly find a point guard more deserving of a starting role. My apologies, Chris. I know this feels unfair to you, but truly, I am enamored with this guy. His recent performances are historic. I have never witnessed a rookie deliver such a breathtaking display." Miller fervently championed Van Exel, and the campaign was proving remarkably effective. Fanshi's all-star votes have surged dramatically, likely to surpass 1 million in the coming days. Once this threshold is crossed, he will secure a starting position in the All-Star game, a truly fantastical prospect. Even David Stern could not have anticipated such a phenomenon. The pace of Fanshi's evolution renders his previous basketball experiences dull by comparison. The game continues, with LeBron James having learned from his past mistakes. However, his quick-stop jump shot fails to find the mark, while Kobe Bryant, with Fanshi's assistance, executes a fadeaway jumper, widening the point gap further. Reggie Miller begins to articulate the significance of shooting on television, stating that if LeBron James possessed accurate mid-range shooting, the Lakers would stand no chance. Currently, the Los Angeles team benefits from the long-range capabilities of their two perimeter stars. Everything appears to be unfolding favorably for the Lakers, especially as James and Wade suddenly find their shooting touch gone cold. With just 2 minutes remaining, the Lakers maintain a 3-point lead. An unexpected turn of events occurs as Kobe Bryant attempts to secure an offensive rebound. In his earnest effort, he collides with Chris Bosh, who inadvertently commits a foul with an elbow strike to Kobe's brow. At that moment, Kobe's fragile brow is split open, blood gushing forth. Dazed, he stumbles until he is steadied by the nearest teammate, Lamar Odom. The head referee quickly halts the game and issues a technical foul to Chris Bosh, who had previously clashed with Odom and incurred another technical foul, resulting in his ejection from the game. The crowd at the American Airlines Center erupts in boos, perceiving the ruling as unjust while disregarding Kobe's bleeding injury. Assisted by the team physician, Kobe insists he only needs a simple bandage to return to action, but the physician disagrees. He informs Kobe that the laceration on his brow measures 1.5 centimeters and cannot be stopped without stitches. Furthermore, there are strong suspicions of a mild concussion. The NBA has 2 stringent regulations. First, no player may participate with a bleeding wound, a rule established following Magic Johnson's HIV diagnosis, which led many players to refuse to share the court with him during his second comeback. Second, if a player suffers a concussion, they are prohibited from playing. There have been instances where players have died due to playing with concussions, prompting the league to enforce strict testing protocols. Only physicians appointed by the league can conduct these assessments, rendering the team doctors powerless in such situations. Consequently, Kobe Bryant is unequivocally ruled out for the game. The Lakers revert to their previous state, losing their star player just as the game enters its final moments. With just 2 minutes remaining, the three-headed monster of the Lakers is diminished. Fanshi stands at the forefront. Lakers fans watching from home are despondent. Without Kobe, they see no chance of victory, even with a 3-point lead. As Kobe departs, he imparts to Fanshi, If you wish to become a great player, now is the opportune moment. Fan Shi nods in acknowledgement. As he moves toward the court, Pau Gasol is designated to take the technical foul free throw. Thud. The Lakers' highest free throw shooter surprisingly misses. Frustrated, he shakes his head, casting a gaze of desperation and dismay towards Fan Shi, who senses his teammates' resignation in this critical moment. Fan Shi refrains from reproaching him, reassuring him that it is all right. The technical foul grants them an additional possession. Ron Artest, an experienced veteran, steps up to take the free throw. However, he and Fan Shi lack synergy, opting to pass to the interior where Gasol stands instead of utilizing Fan Shi's open position. This intention is intercepted by the newly substituted Eric Dampier, who shoves Gasol aside and leaps to seize the basketball. Despair washes over Lakers fans watching at home. Alone and unsupported, can Jack still conjure a miracle? Reggie Miller laments on air. Even my grandmother could make that pass to Jack. Dwayne Wade seizes the ball. The three-point deficit does not compel him to rush the offense. Kobe Bryant's absence places them in a favorable position. Observe the Lakers' morale. Apart from Jack, the rest appear dejected. Resembling a wealthy team basking in comfort, vulnerable like lambs to the slaughter in the face of formidable opponents. Cheer up. We are still leading. Fan Shi urges, clapping his hands in a futile attempt to elevate the team's spirits, eliciting pity from Wade. Approaching the three-point arc, Wade taunts Fan Shi. Do you really believe you are the leader of this team? Do you think they will heed your call? Wake up, rookie. You are not yet strong enough to be the savior. In Miami, you stand no chance for success, Wade asserts. He then launches an offensive drive, passing to James. LeBron penetrates the paint, scoring amidst Gasol's defense and earning an additional free throw. As he approaches the charity stripe, he derisively remarks to Fan Shi, "Hey Jack, do you still believe you are in the lead?" This is a condescending affront. Unfazed, Fan Shi displays his resolve, switching positions with Ron Artest, who should have been under the basket for the rebound. He tells James, "At least you won take the lead." His intent is clear. If you miss, the rebound will undoubtedly be mine. Fan Shi is a tenacious competitor. Chapter 49, a decisive blow once more. He truly is the greatest legend of basketball. This is a warning. LeBron James was caught off guard. He had never anticipated standing at the free throw line and hearing such words. Memories of his youth flooded back, a time when he led the Cavaliers against the formidable Gilbert Arenas. In a critical moment of Game 6, Arenas was awarded a free throw opportunity, and James approached him, saying, "If you miss, you are certain to lose." Indeed, in that match, the scoring machine Arenas failed to hit his shots, allowing James and the Cavaliers to overpower the Washington Wizards and subsequently advance to the finals. Now, the tides had turned. To his astonishment, this rookie dared to utter such words to him. James was resolute in his disbelief. He could not fathom that the 193-meter-tall Van he could seize the rebound. Initially, he aimed to sink the free throw to equalize the score, but now he was determined to miss, to grab the rebound, and to decisively outmaneuver Van He. The chosen one feared no threats. Indeed, he was destined to defy the odds. He refused to accept that Van He was more fortunate than he. James exchanged glances with his teammates, while Van He gestured to Lamar Odom. The clash commenced. James took a deep breath, focusing on the hoop, and launched the basketball with ferocity, akin to throwing a shot put. At that moment, the area beneath the basket was a chaotic melee. As James released the ball, he surged towards the paint, hoping to partake in the fray, ideally snatching the ball he had just shot and executing a slam dunk. Bang! The ball struck the front of the rim and rebounded. James, the most attuned to the trajectory of the ball, knew precisely where it would go, for he was the one who had thrown it. Yet, as he charged towards the ball, Van He suddenly leapt into his line of sight, soaring high into the air. James was momentarily stunned. How could this kid jump so high? He was bewildered, unaware that at the moment Van He leapt, Lamar Odom had provided a powerful boost. This assistance propelled Van He to his peak, where he extended his remarkable wingspan, gliding almost horizontally through the air. He snatched the ball right above Haslam's head, landing with finesse. Clutching the basketball tightly and swinging it vigorously from side to side to thwart any attempts by the Heat players to snatch it. The Heat players were reluctant to commit a foul. The rebound was firmly secured by Van He. The Lakers maintained a 1-point lead. Reggie Miller, broadcasting from the studio, expressed his admiration, feeling exhilarated by Van He's rebounding prowess. He reminded him of the superstars of the 90s, who, even in the direst circumstances, would never relent. He was the final bastion of the team. Then he advanced the ball steadily across half-court. Dwayne Wade advanced to confront him. Following the loss of Kobe Bryant, the Heat's defense had become more resolute, aggressively isolating Van He. From Spoelstra to Wade, they believed Van He could only fulfill a significant supporting role alongside Kobe Bryant. At this critical juncture, what miraculous skill could this rookie possess to reverse the tide? Van He remained unhurried, gliding at the arc until Lamar Odom switched to cover him. He swiftly maneuvered through the screen, only to find James directly switching to defend him, with Wade quickly closing in. In this predicament, Van He opted to leap. Wade and James soared simultaneously to suppress. The league's top two superstars ensured that any shot taken by Van He would be blocked. But who said Van He intended to shoot? His shooting motion was so convincingly executed. Yet, as the two superstars leapt to swat him, he deftly flicked the ball from his side, not with his hands, but with the strength of his waist. No one anticipated Van He would use his waist to pass. This was an unprecedented innovation in NBA history. Wade and James were rightfully deceived. Who could deny Van He's unparalleled coordination at that moment? The basketball was flung into Lamar Odom's hands amid the pressure from the two superstars. Odom received the ball in absolute solitude, leaping to shoot. Swish. With poise under pressure. The score shifted to 122-119. The Los Angeles Lakers regained a 3-point lead with just 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Van He's extraordinary passing deflated the combined might of the two superstars into a mere fantasy. Kobe Bryant, seated on the bench while a team doctor stitched his right eye, witnessed this scene with his left eye, clenching his fist and grinding his teeth. "Damn it," Bryant exclaimed, furiously slapping his thigh. He was exhilarated. After all these years, he had finally encountered a resilient teammate. Van He's previous rebounds and this flawless pass conveyed a clear message to Kobe Bryant. Henceforth, he would not walk alone. The Lakers would possess two players who would never concede in critical moments. James and Wade were incensed, their pride wounded by being toyed with by a rookie. Wade returned to half-court, immediately initiating a one-on-one with Van He. Van He persistently contested, but ultimately fell short. James's screen disrupted his defensive rhythm, allowing Wade to penetrate the paint and complete a thunderous dunk over Pau Gasol's defense. The match had transformed into a showdown between Wade and James against Jack Van He. Even the Might is Right Mike Breen had to concede that Van He had stepped into the limelight, succeeding Kobe as the focal point of the game. Viewers at home were electrified. Van He's all-star votes surged, and the audience felt invigorated by his progress, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a new miracle. Van He advanced the ball to the front court, now facing James's defense. James, with the strength of a bull, stood before Van He like an impenetrable wall, suffocating him. Moreover, Lamar Odom's screen was easily overcome by James. Wade lurked outside, poised to intercept any potential pass. Then he found himself in a dire situation. He was forced to opt for an abrupt jump shot. Bang! A hasty shot. The ball failed to find the mark. Yet, astonishingly, Pau Gasol managed to secure the rebound. At this juncture, all he needed to do was protect the ball and pass it to Van He, allowing him to run down the clock for a favorable outcome for the Lakers. To everyone's shock, he took a shot instead and missed. Bang! The rebound was seized by Eric Dampier. With 35 seconds remaining, the Miami Heat now possessed the ball. The Lakers led by a slim margin of 122-121. Phil Jackson shook his head in disappointment from the bench, feeling frustrated with Gasol's performance in crucial moments. Gasol, after years in the league, still lacked the resilience to thrive in adversity. In an unexpected turn, after calling a timeout, the Heat chose not to rush their offense. Instead, they decided to attack steadily and then contain the Lakers with their defense. Wade spoke confidently from the bench. He told Coach Spoelstra, "The initiative is in our hands. We need not take risks with a fast break. As long as we proceed steadily, the Lakers have no chance of winning. If we can lock down that rookie, they won't even initiate their offense." Wade's self-assured words swayed Spoelstra. Although James supported Wade's sentiment, Spoelstra opted to adjust their strategy to maintain a solid approach. Though this decision bore a hint of hubris, it was made nonetheless. However, upon analysis from any perspective, the Miami Heat, fortified by their two titans, could not possibly succumb to the Lakers. After all, the Lakers' greatest asset, Kobe Bryant, was sidelined due to injury, while their interior force, Andrew Bynum, was absent. And Pau Gasol had become as soft as overcooked pasta. Only a rookie, Jack Fan, remained. Could he truly turn the tide? LeBron James, ball in hand beyond the arc. Exchanged light banter with Dwayne Wade, who lingered in the corner. You performed adequately tonight, but merely adequate. Fan chose not to respond. Do not entertain fantasies of defeating the super trio. Such narratives are confined to mindless Hollywood productions. What rookie could possibly dethrone the protagonists? Wade continued his chatter. I don't regard you as a protagonist, Fan retorted. So, you presume you are? Wade's words were barely out when, boom, James, utilizing Dampier's screen, stormed into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk while drawing a defensive foul from Lamar Odom. The American Airlines arena erupted in fervor. James jubilantly raised his arms. With just 15 seconds remaining, the score stood at 123-122. The Miami Heat had surged ahead by a point and were granted an additional free throw. Do you still believe you're the protagonist? Wade pointed at the exalted James, basking in the adoration of the 20,000 strong crowd. Fan disregarded Wade. Addressing James, do you dare to intentionally miss a free throw? His challenge was both humble and probing. James hesitated momentarily. Fan's provocation tempted him to miss the shot. After all, the chosen one ought to tread an unconventional path. Yet, the shadow of his previous miss lingered ominously in his mind. After a swift evaluation of the risks, he declared to Fan, I have no doubt you cannot sink a three-pointer. He made his choice. At the free throw line, he inhaled deeply, faced the hoop, and gently released the basketball. Swish. The ball nestled within the net. 124-122. The Miami Heat led by 2 points. They swiftly mobilized. Fan charged ahead, receiving Odom's inbound pass, sprinting toward the front court. Just past half court, he abruptly halted. He gestured to Phil Jackson on the sidelines, signaling him not to call a timeout, and instructed his teammates to spread out. Wade stood directly before him, intensely focused. As the game reached its critical juncture, every second's countdown could alter the fate of the match. The flash, Wade, heightened his defensive vigilance to the utmost. At this moment, Fan uttered, once we enter overtime, you are destined to lose. This statement carried profound implications. Wade's mind raced, attempting to decipher Fan's intent. Was he vying for 2 points or 3? Was he disseminating false information or revealing his true strategy? As Wade's thoughts whirled, the clock ticked down to 6 seconds. Fan suddenly launched into action, driving swiftly to the left. Was he courting disaster with James stationed near the three-point line? Wade's mind raced. Just then, Fan executed a swift change of direction. He sliced from left to right, accelerating with explosive force. Though Wade pursued, he was a fraction slow in retreating. He hastened his pace, yet as he accelerated backward, Fan abruptly halted, prompting Wade to mirror him. Fan surged forward once more, and Wade retreated again, their centers of gravity in a rapid oscillation. At that moment, Fan leaped. Without any prelude, he released the basketball midair. Wade hesitated for half a second before realizing Fan's intent, leaping to block. His vertical leap was astonishing. He was one of the NBA's finest shot-blocking guards. Yet, the prior shifts in Wade had caused him to be a fraction slow, and the ball soared just beyond his fingertips. As the ball reached the apex of its arc, the horn blared. A sharp electronic buzz filled the arena. A profound silence enveloped the American Airlines Center, as all held their breath, fearful that their heavy breathing might disrupt the ball's trajectory. Upon landing, Fan relaxed, feeling both fortunate and confident. The referee raised 3 fingers in affirmation, a perfect three-point attempt. Countless fists clenched in excitement before their screens, akin to a Kobe Bryant freshly stitched in the locker room. Phil Jackson stood, his usual composure shattered, his gaze riveted on the soaring basketball that would determine the game's destiny. A smile graced Fan's lips, blooming at its most exquisite moment. Swish. The ball plunged into the net. A wave of white foam erupted. Taylor Swift, seated courtside, was the first to leap up, racing toward Fan. The entire arena exhaled in disbelief. A buzzer beater. A stunning strike. Countless fans, previously standing, slumped back into their seats, unable to fathom the scene before them. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift embraced her hero tightly. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation. Phil Jackson led the cheers. In the locker room, Kobe Bryant struck a fist skyward, his wound reopening and blood streaming down, yet a smile could not be concealed from his face. Jack, Jack, Jack. The great Jack had delivered the game winner, vanquishing Miami's trio, rendering Wade's defense futile. He stood atop the pinnacle, the most formidable undrafted player in history, his $1 million salary worth every penny, casting doubt upon the title of Chosen One. He was the child of miracles, the embodiment of perfection, the legend bestowed upon the basketball realm by the divine. Taylor Swift rushed toward him, the pop sensation enveloping Jack in a heartfelt embrace. What a love to aspire to, what a love to celebrate. The beauty and the hero, a match made in heaven. At that moment, the chosen one, LeBron James, and the guardian of the American Airlines Center, Dwayne Wade, seemed to fade in brilliance before Jack. This night, Jack was the very embodiment of basketball. Mike Brown's voice resonated louder than ever before. Reggie Miller gazed at Mike Brown in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how. At this final moment, the staunch advocate of the strong trampling the rookie had shifted his stance, now extolling Fan with such flattering words that left him speechless. Yet, for Mike Brown, this transition felt entirely natural. In his heart, Fan had already ascended to all-star status. I must cast my vote for him. He deserves to be a starter, he proclaimed. Viewers at home, cast your votes for our child of miracles. Mike Brown shouted into the microphone, his voice echoing through countless households. Audiences across North America were left in awe. In that instant, as Fan netted the game winner, all spectators erupted in fervor. Fan had once again conjured a miracle. He was, without a doubt, the foremost legend of the basketball world. Chapter 50. Renowned across America, the climactic moment of the evening was undoubtedly Fan Shi's game-winning shot. A deadly three-pointer that extinguished Miami's final hopes after soaring over Dwayne Wade's head. Prior to the game, no one could have anticipated this outcome. Everyone believed it would be a showdown between Kobe and LeBron, a battle that would signify the passing of the NBA's highest scepter. As many considered LeBron James's supremacy over Kobe Bryant a foregone conclusion. However, Fan Shi's emergence shattered this expectation. Kobe Bryant was sidelined due to an early injury. And under the combined pressure of the Flash, Wade, and the King, James, Fan Shi managed to escape and strike back, snuffing out the Heat's hopes in the final moments. He became an overnight sensation, standing triumphantly atop the three giants. The echoes of Taylor Swift's embrace, Mike Breen's exuberant shouts, the uncontrollable sighs of the American Airlines Center, and the jubilant roars from viewers at home resonated across the ocean, marking the pinnacle of Fan Shi's popularity since his debut. For others, it was merely a game. But for him, it was a springboard to greater heights. His all-star votes surged uncontrollably, surpassing 900,000 within 3 minutes of his game-winning shot, and continued to escalate at an even more frenzied pace. The fervor surrounding this star-studded game, emblematic of a royal transition, was wholly absorbed by Fan Shi. Countless fans took to the internet, rallying for Fan Shi. If this year's All-Star game lacks the miraculous son of Jack, it would be utterly uninteresting. David Stern sat in his office, dumbfounded and unable to regain his composure. The primary narrative he had orchestrated was the generational clash between Kobe and James. Yet it was the rookie Fan Shi who ultimately seized the spotlight with his game-winning shot. With Fan Shi's votes exceeding 900,000, his position as the starting point guard for the All-Star game was all but assured. He began to ponder, why not invite Jack to participate in the three-point contest? He could bring his miracle to every night of All-Star weekend, from Friday's rookie game, Saturday's three-point contest, to Sunday's All-Star game. David Stern felt he might have been hastily nurturing a budding star. Fan Shi managed to escape from Taylor Swift's enthusiastic embrace, only to be surrounded by his ecstatic teammates, who joyously tossed their heroic sharpshooter into the air. Phil Jackson, in an interview with ESPN, feigned calmness as he remarked, "I am not surprised. This kid's talent has always been exceptional. This is simply normal operation." Clearly, Miami underestimated him. He certainly deserves to be an all-star. I am not suggesting he is superior to Stephen Nash, Chris Paul, or Darren Williams, but what he possesses now is unparalleled. Phil Jackson further noted that he was not typically inclined to utilize point guards, yet now he could only exclaim, "This is remarkable." In stark contrast, while Phil Jackson embraced the excitement, Wade and James departed the court with grim expressions, visibly disheartened. Being bested by a rookie was an unbearable reality. "We made some arrogant mistakes during this game," James confided to Wade in the locker room. Wade nodded in agreement. Had they opted for an aggressive play in the final 35 seconds, they would have retained possession. Instead, they believed they could defend against Fan Shi, and with hindsight, Wade lamented, that rookie wouldn't have had a chance. Yet now, he was basking in the glory of a hero's welcome. The most unfortunate consequence was the potential loss of their good friend Chris's all-star starting position, a sentiment that filled James with regret. In the NBA, the Flash, Wade, King James, CP3 Paul, and Melo Anthony are renowned as the Banana Boat Brothers, frequently training together during the off-season. Their camaraderie is a staple of media coverage, and they genuinely care about one another. Now, with Fanshi's fame skyrocketing due to his game winner against the Heat, he was on the verge of surpassing 1 million votes, jeopardizing Chris Paul's starting position. Both brothers felt a sense of guilt. Simultaneously, Chris Paul was anxiously monitoring the web. As Fanshi sank his game-winning shot, and Mike Breen fervently rallied for his votes, a sense of panic washed over him. When he opened the webpage and saw Fanshi's votes soaring past 900,000 overnight, racing towards 1 million, he felt a sense of impending doom. With only around 600,000 votes of his own, he was unable to match Fanshi's rising stardom from New Orleans. The All-Star starting position is a significant honor, a notable achievement that enhances a player's profile and commercial value. Since entering the league in 2005, Chris Paul quickly became the leader of the Hornets and led them to the playoffs. However, he was in a fiercely competitive Western Conference and did not make the All-Star team until 2008, when he was a substitute. He finally became a starter in 2009, only to have it snatched away by veteran Steve Nash the following year due to an astounding performance. Though some hailed him as the NBA's premier point guard, there remained whispers that he had not fully taken the mantle from Nash. This season, he had devoted himself to his craft, believing he would successfully claim the title of the top point guard and solidify his influence both on and off the court. Little did he know that an undrafted rookie would emerge, signing an unprecedented rookie contract, capturing the public's imagination, and now, achieving a game-winning shot against the Heat. Wade has betrayed me, Chris Paul lamented as he watched Fanshi's votes surpass 960,000, realizing it was a lost cause. He closed his laptop with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Fanshi was being interviewed on ESPN. "Jack, tonight you hit another game winner, and it was against the superstar Dwayne Wade. How does that feel?" the reporter inquired. Fanshi flashed a confident, charming smile as he replied, "I feel like the people around me are more excited than I am. I remain quite composed. Perhaps it's because this isn't my first game winner." This statement was not mere bravado but an honest reflection. Although his emotions surged after making the game-winning shot, the intensity lacked sufficient momentum to ignite a surge of energy within him. Frankly speaking, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Realizing the absence of a euphoric spark, he furrowed his brow and mused, "The big three? Is that all? It doesn't compare to a kiss from Taylor Swift." Had Wade and James heard Fanshi's inner thoughts, they would surely have been infuriated. "We observed your seamless interaction with the recovering Kobe Bryant during the game. Have you been practicing together? And after Kobe's departure, you maintained your spirited determination. You were resolute in your victory, correct? I haven't extensively practiced with Kobe, but I've watched many of his tapes and understand his tendencies. He is more willing to share the ball than I initially expected, which made our collaboration quite enjoyable and seamless. As for my determination to win, honestly, from the moment I step onto the court, I never consider losing," Fanshi calmly stated to the media. Finally, the media inquired, "Currently, your votes have swiftly surpassed 900,000 and continue to ascend at an astonishing pace. You are poised to become the first player in history to enter the All-Star starting lineup as an undrafted rookie. Are you excited?" Gratefully, Fanshi smiled and clasped his fists in thanks, expressing his appreciation to those who voted for him. This gesture, a hallmark of Chinese etiquette, resonated well with the audience watching the live broadcast. Consequently, they rallied for more votes for Fanshi. In the instant he concluded the interview, his votes surged past 1 million and continued to rise. At present, the leading candidate on the All-Star voting list is Kobe Bryant, with 1.58 million votes, followed closely by Dwight Howard with 1.55 million. LeBron James, due to his recent transition to the Heat, has seen a decline in popularity, landing in third place with 1.51 million votes. Fanshi swiftly entered the top 10. Following this trend, it is highly probable that he will break into the top 5. This is undoubtedly a historic milestone for the NBA. Never has an undrafted rookie garnered such extraordinary popularity. In contrast to Yao Ming's All-Star selection years ago, the majority of Fanshi's votes are coming from domestic fans, as the NBA has designated overseas votes with significantly lower weight. Such statistics have attracted the attention of sponsors, with many attempting to inundate the Lakers' public relations manager with calls. Lacking an agent, they have no choice but to reach out through the Lakers organization. The Lakers' public relations manager is nearing a breakdown, earning a modest salary of less than $15,000 per month, yet he is bombarded with offers in the millions. Before he could enter the locker room, he received a call from the marketing department of Adidas, where the caller claimed to be the global vice president, stating they wished to offer Fan Shi a 5-year, $80 million sponsorship contract. This left the PR manager, Doug, nearly reeling from shock. He had never encountered such wealth and even contemplated becoming Fan Shi's agent. Meanwhile, the agents of Lakers players were frantically contacting their clients, proposing unprecedentedly low commission rates in hopes of representing Fan Shi. Even Kobe's agent, Rob Pelinka, reached out to Kobe, requesting his assistance in inviting Jack for dinner upon his return to Los Angeles. Kobe replied that he would check with Fan Shi first, politely declining the invitation. Kobe wished to keep his relationship with Fan Shi free from financial entanglements, and should Pelinka become Fan Shi's agent, he would effectively become half of the Lakers' general manager by representing 2 core players. While this may not seem like a negative development, the Lakers would likely be resistant to such a scenario. When Fan Shi entered the locker room, Kobe embraced him, his wound still bleeding. Yet he insisted on waiting for Fan Shi's triumphant return before seeking medical attention. "Jack, I am proud of you. Your performance tonight was of superstar caliber. Although your game-winning shot was taken from a challenging position, making it difficult to replicate such a miracle, it has indeed occurred." Kobe then told Fan Shi, "Upon returning to Los Angeles, I will specifically train you in shooting." Fan Shi smiled in response, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, Bryant analyzed why the Heat faltered. This is quintessential Kobe. His focus invariably remains on the game itself. Fan Shi concurred with Kobe's assessment. The Miami Heat underestimated their opponents in the final moments, with both James and Wade making erroneous decisions. Thus, Kobe remarked, "When we meet next, they will undoubtedly come at you with greater ferocity. For you have not only eclipsed their brilliance, but also stripped away their dignity." Fan Shi responded, "The next time we meet will be in the finals, and by then, I will be even stronger than I was tonight." Fan Shi's words filled Kobe with delight, as he eagerly anticipated the finals matchup with the Miami Heat. However, he cautioned Fan Shi, "You will also encounter them at the All-Star game. But I must warn you, you've gained another adversary, Chris Paul. He is currently the best point guard in the league. Based on my knowledge of him, he will be merciless when facing you, as you have usurped his All-Star starting position. He has long aspired to be a superstar, achieving significant commercial success." Fan Shi, extending his palms, smiled and declared, "I regret it, yet I am unafraid." Kobe laughed and patted his shoulder, which is precisely why he holds Fan Shi in such high regard. Fan Shi was then summoned by the public relations manager to the press conference, where he gracefully fielded questions from the media. He exuded confidence and poise, leaving everyone convinced they were witnessing the rise of a superstar. Fan Shi's name echoed across North America, accompanied by Taylor Swift's kiss and their passionate embrace post-game. The entertainment media went into a frenzy upon learning that Taylor Swift boarded the Lakers charter plane. Typically, NBA teams prohibit non-affiliated individuals from traveling on their aircraft. However, family members are permitted. So, has Taylor Swift publicly announced her relationship with Fan Shi? Is the pop princess of America truly with the rising basketball star, Jack Fan? What of Selena Gomez, the Disney princess? What of the Kardashian family's youngest member, Kendall Jenner? The entertainment media is fervently tracking this development. Meanwhile, Fan Shi peacefully slumbered on the plane, unaware that significant figures in Los Angeles awaited his return. Chapter 51. Is he more notable than James? The Lakers' private jet arrived at Los Angeles International Airport to a warm reception. The primary reason for this fervent welcome was the presence of Taylor Swift on board, as entertainment journalists possess an unparalleled ability to track flights. Swift's immense popularity drew numerous fans to the airport, and coupled with the news of Fan Shi's game-winning shot against the Miami Heat, the excitement in the City of Angels reached a fever pitch. The two groups converged at the airport, with a plethora of media stationed there, resulting in a veritable sea of people upon exiting. Ultimately, they were compelled to join forces. Amidst the throng, Fan Shi was ushered into Taylor Swift's chauffeur-driven vehicle. The atmosphere inside was somewhat awkward, as Swift's father and her manager were also present. They had initially intended to question Taylor about her rumored romance with Fan Shi, but now, with him seated right before them, they found themselves at a loss for words. While Scott Swift yearned to have his daughter beside him, she chose to sit closely to Fan Shi, her body language revealing her affection as she leaned slightly towards him. Scott Swift, a shrewd stockbroker accustomed to dealing with high-profile clients, was well-versed in the nuances of micro-expressions and human body language. From the moment he entered the vehicle, He recognized that this young player, who had captivated all of Los Angeles, had indeed won his daughter's heart. In his youth, Scott had played basketball. He shared a similar height with Van Shee, being a tall Caucasian man. However, he was not entirely comfortable with his daughter dating a basketball player, as he associated athletic prowess with a lack of intellectual depth and a limited understanding of socioeconomic matters. Moreover, he harbored reservations about the chaotic personal lives often led by professional athletes, who, despite their fleeting fame, could quickly find themselves in financial ruin post-career. Countless examples served as a stark reminder to keep his daughter away from this seemingly glamorous player. "Hello, I am Scott Swift, Taylor's father." He introduced himself to Van Shee. Van Shee offered a polite smile and shook his hand. "I'm Jack Van. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I seem to have lost my team. We didn't anticipate such a large turnout to welcome us." "If you follow Taylor closely, you would find this quite normal," Scott replied with a hint of pride. "My daughter is currently the most prominent star, renowned globally." His words carried an air of superiority, as he aimed to impress upon the young player the disparity between them, hoping to discourage him. However, Van Shee remained unfazed, merely nodding, as his interest in the music industry was minimal. Taylor sensed the tension and addressed her father. "If it weren't for Jack getting me on the Lakers jet, I would have missed this afternoon's meeting with the brand. Although there are many flights from Miami to Los Angeles," she began to explain. Her manager interjected with frustration, "Oh my God, if you don't go to Miami, what does that mean?" "You know, the entire world is reporting on your romance with this player Jack." "His name is Jack," Taylor interrupted. "Yes, the world is abuzz about you and Jack," her manager continued. "I think we need to clarify this situation." Given that Taylor had kissed Jack on the forehead during the game, rushed to embrace him in celebration, and now brought him into her chauffeur-driven vehicle, any clarification seemed futile. "Why clarify?" Taylor replied defiantly. "Let them report whatever they want. I don't care." Taylor was eager for the media to amplify her presence, as she was tired of them incessantly discussing Selena and Jack, despite Selena being a close friend. "It's imperative to clarify. This impacts many of your endorsements. Sponsors often prefer a youthful idol rather than a singer embroiled in love scandals," Scott asserted, disregarding Van Shee's presence. Yet, Van Shee gazed calmly out the window, disinterested in the conversation. Taylor, infuriated, turned away. She was fiercely independent and resented her father's interference, believing his controlling nature had gone too far. The atmosphere remained tense until Van Shee disembarked at a hotel near downtown Los Angeles. Following this, a heated argument erupted between father and daughter. "Don't impose your thoughts on me. I know what I'm doing. I simply want to date the person I like," Taylor retorted sweetly as she bid farewell to Van Shee before confronting her father. "The person you like? You don't even understand what that means. You only think he looks good playing basketball. You haven't contemplated the future. Your statuses are vastly unequal. You are the shining star of the music industry, and he is merely a rookie basketball player, entangled with numerous women," Scott countered. "If you marry him and then divorce, you could end up paying him a substantial settlement." "Money, money, money. Is that all you think about?" Taylor shot back, angered. "Is this the reason you and Mom decided to separate? Don't use your misguided views on marriage to restrict me. You haven't even tried to understand Jack. You just think his prospects are inferior to mine. You want me to find someone richer and more successful than I am?" "Yes, exactly," Scott replied firmly. "At least that would offer more security. Although Jack is currently in the high-income bracket, he is primarily earning through his physical prowess. What happens when he retires after a few glorious years, with no financial stability? As your status diverges, do you truly think you can find happiness? My daughter, believe me, no one wishes for your happiness more than I do." Their perspectives were fundamentally at odds, each convinced of their correctness. Eventually, the manager intervened, breaking the stalemate. "Let us prepare ourselves. We have a meeting with Nike this afternoon regarding a contract. They are eager to collaborate with a new generation superstar to bolster their presence in the fashion world. This is our opportunity." Nike holds significant influence globally, and their offer was quite generous. For a female artist, partnering with a worldwide brand is mutually beneficial, providing endorsement fees while enhancing one's image. Thus, they placed great importance on this opportunity, which is precisely why Taylor rushed back from Miami. After settling into his hotel, Van Shee received a call from Doug, the PR manager. Doug's tone was exaggerated, and he spoke to Van Shee with an unprecedented sharpness. "Hey Jack, did you know? The president of Nike texted me, offering a 7-year contract worth $100 million. This is a deal that rivals those of superstars like James and Durant." You should be proud of your Chinese heritage. If you were just an ordinary black player, such remarkable expectations from a brand would be hard to attain. Doug's voice rose in pitch and intensity, clearly revealing his subconscious bias that Vanshee was unworthy of such a contract. After all, the players who secured the same contract include the illustrious LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Derrick Rose, all of whom are towering superlative talents. Although Jack is a child of miracles, his physical prowess has not reached such heights. Vanshee calmly remarked, "I understand." Subsequently, Doug began to mutter, questioning why Jack did not seek out an agent to assist him with these matters, even going so far as to offer his own services. After a series of meaningless ramblings, he provided Vanshee with the contact number of the assistant to the president of Nike, suggesting that Vanshee reach out. As they were eagerly awaiting his call, Vanshee received the number on his phone. Yet, to be candid, he did not feel a pressing desire to make contact. While to Doug, $100 million was an astronomical sum, he regarded Vanshee as unworthy of such an amount. He even advised Vanshee to cash in while his popularity was at its peak. However, Vanshee was acutely aware of his potential and knew that he would only grow stronger. Thus, he harbored no fears of that money slipping away, nor did he consider it an unattainable fortune. He anticipated an even higher price. Meanwhile, Phil Knight, the founder and president of Nike, was on the top floor of the hotel where Vanshee was staying. He seldom visited Los Angeles, preferring to conduct business from the headquarters in Portland. Despite owning property there, Phil Knight had hastily traveled from Portland to Los Angeles and personally met with several vice presidents and marketing managers that morning to finalize an offer, 7 years for $100 million. Such a decision required immense boldness, even more so than the courage it took to offer LeBron James $80 million in his nascent career. At that time, LeBron James was already a household name, a powerful and charismatic high school star, regarded as the chosen one by the basketball world. In contrast, Jack emerged seemingly out of nowhere, having gained fame through a few miraculous games without a prior fan base. Nike's vice president, George Green, voiced his concerns. "I am apprehensive that he may plummet after signing the contract. Even in the NBA, subpar contracts are not uncommon. Should we approach this more cautiously? Perhaps include more restrictive or incentive-based clauses in the contract?" Other vice presidents concurred. Phil Knight inquired with the global head of marketing, Jimmy Lin, an honest individual of Chinese descent, candidly replied, "Jack's popularity is astounding. His all-star votes surged to an incredible 1.21 million after last night's frenzy. If he maintains this performance over the coming week, he may very well surpass Kobe to become the top vote-getter before the All-Star weekend. Bear in mind, this is the result of restricting IPs from other regions. In reality, if voting from Asia were permitted, Jack's numbers would reach astonishing levels. Basketball has gained immense popularity in China, and the youth's love for the sport is surpassing their disappointment in it. Jack's emergence and record-breaking feats have driven the entire nation into a frenzy, with many domestic sneaker brands brandishing staggering checks in pursuit of him. Hence, this is a crucial reason for us to make a prompt decision. Additionally, Jack's popularity in other Asian countries is skyrocketing. In the islands, young girls refer to him as Rukawa Kid, a character from a renowned basketball manga that has influenced and inspired countless Asian youths. On the peninsula, some even claim Jack as their own and are captivated by his image, akin to a superstar in the entertainment industry, embodying the essence of trendiness. Indeed, this aspect is paramount. Jack is a player imbued with a sense of style, his persona starkly contrasting with traditional NBA stars. He possesses noble qualities, and his handsome visage makes it easier for him to win the affections of women. We are actively promoting this stylish image, even planning to invite female celebrities from the entertainment industry for endorsements. Both of Jack's rumored girlfriends are potential collaborators. Jimmy Lin presented his PowerPoint materials to the president, prompting Phil Knight to nod fervently, leading to a decisive conclusion. During this process, one of the vice presidents responsible for the production line glanced at his phone with irritation. He was frustrated that a Chinese supplier chose this moment to text him, requesting a meeting. Despite their partnership having been dissolved, why did the supplier stubbornly believe he could secure new sneaker orders? 7 years for $100 million. Phil Knight finally articulated his figure and instructed his assistant to relay this offer to the Lakers' public relations manager for Vanshee, urging him to get in touch. This was an offer he could not refuse. How many stars would desire to collaborate with us for free, reaping the benefits of our promotional resources? Assistant Robert remarked with a hint of pride. However, He was soon dismayed to find that half an hour passed, then an hour, without receiving a call. He promptly contacted Lakers general manager Kupchak, insisting that Kupchak reach out to Van Shee to facilitate the collaboration. Kupchak responded that Jack might be asleep, suggesting they wait a little longer. Wait for our president? LeBron James wouldn't command such stature, Robert fumed. Yet Phil Knight remained composed. He even mentioned to another president, "Weren't you scheduled to meet with one of Jack's rumored girlfriends this afternoon to discuss collaboration? Perhaps you could obtain Jack's contact information from her." He was resorting to indirect methods. At this moment, Van Shee received a call. Upon seeing the number, he was overjoyed and quickly pressed the answer button. Mom. Chapter 52. The wisdom of a mother. Wu Su and Fan Sheng are renowned figures in the domestic manufacturing industry. The couple has managed sports shoe factories along the southeastern coast since the late 1980s and has garnered immense prestige. Their commitment to integrity and fairness in business practices, whether in upgrading production chains or providing employee benefits, has set a benchmark within the industry. However, their substantial investments in various aspects have rendered them unable to compete on pricing with other factories. In the current economic climate, particularly with production lines shifting to Southeast Asia, they have encountered significant financial challenges, resulting in the loss of numerous orders this year. Their recent trip to the United States was aimed at persuading Nike, with whom they had previously collaborated, to continue awarding them contracts, even at the expense of substantial profits. After all, there are countless workers in their factory relying on their livelihood, representing hundreds of families. Yet, the cold streets of America offered no warmth. The couple faced repeated rejections. Consequently, they resolved to establish their own brand, no longer willing to earn meager fees as subcontractors or serve foreign brands. However, the path to brand establishment is fraught with challenges, leaving them disheartened. At this juncture, they received a call from a cousin proposing a collaboration, enticingly phrased. Yet, having suffered under his management in the past, they harbored reservations about his character and promptly declined. Subsequently, they began receiving calls from domestic brands. Through their dialogues, they learned that their son, who had been residing in the United States, had skyrocketed to fame, becoming a superstar in the NBA. They were utterly astonished. Watching reports about Fan Shee on American television and seeing his posters outside the Staples Center in Los Angeles, they could hardly believe their eyes. Having previously produced basketball shoes for Nike, they understood the high price and stringent quality standards associated with such products. In that moment, Wu Su called her son. Fan Shee, pleasantly surprised to receive the call, had not been in touch with his mother for quite some time. He assumed that, given his newfound fame in China, his parents would have been aware. However, unbeknownst to him, his parents had been preoccupied with business troubles and had not kept track. Fan Shee had spent a considerable time in the United States, and even their acquaintances found it challenging to connect the dots. Only the scheming cousin had recognized this, but sought to profit from Fan Shee's success. Thus, it was only now that the couple learned of their son's superstar status. Upon answering the phone, Fan Shee joyfully exclaimed, "Mom, do you know? My childhood dream has finally come true. I made it to the NBA and have become quite famous. I no longer need to return to inherit the family business." His excitement resonated through the line, leaving his parents momentarily silent. Wu Su thought to herself, "Son, perhaps there will be no family business for you to inherit." Nonetheless, she felt grateful that he had achieved his dream. She had heard that NBA players earn substantial salaries, and now that he was a renowned player, they need not worry about him anymore. Noticing his mother's silence, Fan Shee asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy? I promise you, I will not only excel in basketball, but will also complete my studies and continue learning. I won't allow myself to become someone who knows nothing but basketball." Wu Su was deeply moved by her son's maturity, tears welling in her eyes. She joyfully responded, "Xiao Shi, your father and I are currently in Los Angeles. We would love to see you. It has been 2 years since you last returned home for the new year." Fan Shee quickly provided his location, and to their surprise, they discovered they were staying in the same hotel. Excitedly, he rushed downstairs to find his parents, and upon locating them on the top floor, he could hardly contain his joy, bouncing down the corridor. The reunion with his family brought him immense happiness. Just then, someone emerged, admonishing them to be quiet as a meeting was in progress. Upon hearing this voice, Fan Sheng and Wu Su turned, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was a Nike executive they had long sought to contact. The executive was equally taken aback, realizing that Fan Shee, whom the entire Nike hierarchy had been trying to locate, was residing in the same hotel. He hurried over, visibly excited. Simultaneously, Wu Su and her husband rushed toward him. Fan Sheng extended his right hand from a distance, eager to shake hands with the vice president named Doug Robert. However, the executive bypassed him and went straight to Fan Shi, who stood 3 meters away, grasping his hands tightly. "Jack, we finally found you. We have been trying to reach you." Fan Shi was momentarily bewildered. "Contact me. What could possibly warrant that?" He introduced himself, mentioning he was a senior vice president at Nike and that the president was also in Los Angeles. As he spoke, he led Fan Shi toward the meeting room. But Fan Shi was reluctant to discuss contracts with Nike so soon. He wished only for a familial reunion, to bask in the warmth of family. Unbeknownst to him, his parents were eager to engage in conversation with the vice president. Perceptive to the situation, Fan Shi pulled his parents aside to chat. Wu Su informed her son that their visit was indeed to negotiate a collaboration with Nike. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi began to comprehend the situation. He then told the senior vice president, "My parents and I have some matters to discuss. Once we finish, we will communicate with you." From a young age, he had been taught by his mother to understand both oneself and others, to avoid making hasty decisions. Now, it was imperative for him to grasp his parents' needs and circumstances before engaging with Nike, lest he misjudge the situation. The senior vice president appeared somewhat reluctant. At that moment, Fan Sheng handed him a business card, introducing himself as the owner of the Sucheng Sports shoe manufacturing factory in China, stating that they were here to negotiate a subcontracting agreement with Nike. Upon hearing this, Robert immediately understood. He realized Fan Shi would not be leaving today. He was astonished to inquire, "Jack is your son?" Without a doubt. Upon receiving Fan Sheng's affirmation, Robert's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Contrary to the notion that Americans are inflexible, they are, in fact, adept at adapting. They tend to be more obsequious toward those who can bring them benefits than many Chinese. This explains why Hollywood producers chase after movie stars when their films perform well at the box office, only to treat them with disdain when the films flop. Viewing it as a matter of efficiency, it was clear that Robert was eager to establish an efficient collaboration with Fan Sheng and Wu Su. Upon returning to their room, Fan Shi and his parents found Robert back in the meeting room, where he announced to the executives in attendance, "I found Jack Fan." A chorus of cheers erupted, invigorating the entire room. Phil Knight, the president, even stood up in delight, proclaiming, "This is excellent news. We must contact him immediately. We cannot allow other brands to get ahead." At that moment, Robert added, "That should not be a concern. Jack is right here in this hotel, and he is staying next door. Then why not invite him over right away?" Phil Knight urged anxiously. Robert replied, "There has been a slight complication. Our investigation was insufficient. It turns out he is the son of the owner of a subcontracting factory with whom we terminated our contract a month ago." This revelation caused a stir in the room. Phil Knight, being a shrewd operator, quickly grasped the crux of the issue. "Can we repair our relationship with this factory? Moreover, what is the quality of their production? What are the reasons for our abandonment?" Their visit to the United States this time is aimed at mending the relationship between us. Therefore, I believe the issue is not significant if we continue to place orders with them. Robert perused the documents and provided an astute assessment. The quality of this factory is exceedingly high, and their production equipment surpasses that of several other factories. However, their quotation is also 0.5 higher than that of competing factories. This 0.5 lingered in Phil Knight's mind, a figure neither too large nor too small. Presently, all athletic brands are striving to reduce production costs. After much deliberation, Phil stated, "Inform Jack that if he can secure an endorsement contract with us, we can allow his parents to continue the manufacturing, even dedicating them to crafting his sneaker line. The marketing department can subsequently follow up with coverage, ensuring that the increased costs are swiftly recouped through sales." Today's consumers are fond of narratives. Phil Knight, being a shrewd entrepreneur, grasped 2 crucial points. One is making Fan Shi comprehend that only by signing with Nike would his parents receive the manufacturing contract. And the second is his profound understanding of consumer psychology, where storytelling indeed forms the foundation of brand premium. This is a splendid narrative material. Fan Shi's fans would undoubtedly yearn to wear sneakers personally crafted by his father. They all regarded Phil Knight as exceptionally astute. Phil also instructed his assistant to wait at the door of Fan Shi's room, ready to invite him to the conference room as soon as he emerged. At that moment, another vice president reminded him, Taylor Swift would soon arrive for discussions. Phil waved dismissively, "It matters not. They are rumored lovers, and there are no conflicts of interest." This is an excellent opportunity to let the proud Taylor Swift's team recognize that we are a company that values sports stars, rather than one that is led by entertainment celebrities. Once she entered the room with his parents, they candidly shared their current situation, no longer viewing their son as a child in need of protection. They were delighted to see she capable of standing on his own and alleviating their concerns. she thoughtfully considered their issues and then informed his parents. Nike has offered me a 7-year contract worth $100 million, expressing a keen interest in signing me as an endorser, recognizing my on-court abilities, image, and global appeal. She's parents were aware of their son's rising fame, but were astonished by the magnitude of the offer from the notoriously frugal Nike. My goodness. Sheng calculated for quite some time using his fingers, stating, "We have been manufacturing for Nike for 20 years, and even with a 3-shift operation, it would be challenging to secure such a figure from them." Wu Su asked her son, "Is your fame truly at such a level now? I've heard that the most renowned figures in American basketball are Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. How do you compare to them? Currently, they are indeed stronger." She replied earnestly, "After all, this is my first season. I am now teammates with Kobe, and we share a good relationship. We are the most crucial players in the Lakers' backcourt. Just last night, I made a game-winning shot against the Heat led by LeBron. Thus, brands are optimistic about the potential and commercial value of players. I feel that my potential has yet to be fully realized, and there is room for growth in my commercial value. Therefore, I am not particularly inclined to sign this $100 million contract. I even turned down a 1 billion yuan offer previously." She calmly articulated this statement. He then noticed his father, Sheng, wide-eyed and mouth agape, his breathing becoming rapid. Sheng had been a businessman his entire life. Although his fortune exceeded 100 million, it would still be challenging for him to produce 10 million in cash. Moreover, should the orders cease, it could lead to bankruptcy risks. Yet unexpectedly, his son, at merely 19 years of age, had rejected a 1 billion yuan sponsorship and was dissatisfied with the $100 million offered by Nike. Although the younger generation may be overtaking the older, this new wave is exceedingly formidable, leaving him somewhat astounded. His wife, Wu Su, possessed a steadier mindset and clearer thoughts. She patted her husband's shoulder, encouraging him to take a sip of water to calm down. Then, this wise mother inquired of Shi, "Little Shi, do you truly possess such confidence in yourself?" Shi nodded affirmatively. Ever since he acquired the energy aura in his mind, he had never doubted his capabilities. This brave and intelligent mother had also never doubted her son. Wu Su made a decision that even her husband found hard to believe. "Then I decide not to renew the contract with Nike. I cannot allow their renewal to become a bargaining chip to hold my son hostage." Upon hearing this, Shi felt a surge of respect. Sheng, however, was somewhat conservative, stating, "But $100 million is indeed a substantial amount. Moreover, if we could stabilize our relationship with Nike through this matter, we would ensure a continuous income stream." "No," Wu Su firmly shook her head. She asserted, "Perhaps we should shift our perspective. We have worked for American companies our entire lives, earning meager sums while they provide nothing more than a design and a logo. We toil for them, yet they claim 90% of the profits, leaving us with less than 10%, and they even shut us out over a mere 0.5 price difference. This year, they have reduced costs by 5%, and next year they will cut another 5%. We have never held dominion or bargaining power. Did you not say you wanted to build a brand? The opportunity has now arrived," Wu Su stated resolutely. Chapter 53. Shi's ambitions soar higher than the heavens throughout their journey. Sheng had never possessed the audacity and resolve that his wife, Wu Su, exhibited. As they ventured into entrepreneurship, Wu Su continuously expanded their horizons, while Sheng managed the operations. Upon hearing his wife's words, Sheng was initially taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. Years of experience in contract manufacturing had made him realize that the only path to ascendancy lay in brand development. Otherwise, they would forever remain at the bottom, merely sipping soup while watching others feast, at times, even deprived of the soup. However, establishing a brand was no simple endeavor, as Sheng lamented. Thus, he proposed seeking Nike's assistance. Wu Su, quick-witted and resourceful, swiftly presented her initial concept. She envisioned having Nike design and oversee global promotion and operations, while she would become the face of the brand, with the couple continuing their manufacturing business. This was indeed a splendid idea. She was captivated by his mother's business acumen, recognizing that this partnership could yield immense long-term benefits. Despite the absence of immediate profits, it held the potential to forge a veritable golden goose. How much equity should our family hold? Fanching inquired. At least 51. Wusu replied. Will Nike agree? Fanching questioned. If they do not, we shall approach Adidas. If Adidas declines, we can seek out robust domestic brands. Should they refuse, we will start from scratch, Wusu asserted, demonstrating her formidable resolve. Fan Chung hesitated. As a businessman, he was naturally inclined to mitigate risks. Yet, Fan Shi raised his hand in agreement. His conviction stemmed from his belief in his own exceptional potential, confident that he would undoubtedly become the finest basketball player. He aspired to rival and surpass the legendary Michael Jordan, who, after all, did not have parents capable of manufacturing their own sneakers. His were merely a typical family from South Carolina. The three of them united in their vision, proceeding to refine their plans. They were all individuals of remarkable initiative, and soon they had outlined their strategy, with Wusu taking the lead in the forthcoming negotiations, while she would provide supplementary input. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift, along with her father and management team, entered the conference room. Taylor was an ascending superstar in the music industry, boasting impressive album sales and a rapidly increasing annual income, along with an expanding influence. However, in the realm of sports, her clout paled in comparison to that of superstars, making it challenging for her to secure long-term collaborations and lucrative endorsements. For a sports brand like Nike, partnering with a singer like Taylor Swift was merely an attempt to broaden the appeal of their trendy footwear. Conversely, Taylor sought to leverage Nike's influence for global promotion, given their widespread retail presence and extensive advertising reach. Upon entering, Taylor's manager was taken aback to find Nike's founder, Phil Knight, seated in the room. He quickly approached Knight, offering a handshake and expressing his admiration. Knight, however, responded minimally, finding Taylor's father, Scott, somewhat obsequious in his demeanor, as he wore a forced smile, one that Knight found unappealing. The negotiations were led by Nike, with a vice president articulating their stance. As you are aware, we possess formidable influence worldwide. We can craft an athletic image for Miss Swift and expedite her visibility to over 4 billion people globally. This clearly benefits you more than it does us. The vice president's remarks indicated a reluctance to offer a substantial sum. In response, Taylor's manager highlighted her artistic impact, asserting that her status as the world's premier artist was a foregone conclusion and that her talent transcended generations. The two parties exchanged their perspectives, with Nike proposing to make Taylor their global ambassador, offering an annual endorsement fee of $1.5 million. Taylor's manager countered, hoping for $2 million, leading to a stalemate. At that moment, Phil Knight, seated at the head of the table, posed a question to Taylor Swift. Hello, Miss Swift. What is your relationship with Jack Fan? His inquiry drew the attention of all Nike executives present, eager for Taylor's response. Taylor exhibited a shy smile, about to speak, when her manager discreetly pressed her hand under the table, interjecting, "We are just friends, nothing more." His fear was that revealing a romantic relationship might jeopardize sponsorship decisions, a habitual line of thinking. Unbeknownst to him, his remark elicited a hint of disappointment from the audience. Scott, too, quickly added, "I know there have been rumors, but they are indeed just friends." He explained that Taylor had missed her flight and had to take the Lakers' private jet, while Jack was separated from the fans and reporters, necessitating our ride to the hotel. Scott made an effort to clarify, asserting, "As you know, we are a very promising artist." This statement raised Knight's eyebrows. His vice president, adept at reading the room, promptly closed his folder, opting not to pursue the discussion further. Taylor's manager and father felt a wave of relief, interpreting Knight's gesture as an indication of a positive negotiation. However, Taylor could no longer contain herself. She stood up, breaking free from her father and manager's restraint, boldly declaring, "That is not the case. They are merely saying that to secure this endorsement, but I cannot deceive my true feelings for the sake of money. I like Jack, and I will pursue him fervently. I know he is interested in me too." On the plane, he draped his jersey over my shoulders while his teammates cheered him on. Taylor fondly recalled the moment on the plane. Thus, she concluded, "If you value my single status more than my authenticity, then we have no need to continue this discussion. Even if I were to deceive you into securing this contract, Jack and I will continue to appear together in the future." Taylor made her way toward the exit. At that moment, Phil Knight called out, "Wait." To his surprise, rather than displaying anger, he appeared delighted. He turned to his vice president, saying, "Let us sign her. She is a perfect fit for us." Let us proceed with the amount they proposed for a 3-year contract. I admire a girl who bravely pursues love. Both the anxious manager and Scott exhaled, relieved. They believed Taylor's impulsiveness could lead to future complications, with Scott contemplating a stern lesson for the inexperienced young woman upon their return. Not everyone would be as accommodating as Phil Knight. Other brands would surely frown upon their spokesperson actively pursuing a rookie athlete. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Fan Shi and his parents entered, causing Scott and Taylor's manager to startle. Scott hurriedly urged Taylor to sign her name on the contract, fearing it would become void in the next moment. However, to their astonishment, all the Nike vice presidents stood up in unison, and Phil Knight himself descended from his seat, approaching Fan Shi with a handshake, warmly engaging with his parents. Soon, both parties settled into their respective seats. Phil Knight inquired of Fan Shi, "Would it be inconvenient for us to sign a commercial contract with Taylor Swift while we discuss our collaboration with you?" Fan Shi smiled at Taylor and replied, "Not at all." Taylor beamed with delight. She was already aware that Fan Shi was accompanied by his parents, and she quickly approached them to introduce herself, exhibiting a boldness that was uncommon for Chinese girls. Typically, Chinese girls are shy and reserved when meeting their future in-laws. Yet, Taylor made every effort to present herself, hoping to leave a positive first impression on them. Her poise left a lasting impression on Mr. and Mrs. Fan Shi. Meanwhile, Scott kept signaling to his daughter to hurry over, urging her to avoid any connection with Fan Shi. This continued until Phil Knight made his statement. "Mr. Fan, Ms. Wu, I regret to inform you that we were unaware of your relationship with Jack. We are prepared to sign a renewal contract, as we have been deeply impressed by the quality of the sneakers you produce and greatly admire your professionalism. Therefore, I believe we should establish a more enduring partnership, and we intend to renew for 20 years at the current profit-sharing ratio." Phil Knight asserted, "This is our sincerity." This statement made Scott realize that this athlete was indeed significant. His parents could converse on equal footing with the president of Nike. However, what Scott did not anticipate was that Fan Shi's mother, the mother of this rookie player, would unexpectedly decline. She said, "It is a pleasure to meet you here, the legendary Mr. Knight. We have always held you in high regard. However, we must regrettably inform you that we will not be signing any manufacturing contracts with any enterprises. We only wish to produce sneakers for our son." "What?" Phil Knight was somewhat perplexed. The executives present exchanged bewildered glances. Phil Knight turned his gaze towards Robert, the vice president who had been liaising with Fan Shi, and Robert appeared equally puzzled. Hadn't they been ardently pursuing this renewal contract? They had even been willing to reduce the profit-sharing ratio, and now they were offering a renewal at the original rate for 20 years. Why refuse? He was bewildered. His confusion prompted Phil Knight to abandon this line of discussion. He feigned realization and said, "I understand, Ms. Wu. You must have heard about the contract we are offering Jack. You are indeed a wise and insightful woman. Yes, we are considering that if Jack signs with us, all of his sneakers will be produced by your factory." No, Mr. Knight. What I mean is that Jack will not accept your contract either." Wusu still refused. Why? Everyone was astonished. Was there another company offering a higher bid? That seemed implausible. Phil Knight remarked, "Are you saying that Jack will not accept our offer of 7 years for $100 million? In fact, that is not the final figure. We could increase it. You know, we hold Jack's performance on the court and his influence off the court in high esteem. We have conducted thorough research on him, and he holds a pivotal status both in Asia and North America." As soon as Phil Knight spoke these words, Scott, sitting beside him, twitched, and her agent was left dumbfounded. 7 years for $100 million, with the possibility of an increase? This rookie player, whom they had previously disregarded, was worth that much? Unbelievable. Both were left stunned, while his mother outright refused. "Jack, this is an exceedingly generous contract. To be frank, we would also face pressure from Kobe, Durant, and LeBron. Although your popularity is currently soaring, your skills have yet to reach the level of a superstar. You should understand that we are taking a significant risk in offering you this contract. And the reality is that your rise to this level is partly due to your ethnicity," stated Robert, the vice president, bluntly. He voiced some harsh truths, playing the role of the antagonist in the negotiation. However, this pressure did not fluster Fan Shi. He wore a confident smile and told the vice president, "I have never feared pressure. Moreover, I believe I will become a better player than them. Time will prove my words." Fan Shi calmly addressed everyone present, his words imbued with a certain magic and absurd charm. Although all felt that Fan Shi's talent was not on par with the three superstars, when he proclaimed this, People couldn't help but believe him. Fanshi remained remarkably composed. Calmness breeds strength. Jack, if you can become an all-star within 3 years, I can increase the contract amount to $110 million. This is our limit. There is no possibility for further increase, Phil Knight stated candidly. This figure naturally elicited another shocked expression from Scott. However, Fanshi shook his head and said, in fact, you could reach an agreement with me without spending a single cent. This declaration left everyone in attendance speechless. All eyes turned to Fanshi. He continued, I am entirely confident in myself. The prospect of becoming an all-star in 3 years is a natural progression for me. I do not view it as a challenge. Perhaps my assertion seems a bit presumptuous at this moment, but time will validate it. My current thought is that I do not wish to extract astronomical sums from your pockets. For I know that no matter how lofty the figure, be it $100 million or $110 million, it would ultimately be a loss for me. Therefore, you need not embark on a risky venture. I wish to establish my own brand. You all know that my parents own a vast factory capable of producing all types of sneakers globally, equipped with the finest technology in the industry. We merely need to invest a little in design, and soon my sneakers will be available on all websites for sale. Fanshi stated earnestly. The advancement of the internet is encroaching upon the survival space of offline products. As long as I continue to succeed and achieve one miracle after another, I can realize all my aspirations. Moreover, I firmly believe that the money I will earn will far exceed $110 million. I am not afraid to tell you that even before I surpass the New Jersey Nets, a domestic enterprise has offered me a contract worth 1 billion yuan. I turned it down. Upon completing his statement, Fanshi spread his palms. The room fell into stunned silence. The initiative had returned to the Fan family. Chapter 54. Creating a Brand. Great Love. Basketball speaks. Fanshi's remarkable confidence in his own abilities was something Nike had not anticipated. Some within the company even harbored a vague belief that Jack relied more on luck than talent. However, Fanshi continued to drop bombshells one after another. He displayed a nonchalant attitude towards the staggering sum of $110 million, with his family firmly supporting him. Nike was compelled to reassess their negotiating position with the Fan family. Scott completely transformed his previous perception of Fanshi. He had always viewed him as merely a brash young man who had earned a bit of money playing basketball. Now, however, he began to see the merit in his daughter marrying this individual. He recognized that both he and his family possessed the qualities of successful individuals, particularly Jack, who seemed indifferent to the prospect of easily attainable wealth. Scott, a man driven by greed and flattery, held a genuine respect for those who could command wealth from a position of strength. Such individuals typically belong to the upper echelons of society, a conclusion he had drawn from his 30 years in the securities industry. His gaze towards Fanshi softened, imbued with a sense of encouragement. As a father, he naturally wished for his daughter's husband to be a person of stature, a successful man capable of providing for his family. We need 30 minutes to discuss this, Jack, Phil Knight said to Fanshi. He then entered a small conference room with his vice presidents and assistants. Occasionally, heated arguments could be heard emanating from within. It appeared that there was significant division within Nike regarding the constructive proposals put forth by the Fan family. At this moment, Scott approached and engaged in conversation with Fan Sheng and Wu Su. He exhibited great friendliness and introduced Wu Su to his daughter, a major star in America. The Fan family was taken aback, but Wu Su quickly discerned the truth from Taylor's gaze towards her son. It turned out that he had indeed found a celebrity girlfriend. Wu Su, an open-minded mother, would not oppose her son dating a foreign girl. At the same time, she was a wise mother who could see that this celebrity was evidently more enamored with her son. Thus, she chose to remain a silent observer. Over the course of half an hour, the two families established a rapport, with Scott inviting Fan Sheng for drinks, to which Fan Sheng agreed. Just then, Phil Knight emerged from the room, having reached a consensus. As the founder and largest shareholder, he addressed Fanshi. Jack, might I inquire if your sneaker brand requires new shareholders? We can provide some initial funding, along with technology and marketing, including global promotion and sales. This is, of course, why we have been willing to wait here for 32 minutes. Fanshi glanced at his watch and replied precisely, Very well, Jack. If that is the case, we are prepared to offer $20 million in startup capital, while positioning your personal brand as a subsidiary of Nike. We will handle all marketing and sales for your brand, comparable to the Jordan brand. How does that sound? We have never made such a significant concession with LeBron James. Phil Knight extended 8 fingers. indicating they sought an 80% stake. Fanshi shook his head, stating, "Neither LeBron nor Michael Jordan had a factory capable of independently producing sneakers, yet my family does. I believe you are overly confident in your business acumen. 80% is simply untenable. Becoming a subsidiary of yours is unrealistic." Fanshi shrugged. "You should be well aware that times have changed. Jack, I believe you overestimate your influence. Do you truly think creating a brand is that simple? Do you honestly believe that countless fans will be willing to pay for your performance? Moreover, whether you can maintain such performance in the future is uncertain." Robert pressed Fanshi, exerting pressure on him. At that moment, unexpectedly, Taylor Swift stood up and declared, "Jack, if you are willing to establish your personal brand, I would be honored to be your brand's first spokesperson. Free of charge." Taylor Swift's unwavering support took everyone by surprise. Just the day before, they had been haggling over $500,000, and now she was willing to forego an annual income of $2 million. Phil Knight was astonished to see that even Scott, who was typically obsessed with money, supported his daughter's proposal. This turn of events caught Nike's negotiating team off guard. They felt outnumbered. At that moment, Woo-Soo, who had been silent, rose to take the initiative. Having navigated the business world for many years, she knew it was time to act. She addressed the Nike team, saying, "I understand that you are still hesitating, conducting risk assessments, and harboring doubts about my son. If that is the case, allow time to speak for itself. We will soon seek the world's best designers to create our sneakers, and we will rapidly launch them in the market. Starting in China, where there is a vast market. We will break out of Asia and ultimately return to your homeland in America. We shall meet at the pinnacle." Woo-Soo stood up and departed, followed by Fanshi and Fan Chung, along with Taylor Swift and her entourage. Phil Knight, an elegant gentleman, was now in a state of urgency. He recognized that if Fanshi successfully established his brand and gained traction in the domestic market, it would inevitably encroach upon Nike's market share. Especially if Taylor Swift were to endorse Fanshi's brand, it would create a significant impact in China. After all, the best domestic sports brands could only collaborate with marginal NBA players and a local celebrity for advertising. They were already performing admirably. With Fanshi and Taylor, the brand would effortlessly soar to prominence in China. If Fanshi truly surpassed LeBron James as a superguard, he would undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the annals of sports history in China and Asia. Creating a brand that eclipsed that of a gymnast was not an impossible feat. Phil Knight was flustered. He hastily offered, 60%. "We can settle for 60%. "I believe you have yet to fully consider this matter," Woo-Soo retorted, not looking back. Fanshi entrusted the entire affair to his mother. Woo-Soo had always been a business prodigy. She and her husband had built their empire from scratch. She simply needed an opportunity, and now her son represented that chance. That evening, the Fan family warmly hosted Taylor Swift and her father. The conversation between the two parties was exceedingly pleasant. Notably, upon learning that Taylor had forfeited the $2 million endorsement deal with Nike, Woo-Soo exhibited immense resolve, stating, "If our brand officially launches, we will definitely surpass that amount in our collaboration." Woo-Soo's magnanimity utterly captivated Scott. He had initially felt some regret, but now, witnessing the remarkable success of Fanshi's parents, he believed his daughter had made the right choice. The more he observed Fanshi, the more he felt satisfied and convinced of their compatibility. In reality, Fanshi and Taylor had yet to establish a romantic relationship, yet the dinner bore the ambience of an engagement banquet. Interestingly, that very night, TMZ, the most renowned entertainment gossip website in America, exposed a series of photos describing the relationship between Fanshi and Taylor Swift as a meteoric rise. The entertainment media was caught off guard, as just the night before, Taylor had merely kissed Fanshi on the court, and by the following evening, they had progressed to dining together with their respective parents. Did this imply that news of their engagement would soon follow? Interestingly, the following morning, it was revealed that Taylor Swift had relinquished her lucrative endorsement contract with Nike, valued at $2 million annually, for the sake of Fanshi. This news reverberated throughout the nation. In the United States, a capitalistic society, the prevailing values dictate that monetary gain and emotional attachment should never be conflated. The notion of sacrificing wealth for love is virtually non-existent. Even in Hollywood films, such narratives are seldom portrayed, as audiences perceive them as unrealistic and lacking relatability. Upon the revelation of this incident, Taylor Swift's public persona soared. The general populace simultaneously regarded the singer as foolish, yet could not help but admire her bravery. It is inconceivable that anyone would forfeit such wealth. Surely, Their love must be genuine. It would be exceptionally difficult for Jack's other rumored romantic interests, Selena and Kylie, to replicate such a gesture. Before long, this matter ascended to the forefront of American news, with social experts even deliberating the propriety of Taylor Swift's actions. This was an unforeseen development. Who could have anticipated that a piece of entertainment gossip would transcend into a societal discussion? As these discussions proliferated, further insider information emerged. It turned out that Vanshee had declined Nike's substantial contract, opting instead to establish his own brand. While this news garnered little reaction within entertainment circles, it ignited fervent debates in basketball communities. Historically, the only successful player brand in the NBA has been Jordan, which thrived as a subsidiary of Nike, with the corporation holding significant shares while Jordan merely reaped dividends. Jack, he had only played a handful of commendable games. What gave him the audacity to challenge the likes of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Kobe Bryant for something they had never possessed? Many experts voiced their skepticism. However, unexpectedly, a considerable number of fans emerged in support of Vanshee. They learned that his parents were proprietors of a renowned sneaker manufacturing company in China. To them, as long as Vanshee's sneaker designs were appealing, the quality was assured, and the prices reasonable, why not support this prodigious talent? A movement even arose on the American internet to propose names for Vanshee's brand. Suggestions varied widely, from Miracle Sun to Clutch, or simply Van. The responses were as diverse as they were plentiful. Nike was caught off guard by the depth of Vanshee's fanbase. Meanwhile, in his homeland, support for him surged, particularly after fans discovered that the recently acclaimed pop icon Taylor Swift had chosen to forsake her lucrative Nike endorsement in favor of endorsing Vanshee's new brand for free. This revelation moved many. If a foreign female star could lend such support to Vanshee, fans in online forums proclaimed that they would purchase his sneakers in droves once they were released. Official media outlets also played a role in amplifying this support. Across other Asian countries, a chorus of endorsement emerged. In the span of a single day, the internet proved to be borderless. Nike was unprepared for this turn of events. While Adidas, sensing the opportunity, swiftly extended an olive branch to Vanshee, seeking collaboration with his brand. Seeing this external validation, Vanshee's parents grew more composed and confident. They began interviewing sneaker designers in Los Angeles and engaging with supply chain and technology centers. Vanshee entrusted this endeavor entirely to his mother, focusing solely on his training with the Lakers. Upon arriving at the training facility, he found Kobe Bryant already hard at work. Kobe greeted Vanshee, informing him, "Last night, in addition to your family's meeting with the Taylors, our team executed a trade, sending Ron Artest and Steve Blake away. Both had previously expressed varying degrees of opposition to you, and this trade signals the team's stance." With the All-Star weekend approaching and 2 more games for the Lakers, Vanshee had secured his position as a starter, with the buzz surrounding him and Taylor Swift sustaining his popularity. Kobe, typically oblivious to external affairs, had heard of the situation. He mentioned, "Phil Jackson called me this morning, hoping I could influence you to collaborate with him." Vanshee nodded in acknowledgement. Kobe continued, "I believe establishing your own brand is an excellent venture, but you will require the support of an industry leader. Many athletes have aspired to do this before, yet few have succeeded." Speaking from experience, Kobe warned, Nike wields tremendous influence in the sports realm. If they decide to target your brand, it could result in mutual destruction. Vanshee nodded, recognizing the validity of this assertion. He understood the vast reach of Nike within the league, possessing a significant, albeit subtle, influence. Kobe's words were cryptic, yet Vanshee grasped their meaning. "I am a player. I let my basketball speak for me." He chose not to further discuss the matter. This year's All-Star Game was set to take place at the Staples Center, jointly hosted by the Clippers and the Lakers. Prior to the All-Star festivities, the Lakers had 2 matches left, one against the Phoenix Suns and the other against the Los Angeles Clippers. The Sun star player remained Steve Nash, whose influence persisted despite the team's tactical overhaul following Mike D'Antoni's departure. Many anticipated a showdown between Nash and Vanshee, especially after the latter's announcement of his intention to create his own brand. Increasingly, basketball analysts hoped to witness this audacious rookie face a public reckoning. Chapter 55. The Gentleman Nash and the dreadful duo from the Clippers. Since 2008, the Phoenix Suns have undergone relentless transformations, abandoning their fast-paced style of play. Initially, they traded players like Shawn Marion to the Miami Heat for the former superstar center Shaquille O'Neal. However, at this juncture, O'Neal was merely a shadow of his former self. burdened by excess weight and lacking the fearsome dominance he once possessed. Dunking had become a strenuous task for him, and offensively, he became a negative force dragging the entire team down, proving to be ill-suited alongside the then-core player, Amare Stoudemire. Subsequently, the Suns traded O'Neal to Cleveland in exchange for the former Defensive Player of the Year, Ben Wallace. In his prime with the Detroit Pistons, Wallace was hailed as a defensive powerhouse, yet with the passage of time, his hefty salary became a liability for any team that sought to retain him. His offensive skills were woefully inadequate, resulting in a complete lack of chemistry with the Suns, ultimately leading to his departure. This year, the Suns head coach transitioned from Terry Porter to Alvin Gentry, who proclaimed a focus on defense, yet the team continued to rely on their fast break philosophy. Stephen Nash, the former regular season MVP, joined forces with Vince Carter, one of the top shooting guards, and Grant Hill, once considered Jordan's successor and a premier slasher. Alongside Channing Frye, Robin Lopez, Pietrus, and Dudley, they formed a new core. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Nash was interviewed by a reporter who inquired about Jack Vaughn, a former undrafted player who had become a starter in the All-Star game. The reporter stirred the pot, highlighting Nash's previous competition with Chris Paul for a spot on the Western Conference All-Star team, questioning whether Vaughn had unfairly usurped Nash's place. However, Nash, known for his gentle and graceful demeanor, responded with poise. This is the nature of the league. New generations of players will always emerge. I have watched Jack play, and he is indeed exhilarating. I cheer for him often on television. My 2 daughters are his fans. He possesses the ability to captivate viewers, and every vote he receives comes from genuine admiration. Congratulations to him on a wonderful all-star journey. Yet the reporter pressed on, suggesting it absurd that Vaughn had only played a few games while other all-stars had seasons of hard work behind them. Nash acknowledged that the point guard position often sees late bloomers, expressing his happiness for Vaughn's early emergence and hope for his contributions to the role. Nash's words were imbued with a selfless spirit, embodying the essence of a true gentleman and a venerable mentor. Indeed, other players on the Suns, such as Vince Carter and Grant Hill, also exemplified high moral standards, fostering camaraderie without pettiness. Thus, the reporter's attempts to instigate discord fell flat. The game between the Lakers and the Suns unfolded peacefully. Prior to the match, Nash even approached Vaughn to shake his hand, encouraging him, "Keep it up, young man. Your popularity is soaring, but you must continue to work diligently on the court to achieve greater success. Do not become a fleeting star." Nash held high expectations for Vaughn. In this match, Kobe Bryant did not play, yet the Lakers welcomed a new small forward, Mike Dunleavy. The Lakers traded Steve Blake and Ron Artest to the Indiana Pacers in exchange for Dunleavy, a tall sharpshooter with commendable three-point shooting skills. Another significant reason for the trade was that while Dunleavy's salary was $10.56 million this season, it was also the final year of his contract. With the Pacers already possessing small forwards like Danny Granger and Paul George, they did not wish to retain a spacing forward. The Lakers valued Dunleavy's three-point prowess and stature, and importantly, if he underperformed, they could allow him to become a free agent next season. Upon reporting to the Lakers, Dunleavy appeared quite enthusiastic. His father was the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, and they hailed from a basketball lineage. Naturally, he preferred the vibrancy of Los Angeles over the distant Indiana, feeling more at ease in its lifestyle. Thus, he confidently proclaimed at the press conference his intention to help Kobe Bryant secure his second consecutive three-peat. However, on his first day of practice, Phil Jackson instructed him to follow Vaughn's lead. To be frank, Dunleavy did not regard Vaughn with the necessary seriousness. He had heard of Vaughn's rising fame, but he perceived him as a product of hype, believing that players in Los Angeles always garnered undue attention. Vaughn, undeterred by Dunleavy's indifference, continued to execute the game plan, assisting Dunleavy with 3 passes. Yet, during the decisive moments, Vaughn opted not to pass to him, instead maneuvering around Nash to take a shot himself, sinking a three-pointer that sealed the victory. This left Dunleavy disgruntled, as he had aspired to score 20 points in his debut with the Lakers and secure the win. He confided to Lamar Odom, expressing his belief that Vaughn was somewhat self-centered. Odom, turning to Dunleavy, retorted, "He's done more than enough for you. Think about Indiana. Would Tinsley pass to you?" The Lakers triumphed over the Suns, maintaining their winning streak. Kobe Bryant then resolved to forego his return in the next match, focusing instead on recuperation to provide Vaughn ample opportunity to shine. The Lakers' upcoming game was against the Clippers. Both teams, sharing the city of Los Angeles and the Staples Center as their home, typically faced off 6 to 8 times a year at this venue. In this instance, it was the Clippers' home game, with the Staples Center adorned with flooring emblazoned with the Clippers logo. The disparity between the Lakers and the Clippers in Los Angeles is stark. If the Lakers are considered the aristocratic team of Angelino City, fervently adored by the upper echelons of society, the Clippers remain obscure and uncelebrated. In the hierarchy of basketball in Los Angeles, the Clippers rank not only below the Lakers, but also beneath UCLA and USC teams, even trailing the WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks. This stark contrast between the two franchises is palpable. The Clippers' season appeared promising, with a chance to return to the playoffs, bolstered by the emergence of Blake Griffin, their first overall pick from 2009. Griffin, a player with significant fan appeal, had garnered considerable attention for his electrifying dunks prior to Von's rise. Many speculated that he could secure an all-star berth as a rookie. However, with Von's dazzling ascent overshadowing him, Griffin found himself in a position of jealousy. Why should this undrafted player earn an unprecedented $1 million salary while he, the first overall pick, earned only half? Why was it that Von, as a rookie, could garner over 1 million votes to dethrone Chris Paul as an all-star starter while he was relegated to the rookie showcase? What accounts for his ability to effortlessly charm so many female celebrities? To the extent that Taylor Swift would forsake a lucrative endorsement deal worth $2 million annually for him? How can this unfounded individual entertain aspirations of establishing his own brand? Blake Griffin's jealousy burns like an unquenchable flame. When a reporter thrusts a microphone towards him, he ignites with indignation before any provocation occurs. In this match, my ambition is to dunk over Van He. I harbor no fondness for him. In my estimation, he is unworthy of being an all-star starter. Chris Paul surpasses him 100-fold. Blake Griffin declared defiantly before the camera. As a former #1 draft pick, he is inherently proud, and his innate superlative talent fuels his arrogance. Thus, it is entirely expected for him to utter such provocative remarks regarding Van He. Subsequently, Blake Griffin remarked, "There will always be players who shine briefly, appearing successful and talented. Yet time will reveal the truth. What he possesses now is mere luck, and soon he will lose it all, plunging into an abyss of emptiness." Do you really believe that Taylor Swift would cherish him and choose to be with him for life? Griffin's palpable jealousy distorts his demeanor. He is evidently exhausted by the relentless coverage of Van He in the Los Angeles media, which has overshadowed his own self-proclaimed status as the chosen one. In private, he has lamented to friends, "If I were with the Los Angeles Lakers, the one garnering all the attention would be me." If Blake Griffin embodies youthful impetuosity, Byron Davis represents the arrogance of age. A former superstar, Davis joined the NBA in 1999, sporting a signature bushy beard. His playing style was notably aggressive, and he quickly secured a leadership role with the then New Orleans Hornets. Despite the team's mediocre performance, he earned an all-star selection and averaged 28 points, ranking among the league's premier point guards. He was subsequently traded to the Golden State Warriors, where he thrived under the tutelage of the eccentric coach Don Nelson. With Nelson's encouragement, Davis reached the pinnacle of his career, and in 2007, he helped orchestrate a miraculous upset as the 8th seed, toppling the first-seeded Dallas Mavericks, thus cementing his legacy. In 2008, he accepted a lucrative offer from the Los Angeles Clippers, returning to his hometown. This child of Los Angeles quickly ventured into a side business, befriending the renowned Hollywood actress Jessica Alba, establishing a production company, and even releasing his own music. He believed that his Hollywood connections would pave the way for his success. However, after 3 years, he found himself depleting his earnings without achieving any notable accomplishments. Recently, witnessing Van He consistently gracing Hollywood headlines and even becoming a cover star, he succumbed to jealousy and fury. Unlike the magnanimous Steve Nash, who remained unperturbed even with the possibility of Van He usurping his all-star spot, the irate Davis, unconnected to Van He, erupted in rage. When a reporter presented a microphone to him, he declared in extreme terms, "I want to challenge him, to teach him a lesson, to make him bow before me. I am not that feeble guard from New Jersey. I will not grant him an opportunity to gain momentum. I will overpower him with my physique," Byron Davis emphatically stated. In front of those fans who voted him into the all-star starting lineup, "I will tear him apart." This burning fury has consumed him for a month. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. He struck a stoic, formidable pose. Meanwhile, Van He sat on the couch of his rented apartment, watching Byron Davis interview, only for his mother to switch off the television. Woo-soo earnestly informed her son, "Little he, Nike has arranged for us to continue discussions before the All-Star game. Adidas has also extended an invitation. They are eager to invest in our brand, making this game crucial." Woo-soo, a shrewd businessman, remarked, "They are awaiting the performances of these two Clippers players. If they manage to suppress you, they will undoubtedly drive a hard bargain. Conversely, if you triumph over them, we will gain absolute leverage." Van He nodded, understanding the stakes. He remarked, "Given my current abilities, they cannot defeat me. However, achieving overwhelming dominance will also prove challenging. Strictly speaking, I am on par with them. One a rookie sensation, the other a former all-star in decline. Their skills are commensurate with mine." Van He's analysis was astute. Woo-soo considered maintaining the status quo. It would neither enhance nor diminish their negotiating power. At that moment, Van He's father entered, beaming with joy. He exclaimed, "Little he, Taylor's father invited me to play golf and mentioned taking me to her first solo concert in Los Angeles. Their family is wonderful." Van Chung has already forged a close bond with Taylor's family. Just then, Van He's phone rang. It was Kylie Jenner calling. Van He frowned slightly, pondering what business Kylie could have with him. He pressed the answer button, and soon, Kylie's somewhat urgent voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing her words, Van He immediately stood up. "Happy New Year. Thank you all for your unwavering support. In the coming year, I will deliver even more captivating stories, and I will expedite my efforts. Love you all." Chapter 56, a crucial match illuminated by starlight. Jenna, with a palpable sense of anxiety, confided over the phone that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Jack, I've discovered that my sister is having an affair, even though she is about to marry Humphries. She just received a call from Kanye West, and they went to the movies together." Rising to his feet, She rubbed his forehead with his left hand, utterly uncertain of how to respond. The Kardashian family's reputation in America has always been less than stellar, and Kim Kardashian's tumultuous personal life is notorious. Thus, She found himself at a loss for words. He calmly suggested, "Perhaps they are merely discussing a business collaboration? But I just heard them mention they might go to the Staples Center to watch your game," Jenna continued. "And I will be attending the match tomorrow. I am worried about what they might say to you." She felt increasingly perplexed. Jenna elaborated, "Kanye West is a highly renowned producer and singer, and he seems quite taken with my sister. He mentioned wanting to help me teach Taylor a lesson, and you." With each revelation, clarity began to dawn on She. It appeared that Kanye West harbored deep affections for Kim Kardashian, despite her engagement to Humphries. To ingratiate himself with Kardashian, West seemed eager to utilize his status as an established musician to confront the rising star, Taylor Swift. This was utterly absurd. "You should ensure that man does not overestimate himself," She advised over the phone. "His desire to win over your sister is his concern. But I refuse to be a pawn in his game. I detest those who consider themselves above others." Jenna fell silent for a moment, gathering her courage to inquire, "So, are you and Taylor truly together, and have you met her parents?" Her voice quivered slightly. "No, the media's reports are less than 10% accurate," She replied. "Good," Jenna exclaimed, her spirits lifting instantly. In her mind, as long as Jack was not with Taylor, it was the best possible outcome. She then announced her intention to confront her sister and Kanye West. She chose not to pursue the conversation further. Upon hanging up, his mother asked, "What is the matter, little she? Is something troublesome?" She replied that it was nothing. Woo-soo chuckled teasingly. "It sounds like a girl's voice. Let me guess. Is it Disney Princess Selena? Or perhaps the daughter from that celebrity family?" In recent days, Woo-soo had taken the time to familiarize herself with her son's developments in America. She had become quite well known, and she quickly gathered information about his recent achievements. She was astonished, having never anticipated her son would gain such fame, not only excelling in basketball with an unprecedented rookie contract, but also breaking numerous records. No wonder Nike was so eager to sign him. She's romantic entanglements had also caused his mother considerable worry. At times, she would even critique the 3 rumored daughters-in-law, imagining how splendid it would be if their virtues could be combined. Not wishing to linger on the topic, She headed to the gym to practice. The impending Los Angeles Derby posed a formidable challenge for She, with Kobe Bryant even reaching out to inquire if he required assistance for his comeback. She graciously declined, preferring to rely on his own abilities to outshine those who claimed they would destroy him. Currently, She possessed the speed and agility of a peak Allen Iverson, the explosiveness of a peak Shawn Kemp, the off-ball shooting prowess of a peak Reggie Miller, and the coordination and post skills of a peak Michael Jordan. Though his physical limitations were evident and his technical repertoire still developing, Fanshi's talent was undeniably exceptional among rookies. According to the evaluation hierarchy from marginal players to superstars, Fanshi had surpassed the level of an elite player and was on the cusp of becoming an all-star. Otherwise, how could he have shattered the rookie scoring record with 60 points and gained fame for his game-winning shot against the Miami Big Three? While it was true that luck played a part in Fanshi's legendary journey, without a foundation of skill, luck would remain but a castle in the air. Confronted with the aggressive styles of Griffin and Davis, Fanshi felt no shortage of confidence. He trained diligently in the gym, aiming to perfect his shooting technique, while Griffin and Davis stoked the media frenzy, drawing the fans' attention toward themselves. They proclaimed themselves the men who would end Fanshi's miraculous rise. Due to their media antics, broadcasters altered their live coverage schedules, dedicating primetime slots to this derby showdown. I will ensure he becomes the laughingstock of this match. 2 hours before the game, while receiving therapy in the locker room, Fanshi could still hear Griffin's boastful voice emanating from the television. His therapist, House, remarked, "This guy is desperate for fame. He has been using you for publicity these past few days. Tonight, you must show him a lesson. If not, he will surely pay the media to hype up his performance post-game." House had developed a solid friendship with Fanshi during this time. In truth, he harbored a psychological affinity for Fanshi. Having lived quietly at the bottom of the NBA hierarchy, he too dreamed of one day achieving recognition. Fanshi's meteoric rise fulfilled all his fantasies, as if it were a modern fairy tale. This is why the Fanshi phenomenon had captured the imagination of North America. People yearned to witness the rise of an underdog, to see how an undrafted player could sweep the league and become a superstar. Their emotions were invested in Fanshi. This also explained why Griffin and Davis targeted him so fervently. They wished to extinguish Fanshi's brilliance and claim it for themselves. In the NBA, there is a saying, to become a superstar, one must first defeat a superstar. While defeating a superstar is no simple task, they believed that conquering Fanshi would be an effortless endeavor. TNT was broadcasting this highly anticipated match. Prior to the game, they aired interviews with the bearded Davis and the top draft pick, Griffin, continuously amplifying the hype surrounding this derby as Fanshi's ultimate test for the All-Star game. Such promotion attracted countless viewers to their screens. Even before the game officially commenced, simply airing a panoramic view of the Staples Center shattered TNT's monthly viewership records. Charles Barkley remained one of the commentators for this event, seated beside Kenny Smith and the composed Earl Johnson. In his pregame commentary, Barkley subtly suggested that Jack's past miracles were heavily reliant on luck, asserting that his true abilities did not match his current acclaim. As for his ambitions to establish a successful sneaker brand, Barkley could only deem it a fanciful dream. Perhaps, a month later, when the halo surrounding him has faded, he will come to realize that he is merely an ordinary starting point guard, struggling to maintain his position. Barkley seems to have a particular focus on Fanshi. Meanwhile, Wushu and Nike's president, Phil Knight, entered the VIP box at the Staples Center, surveying the arena from above. The tickets here are typically not available to the public, holding a value far exceeding those in the front rows. As a luminary in the basketball shoe industry, Knight has numerous connections that afford him such privileges. He remarked to Wushu, "You must be astonished by your son's remarkable achievements today, are you not?" Wushu chuckled, responding, "Not in the slightest. He has been exceptionally gifted since childhood, consistently performing feats that exceed expectations. Tonight's game is pivotal for him," Knight candidly stated. This is his first encounter with an opponent of equal caliber, and a direct confrontation at that. Previously, he was overlooked and not given the attention he deserved. His game-winning shot against the Bulls and his victory over John Wall. Scoring 60 points in New Jersey was due to the weakness of the opposing team. The self-important Devin Harris was not a formidable player and had a lackluster defense, yet he held himself in high regard. In Miami, the Heat often focused their attention on Kobe. Jack's game-winning shot had a significant element of luck. Most importantly, Miami underestimated him. Had they launched a final offensive, Jack would not have had the opportunity for a game winner. Knight recounted Fanshi's classic performances with great detail, showcasing his extensive research as a tactic for negotiation. "So, you have been fanning the flames these past few days?" Wushu inquired frankly. Knight replied earnestly, "Indeed. We have engaged numerous media outlets to cover the event and facilitated TNT's nationwide broadcast of the game. We need to conduct a final assessment of Jack's capabilities. If he excels tonight, we can certainly proceed with a partnership, even offering equity that meets your satisfaction. However, if he does not perform as well, I believe it would be unnecessary for you to establish your own brand. Of course, we will still extend an offer, but the price will certainly not match our initial proposal. We are all businessmen, and you should understand. Wusu nodded, saying, I understand, but after this game, I worry that you may lose your priority for equity, as you are not the only astute observer. Do you have confidence in Jack? Knight asked. Of course. He is my son. Wusu replied proudly. Their gazes shifted to the players warming up below. At that moment, TNT's cameras panned to the sidelines. Viewers at home immediately spotted Taylor Swift, accompanied by two men dressed in golf attire. Kenny Smith, with keen eyes, recognized, that's Jack's father, alongside Taylor Swift's father. It seems the rumors are true. Taylor Swift has gained a head start in this sport. They have received familial endorsement. Kenny Smith firmly supported the union of Van Shee and Taylor Swift, viewing it as a match made in heaven. In fact, many viewers also supported this golden couple, while numerous others favored Kendall Jenner or Selena Gomez with Van Shee. This phenomenon seemed to be evolving into a nationwide campaign for pairing up couples, with each combination's supporters possessing their own unique and confident rationale. When the camera shifted to the other side, Charles Barkley became excited upon spotting Kendall Jenner. The Kardashian family's little Jenner is merely 8 meters away from Taylor Swift. Will they clash? I am genuinely looking forward to that scene. Moreover, if these two starlets who admire Van Shee witness him being defeated by two Clippers players, will they be filled with disappointment? After all, women are quite pragmatic. Female celebrities, even more so, Barkley speculated with malice. His words incited anger from Kenny Smith, who retorted, You should not always project your tragic experiences onto this matter. I know you still harbor feelings for Madonna. The affair between Rodman and Madonna greatly affected you. Your skepticism towards female celebrities stems from never having received their favor. Barkley vehemently denied any interest in Madonna, asserting that he could never be envious of Rodman. Yet his emphatic denial left much to the imagination. The cameras then captured diehard Lakers fan director Nicholson, as well as the acclaimed actor Denzel Washington and Hollywood's former heartthrob, Leonardo DiCaprio. This truly was a star-studded regular season game. Just before the match commenced, the cameras spotted a tightly wrapped celebrity duo, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. At that moment, Kenny Smith quipped, How could these two possibly sit together? And given their flamboyant personalities, why are they sitting in the third row, directly behind Taylor Swift? He found it curious, but the discussion did not continue as the game was about to begin. Chapter 57, A Pact Sealed by a High Five, a Promise Made with Words. The starting five for the Clippers comprised DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, Ryan Gomez, Randy Foye, and Baron Davis. To be fair, this lineup displayed commendable talent. The Lakers' starting roster included Pau Gasol, Lamar Odom, Mike Dunleavy, Matt Barnes, and Van Shee. As the referee blew the whistle and tossed the basketball into the air, the match commenced, with Gasol and Jordan positioned at the center line. To everyone's surprise, Gasol triumphed over the leaping prowess and impressive wingspan of Jordan. The basketball was passed to Van Shee, marking a strong beginning for the Lakers. As Van Shee received the ball, Davis charged at him aggressively. In his youth, Davis was a formidable one-on-one defender, having clinched the title of steals leader in both the 2006 to 2007 and 2003 to 2004 seasons. He was known for his speed, strength, explosiveness, and remarkable leaping ability. Before James Harden's rise, he was often referred to as the NBA's original bearded one. Standing at 191 centimeters and weighing 96 kilograms, he was a powerhouse. In contrast, the peak version of Harden stood at 196 centimeters and weighed 100 kilograms, earning the title of a heavy-duty guard. Davis's most illustrious moment came when he stormed through defenses to dunk over the defensive maestro Kirilenko, leaving the Mavericks powerless during the historic We Believe series. However, due to a series of injuries, the once explosive Davis no longer possessed his former speed and leaping ability. Thus, when he charged at Van Shee, he relied solely on his robust physique, attempting to overpower him. Van Shee, however, denied him the opportunity. With agility reminiscent of a prime Allen Iverson, he skillfully dribbled the ball between his legs, swiftly maneuvering around Davis. With a sudden burst of energy, he gracefully spun away, reminiscent of the Shaolin martial arts technique known as 18 falling leaves. Davis's aggressive defense turned comical in the face of Van Shee's effortless finesse. Kenny Smith, from the commentary booth, exclaimed, "That move is akin to Jackie Chan defeating a heavyweight in a film." Smith's commentary resonated with viewers at home. Van He bypassed Davis's defense without hesitation, stopping at the three-point line to leap and shoot. Ignoring Dunleavy's loud shouts from the corner, he released the ball with a perfect arc. Swish! The basketball obediently fell through the net. Van He raised his arms in triumph as the Clippers fans erupted in a cacophony of boos. Yet, undeterred, Van He turned around, placing his right index finger gently to his lips. "Shh! Silence!" This was Van He's emphatic retort. Since his meteoric rise, he had never indulged those who provoked him. Such was the boldness of his character. He demonstrated to the NBA that he was neither a second-rate, mild-mannered Yao Ming nor a silent, passive Yi Jianlian. He was Van He, a man who would not tolerate any disrespect. His defiance garnered admiration from Kobe Bryant, who recognized Van He's inherent stubbornness and fighting spirit, akin to his own. Although tonight was the Clippers' home game, the Staples Center was never devoid of Lakers fans. Among the two-thirds of Clippers fans booing Van He, a third cheered enthusiastically at his silencing gesture, echoing his defiance. Fans across North America greatly admired such assertive and domineering personalities. In the VIP box, Phil Knight nodded approvingly, captivated by Van He's audacity. Every action of Van He radiated the aura of a sports superstar. His charisma, his appearance, his character, and his background all made him an ideal partner for Nike. In the past, Reebok offered Yao Ming a $70 million contract, primarily due to the market he represented. Now, Van He's market value and image surpassed anything Yao had ever demonstrated. Moreover, the age-old adage that centers do not sell shoes remained unwavering in the sports realm. Even someone as formidable as Shaquille O'Neal struggled to elevate brand sales, and now he found himself endorsing a Chinese company at a fraction of the price. Davis was deeply displeased with Van He's antics. He charged into the front court, intent on overpowering Van He with his physicality, his primary advantage. Yet, Van He avoided direct confrontation, maintaining a half-step distance. Allowing Davis to penetrate the paint, he suddenly closed in, teaming up with Lamar Odom for a double team. Frustrated, Davis attempted to shove Van He aside, launching a jump shot. Clang! The basketball missed the mark. However, Van He felt the impact of the collision on his ribs. Gasol barely managed to secure the rebound before passing it to Van He. Ignoring the pain in his ribs, Van He initiated a rapid offensive surge, utilizing his astonishing speed to advance down the court. Davis pursued relentlessly, keeping pace with Van He, but as he drew near, Van He unexpectedly made an inward pass to Matt Barnes, who then executed a reverse dunk. At that moment, DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin were just entering the paint. Under Van He's leadership, the Lakers orchestrated a fast break reminiscent of a swift mercury spill. Clippers head coach Dunleavy stood up, moving to the sidelines to vocally urge his players to reposition actively and deny the Lakers any opportunities. His admonition heightened the Clippers' alertness, yet it did little to quell Davis's simmering rage. Having been humiliated by Van He's early three-pointer and assist, Davis, who had claimed he would put an end to Van He's miracle, now found himself on the verge of becoming a mere stepping stone beneath it. How could he contain his frustration? He charged forward, still intent on attacking. Throughout his career, Davis had maintained a less than stellar shooting percentage, and even in his peak season of 2006 to 2007, it only reached 43.9. His offensive choices had long been problematic. Many stars of his generation faced similar issues, including the likes of Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, and Kobe Bryant, who often opted for high-difficulty shots, distancing themselves from the team structure. Davis this time opted for a mid-range jumper, a skill he was not particularly adept at. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Gasol swatted the ball away, and Van He, ever vigilant, darted in to snatch the rebound. He then passed it to himself, ready to initiate a fast break. However, he soon realized that the Clippers players had swiftly retreated on defense. Van He remained unfazed. Sitting calmly on the bench, Phil Jackson was relaxed, fully aware of Van He's intelligence on the court. This confidence allowed him to trade away guards Steve Blake and Shannon Brown without worry. Upon reaching the front court, Van He did not engage with the bearded Davis. Instead, he seamlessly executed a pick and roll with Gasol, charging towards the free throw line against Jordan's defense, who stayed in close pursuit. Though Jordan possessed the physique of a defensive center, he lacked experience. As Van He feigned a move upward, Jordan instinctively leaped into action. Had Long covertly passed the basketball to the swiftly cutting Gasol on the other side, and Gasol moved, as if he were in an open field. The airborne DeAndre Jordan was entirely unable to retreat, helplessly watching as Gasol slammed the basketball into the hoop. Once again, took control of the court. In the VIP box, mother inquired of Phil Knight, "Is this the greatest challenge you spoke of?" Knight chuckled and shook his head. He indeed hoped that the two Clippers players would apply some pressure on, but in reality, had been dominating them since the game began. Meanwhile, the dynamics on the court shifted. As Baron Davis was poised to launch another offensive, Blake Griffin gestured to him. Griffin, the first overall pick in 2009, was the star attraction of the Clippers and the cornerstone of their team. Everyone knew that he was to be the future face of the franchise, while the once great Davis was now merely a temporary steward. When Griffin reached out for the ball, Davis quickly passed it to him. Griffin, a power forward endowed with explosive physicality, boasted a leaping ability that shattered records. Since the game commenced, he had already secured a spot in the season's top 10 dunks. All interior defenders quaked in fear against the Clippers, dreading Griffin's ascent and the lethal dunks he could deliver upon them. Lamar Odom shared this trepidation, especially after Davis had passed the ball to Griffin. Griffin, the epitome of a ferocious power forward, possessed ball-handling skills that even the likes of Shawn Kemp and Amare Stoudemire lacked. Faced with Odom's defense, he swiftly executed a crossover. Odom, prone to lapses and concentration on defense, felt a surge of dread at that moment. This is it. It's over. Griffin needed only a step of space to unleash a thunderous dunk. Odom even closed his eyes, preparing for the humiliation of being dunked on by the league's premier dunker. However, to his utter astonishment, a sharp sound echoed. He heard a crisp noise, followed by a collective gasp from the crowd. As he opened his eyes, he saw sprinting down the court with the basketball in hand. What was happening? He glanced at the furious Griffin beside him. Griffin glared at the referee, who remained indifferent. Both he and Odom then turned their attention to the large screen overhead. It became clear that just as Griffin had maneuvered past Odom and was poised to dunk, had suddenly emerged like a phantom from behind Pau Gasol, his astonishingly long arms slicing down like a blade, striking the basketball firmly from Griffin's grasp. The ball was taken and raced forward. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and the Clippers fans were in agony. They had come to witness Davis and Griffin dismantle the Lakers' prodigy, only to witness Davis being ruthlessly dominated. And now their hopes rested on Griffin, who had just been stripped by this cunning player. The suffering of Clippers fans contrasted sharply with the exhilaration of Lakers supporters, who erupted in jubilant cheers from every corner of the arena, celebrating the continuation of his miracle, especially as maneuvered past Davis's defense, surged into the paint, and finished with a layup. The Lakers fans unleashed a wave of thrilling roars. Meanwhile, celebrities on the sidelines joined in the celebration. The renowned director, Nicholson, stood to salute. Taylor Swift, hand in hand with her father, cheered for, while Jenner jumped up and down in excitement. Beep. Coach Del Negro was compelled to call a timeout. The Clippers still had not scored. Yet, under his leadership, the Lakers flourished. Jack even dominated the court, as Kenny Smith lauded, while Charles Barkley, somewhat unconvinced, remarked, "The game has just begun. Perhaps the Clippers haven't found their rhythm yet?" Kenny shrugged, unwilling to engage in further debate. At this moment, Nike's president, Phil Knight, spoke to his mother in the VIP box. "You have birthed a remarkable son. We have every reason to pursue collaboration with him. Thus, I propose an investment of $30 million in your company, providing ample cash flow, while we will assemble the most professional team to manage global operations. You will focus on branding and production. We only require 51% of the shares. What do you say?" In truth, Michael Jordan had never received such a lucrative offer. Knight stated earnestly, adding, "Moreover, the brand will also pay you for manufacturing services." Smiled and unexpectedly replied, $30 million? My husband Jack and I could potentially gather that amount by selling assets and seeking loans from friends and family. If you were to travel to China or Asia, I doubt you would make such a preposterous proposal. This is not the 1980s, sir. Decisively rejected Knight's offer. Knight was unfazed. This was merely a test. As a seasoned businessman, revealing one's bottom line on the first offer was unheard of. He then said to, "Perhaps other circumstances may arise. Basketball is unpredictable, after all, madam." Replied with a smile, "Whatever happens, I trust in my son." Knight remained silent, choosing to observe further. Meanwhile, back on the bench, the beleaguered Davis addressed Griffin. "We cannot continue like this, Blake." Griffin raised his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. If they failed to contain in this game, their fate would be sealed. This was a battle of honor and destiny. "We must unite. We need to confront him together," Davis stated earnestly. This notion may have sounded absurd, yet it was indeed unfolding. A former superstar and an NBA draft pick were preparing to team up against a player who had gone undrafted. It was almost unfathomable. Griffin nodded seriously, extending his hand to Davis for a pact. They clasped hands in agreement, vowing to join forces against was about to face a genuine challenge. Chapter 58, The Heights You Can Never Reach. Flight prohibited. The recent rounds have conclusively demonstrated that the once formidable Baron Davis can no longer independently thwart the advances of Van He. Despite some fortuitous factors, he and Van He remain stars of the same caliber. However, even if Baron Davis were to regain his former prowess, he would still be unable to exert an equivalent influence on the game as Van He. This predicament explains his alliance with Griffin. The fact that two elite-level players resort to such measures underscores the desperate circumstances they find themselves in. Upon returning to the bench, Van He was greeted by Kobe Bryant, who stood up in his suit to welcome him with a high five and an embrace. Kobe expressed his delight at Van He's performance during the initial plays, patting him on the shoulder and stating, "As long as you conquer these two challengers, your miraculous aura will shine even brighter, and the sour grapes that question your all-star starter status will vanish." He reassured Van He that he was on the right path. Kobe has increasingly embraced Van He, hoping for his continued growth. This is markedly different from his early career, when he was brash and arrogant, harboring resentment towards Shaquille O'Neal, the league's premier center at the time. Ultimately, he ousted O'Neal and, after several seasons of disappointing results, came to appreciate the value of a reliable ally. Now, feeling increasingly overwhelmed in controlling the game, he views Van He as a divine gift. Phil Jackson watched the harmonious relationship between the two with satisfaction, growing more confident in their quest to establish a fourth dynasty this season. However, newcomer Mike Dunleavy harbored grievances. Unfamiliar with Van He's current standing within the Lakers and eager to prove himself in a contract year, he loudly complained from the bench. "Why isn't anyone passing me the ball? I'm in a prime shooting position." His remark drew attention, and veteran Went responded kindly. "Our three-point shots from the wing have always been a third option. Shots from the arc and the paint take precedence." Dunleavy replied confidently, "That's because you haven't had a shooter of my caliber before. I can provide the league's top-tier firepower." Matt Barnes shot him a skeptical glance. While Dunleavy is indeed a capable shooter, evidenced by his lucrative contract, he ranks lower among the league's elite shooters. His true value lies in the quality of screens he provides, as his height and build are akin to that of a power forward. After setting picks, it becomes challenging for defenders to double-team the initiating guard. "Isn't our shooting percentage currently 100%? Barnes retorted coldly. Dunleavy found himself at a disadvantage. Although he may not be well known in the league, Barnes is a tough player feared by many, including Dunleavy. He bit his lip and fell silent. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. The Clippers continued with Baron Davis controlling the ball. This time, as Van He stepped forward defensively, guiding the bearded player into a challenging position. Blake Griffin intervened, using his robust physique to obstruct Van He's path. Relying on the screen, Davis surged into the paint, forcing Lamar Odom to switch defenses. In that moment, Griffin used his strength to shove Van He aside and swiftly charged into the key. Realizing the impending danger, Van He leaped, extending his remarkable reach in an attempt to intercept Davis's pass at its source. His instincts proved correct. Yet his vertical leap fell short as Davis's pass arced high above his grasp. Upon landing, Van He turned to witness Griffin soaring through the air, a sight that captivated him. With a thunderous crash, Griffin seized the ball with both hands and slammed it into the hoop, causing the entire rim to tremble violently. This was the first time Van He had been so visually stunned since entering the NBA. He had witnessed many dunks, yet none had been as ferocious or awe-inspiring. He found himself gasping in disbelief, questioning whether Griffin contained the spirit of a beast within him. As Griffin landed, he could not contain his exhilaration, roaring with triumph and pounding his chest, directing a shout at Van He. "This is a height you can never reach." The rookie showcased his extraordinary talent. Yet, Van He remained unfazed. He was no longer the same individual from before. He possessed the confidence to know that, in time, he too would execute such dunks, harboring no doubt about the energy aura he envisioned within himself. Thus, he retorted to Griffin, "What a pity, your jumping resembles that of a frog." Van He's voice dripped with ironic regret as he redefined Griffin's most treasured achievement, a prime example of elite trash talk. Griffin's demeanor turned volatile. No one wishes to be likened to a frog, especially not a toad. He yearned to dunk on Vanhee again at that very moment. However, Vanhee had already received the inbounds pass from Barnes and made his way to the front court with an unhurried composure, exuding the poise of a seasoned general. This demeanor is precisely why Phil Jackson holds such high regard for Vanhee. He possesses ambition and drive devoid of youthful arrogance, with a calmness of thought that Jackson values greatly. Many gifted young talents have faltered due to their hubris. Upon reaching the front court, Vanhee signaled for Mike Dunleavy to set a screen. To his surprise, Dunleavy did not comply but instead circled around, avoiding the play entirely. Vanhee was left to set a pick with Odom, whose screening quality had always been subpar, having previously played as a point guard where agility surpassed physicality. Consequently, as Vanhee drove towards the free throw line, he was swiftly confronted by Griffin, soon joined by the menacing Davis. Both were robust embodiments of strength, brutally impeding Vanhee's progress in an attempt to wrest the ball from his grasp through sheer force, even resorting to foul tactics. Davis struck Vanhee's chest with his elbow, hoping to provoke a reaction, but Vanhee, rather than yielding, stood firm, defiantly puffing out his chest, an unexpected resilience for Davis. With a blend of tenacity and cunning, Vanhee executed a deceptive maneuver, the ball slipping past Davis. Thud. It hit the floor and passed through Davis's legs. The bearded player felt a chill beneath him, only to realize the basketball had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lamar Odom seized the ball, yet in a moment of confusion, he opted for a jump shot rather than driving to the basket. Thud. The ball clanged off the rim, and DeAndre Jordan claimed the rebound. The Lakers' offensive effort faltered. The tactical coordination had completely unraveled. Phil Jackson frowned, while veteran when admonished Dunleavy move. Dunleavy, however, charged forward, seemingly deaf to the call. As a seasoned veteran in the NBA for nearly a decade, hailing from a basketball lineage, he believed he understood the league's operational logic, extreme pressure. As a newcomer, he sought to establish his own interests through non-cooperation, identifying Vanhee as an ideal target, a soft persimmon to manipulate, hoping to assert himself and elevate his standing. He believed that this illustrious, yet superficial underachiever could hardly rival his own deep-seated heritage. Phil Jackson wished to substitute Dunleavy directly, asserting that even if Luke Walton were brought in, the team's dynamics would flourish more healthily. Like Dunleavy, Walton also hailed from a distinguished lineage. His father, the legendary Bill Walton, a celebrated center in NBA history, had once established a grand legacy with the Boston Celtics. However, according to the NBA's father-son rule, players with illustrious fathers often fail to shine themselves, while those with less renowned fathers may unexpectedly rise to stardom. Luke Walton, whose original height did not match that of his father, perhaps due to his mother's influence, was relegated to the small forward position, lacking his father's finesse in post moves. He excelled in facilitating assists and had a commendable mid-range shot. Kobe Bryant intervened to halt Phil Jackson's actions. He told the Zen master that if he wished for Jack to evolve into a superstar and the future leader of the Lakers, he ought to refrain from interference. Trust in Jack, he asserted. He would manage the situation adeptly. Unbeknownst to others, Kobe had already elevated his expectations for Vanhee, viewing him through the lens of a potential successor. Boom. Another emphatic dunk echoed from the front court, courtesy of Baron Davis. This time, it was a collaboration between Davis and Griffin. Griffin rushed to the three-point line to set a screen for Davis. Although the quality of his pick was subpar, he moved to obstruct Vanhee, even embracing him in the process, unnoticed by the referee. Davis broke free from Vanhee's defense, charging into the paint, and, seizing an opportunity as Lamar Odom momentarily lost focus, soared for a dunk. Though his slam lacked the youthful ferocity of days gone by, it still exuded a sense of raw power, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Griffin and Davis executed consecutive dunks, with Davis pounding his chest and taunting Vanhee, declaring that he would never be able to dunk in a real game. They sought to provoke Vanhee, attempting to incite him to recklessly charge into the paint. Yet, Vanhee remained unfazed, his expression betraying no emotion. Having received an exemplary upbringing rooted in traditional values, he had been taught from an early age that true strength lies in maintaining composure amidst chaos. Talent is talent. Shortcuts are shortcuts. What are deemed miracles pale in comparison to absolute talent. At that moment, Charles Barkley, facing the camera, spoke emphatically. attempting to sever the audience's expectations for Van, he with his incisive rhetoric. Yet, Kenny Smith countered, asserting that the game encompasses more than mere dunks. If Davis and Griffin could handle Jack solo, would they resort to such shameless double-teaming? And employing numerous fouls at that? As long as the referees remain silent. One cannot deem it illegal screening or dirty play. We have both played in the NBA and understand the necessity of toughness. Why should the so-called miracles of the NBA be coddled like delicate flowers? Barkley retorted fiercely, fully aware that his arguments were flawed, yet at that moment, he possessed the upper hand. Phil Knight sat in the locker room, his smile widening with each successive dunk by Griffin and Davis. He remarked with significance, "Madam, do you know what captivates fans on the court?" Wusu remained silent. "It is the dunking, the soaring above the earth," Phil Knight mused aloud. Why has Michael Jordan's brand thrived? Because he is the airman. The Air Jordan we crafted continues to sell globally. People yearn to defy gravity, to soar through the air. Michael Jordan embodies that dream. He is the most exhilarating dunker in the world, transforming basketball into an aerial spectacle. Just moments ago, the crowd erupted in applause as Griffin and Davis executed their dunks. This is the allure of dunking. Jack possesses many admirable qualities, yet he lacks aerial prowess. His jumping ability is rather ordinary. Were he to take flight like Jordan, I would assert that his commercial value would double, and we would acquiesce to all your demands. Phil Knight declared with unwavering conviction, exuding an air of assured victory. At that moment, Wusu, who had been quietly listening, suddenly turned to Phil Knight and asked, "How do you know my son cannot soar?" No sooner had she spoken than a resounding crack echoed across the court. Van Hee's pass, while navigating a double team, was swatted out of bounds by Griffin, igniting another wave of cheers from the crowd. Is that not evident? Phil Knight held out his hands, addressing Wusu, "Madam, I recognize your love and trust for your son. However, we cannot disregard the fundamental truth. If Jack possessed exceptional leaping ability, his aerial maneuvers would not be impeded by opponents. He could effortlessly leap to make passes or layups. Yet presently, under duress, he is confined to ground play." Phil Knight stated in a tone that was both resigned and aloof, believing he had seized the initiative and awaited Wusu's reconsideration of his previous proposal, knowing that the power dynamics were not in her favor. Just then, as Van Hee approached the sideline to inbound the ball, an unexpected commotion erupted nearby. Kanye West suddenly launched an attack on Taylor Swift, inadvertently involving Taylor's father and Van Hee's father. In an instant, Van Hee dropped the basketball and rushed over. Chapter 59, an unprecedented scene. The new flying man, His Majesty fan, she is kissed again since the commencement of the match. Taylor Swift has remained on the sidelines, providing commentary for her father and Fanshi's father. Among the trio, she possesses the most profound understanding of basketball rules. Scott Swift is a securities broker, while Fanshi's father, although a sneaker manufacturer, has a limited grasp of on-court dynamics, being a focused businessman. His interest in basketball was piqued only recently due to his son's entry into the NBA, leading him to study the game intensively. However, as a traditionally minded Chinese man, he is more concerned with internal Lakers affairs, such as who holds the title of the leader in the hierarchy among the over 400 players in the NBA. Fan Sheng, through comprehensive media reports, various data analyses, and discussions from professional basketball outlets, concluded that his son's current ranking in the NBA is around 70 to 80, placing him 4th or 5th within the Lakers, with Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, and the injured Andrew Bynum ahead of him. The status of Lamar Odom remains questionable. Nonetheless, Fanshi has garnered immense fame, being one of the most recognized figures in the NBA. As an undrafted player, he embodies the quintessential American dream, continuously creating miracles after entering the league. Coupled with his striking appearance and a myriad of complex gossip surrounding him, alongside persistent provocations from rivals, Fanshi has become a celebrated hero in North America over the past month. Moreover, Fanshi's popularity in Asia has surged due to his Asian heritage. He is the sole Asian guard to radiate star power in the fiercely competitive NBA, and his exceptional looks, combined with an innate cultural affinity, have catapulted his fame to unprecedented heights in China and across the Asian region. Thus, Fan Sheng has come to understand the underlying logic behind Nike's fervent pursuit of Fanshi. However, tonight's match has left him in a state of anxiety. Based on his research, he believes Byron Davis's capabilities are nearly on par with Fanshi's, while 2009's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, was the most dazzling rookie prior to Fanshi's emergence. with talent that has garnered universal acclaim and the expectation of future stardom. These two formidable players have a clear objective: to shatter Fan Shi's unbeaten myth. Should they succeed in dismantling Fan Shi's miraculous journey, Fan Shi anticipates a decline in his son's commercial value in North America, providing Nike with a valid reason to lower their offers. As the game commenced, Fan Shi's initial dominance over Davis thrilled Fan Chung, who, despite his reserved nature, found himself exchanging high-fives with Scott and Taylor. However, his excitement turned to outrage upon witnessing Byron Davis and Blake Griffin collaborating against his son. In his simplistic worldview, such actions were beneath honorable men, labeling them as the deeds of scoundrels. His indignation intensified when Taylor Swift informed him of their malicious fouls against Fan Shi. When Griffin swatted Fan Shi's pass out of bounds, Taylor swiftly stood up, vociferously appealing to the referee. Foul. Foul. You cannot allow them to continue their reckless infringement on Jack. Taylor was incensed, yet her voice only provoked louder boos from the surrounding Clippers fans. Meanwhile, Kanye West, seated behind her, rose to coldly admonish her. Shut up, you ugly woman. You serve no purpose other than to disrupt the game. Kanye had been scheming for an opportunity to teach Taylor a lesson, harboring affection for Kim Kardashian and aware of her sister Jenner's fondness for Fan Shi. He was determined not to let Taylor get close to Jack. Kanye's arrogant demeanor failed to placate Taylor, who turned to recognize the renowned producer and rapper. Unfazed by his authority, she retorted, "You should be the one to shut up, you lecherous man who pursues another's fiancée." Taylor had been privy to Kanye's sweet nothings whispered to Kim Kardashian and had long identified the two. Her words struck a nerve with Kanye, who, while American morality may not be stringent, felt the sting of public exposure. He instinctively stepped forward, hurling profanities at Taylor, adopting an aggressive stance. Unaware of Kanye's identity, Fan Shi perceived the attack on Taylor as an affront to his fatherly honor and rose to intervene, pushing Kanye away. In response, Kanye retaliated with a shove of his own. At that moment, Fan Shi, preparing to inbound the ball, witnessed the altercation and a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Nothing was more intolerable than an attack on his father. He dropped the basketball and rushed over, inciting a commotion, with cameras focusing on the epicenter of chaos. Kim Kardashian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly embraced Kanye, exclaiming, Jack, it's just a misunderstanding." Taylor, observing Fan Shi's fury, sought to de-escalate the situation by tightly hugging him, urging, "Calm down. Jack, it's a minor issue. If you lash out at a fan, you'll be suspended." Taylor momentarily set aside her own grievances, prioritizing Fan Shi's well-being. In that instant, Taylor's father, Scott, seized the opportunity to strike Kanye while he was distracted. As Kanye prepared to retaliate, Fan Shi displayed his agility, tackling Kanye to the ground and swiftly employing the Brazilian jiu-jitsu techniques he had ardently trained in during his youth. He expertly immobilized Kanye by locking his right arm and securing his left with his legs, executing a flawless grappling maneuver. The Staples Center erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated such a bizarre turn of events, with some spectators speculating it might be a premeditated performance. Amid the resounding cheers, the crowd reveled in the spectacle, particularly as the once dominant Kanye West found himself subdued by two middle-aged men. At that moment, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. While Taylor tightly embraced Fan Shi, preventing any further escalation, Jenner dashed over, not to assist her sister, but to cradle Fan Shi's head, asking, "Jack, are you all right?" Despite being enveloped by Taylor's embrace, Fan Shi remained agitated, and Jenner's jealousy surged as she recalled the moment when the pop sensation had publicly kissed Jack in Miami. Her resilient nature refused to let her be overshadowed. Thus, with Fan Shi's face so close, she inexplicably leaned in and kissed him. Her lips meeting his in a moment devoid of finesse amidst the chaos. Stood momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by the exhilarating cheers echoing throughout the Staples Center. His already buoyant spirits surged once more, as two waves of euphoria collided, rapidly stimulating his mind under the influence of adrenaline, generating bioelectric signals without hesitation. Buzz. A halo ignited deep within his consciousness. In an instant, he was once again swept away by visions of Michael Jordan, the image of his airness soaring through the air. Throughout history, there have been many remarkable dunkers, from Dr. J to Vince Carter, from the Glide to Shawn Kemp. And more recently, the likes of Derrick Rose and Blake Griffin. Each has delivered breathtaking dunks, with Vince Carter even achieving legendary status in the dunk contest. Yet, if one were to select the most extraordinary and aesthetically pleasing leaper, it would undoubtedly be the majestic Michael Jordan. Before he ascended to the throne as the true god of basketball, his aerial exploits commanded reverence across the basketball realm. However, as time passed, Jordan channeled his energies into refining his skills, integrating his playstyle with his physical prowess, transcending into a new domain, and mastering the court to become the basketball deity. Buzz. A surge of energy coursed through, emanating from the very soles of his feet, spiraling through his calves, ascending through his tendons, knees, thighs, waist, back, shoulders, until it culminated at the crown of his head. He felt as though he had been baptized in pure energy. A sense of unprecedented lightness enveloped him, instilling confidence in his leaping ability. Deep within, he harbored the audacious belief, if I leap now, I could surely kiss the rim. Amidst overwhelming joy, chaos erupted as security swiftly intervened, separating Jenna from Taylor Swift, rescuing Jerry West from ground skills, and dispersing the tension-filled scene. This unexpected spectacle had sent TNT's ratings soaring to new heights this season. No one could have anticipated such a dramatic display during a basketball game. A melodrama infused with wrestling, jiu-jitsu, romance, ethics, and love triangles. All the elements of cinematic intrigue. The audience was beside themselves with excitement. Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley erupted in exuberance on television. From the moment West stood to admonish Taylor Swift, TNT's cameras fixated on the scene, with Barkley exclaiming, "This is absolutely worth the price of admission." Who could have guessed that Jack's father was a jiu-jitsu master? Shouldn't it have been Chinese kung fu? What on earth is happening? Jenna rushed forth, and oh my, she kissed him, biting Jack's lip. Is this an action film turned soap opera? Oh, Taylor pushed Jenna away. Are these two brave women resorting to Brazilian jiu-jitsu? Damn it, why are security personnel intervening now? Don't they realize the entire nation is awaiting a rematch between Jenna and Taylor? They are surely the assassins of ratings, utterly unprofessional. The referees have even entered the fray. What do they intend to do? Are they considering a technical foul on Jack? It's utterly absurd. Jack did nothing but run over. Only to be besieged by two women, a more extreme scenario than Davis and Griffin's double team. At least Griffin didn't bite his lip. The Clippers players appeared visibly aggrieved. What could possibly be the source of their anger? A technical foul? They actually issued one to Jack? Oh, this is truly regrettable. Jack's father, Taylor Swift, Jerry West, and Kim Kardashian were all escorted from the arena. Will they continue their battle outside? I guarantee Jack's father will unleash a fierce Brazilian jiu-jitsu on Kanye West. I swear, Jack's dad could decisively deal with Kanye. So, why aren't they escorting little Jenna out? Don't they consider Jack being bitten on the lip an assault? Damn it, I cannot bear to see that image. It is an excruciating blow for a grown man like me. Jack somehow incited two women to go wild for him, with Taylor Swift holding him tightly, while another beautiful girl seized the opportunity. This is far worse than Davis's double-team steal. The basketball players present must be infuriated. Unable to fathom Jack's overwhelming popularity, this is undoubtedly the biggest blow to their pride in this game. Kenny Smith's commentary was a rapid-fire display of wit, capturing the chaotic sidelines with flair and humor. Beside him, Charles Barkley could only exclaim in astonishment, this being the most bizarre experience of his 30-year career. When the game finally resumed, he regained some composure to state, following this incident, the Clippers players will undoubtedly be even more determined to defeat. The shock they experienced is too great. They cannot accept Jack receiving such adoration from women on this court. No male can tolerate another male standing out so prominently. Barkley, speaking from a human perspective. Meanwhile, Byron Davis approached, seemingly ready to exchange some trash talk. Chapter 60, The Heart-Wrenching Kill. The censorship and violent deductions of His Majesty the Flying Man Wu Su approached the window of the VIP box, her heart racing with concern for the events unfolding on the basketball court below. From the moment her husband was shoved by Kanye West, to her son rushing over only to be tightly embraced by Taylor Swift, followed by a youthful and radiant girl kissing her son, and her husband employing Brazilian jiu-jitsu to restrain Kanye West, her mind struggled to process such a whirlwind of chaotic information. This was a spectacle beyond anything she had ever encountered, a farcical scene that shattered her imagination. Had it not been for Phil Nate by her side, explaining that those individuals were luminaries of America's upper crust, she might have thought it was merely a squabble among rural housewives in a field. She felt a pang of embarrassment, as both her husband and son were entangled in this debacle. The scandal, she feared, would undoubtedly diminish her son's commercial value. Yet, strangely, Phil Nate appeared exhilarated. He told Wushu, "Did you see that? This is Jack's influence. He consistently creates astonishing exposure. Wherever he stands, that place becomes the focal point. Superstars inherently draw attention and generate buzz. This evening, all media headlines will undoubtedly revolve around this incident. Discussions will ensue about the altercation between Jerry West and Taylor Swift, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu move executed by Jack's father, and the moment Jenna rushed over to kiss Jack. Such occurrences have never transpired before." Phil Nate became increasingly animated as he spoke. Wushu, however, furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering her own simplistic values. Wasn't this a scandal? Yet for Phil Nate, this was enchanting allure, a shimmering promotional opportunity, a testament to the influence of a superstar. In this unprecedented gossip drama on the court, neither Van Shi nor his father revealed any dark spots. Van Sheng had previously protected Taylor Swift, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Moreover, his unexpected Brazilian jiu-jitsu move against Kanye West became his shining moment, sure to be the topic of external discussions. Van Shi, too, remained untainted. Although he had violated court regulations, he had not attacked anyone. Furthermore, he became the first basketball player in history to have two women publicly embrace and kiss him. This alone was sufficient to exponentially amplify his public persona. As a public figure, particularly a superstar in a specific sport, it is paramount to transcend boundaries. What is commonly referred to as breaking out. Throughout history, only a select few superstars in basketball have truly broken out. Michael Jordan is certainly one. While Kobe Bryant and the current LeBron James have yet to achieve complete breakout status, despite standing atop the basketball hierarchy. However, this season's emergence of Van Shi has sparked hope for breakout potential, even if he does not rely solely on his court prowess to transcend boundaries. He resembles the football icon David Beckham in this regard. Sponsors are indifferent to these nuances. They prioritize commercial value and influence. This explains Phil Nate's pursuit of Van Shi with a multi-million-dollar check, as well as Van Shi's aspirations to establish his own brand and seek investment opportunities. Were it another fledgling player, even a prodigy like Blake Griffin, he would likely be dismissed, unwilling to endure the indignity of being overlooked. This encapsulates Van Shi's core competitive advantage in the commercial market. Subsequently, Byron Davis and Blake Griffin were certain to target Jack aggressively. Phil Nate continued, "They are astute individuals who recognize that Van Shi will inevitably find himself at the center of public scrutiny. Should they seize the opportunity to dunk on Jack or accomplish something remarkable, their management teams will undoubtedly secure numerous headlines the following day." Phil Nate's words incited a surge of anger within Wushu. She thought, "How dare they attempt to climb the ranks on my son's back?" Yet, amidst her fury, she recalled Phil Nate's earlier comments, realizing that those two shameless individuals had conspired against her son. She began to worry about whether her son could withstand such pressure. On the court, Randy Foye executed free throws due to a technical foul, granting the Clippers an opportunity for 2 free throws and a possession. Byron Davis stood beside Van Shi, delivering a sarcastic remark, "You truly are a pretty boy, but don't worry, I will surely make you unrecognizable. I will demonstrate to all the women in America who covet your looks that before me, you are merely a handsome yet ineffectual coward." Davis spoke with a fierce countenance. Beside him, Griffin exchanged glances and made a slicing gesture across his neck, indicating his desire to entice Van Shi into the paint for a dunk. Nothing would be more satisfying than dunking on this beloved figure. Griffin even envisioned the headlines of the following day's newspapers showcasing him dunking over Van Shi. As he contemplated this, an eagerness surged within him, his entire being resonating with anticipation. However, unbeknownst to them, while they schemed to exploit Van Shi, his cerebral cortex was also alive with excitement. Having acquired Michael Jordan's leaping ability, his gaze toward the hoop brimmed with the desire to conquer the skies. Swish, swish. Randy Foye made both free throws. Griffin hastily dashed to the three-point line to inbound the ball, passing it to Davis. Just before the pass, Kobe Bryant stood up and shouted to Van Shi, "Be careful. Always switch on defense." Kobe, deeply concerned for Van Shi, had been in the league long enough to understand the intentions of these players. He feared that Van Shi might be taught a harsh lesson this round, given that both Griffin and Davis were elite players endowed with experience and talent. As a rookie, despite his intelligence, any misstep could easily lead to his downfall. Kobe felt a knot of anxiety. Van Shi kept pace with Byron Davis, closely observing the movements of the bearded player. Yet Davis did not engage with Vanshee. Instead, Griffin sprinted over to set a screen, allowing Davis to surge inward. At that moment, he deliberately feigned vulnerability. Vanshee quickly followed, trailing him deep into the paint. Suddenly, Davis executed a quick stop and attempted a shot. It was a rather mundane fake-out. Vanshee remained unfazed, refraining from jumping, merely extending his arm to interfere. Seeing that Vanshee was not deceived, Davis swiftly turned his back, intending to use his formidable strength to push Vanshee out of the way. However, just as he turned, Griffin broke free from Lamar Odom's defense, charging in with reckless abandon. Facing Griffin, Davis tossed the basketball into the air. Griffin seized the ball, leaping into the air with unyielding bravado, aiming to slam into the hoop. This is bad, Kobe Bryant thought to himself, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. He wanted to shout for Vanshee to get away. Yet, his pupils widened in disbelief as Vanshee not only did not retreat, but, as if foreseeing the event, moved into the path of the basket, preparing to jump alongside Griffin as he reached his apex. No, please no, Kobe's mind cried out in despair. He sorrowfully covered his eyes. This was the very scenario he had dreaded. He had anticipated what would transpire next. In his heart, the young Vanshee was a fighter, though slight in build. He was intensely focused on defense, never missing an opportunity to occupy the right position. As long as he was present, he would resolutely stand in the way of his opponent's advances. Yet, there was no need for such folly, dear child. Kobe Bryant's heart ached. He was both moved by Vanshee's steadfast bravery and disheartened by what he perceived as Vanshee's audacity. If only Jack possessed the jumping ability of my youth. Perhaps he would have had a slim chance, 1 in 10, to thwart Griffin's dunk. Griffin was formidable, the most explosive dunker in the league today. Jack's defensive approach seemed futile, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Just as Kobe mourned for Vanshee, an uncontrollable wave of astonishment erupted throughout the arena. Startled, Kobe opened his eyes to see Vanshee, commanding and proud, grasping the basketball beneath the rim, while Griffin, who had soared with such confidence, stumbled and nearly fell. What was happening? Kobe widened his eyes, and the incredulous gasps of his teammates echoed around him. Even the composed Phil Jackson rose to his feet, while Old went shouted Jack Van. All the Lakers staff roared in excitement. In the corners of the arena, Lakers fans erupted in thunderous cheers following the stunned silence from Clippers supporters. Kobe quickly glanced at the large screen overhead, which replayed the astonishing sequence. Griffin, filled with exhilaration, had leaped to catch a pass from Davis, only to see Vanshee follow suit, reaching out to block him. His excitement transformed into a hint of malevolence as he regarded Vanshee as merely an obstacle beneath him. Yet, soon he realized something was amiss. The player he had deemed a leaping inept was rising higher, meeting his gaze, provoking panic within him. More terrifying was the sight of Vanshee's elongated arms stretching in the air, casting a shadow that obscured all. Griffin's expression shifted from excitement to confusion and fear. As Vanshee's right hand forcefully pressed down on the basketball, which Griffin had carelessly extended without protection, Griffin's control slipped away. Just as he attempted to overpower Vanshee in midair and reclaim dominance with a dunk, Vanshee unleashed a surprising strength, reminiscent of the peak ferocity of Shawn Kemp. With a powerful grip, Vanshee snatched the ball away, descending swiftly. Griffin, stripped of the basketball, resembled a startled bird, his dunk reduced to nothingness. He could only aimlessly crash towards the rim, but as he attempted to grasp it with his right hand, he lost his balance and stumbled upon landing. In stark contrast, Vanshee stood unwavering beneath the hoop, stirring a tempest of excitement in the Staples Center. Then, in a moment of panic, Griffin looked up to find Vanshee towering over him, a cold remark escaping Vanshee's lips. "Is this what you call an unreachable height?" "Hardly." His words cut like a sharpened blade, reminiscent of a great hero dismissing a scoundrel. Griffin, deeply humiliated, felt the repercussions of his own arrogance. The pride he once held was ruthlessly dismantled by Vanshee, who had effortlessly thwarted what Griffin had believed to be an inevitable dunk. Kobe, witnessing the entire spectacle, clenched his fists in exhilaration. Incredible! Oh my God! As he shouted this, Kenny Smith from TNT had already been exclaiming, "Oh my God!" with incredulity. Jack, having received a kiss from destiny, had indeed performed a miracle. He had blocked Griffin's dunk and rendered the first overall pick's leap utterly meaningless. Wresting the ball from Griffin's grasp, Griffin stumbled awkwardly, while Jack descended like a hero from a martial arts film, victorious once more. No one could fathom the extent of Jack's arsenal, but now it was clear: never provoke Jack. He would dismantle you in your own favored manner. I swear. Griffin would remember this block for the rest of his life. Kenny Smith roared on television, his passionate voice electrifying viewers. Everyone anticipated Van Shee's next move. Yet, no one expected him to leap and block the dunk of the first overall pick, Griffin. Charles Barkley endeavored to explain. This was due to Griffin's small hands, unable to control the basketball, while Van Shee's larger hands perfectly captured it. But these explanations fell flat. What the audience witnessed was Van Shee directly stifling Griffin, a player of immense talent, from his proud aerial domain. Van Shee seized the basketball that belonged to Griffin and advanced down the court. Wu Su leapt from her VIP box, unable to contain her excitement. Her son had thwarted the schemes of two conspirators. She cast a proud glance at Phil Knight, as if to say, "I told you my son could fly." Phil Knight remained in shock, having always believed Van Shee lacked jumping ability, as he had never dunked before. Yet now, he had blocked the league's most explosive dunker, brutally suppressing the gifted Griffin. Meanwhile, upon reaching the front court, Van Shee swiftly sliced through Baron Davis's defense, combining the explosive power of a prime Shawn Kemp with the speed of a peak Allen Iverson, racing into the paint like lightning. Griffin had just returned and had not yet established his position. Van Shee boldly leaped, his form a striking silhouette against the sky, soaring high. Griffin couldn't even conceive of attempting a block. Van Shee cast a daunting shadow over him, suffocating him into submission. Reflexively, Griffin sidestepped. Boom. Van Shee slammed the basketball into the hoop with his right hand. His poise, graceful as a swan. The atmosphere in the Staples Center reached a fever pitch, with the relatively sparse Lakers fans roaring uncontrollably, reclaiming the narrative. Even some wavering Clippers fans jumped up, cheering for Van Shee. As Phil Knight had said, the most exhilarating moments in basketball are always those awe-inspiring dunks. Van Shee had delivered a block followed by a dunk. He elevated the Lakers' momentum to its zenith. "You lack the courage to even block me. How pitiable," Van Shee coldly taunted Griffin, his disdain akin to a sharp dagger, ruthlessly severing Griffin's pride. Griffin's eyes burned with fury, yet within him lay an endless void. Logically, standing alongside Griffin, the first overall pick should have basked in the spotlight, while Van Shee, an undrafted player, should have faded into obscurity. Yet at that moment, Griffin's brilliance paled in comparison to the undrafted Van Shee. Their professional trajectories were poised to diverge dramatically. Beep. The Clippers head coach was compelled to call a timeout. Chapter 61. Do not rub sand in your eyes. Halt the competition at this moment. The once indomitable Blake Griffin found his heart of the way shattered. From his youth, Griffin had been the epitome of excellence, earning accolades as the top player in high school and subsequently soaring to prominence as the foremost collegiate athlete at Oklahoma State University. His NCAA statistics eclipsed even those of the legendary Michael Beasley from the 2008 draft, earning him the title of the greatest of all time, with his physical prowess surpassing that of Beasley. Thus, it was without dispute that he was crowned the first overall pick in 2009. Yet now, this unexpected undrafted player had managed to defeat him in his own domain, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon him. Returning to the bench, Griffin, consumed by frustration, was approached by Coach Dunleavy, who recognized the turmoil within him. With a gentle pat on the head, the coach offered words of encouragement, reminding him that the game was far from over and that he should not concede defeat prematurely. The cunning adversary had merely concealed his leaping abilities prior to the match, a fact that could not alter their potential for victory. With Griffin and Davis working in unison, they could easily overcome this obstacle. A single block was all it was. Dunleavy reassured Griffin, emphasizing that even the mightiest of eagles occasionally soar lower than chickens, yet chickens can never reach the heights of eagles. Meanwhile, the seasoned Baron Davis, seated on the bench, took a swig of Gatorade, muttering in disbelief, "This is downright bizarre." The sudden elevation of his opponent's jumps seemed to surpass even his youthful capabilities. How had this talent remained hidden until now? Davis regarded Van Shee with a sense of dread, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the grass. Despite his youth and confidence, the ability to suppress such a dazzling gift was impressive. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic about defeating Van Shee, provided Griffin coordinated effectively with him. Upon returning to the Lakers bench, Van Shee was greeted with enthusiasm from his teammates, particularly an exuberant Kobe Bryant, who rushed over for a high five. The excitement among the Lakers players was palpable as they revered Van Shee's block and dunk. Matt Barnes exclaimed with exaggerated fervor, "Jack, the way you soared was reminiscent of Jordan. No, even more impactful. Your dunk echoed the prowess of Shawn Kemp." Barnes drew comparisons between Van He and both Jordan and Kemp. Leaving Van He momentarily startled, fearing Barnes had discerned something. After all, his jumping ability was inspired by Jordan, while his explosive power stemmed from Kemp. Fortunately, his teammates remained oblivious to the underlying truths. Kobe Bryant chimed in, "Damn, Jack, how many more surprises do you have in your arsenal? Why do you consistently astonish us?" Van He sheepishly touched the back of his head, appearing bashful. Many perceive this as a reflection of the modesty often associated with Chinese individuals. Yet, in truth, Van He was equally uncertain about the extent of his hidden abilities, as they manifested randomly, with only fate knowing when to illuminate his energy aura and unleash the skills of a superstar. Just as surprising was the unexpected altercation involving Kanye West and Taylor Swift, which culminated in a dramatic confrontation that ultimately saw Van He entangled with two women, leading to a kiss from Jenner in front of a live audience of over 20,000. This chaotic moment sent his adrenaline soaring, elevating his spirits and igniting a surge of biological energy within him. "Jack, how was the kiss from Jenner?" Lamar Odom, ever the concerned brother-in-law, inquired. This gossip piqued the interest of other Lakers players, who leaned in to hear more. Van He scratched his head, admitting he hadn't fully savored the moment, simply stating, "Everything happened so quickly." Odom reassured him, "No worries, there will be more opportunities ahead." "Jack, would you choose Jenner or Taylor?" Derek Fisher, the team's veteran, unexpectedly joined the conversation, displaying curiosity about the gossip. Van He stumbled over his words, uncertain how to respond. This matter was still in its infancy, he mused, contemplating the two choices before him. Phil Knight, witnessing Van He's second dunk, made a decisive choice. As the founder of a perceptive sneaker brand, he recognized boundless commercial potential in this dunk. His lingering doubts vanished. He had previously worried that Van He's inability to soar would limit promotional opportunities. Now, he felt liberated from those concerns. Moreover, he sensed that this dunk would undoubtedly create unprecedented excitement across Asia. Indeed, when Van He executed that stunning block against Griffin, the entire nation of China erupted in fervor. The announcer described the moment with phrases like unprecedented, rarely seen, and groundbreaking. Never before had a Chinese guard achieved such a flawless, front-facing block, utilizing sheer vertical advantage. As Van He skillfully maneuvered past Byron Davis, he surged into the paint like a celestial being, performing a flawless aerial glide before slamming the ball into the hoop. The announcer went wild. Viewers at home were equally ecstatic, with countless fans across China expressing their elation. Chinese guards had long been criticized for their lack of explosive moves on the international stage, with fans often on edge even when crossing half-court. Van He's emergence invigorated the fanbase, shattering stereotypes associated with Chinese guards. His dribbling surpassed even that of Allen Iverson, while his dazzling breakthroughs embodied the flair of a prodigious talent. His passing was steady and trustworthy, complemented by an array of clutch shooting. Van He embodied the aspirations of Chinese fans for their guards. And now he had dunked. He had soared like the superstars, even surpassing them in form and grace. Previously, domestic fans could only cheer for the dunks of Kobe, Wade, LeBron, T-Mac, and Rose. Now, Van He had accomplished what only those legendary figures could achieve. Yellow-skinned individuals could soar. Chinese individuals could soar. As the CCTV announcer passionately proclaimed this sentiment, Van He's popularity in China surged to unimaginable heights, igniting a sense of national pride. This was why fans from other Asian nations were equally exhilarated, as Van He's skin tone resonated with them. Furthermore, prior to this, he had also caused two American celebrities to engage in a passionate kiss. In China, people viewed the U.S. with a sense of parody. The vastness of China, with its deep cultural heritage, was incomparable to any small nation. Yet, in other Asian countries, America represented a dominant force, leading them to view Van He's achievements as a beacon of Asian pride. Unbeknownst to Van He, as he sat on the bench absorbing Phil Jackson's tactical instructions, his popularity had soared to astonishing heights. "We are willing to invest $60 million for equity, promising to bring the best operational and technical teams, while also sharing our sales channels. We only require a 51 stake. What do you think?" Phil Knight did not wait for the game to conclude. He presented a fresh offer to Wu Su. This proposal was imbued with sincerity, far surpassing the revenue-sharing contract once held by Michael Jordan. He was eager, not wanting to be outpaced by anyone else. However, Wu Su shook her head. She took out her phone, connected to a fan forum in China, and informed Phil Knight. Just a minute ago, all basketball forums in China had crashed. That represents a market of 1.3 billion people. I believe if we can establish ourselves domestically, that will suffice. Wu Su calmly stated to Nike, do you truly believe that a brand established in the largest developing market globally is valued at merely $120 million US? You wish to invest $60 million and acquire 51 of the shares. Wu Su addressed the matter directly. Phil Knight was taken aback, realizing that the situation was spiraling wildly out of his control and expectations. Although he yearned to inform Wu Su that Nike was also contributing operational and technological teams, along with a complete packaging solution, all they needed to do was wait at home for the profits. Yet, given the current circumstances, he understood that it would be futile to say so. He quickly summoned his assistant to gather the latest information and make more precise forecasts. Phil Knight felt a strong sense of crisis. He sensed that if he could not finalize this contract tonight, Nike would lose the opportunity to collaborate with him. This was their last chance. Beep. The whistle blew. The game continued. Fanshi stepped onto the court, and before he entered, Phil Jackson specifically called him aside. Jack, do not restrict yourself by position. If you wish to play shooting guard, then do so. Ever since Fanshi executed that dunk, Phil Jackson was 100% certain of Fanshi's role in the triangle offense. He intended for Fanshi to engage in genuine strong weak side transitions with Kobe, akin to the partnership between Pippen and Jordan in their prime. Elevating Fanshi's offensive opportunities on the court was the first step. The triangle offense does not fundamentally require a point guard. It is essentially a strategy that allows superstars to excel in one-on-one situations. This contrasts sharply with the Princeton offense, which seeks extreme open shots, colloquially referred to as 1-on-0, and the pick and roll, which aims for mismatches, whether it be big against small or vice versa. Fanshi arrived at the backcourt. Baron Davis brought the ball up. Fanshi positioned himself in front, arms outstretched, blocking Davis's path. Davis barreled inward, attempting to break through, but failed to shake him off. DeAndre Jordan swiftly emerged from the paint, setting a screen for Davis, who then dashed toward the basket and leapt for a layup. However, just as he took off to release the ball, Fanshi soared in from behind. Like an eagle snatching a chick. Bam! Fanshi forcefully pinned the basketball against the backboard. The Staples Center erupted in astonishment. Cheers filled the corners. Fanshi had thoroughly dominated Davis, once a top-tier star now reduced to mere prey beneath his might. If, at the onset of the game, Fanshi and Davis were considered players of equal caliber, both elite, yet just shy of all-star status, then now, with Fanshi possessing the peak leaping ability of Michael Jordan, he had undeniably ascended to all-star level. At that moment, Fanshi's father, standing outside Staples Center alongside Scottie Swift, counted down with his fingers, reciting, Fanshi's current ability is at least among the top 50 in the league. Although Fanshi still had some distance to go to reach Davis's peak performance, he had already established a one-on-one advantage against the current Davis. Fanshi swiftly dribbled the ball up the court, and the previously dunked Davis dared not relax. Despite his pre-game proclamations of delivering a devastating blow to Fanshi and extinguishing his miracle, he now felt a sense of dread. Fanshi refrained from physical contact, making a swift spin to sidestep him, then exploded into the paint with superior speed and explosiveness. Meanwhile, outside, Little Dunleavy shouted, "Pass the ball to me." Fanshi ignored him, and as Jordan closed in for defense, he zipped the ball to Gasol. Gasol received the ball and leapt for a dunk. However, he exerted too much force, sending the ball careening off the rim. The rebound was snatched by Randy Foye. Foye quickly launched a long pass to the fast-breaking Davis. Despite Fanshi's desperate chase, he was a step behind, and Davis completed a layup at the other end. After the basket, Little Dunleavy stormed over, cursing. He mercilessly berated Fanshi. "Stop thinking only of your own glory. You should pass to more experienced teammates." This statement irked Fanshi, who shot Dunleavy a glare, signaling him to be silent. Since joining the team, he had endured Dunleavy's incessant criticisms, which seemed aimed at undermining Fanshi to showcase his own prowess. Fanshi had tolerated him, considering him a new teammate and a necessary outside shooting threat. But now it appeared that Dunleavy was becoming increasingly brazen. After receiving Fanshi's glare, Dunleavy remained undeterred. Don't think that just because you're adept at self-promotion, a couple of pecks from an ignorant girl make you a Hollywood celebrity. And don't assume that blocking an opponent and making a dunk elevate you to the status of a basketball deity. I tell you, you cannot win a game alone. Do you think you're the next Kobe or Jordan? He glared at Fan Shi, condescendingly lecturing him, his demeanor exuding arrogance, completely dismissing Fan Shi. If you don't pass to me on the next play, I'll make you regret it. Dunleavy threatened ominously, attempting to intimidate Fan Shi with his fierce stance. In his eyes, Fan Shi was merely a rookie enjoying a fleeting moment of fame, easily cowed by a show of aggression. Allowing Dunleavy to manipulate him as he had been taught to do by his father, to conquer by the heart. However, in a turn of events that caught little Dunleavy by surprise, Fan Shi boldly extended his hand, calling for a timeout. He halted the game. Chapter 62. The shift in attitude as Fan Shi called for a timeout and approached the bench. The entire court was enveloped in surprise. None could fathom why he suddenly sought a pause in the game after merely half a possession. Phil Jackson shared the confusion alongside Kobe, both apprehensive about the possibility of Fan Shi facing physical issues. At that moment, Fan Shi approached Phil Jackson, articulating, "I have come to realize that you were right. I should assume the shooting guard position moving forward. Furthermore, I have yet to find a chemistry with Dunleavy." Upon hearing this, Phil Jackson grasped the situation. Being an astute individual, he recognized that the other players were not oblivious either. They were well aware of Dunleavy's continuous attempts to undermine Fan Shi since his trade to the team. Fan Shi had tolerated this behavior for long enough, but now he had reached his limit, subtly wielding his metaphorical dagger. Dunleavy, however, remained dismissive. He turned to Phil Jackson and asserted, "Coach, I can provide strong output from the wing. Jack might not be suited for the shooting guard role." Possessing a blind confidence, Dunleavy believed that Phil Jackson would side with him, given his status as a seasoned veteran and the Lakers' pressing need for a three-point shooter on the wing. "You make a valid point, Mike," Phil Jackson conceded, nodding at Dunleavy. "Jack may not be ideal for the shooting guard position, but he should certainly be given the opportunity to try, since you two have yet to establish any chemistry. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a seat on the bench for now." A smile adorned Phil Jackson's face, as he inadvertently delivered a subtle blow to Dunleavy as well. Dunleavy was taken aback, and it was only when he heard the soft laughter of his teammates around him that the complex implications began to dawn on him. The laughter was a clear proclamation. Dunleavy was the fool, utterly oblivious to the reality of the situation. It became evident to him that he had underestimated Fan Shi. From the moment he joined the Lakers, he had set his sights on opposing Fan Shi to establish his own standing. There had been no teammates to rein him in, as they deemed it impossible. Fan Shi had not confronted him directly, assuming that Dunleavy was merely momentarily misguided. Now, however, Fan Shi's ire had been provoked, revealing his true capabilities. In that instant, Dunleavy found himself defeated, reduced to a mere jester. Realizing this, Dunleavy acknowledged his folly. Phil Jackson substituted Derek Fisher and Luke Walton in for Fan Shi, allowing him to take on the shooting guard role. Dunleavy, full of self-importance, found himself cast aside on the bench without a hint of suspense. At this time, veteran Joe Smith seated beside him remarked, "Do you know why you are here with the Lakers? It is because Ron Artest did not unequivocally support Jack during that incident, and Steve Blake harbors jealousy towards him." Dunleavy gasped in realization, suddenly aware that he had overstepped his bounds. Attempting to establish dominance over Fan Shi was akin to challenging fate itself. The undeniable core of the Lakers was Kobe Bryant, with Pau Gasol as the second-in-command, Lamar Odom as the third, and Derek Fisher serving as the stabilizing locker room leader. Joe Smith elucidated the power dynamics within the Los Angeles locker room to the newcomer Dunleavy. Jack had already been designated as the future cornerstone by the management, coaching staff, and even Kobe Bryant. Thus, his tactical influence was second only to Kobe, who would deliberately create opportunities for him on the court. As Joe Smith articulated his insights, Dunleavy's apprehension deepened, prompting him to inquire, "Isn't Andrew Bynum the future successor for the Lakers? They have been developing him since 2005. "Indeed," Joe Smith chuckled. "Andrew Bynum is still considered the team's future, yet I believe he has not earned Kobe's trust. Moreover, the longer one occupies the role of successor, the more their flaws become apparent, and the more irksome they become. Look at Prince Charles of England. After so many years as heir, it seems inevitable he will outlive the Queen." With this, Dunleavy comprehended the weight of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he declared to Joe Smith, "I understand. I will apologize to Jack shortly." Coming from a family steeped in basketball tradition, Dunleavy recognized the importance of adaptability. He was now even willing to play the subordinate to Fan Shi. Suddenly, A thunderous sound echoed through the arena as Vanshee executed a powerful dunk, hanging from the rim. Although Dunleavy had not witnessed the event, he instinctively leaped up, towel in hand, exclaiming, "Jack, well done. That was incredible." As Vanshee landed, he turned to find Dunleavy's expression transformed into one of eager admiration, leaving him perplexed about the sudden shift from provocateur to sycophant. Such is the legacy of a basketball lineage. Joe Smith mused quietly, "What a remarkable display of flattery. This is not merely basketball. It is a game of social intricacies." He glanced toward the Clippers' head coach, Dunleavy's father, pondering whether his coaching position had also been attained through similar means. Vanshee descended from the rim, having swiftly maneuvered past Randy Foye, charging into the paint to deliver a resounding dunk while exploiting the lack of timely defense from DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin. In this offensive play, Vanshee showcased his innate talent for seizing critical moments for breakthroughs. Phil Jackson was thoroughly impressed. Turning his attention back, Davis was engaged in a pick-and-roll with Griffin, who, emboldened, drove towards the basket but was met with resistance. None other than Pau Gasol. Though Gasol's style may have seemed soft, his presence in the paint was undeniably formidable. Griffin, despite his impressive leaping ability, suffered from shorter arms, resulting in a crucial rejection just inches from completing his dunk. Vanshee seized the loose ball and initiated a rapid counterattack. Griffin, demoralized from the rejection, lacked the will to pursue Vanshee, who advanced to the frontcourt, maneuvering with Foye before swiftly passing to Gasol, who charged into the paint for a successful layup. Phil Jackson was invigorated by this play. Vanshee's awareness and insight in both the low post and perimeter positions filled him with excitement. He realized that by positioning Kobe and Vanshee on opposite sides for seamless transitions, with Gasol's agility in the post and Bynum's strength, complemented by tall shooters like Dunleavy and Fisher, along with the versatile Lamar Odom and Matt Barnes, the prospects for this year's championship appeared exceedingly promising. Phil Jackson exchanged glances with the seasoned Winfield, unable to contain his exhilaration. While this lineup's talent might not rival that of the Miami Heat, its strategic coherence far surpassed theirs, as it was a well-honed system developed over many years. The Heat, after all, were still in the early stages of their assembly. Phil Jackson had already begun contemplating potential finals opponents, dismissing the Clippers entirely. In truth, Blake Griffin, following his rejection by Vanshee and subsequent dunk, was on the brink of psychological collapse. The rejection by Gasol only further eroded his confidence. He had abandoned his pre-game aspirations of silencing Vanshee and dismantling his legacy. Griffin now found himself in a state of disarray. Not everyone possesses mental fortitude akin to that of Vanshee. Although Griffin boasts an extraordinarily rare talent, his journey through life has been so remarkably smooth that he crumbles in the face of adversity. From arrogance to despondency, it takes him scarcely 2 quarters to exhibit such a transformation. Byron Davis, on the other hand, possesses far greater resilience. After all, he has once dunked over Kirilenko and led the Warriors to an unforgettable 8th seed triumph. Yet, he is ultimately a man worn by time. Often, he finds himself willing but unable. He longs to charge in for a thunderous dunk that could uplift the entire team's spirit. However, his leaden legs serve as a constant reminder that he can no longer leap. Thus, he is left to rely on perimeter shooting. Unfortunately, he has never been a consistent shooter. When his rhythm flows, he can seal the game, but when it falters, it can lead to his own undoing. This evening, he finds himself in the latter state. At halftime, the score stands at 68-49, rendering the outcome of the game a foregone conclusion. Vanshee's performance at the shooting guard position is almost miraculous, even more fluid than when Kobe is on the court. This is, of course, thanks to Pau Gasol's commanding presence in the paint. Tonight, Gasol plays with exceptional vigor and a remarkably high shooting percentage. Additionally, Fisher frequently finds success from beyond the arc. At this point, one might even forget why they initially gathered before the television. During the halftime break, Kenny Smith remarks absurdly that Griffin resembles a boiled eggplant, devoid of any desire to even connect with the ball. Aside from continuously attempting three-pointers, I fail to see Davis exerting any authority over Jack. In fact, I would argue they are but Jack's subordinates, their ineptitude only serving to highlight Jack's greatness. Smith's sarcasm is palpable. Even Charles Barkley, who has been reluctant to acknowledge Vanshee's prowess, must concede that Jack has indeed become the Lakers' second-best perimeter player. It is foreseeable that as Kobe and Gasol age, he and Bynum will form a new iteration of the dynamic duo, Who would wish to partner with him in this new venture? Lying in a hospital bed, Andrew Bynum hurls the remote control at the television, shattering the screen and distorting the image. Yet, Kenny Smith's words continue to echo in his ears. It seems that with Jack on the team, the Lakers no longer require Bynum as desperately as before. Despite being a full-size center, honed under the tutelage of the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the trend in the league appears increasingly unfavorable towards centers. Smith's words infuriate Bynum to no end. He despises that wretched commentator who glorifies Jack Van. He loathes those two overconfident Clippers as well. Were it not for Griffin and Davis's pre-game boasts of their ability to annihilate Jack, this match would hardly garner such attention. Now, even the nurse, changing his bandages, is referring to the handsome Jack Van as the new flying man of Los Angeles. Bynum is seething. In reality, Griffin is even angrier. Prior to the game, he sought intelligence from Bynum, who confidently assured him that Jack's athleticism was abysmal and that he could dominate him effortlessly. Claiming Jack wouldn't even reach his shoulder when jumping, Griffin took Bynum's words to heart. And now, he has decided to withdraw. Griffin sulks in the locker room, informing the team doctor of his knee pain. The knee of a #1 draft pick is a precious asset, crucial to the Clippers' foundation for the next decade. Moreover, Griffin has already undergone a minimally invasive procedure. The medical team hastily decides to allow him to rest. Although Coach Dunleavy perceives Griffin's reluctance to confront his emotions, he chooses not to address it. After all, he comes from a lineage of basketball excellence, adept at navigating the intricacies of human interactions. Is it truly feasible for Griffin to effect any change on the court? Perhaps he could manage a dunk or two, but what if Jack Van performs even more spectacularly? The Lakers are playing with unrestrained fervor tonight, while the Clippers falter on both ends. At this juncture, Griffin's decision to cut his losses seems prudent, permitting him to claim he played through injury and salvage some semblance of dignity. In contrast, Byron Davis finds himself unable to escape this predicament. He must press on. Though for him, reputation pales in significance compared to Griffin's youth. He has reached the twilight of his career. The bold declarations he once made are now burdens he must bear. Alas, such is the fate of one traversing the tumultuous paths of life. At this moment, Davis recalls the legendary Tim Hardaway. In his early days, he faced Hardaway, a player who had already begun to fade from prominence in the mid-90s. In their encounter, he showed no mercy, decisively stepping over Hardaway and establishing his leadership within the Hornets. Now, the tides have turned. A new generation has emerged to replace the old. Coming to terms with this reality brings a sense of relief to Davis. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' locker room, young Dunleavy earnestly apologizes to Van Shee, adopting an unprecedentedly humble demeanor. This unexpected display not only surprises Van Shee, but also catches Kobe Bryant off guard. Kobe cannot help but exclaim, "You truly are a talent." Van Shee, however, refrains from making things difficult for young Dunleavy, merely suggesting enhanced cooperation as their goals align. Dunleavy promptly promises to adhere to Van Shee's directives from this point forward. This turn of events leaves Van Shee both amused and bewildered, as he never imagined that young Dunleavy would become his first subordinate within the Lakers. Chapter 63, The Unrivaled Duo. What can be tolerated and what cannot? The second half of the match commenced swiftly, and Blake Griffin's sudden withdrawal left TNT commentator Charles Barkley in a rather embarrassing position. He had previously expressed unwavering confidence in the first overall pick, believing that he would dominate Jack Van. Now, all he could do was repeatedly assert, "I had sensed that Griffin's performance tonight was amiss. His jumps lacked the usual height. One game does not define a player's career, which is quite extensive. I believe Griffin's accomplishments will eventually surpass those of Jack Van." His remarks elicited an involuntary chuckle from his companion, Kenny Smith. At the 5th minute of the fourth quarter, he executed a stunning self-alley-oop dunk, rendering the contest devoid of suspense. Coach Del Negro raised his hand to signal a timeout, announcing the arrival of garbage time. He had decided to withdraw from the game, as the Clippers had already lost interest. The match had transformed into a one-man show for Jack. Prior to the game, Byron Davis and Blake Griffin had confidently declared their intent to humiliate Jack, to demonstrate to the world that he was unworthy of an all-star selection, vowing to extinguish his miraculous rise. Yet, ironically, it was Griffin and Davis who found their dignity in tatters. They failed to mount a credible counterattack, inadvertently allowing the world to witness Jack's allure in full bloom. Jack utilized this game to affirm his prowess, which had reached all-star caliber, a fact that Griffin and Davis had unwittingly validated through their actions. Kenny Smith remarked on television, "Honestly, why shouldn't we encourage Jack to participate in the dunk contest? I even believe he could seize the title." To which Barkley quipped, "The registration deadline has passed. Unless you get David Stern to grant him a special exemption, which he already has enough of." Barkley's tone was tinged with envy. Upon reflection, his sentiments were not unfounded. Jack had secured an unprecedented contract, eclipsing even the first overall pick's rookie deal, and had made an extraordinary entry into the All-Star selection, surpassing Paul and Nash to become a starter. There is an old Chinese proverb that states, "The wood that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind." Jack stands out distinctly, and many players covet his position, eager to usurp him. Byron Davis and Blake Griffin were among those envious figures. However, following tonight's game, those of mediocre talent might reconsider their ambitions. Jack had firmly entered the realm of stardom. This conclusion was drawn by Phil Knight, who sat in a VIP box, his lips trembling with realization. Previously, Jack could be categorized merely as a rising star, possibly a fleeting comet. Yet this evening, faced with the dual pressure of a top draft pick and a former All-Star, he showcased an elevated level of skill, radiating the brilliance of a gifted player. With a dunk, what astonished insiders the most was the second half of the game, when Phil Jackson positioned Jack at the shooting guard spot. Allowing him to become the focal point of the perimeter offense, he embraced this pivotal role. Although it was evident that his shooting off the dribble remained somewhat inconsistent, his elite ability to drive and his shooting form from beyond the arc, combined with his timely and decisive passing, had already enabled him to assume the responsibilities of a perimeter leader. As he gains experience and hones his skills, Jack is destined to become increasingly formidable, with the potential to reach the thresholds of stardom and even superstardom. Should Jack ascend to the ranks of elite players or superstars, his background and influence would undoubtedly surpass even that of soccer icon David Beckham. Phil Knight was acutely aware of this. In Nike's evaluation system, Yao Ming in his prime was positioned between a star and a superstar. Yao had already become a basketball icon in Asia, and with Jack's dynamic influence, innate advantages as a perimeter player, and numerous captivating traits, his future is immeasurable. Thus, Phil Knight acquiesced, presenting an unprecedented offer that Wushu would find difficult to decline. However, Wushu responded, "I need to consult with my husband and my son, as well as have lawyers and professionals evaluate this offer. During this time, we will not reach an agreement with any other companies. Even if other brands present equivalent offers, we will prioritize collaboration with you." With no other options, Phil Knight nodded in agreement. Throughout these negotiations, he had been at a disadvantage, as Jack's performance that night was overwhelmingly impressive. He had initially anticipated that Jack would falter in the game, allowing him to leverage the situation to negotiate a lower price. Instead, Jack completely dominated both Davis and Griffin. Once he soared to deliver a thunderous dunk over the top draft pick, all suspense evaporated. Phil Knight had once believed Jack belonged on the same level as Griffin and Davis. However, after a brief interlude of garbage time, the electronic buzzer sounded briskly, signaling the conclusion of the game, 123-99. The Lakers had effortlessly secured an away victory. As Jack stood to depart, a throng of reporters converged upon him. The sideline reporter from TNT swiftly thrust a microphone towards Jack, eagerly asking, "Jack, tonight you scored 32 points, with 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Are you satisfied with your performance?" Jack replied with a smile, "While I believe I could have performed even better, I am indeed quite satisfied. We secured another victory, bringing us one step closer to clinching a playoff spot. Tonight, we observed 4 remarkable dunks from you, and 1 pivotal block against Griffin, which we deemed the turning point of the game. What were your thoughts facing Griffin at that moment? Were you fearful? Anxious?" The reporter continued. Jack responded, "Not at all. I remained calm because I knew I could accomplish it. Prior to the game, Griffin and Davis claimed they would contain you. Did you hear their comments? Were those remarks a source of motivation for your outstanding performance tonight?" A Chinese reporter loudly inquired. Jack confidently articulated, "I did hear their voices, but I never regarded them as adversaries. My focus is always locked on players who excel beyond me. A soaring eagle does not concern itself with the excited crowing of a mere rooster on the ground." Wow. This eloquent retort undoubtedly delivered a knockout blow to Griffin and Davis. Viewers at home erupted with delight, realizing that Jack had never regarded them as worthy competitors. What then distinguished their pre-game bravado from that of mere jesters? Kenny Smith, observing the live interview, raised an eyebrow and remarked to Barkley, "What do you think of Jack's response?" Barkley, contemplative and silent, was at a loss. He had long boasted about Griffin and Davis, claiming they could render Jack powerless. Yet the reality was that Jack had obliterated them, all while never acknowledging their presence. Jack's response is sure to be widely reported and may even become a classic quote in basketball lore. "Hey, Jack, could you share what it feels like to receive a kiss from Kylie Jenner? She was quite forward in kissing you tonight, making her the second celebrity to kiss you courtside. Given your stellar performance, might that be a contributing factor?" A bespectacled white reporter emerged from the crowd, posing a rather provocative question. This inquiry sparked laughter among the onlookers. Although the majority were basketball journalists, human nature is inherently curious, and people were eager to discern the difference between Jenner's kiss and that of Taylor Swift. Jack quickly waved his hands, saying, "I have to go. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he turned and left, leaving a gaggle of reporters laughing heartily. It seems that while Jack may command respect on the court, he is somewhat more reticent in the company of women off the court. However, this is a predicament that fans cannot evade. The basketball media will not spare him. The entertainment media certainly will not. Even before the match concludes, various entertainment channels have commenced reporting on the incident that transpired courtside. The entertainment media is indifferent to the elegance and perfection of Fanshi's dunk. Their focus lies on why Jay-Z's esteemed producer, Kanye West, is seated alongside Kim Kardashian. Isn't Kim on the verge of marrying an NBA player? Moreover, what prompts Kanye to target the rapidly rising pop sensation, Taylor Swift? Is there a rift between them? Will Kanye retaliate? He was humiliated by Jack's father, who subdued him with Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Of course, the most captivating aspect of this event is, why did Jenner kiss Jack in front of Taylor? Is it an act of revenge? A display of dominance? Or perhaps, an open provocation? Will they soon engage in a physical altercation? And when will the Disney princess, Selena, who previously claimed she would pursue Jack, rush to the sidelines to kiss him? Among these three starlets, she appears to be the one left behind. Such discussions proliferate across major entertainment channels, with Time Warner inviting several pundits for a late-night talk show. Undoubtedly, since Britney Spears was labeled insane and confined to a psychiatric facility, Lindsay Lohan was sent to rehab, and Paris Hilton ceased her antics. This has become the most sensational gossip in North American entertainment. It seems poised to become the central narrative of the North American entertainment scene. Previously, the American public was engrossed in the intricate romantic entanglements of the North American TF Boys, the Jonas Brothers, and several Disney princesses. Now, with Fanshi's emergence, the tale of three women vying for one man is evidently far more explosive. I harbor no animosity towards Jack's father. I must acknowledge his ground techniques are remarkably solid, undoubtedly honed under expert tutelage. Kanye West, hastily entering his SUV outside the Staples Center, responded to a media inquiry, reiterating, "I studied in China at a young age. I do not intend to be adversarial with Jack's father. Given the chance, I would gladly dine with him, perhaps even discuss new wrestling techniques." Yet, he remained tight-lipped regarding his association with Kim Kardashian and offered no comment on whether they are dating until his vehicle departed. In contrast, Kim Kardashian, a master of publicity, declared to the media, "I am perplexed by the unfolding events, left utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, I admire my sister. Her courage commands my respect. A woman should boldly pursue her love. Jack is an exceptional man, deserving of the finest Jenna in the world." Kim refrained from addressing her relationship with Kanye West or her past with Humphries, presenting herself as an innocent, naive figure. However, before her departure, she ambiguously remarked, "Of course, I too am a brave woman." Her vagueness left the media rife with speculation. Taylor Swift declined an interview, having departed the arena early with both Fanshi's father and her own. Fanshi did not attend the post-match press conference, despite being the evening's focal point. He requested leave from the Lakers media officer, while Paul Gasol, as the second-best performing Laker, appeared before the press. Yet, the evening's discussions predominantly revolved around Jack. Paul Gasol, an earnest individual, candidly informed reporters, "Honestly, I believe Jenna's kiss invigorated Jack. It transformed him into a formidable player. He previously shied away from dunks. Perhaps a modest young man. However, you all know how it goes. A male peacock cannot resist displaying its plumage upon sighting a beautiful, alluring peahen." Gasol's words elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Meanwhile, Chris Paul, watching the press conference from his television, wore a grim expression. He was displeased. "This guy has become quite arrogant lately," he confided to Darren Williams. Both were in Los Angeles for this year's All-Star Weekend. Darren, having been traded to the Eastern Nets, naturally assumed the role of Eastern Conference All-Star point guard. They were esteemed contemporaries from the 2005 draft class, long regarded as the future rulers of the NBA's point guard position. Yet, for quite some time, the over 30 Stephen Nash had monopolized the title of the league's premier point guard, even securing 2 consecutive MVP awards. Now, with Nash's form declining, 2 new dual-threat point guards from the 2008 draft, Derrick Rose and Russell Westbrook, had emerged. Chris Paul and Deron Williams were understandably disgruntled, yet they could begrudgingly accept it. However, now an undrafted player had burst onto the scene, seizing all-star starting status through sheer popularity. "This is intolerable," Paul remarked to Darren. Darren nodded in agreement. If they did not act soon, these newcomers would continue to dominate with impunity. Chapter 64. The most busy individual of All-Star Weekend this year's All-Star Weekend is hosted in Los Angeles, co-organized by the Los Angeles Clippers and the Los Angeles Lakers. The All-Star Weekend is the grandest festival of the NBA season, spanning 3 days, with the highlight being the All-Star Game on Sunday night. Fans cast their votes to select the 10 most popular starting players from the Eastern and Western Conferences, followed by the coaches from all 30 teams who choose 14 All-Star reserves. In total, 24 All-Star players are selected each season. However, there are at least 50 players in the NBA who could be deemed All-Star caliber, with those who consistently make the All-Star game over the years typically being superstars, megastars, or even legendary figures in the sport. In addition to the much-anticipated All-Star Game on Sunday night, the weekend features the All-Star Rookie Game on Friday night, along with skills challenges, three-point contests, and slam dunk contests on Saturday night, as well as various competitions involving retired players, female basketball players, and current players. Throughout these 3 days, the NBA also organizes numerous community outreach and charitable events for the stars to participate in. Although she is a newcomer, he has emerged as the busiest individual during this year's All-Star Weekend. Not only has he been selected for the All-Star Game, making him the youngest All-Star starter in NBA history, but he has also participated in the Rookie Game and signed up for the three-point contest, motivated by the 25,000 prize, as he was previously short on funds. Upon returning to his temporary apartment and learning about Nike's offer from his mother, he felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Nike proposed a staggering $200 million cash investment in she's new company, acquiring a 35% stake while also forming an operational and sales team, providing Nike's supply chain and sales channels. This arrangement is akin to she's parents supplying the production line for a 30% stake, while she himself, representing the brand, retains a 35% share. Furthermore, Nike agreed to Wu Su's request for the new company to hire she as a spokesperson, with an annual endorsement fee of $10 million, ensuring a stable income. This unprecedented collaboration surpasses even Michael Jordan's contracts in its magnitude. Of course, there are substantial differences between the young Jordan and the present-day she. Jordan lacked the capability to manufacture his own shoes, whereas she possesses that ability and commands a vast Asian market. As she showcases his prowess on the court as the Flying Asian, Nike finds itself compelled to concede. "I believe this contract safeguards our maximum interests," she remarked. However, he insisted on stringent controls regarding operational, design, and sales costs. Wu Su replied, "I've hired the best lawyers. We'll calculate based on Nike's current operational costs and set a ceiling. Moreover, as majority shareholders, we possess a veto right." She felt reassured, placing immense trust in his mother, confident she would achieve remarkable success. Subsequently, Wu Su mentioned her intention to engage with other brands, if none offer better terms. She would choose to collaborate with Nike. After all, they are the leading company, and their support could expedite the brand's market capture, potentially elevating it to the status of the world's #1 brand, paving the way for future acquisitions of Nike itself. Wu Su has always been a commercial prodigy, merely waiting for the right opportunity, which has now presented itself before her, igniting her eagerness to showcase her talents. "By the way, Xiaoxi, we will soon select a management team to handle your endorsements both domestically and in the United States. Numerous brands are eager to partner with you," Wu Su informed she. He nodded in agreement. As she's fame and influence burgeon, establishing a management team has become essential. NBA stars typically have their own management teams to handle salary negotiations, endorsements, business ventures, media relations, and even personal errands such as booking flights, relocating, and coordinating with doctors. In the Lakers, Fan-Shi is the only player without an agent. Even the last player on the bench often has an agent present in training camps to negotiate playing time and cultivate relationships. Fan-Shi's meteoric rise is nothing short of miraculous, and he now urgently requires a team to manage various matters. Earlier that day, he had seen countless reports in the media about Kendall Jenner kissing him, while discussions of his impressive performances in games were largely overlooked. If he had a professional team, they would liaise with the media to ensure coverage of his achievements rather than allowing tabloid news to dominate the narrative. Although such gossip does enrich his image and broaden his influence, it is not the sole focus he desires. Upon arriving at the rookie game training venue, Fan-Shi overheard discussions about himself. That guy is nothing short of a miracle. No undrafted player has ever succeeded like him. He not only secured a starting position with the Lakers, but was also named an All-Star. Even Michael Jordan never reached such heights, someone remarked. Indeed, possessing a handsome face certainly has its advantages. His skill level isn't exceptionally high. Rather, due to his undrafted status, expectations were low and no team scrutinized him closely, thus allowing him the space to shine. If 3 starlets were to surround me daily, I too would make headlines, another chimed in, comparing him to Blake Griffin and John Wall, whose spotlight had been overshadowed. Chill, he's coming, someone whispered as Fan-Shi entered the gym, causing the chatter to fade. His fellow rookie representatives regarded him with a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and a hint of twisted animosity. Fan-Shi is a phenomenon among rookies. Despite having played only a handful of games, his fame and influence have eclipsed all his contemporaries. This year, the outstanding rookies selected for the All-Star Rookie Game include DeMarcus Cousins of the Sacramento Kings, Derek Favors of the New Jersey Nets, Landry Fields of the New York Knicks, Blake Griffin of the Los Angeles Clippers, Wesley Johnson of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Greg Monroe of the Detroit Pistons, Gary Neal of the San Antonio Spurs, John Wall of the Washington Wizards, and Fan-Shi. Apart from Fan-Shi, all other selected rookies were high draft picks from 2010, including the 2009 first overall pick Blake Griffin, who had redshirted. Yet now, although Fan-Shi comes from the humblest beginnings as an undrafted player, he possesses the highest recognition. He glanced at the 3 players discussing him, Landry Fields from the Knicks, Greg Monroe from the Pistons, and Gary Neal from the Spurs. Their performances this season have not been particularly outstanding, placing them lower on the rookie scale. The standout rookies of this season include John Wall, Blake Griffin, DeMarcus Cousins, and Wesley Johnson from the Timberwolves. Hey, Jack, a boisterous giant approached as Fan-Shi dribbled the ball. He looked up to recognize the grinning figure, DeMarcus Cousins, the cornerstone of the Timberwolves. Due to the similarity between his name, Cousins, and the term for cousin in English, Chinese fans affectionately refer to him as Big Cousin. This individual possesses remarkable talent as a center, showcasing a robust and comprehensive skill set. Not only is he adept at post-up plays, but he also excels in face-up scoring. However, his temper is quite fierce, often leading him to receive technical fouls for his outbursts on the court. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the high expectations that surround him. Many believe he has the potential to become one of the top 3 super centers in the league. When he approached with an unexpectedly amiable demeanor, Fan-Shi was taken aback, as he had never interacted with Cousins before. Hello, Fan-Shi nodded. I am a fan of Taylor Swift. I adore her songs and have purchased her albums. Could you perhaps arrange for her to sign something for me? I know you are close with her. Cousins, exhibiting a hint of shyness, responded, resembling an ardent fan. Fan-Shi was quite surprised. In his mind, the towering Cousins should be a brutish figure, yet he revealed a more delicate side. All right, Fan-Shi quickly replied. If I encounter her next time, I will mention it to her. Cousins instantly brightened, his expression brimming with excitement. Subsequently, he earnestly remarked to Fan-Shi, Taylor is a wonderful girl, incredibly talented and beautiful, and her height complements yours perfectly. I believe she is a better match for you than either Jenner or Selena. You two would undoubtedly be a match made in heaven. Cousins' analysis only served to heighten Fan-Shi's embarrassment, as he had not anticipated Cousins' gossipy inclination. Kevin Durant once expressed a desire to drink Scarlett's bathwater, and to be candid, if given the chance, I would do the same with Taylor's. With that, Cousins nearly finished his thought before Fan-Shi erupted in laughter. Clearly, the nickname bestowed upon him by Chinese fans was well-deserved. He was indeed a big cousin. Some may appear intimidating on the court, yet off it, they resemble a gentle giant. Fortunately, at that moment, John Wall entered, prompting Cousins to stride over and greet him, allowing Fan-Shi to exhale in relief. Cousins and Wall were college teammates who had led the University of Kentucky to the NCAA Final Eight during their freshman season, both earning spots on the NCAA first team. Subsequently, in the 2010 draft, they were selected first and fourth overall by the Wizards and Kings, respectively, marking a notable chapter in NCAA history. Fonchi had envied them at the time, and now, competing alongside them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder, as if his dreams had manifested into reality. Soon after, Blake Griffin arrived as the last player. Originally, he was meant to play for the sophomore team. He was the first overall pick in 2009, yet due to injury, he missed his entire rookie season, thus qualifying him as a rookie in 2010. It seemed that Cousins harbored some grievances towards Griffin, as he displayed a courteous demeanor toward Fonchi, but reverted to his volatile nature upon encountering Griffin. During practice, he had clashed with Griffin multiple times. Later, through casual conversation with Wesley Johnson, Fonchi learned that Griffin had dunked on Cousins during a game, even making it to the day's top plays, which understandably incensed Cousins. Fonchi mused to himself that indeed, Big Cousin possessed a rather childish temperament. This year, the head coach of the rookie team was Mike Budenholzer, an assistant coach for the Spurs, with two assistant coaches being Amare Stoudemire, a current player for the New York Knicks, and Kevin McHale, the general manager of the Celtics. Stoudemire, an old acquaintance of Fonchi, still lamented why the Knicks had not offered Fonchi a lucrative contract, believing that had they acquired him, the Knicks would now be the top team in the Eastern Conference. Upon seeing Fonchi, he warmly embraced him, showcasing a familiarity that set him apart from the other players. However, Coach Budenholzer appeared somewhat disinclined toward Fonchi. Though he was the interim head coach, he maintained absolute control over player rotations, relegating Fonchi to the bench and limiting his ball handling during drills, treating him more like a role player. McHale exhibited some dissenting sentiments, but ultimately refrained from voicing them, especially since it was merely an exhibition game. Nevertheless, in private conversations with Fonchi, he expressed his admiration. McHale, a legendary player for the Celtics, had his jersey retired at the Boston Garden and later became the team's general manager, responsible for assembling the Big Three of Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, leading to their championship victory over the Lakers in 2008. I hold you in high regard. I believe you will become a superstar, McHale encouraged Fonchi, adding, if the opportunity arises, consider playing for the Celtics. He never forgot his allegiance to the Green Team. Historically, the Celtics and the Lakers have been fierce rivals. Fonchi was well aware of this rivalry and chuckled, responding to McHale, I believe the Lakers would never entertain such a trade. McHale raised an eyebrow. Who can predict the future? He seemed to possess a degree of confidence. After a brief conversation, the sophomore team arrived for practice, allowing Fonchi to spot a familiar figure, Stephen Curry. Curry, his closest companion from college, also stood as his best friend. Chapter 65. I believe Jack will continue to create miracles. Stephen Curry is a member of this year's sophomore rookie team, showcasing remarkable performance with the Golden State Warriors. He ranks first in both three-point shooting percentage and the number of three-pointers made this season, despite Van Hee's spectacular but ultimately fruitless performance in one standout game. It has not hindered his ascent as a core player being cultivated by the Warriors. Given the current trajectory, it is evident that Monta Ellis will soon be traded, as the management's intention to support Curry in becoming the team leader is unmistakable. Curry was genuinely delighted to see Van Hee. Unlike those who harbor jealousy, he sincerely rejoiced in Van Hee's current achievements. I always knew you would reach this level of success. Curry embraced Van Hee, saying, you were already superior to me back in college. The two former best partners have now met at the pinnacle of their careers, one firmly established as a starter for the Lakers, radiating the potential to become the core of the franchise, the other solidifying his foundation as the leader of the Warriors, poised for imminent greatness. If the head coach of Davidson College's basketball team were present, he would undoubtedly take pride in the accomplishments of his two disciples. In contrast to renowned basketball powerhouses like the University of Kentucky, Davidson College had produced only 5 NBA players in its history, all of whom were relatively obscure. The emergence of 2 star-level players marks an unprecedented miracle in the school's basketball history. Stephen, let us practice the shooting techniques we studied in school. Then he suggested to Curry. Upon hearing the word shooting, Curry's enthusiasm surged. He quickly moved aside with Van Hee, and they began practicing one-motion shooting. Stephen Curry is an incredibly agile player with exceptional hand-eye coordination. Van Hee soon realized a startling truth. Curry's shooting talent surpasses even that of the legendary Reggie Miller, from whom he had inherited his skills. When Curry took a shot, there was an innate fluidity and sharpness to his movements. Although he possessed significantly superior jumping ability at that moment, in one-on-one situations, Curry consistently managed to release the ball smoothly and accurately. He then recognized another fact. Despite having inherited Reggie Miller's peak shooting talent, his technique, especially in ball handling, had not yet reached the innate level exhibited by Curry. Consequently, Curry's shooting appeared effortless, a result of both his inherent talent and relentless practice, while Van Hees' form exhibited a hint of stiffness. In normal circumstances, this would pose no issue, but when faced with intense defensive pressure, it could lead to complications in execution. Indeed, haste makes waste, Van pondered. He felt akin to Duan Yu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, having made substantial qualitative leaps in internal skills and techniques, capable of handling lesser opponents. Yet ultimately at a disadvantage against top-tier fighters like Xiao Feng, who had been forged in the crucible of battle. Although, as the novel's character Wang Yuyin foretold, the future champion would be Su Zhu, this required a process of personal assimilation. He resolved to intensify his training. While practicing one-motion shooting with Curry, he observed that Curry had developed a unique rhythm, reminiscent of a master in his own right, destined to become the pinnacle of NBA sharpshooters given time. Van Hees' physical attributes differed from Curry's. He possessed certain high-level talents while others remained quite ordinary, leading to an inconsistency in his shooting results. Fortunately, he not only had a grasp of one-motion shooting, but also inherited classic two-motion shooting techniques from the basketball deity Michael Jordan. However, technique aside, shooting percentage remains paramount. Comparing their current abilities, He might hold a slight edge, yet he was acutely aware that Curry stood on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he shatters his bottleneck, Curry would ascend from a mere all-star to the ranks of a superstar, or even a transcendent figure. Curry's style relied on singular brilliance, while He embraced a more comprehensive approach, having inherited myriad elite talents and techniques from various systems, such as those of Jordan and Miller. He needed to integrate all of these elements into a cohesive whole to potentially become the greatest player in NBA history. Though their paths diverged, their individual efforts would inevitably lead them to a climactic showdown atop the NBA hierarchy. After half an hour of practice, the sophomore team began to rehearse their tactics, while the freshman team retreated to the locker room. The sophomore team's head coach was Lawrence Frank, an assistant coach for the Celtics, with assistants including the Knicks star Carmelo Anthony and legendary shooter Steve Kerr. Kerr had been observing Van He and Curry's three-point duel and their experimentation with new techniques from the sidelines. After Van He departed, he remarked to Curry, "Both you and your good friend possess elite sharpshooter genes. However, I believe you will become the finest shooter in NBA history. While your friend's path may be more arduous, yet he has the potential to be the best three-point shooter among the greatest guards in NBA history." Kerr's assessments of both players were high and incisive. Curry expressed his gratitude, to which Kerr replied, "I would love the opportunity to collaborate with talented youth like you." Stephen Curry, with a charming smile, had become adept at responding to such inquiries in his year and a half in the league, perceiving them as a form of ineffective adult socializing. Yet, he was unaware that a profound bond with Steve Kerr was emerging in that moment. He was quite familiar with the interior of the Staples Center, even though the freshman team occupied the Clippers' locker room. However, upon entering, he sensed a sense of isolation. The only other rookie besides He was Blake Griffin, who, despite his fair complexion, was still considered a black player. Black players often harbor a disdain for discrimination, but tend to exhibit arrogance towards players of different races. Moreover, He's meteoric rise, marked by achievements they could scarcely fathom, evoked envy and resentment, prompting them to avoid conversing with him. Aside from DeMarcus Cousins, who occasionally exchanged a few words with He, the other players largely turned their heads away. The head coach soon arrived to announce the starting lineup for the night. John Wall, Gary Neal, Wesley Johnson, Blake Griffin, and Cousins were named by Mike Budenholzer, the Spurs assistant coach. This announcement surprised even the players in the locker room, as He was not among the starters. Since his debut, he had been the unequivocal focal point among rookies, overshadowing even the two top draft picks, earning the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Month for the past 2 weeks, and was poised to secure the monthly honor again. Yet, he found himself benched in favor of the relatively unknown Spurs guard Gary Neal. The competition in the NBA has always been fierce, with the Spurs and Lakers representing insurmountable peaks in the West. The first decade of this century was dominated by both teams. This season, the Spurs' strength began to resurge, propelling them to the top of the Western Conference, as they aspired to reclaim the championship trophy. A persistent rumor circulated within the league. Odd-numbered years are the Spurs' championship years, despite their 2009 defeat at the hands of the Lakers. This year marks the 11th year. Stoudemire and McHale exhibited varying degrees of dissatisfaction with Mike Budenholzer's arrangements, perceiving his actions as distasteful, leveraging his authority to suppress Lakers rookie Jack Fan. "It's all right, Jack, you don't necessarily need to start," Stoudemire later remarked to Fan. Known as the Little Tyrant, Stoudemire is a commendable individual. Although he never became teammates with Fan in New York, he has consistently advocated for him in the media. Fan smiled in response and said, "I don't mind. I'm already an all-star starter." Perhaps Coach Mike's arrangement aimed to allow other players to make a mark in Los Angeles, something the fans would certainly comprehend. Stoudemire chuckled, having grasped Fan's underlying message. He recognized that Fan intentionally raised his voice, not to boast, but to exert pressure on Budenholzer, warning him, "If your actions become any more unbecoming, I won't hesitate to confront you. This is Los Angeles." Upon hearing this, Budenholzer felt a pang of unease. He squinted, realizing that Fan was not someone to be trifled with. While he might not openly challenge like some hot-headed players, his words carried significant weight. Another assistant coach, McHale, a veteran of the league, raised his thumb in approval of Fan's remark. On the surface, it appeared to be praise for Fan's integrity, but in truth, he admired Fan's subtlety in delivering a pointed message. The Lakers are indeed fortunate to have selected such a talent in the draft. His skills, talent, and temperament are all exemplary. As a Celtic, McHale felt a twinge of envy. Night soon enveloped the City of Angels. Although the rookie game merely served as an appetizer for All-Star Weekend, it still drew 20,000 fans eager to witness Fan South's prowess on the court. After all, Fan was the sole All-Star among the rookies and was expected to dominate. Star players like Derrick Rose, Kevin Durant, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, Shaquille O'Neal, and Rajon Rondo gathered at the sidelines, prepared to observe this exhibition as special guests. However, when the players took the court and Fan was not among the starters, a murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. This reaction heightened the drama of the rookie bench, as Stoudemire and McHale immediately turned their gazes toward Budenholzer. Alongside All-Stars Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, Kevin Durant, and Derrick Rose. As assistant coaches, Stoudemire and McHale were relishing the spectacle, while other superstars looked on in confusion. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Budenholzer felt a wave of discomfort and pressure. Yet, when he glanced at Fan, he found him seated calmly, unhurried and unperturbed, exhibiting an air of composure. This was what it meant to be steady amidst the storm. The starting lineup for the sophomore team that evening included Stephen Curry, James Harden, DeRozan, Ibaka, and Blair. Since the inception of the rookie game during the 2000 Oakland All-Star Weekend, only once had a rookie team triumphed over a sophomore team. And that was the previous year. Last year, Evans and Blair led the rookie team to victory against a sophomore team missing Derrick Rose, making history. Although Tyreke Evans was absent this year, the sophomore team historically held a significant advantage over the rookies. Thus, I believe the 2009 rookie class would become the only team to maintain a winning streak in All-Star rookie games. Charles Barkley, in the commentary booth, held a favorable view of the sophomore team. However, Kenny Smith countered, "I believe we should not underestimate the rookie team. They possess the only All-Star player among the two teams, and Jack is an All-Star starter. Moreover, he has won every game he participated in prior. As long as he is on the court, the Lakers have emerged victorious. He will undoubtedly bring that luck and dominance to this lower-tier rookie game." Smith expressed unwavering confidence in Fan. Barkley, ever the skeptic, retorted, "But he hasn't even earned his starting spot. He hasn't taken the opportunity to distinguish himself from the other rookies. I believe he will reveal his true form tonight. His strength is merely a product of the Lakers' support. Now that he returns to square one alongside other rookies, do you think he can still stand out?" Other rookies would not coddle him as the Lakers players did, and I believe many players would choose to disregard him outright. This is human nature. No one can defy human nature, Barkley asserted vehemently. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, concluding decisively, "Kenny, do you dare to bet? If Jack wins MVP tonight, I will kiss your backside, I promise. But if he fails to win, you must kiss mine. What do you say?" Barkley challenged Smith, urging him not to be timid and to show some resolve, framing the wager as decidedly unfair. The likelihood of fans securing MVP was slim. Given the sophomore team's high win rate, Only winning teams produced MVPs, and Fan was merely one of the rookies, not even a starter, likely to be isolated. Barkley felt nearly certain of his victory. Yet, at this moment, Kenny Smith took a bold stance. I believe Jack will continue to create miracles. Chapter 66. The charismatic leader. As Kenny Smith uttered those words, Charles Barkley immediately interjected, declaring, "It's a deal, Kenny. I'm eagerly awaiting your kiss on my behind." Ha ha ha. Barkley, fearing that Kenny might retract his statement, had long harbored intentions of pranking him. He reveled in the thought, years ago, "I kissed a foolish donkey for a Chinese player. Tonight, I shall exact my revenge and leave Kenny utterly humiliated." Earl Johnson, seated in the center, lamented to Smith, "Kenny, you've been duped. The odds of Jack becoming the MVP of the rookie game are exceedingly slim. You should wager whether Jack can help the first-year team triumph over the second-year team. That might offer you a glimmer of hope." "Hey, Earl, we have a deal now. No backing out," Barkley hastily reminded. Kenny Smith realized he had been overly hasty. Nevertheless, he did not wish to appear inconsistent. He squared his shoulders and resolutely stated, "I believe in Jack. He is a child of miracles. He will not let me down." A triumphant chuckle emanated from Barkley nearby. He mused to himself, "Your miracle child is struggling to even get on the court. How could the Spurs assistant coach possibly grant playing time to a Lakers guard? Dream on." The audience watching on television became even more engrossed in the game due to their wager. Although most believed Barkley was destined to win, there was a lingering hope that a miracle might indeed transpire. The game commenced. Similar to the All-Star game, the rookie match began rather casually, lacking genuine defensive efforts. Cousins won the tip against the Spurs' second-year forward, Blair, and swiftly passed the ball to John Wall, who darted down the court like lightning. With Curry and Harden offering only token defenses, Wall penetrated the paint. Boom. He unleashed a thunderous dunk, heralding the start of the rookie game. While his elevation may not rival that of Van He, nor his grace compare, the sheer force of his dunk was undeniable. John Wall, the fourth point guard ever to be drafted first overall, showcased physical attributes perhaps slightly inferior to those of Derrick Rose, Allen Iverson, and Magic Johnson. Yet his selection as the top pick was no mere stroke of luck. Recently, his limelight had been overshadowed by Van He. He bore a simmering intensity within, eager to unleash it in Los Angeles, on Van He's home turf, and carve his name into history. In contrast, the second-year team appeared to harbor less resentment than the rookies, possessing a psychological advantage. Hence, upon reaching the front court, Stephen Curry even deferred the ball to James Harden. Harden, receiving the ball, launched a jumper from beyond the arc. At that moment, Harden sported a rather respectable beard, yet his three-point shot had yet to reach its peak, even with his step-back maneuver. But, bang, the ball clanged off the rim. Griffin secured the rebound, but shockingly chose not to pass. Instead, he charged forward with the ball. Charles Barkley remarked on television, "Is Blake Griffin attempting to emulate Shaquille O'Neal's point guard antics during the All-Star game?" Griffin's ball-handling skills were commendable. Taking advantage of the lax defense, he swiftly advanced. He even executed a deliberate crossover in front of Blair before barreling into the paint for an emphatic two-handed slam. This dunk, in terms of power, explosiveness, and sheer height, was nothing short of spectacular. The Staples Center erupted with excitement, the crowd cheering fervently for their local power forward. As the game resumed, DeRozan of the second-year team drove into the paint, showcasing a dunk before his hometown fans. Both DeRozan and Harden hailed from Los Angeles, having been standout representatives of California during their high school years, yet neither was selected by their hometown team during the draft. DeRozan's dunk ignited the second-year team's offensive surge. Meanwhile, the first-year team visibly succumbed to factional disputes. Griffin and Garinial appeared to share a closer bond, while John Wall was determined to prove himself alongside his college teammate. Cousins. It was widely acknowledged that Wall and Griffin were in contention for the season's Rookie of the Year, and Griffin had previously embarrassed Cousins with a merciless dunk. In the absence of tight defense, such individualistic play did not hinder their offensive flow. However, this leniency could not persist indefinitely. The rookie game was divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes, reminiscent of NCAA rules, allowing these newcomers to relive the essence of pure basketball from their collegiate days. As the fourth minute approached, both teams tightened their defensive efforts. These brash young players lacked the composure of their seasoned counterparts, caught in the fervor of competition. Particularly, Brandon Jennings made a notable entrance 3.5 minutes into the game. Jennings replaced the affable Stephen Curry. who typically played in a subdued manner during such exhibition matches. Although he harbored dreams of soaring dunks, his leaping ability compelled him to settle for layups. Brandon Jennings, on the other hand, was a player fueled by ambition. His decision to forego the NCAA after high school in favor of earning a net salary of $1.65 million in Europe exemplified his lofty aspirations. In fact, he had once shattered the rookie scoring record in his debut season. However, he soon encountered the infamous rookie wall, as his somewhat slender physique and average explosiveness rendered him vulnerable to opposing team strategies. Yet, in the rookie game, he remained a formidable presence, facing off against fellow youngsters. He immediately sank a three-pointer, then taunted John Wall by wagging his finger, igniting a fiery atmosphere. Fans on the sidelines distinctly heard him proclaim, "You're not good enough. Hurry up and sit down, let Jack come in." Jennings harbored resentment towards Van He for surpassing his rookie scoring record. However, such taunts were undoubtedly a demeaning affront to Wall, who was already known for his pride and perceived Van He as a mere flash in the pan. Now, this audacious second-year player dared to wag his finger at him, placing him beneath Van He. This was intolerable. Wall retaliated fiercely, charging down the court, shaking off Jennings, and scoring with a floater in the paint. He then turned back to Jennings, wagging his finger in return. "Your pathetic defense is worse than my 80-year-old grandmother with a cane. You, like Jack Van He, are merely a fleeting phenomenon." Wall exhibited a fierce side, and the tension between the two players quickly spread to their respective teams. The young, impetuous players began to clash. The second-year team's experience began to shine through, despite the evident talent of their rookie counterparts. However, they were fighting individually. Griffin and Wall showed no signs of collaboration. There was a complete lack of interaction between them. As the second-year team elevated their defensive efforts, the first-year team's offense sputtered. Although the second-year team's shooting percentage was not particularly high, they gradually seized the advantage. Time slipped away swiftly, and both sides made frequent substitutions. By the 11th minute, Van He had yet to step onto the court, and coach Mike Budenholzer had cycled through 3 players, yet the first-year team's deficit remained unchanged. Then, the first rallying cry resonated through the arena. "Van. We need Jack Van." The entire crowd awakened, joining in unison to chant, "Jack Van. Jack Van. Jack Van." The fervor built, wave upon wave. The audience at the scene eagerly anticipated Van He's performance, as his popularity in Los Angeles soared to unprecedented heights. Mike Budenholzer found himself in a predicament, hesitating in his decision-making. At that moment, McHale turned to him and warned, "If you do not substitute Jack into the game, can you withstand the wrath of the Los Angeles fans? This could even tarnish your reputation within the basketball community." This was a clear admonition, for McHale possessed a wealth of experience far exceeding that of Budenholzer. With pursed lips, Budenholzer ultimately chose to heed the crowd's sentiment, calling upon Van He to replace Gariniel, forming a backcourt partnership with Randall Fields. On the court alongside them were Cousins, Monroe, and Wesley Johnson. This lineup appeared disorganized, as both Monroe and Cousins were traditional centers, and Fields and Wesley Johnson overlapped in their roles as primarily defensive forwards. The rationale behind this arrangement was questionable. Even a coach of his caliber struggled to forge a cohesive combat-ready unit. Thus, as he sent Van He onto the court, a part of him entertained the notion of witnessing Van He's potential failure, especially given that the opposing sophomore team was still robust. With Brandon Jennings, Drew Holiday, DeRozan, Ibaka, and Blair, their roster was well-balanced, possessing both offensive and defensive prowess, talent, skill, and ample experience. As Van He stepped onto the court, the crowd erupted into cheers, welcoming him as a hero, with hopes that he would embody a savior's role and help the rookie team overcome a significant deficit. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant felt a sense of unease, acutely aware of the rookie team's shortcomings. From his vantage point on television, Barkley remarked, "This lineup will ensnare Jack Van He. Even a maestro like Jason Kidd might struggle to orchestrate such a dual center strategy. Remember, this is a fast-paced rookie game. And do you really think these rookies will heed Van He's commands? No one tolerates a comrade basking in success, a reflection of human nature." Barkley noted with a hint of schadenfreude. Kenny Smith furrowed his brow in genuine anxiety. Yet, had he been able to see Phil Jackson sitting comfortably in front of his television, he would have found solace, for Jackson harbored no worries. He understood Van He's grasp of tactics and believed he could effectively manage the dual tower lineup. As Van He strode onto the court amidst the applause, He received the ball from Wesley Johnson and made a gesture simple enough for a novice to comprehend, signaling the team to adopt a 2-3 positioning. Immediately, Brandon Jennings charged at him, baring his teeth in aggression. Jennings had enjoyed a period of glory last season, briefly ascending to the top of the rookie rankings, and many believed he was the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year. However, he had since been thoroughly analyzed, hitting the rookie wall, from which he had yet to recover. He risked being forever relegated to the lower echelons of NBA stardom, fueling his resentment toward VanHee. In contrast, VanHee appeared to be thriving, showing no signs of faltering against the rookie wall, which only intensified Jennings' jealousy, compelling him to punish VanHee. He lunged at VanHee in a frenzied attempt to defend against him. Yet, VanHee offered him no opportunity. In the blink of an eye, bang, VanHee executed a brilliant crossover, slicing seamlessly from the left to the right, effortlessly leaving Jennings in his wake, more effortlessly than even VanHee had anticipated. In a flash, he penetrated the paint, finding himself with an unimpeded opportunity to shoot. However, he refrained, opting instead to advance further. Blair, the talented forward unearthed by the Spurs, rushed to contain VanHee in the corner, leveraging his extensive experience. Nevertheless, VanHee simply halted abruptly, and the adept forward swiftly closed in, prompting VanHee to leap once more, releasing the basketball while shouting, "Alley-oop." Cousins snapped to attention, soaring into the air and delighting in the realization that the ball had landed perfectly in his hands. With a powerful thrust, he sent it crashing through the hoop. Boom! The thunderous dunk resonated throughout the arena, releasing all of his prior frustrations. Upon landing, he let out an exuberant roar, then extended his right hand to VanHee, exchanging a high five. "Great pass, Jack. Truly worthy of being Taylor Swift's man." VanHee shot him an exasperated glance. Then, as he transitioned back on defense, he addressed his temporary teammates, asserting, "As long as everyone positions themselves correctly, I will prioritize passing over shooting." He called out emphatically. This scene did not escape the keen gaze of Kobe Bryant, who felt a deep connection to the moment. Just then, a familiar voice behind him broke the silence. It was Shaquille O'Neal, commenting, "If certain individuals had possessed this level of awareness back in the day, we could have easily clinched 5 consecutive championships." O'Neal's words were laden with implication, directed pointedly at Bryant. Having formed a dominant duo known as the Shaq-Kobe pairing, they had swept through the league, claiming 3 consecutive championships during the Lakers' pinnacle. However, their relationship had soured due to endless disputes, culminating in Shaq's departure to Miami, leaving the Lakers in a state of decline. Although Bryant ultimately ascended to the role of team leader, achieving remarkable individual feats and multiple scoring titles, it was not until 2009 that he would again taste championship glory. Hence, unresolved tensions lingered between them, reminiscent of a divorced couple. As O'Neal began to air grievances about the past, Bryant retorted coldly, "If certain individuals exhibited even half of Jack's dedication, we would have long secured a six-peat." The audacity of comparing that rookie to him incensed O'Neal, who exclaimed, "You can't even secure a single championship." His anger stemmed from the belief that VanHee was unworthy of comparison, perceiving it as the utmost humiliation from Bryant, much like an ex-wife finding solace in a partner who is both poorer and shorter, yet claiming superiority. Nevertheless, Kobe Bryant remained unfazed, coolly replying, "Well then, just wait and see. You should certainly make it to June." June being the time of the NBA Finals. Chapter 67. The controversy of the rookie game, schemes and deceptions. The fierce rivalry between Kobe and Shaquille did not unfold under the glaring spotlight. It transpired in private discourse. Charles Barkley expressed his grievances regarding Vanksy's decision to pass to Cousins, stating that Jack was merely attempting to curry favor. Cousins appeared somewhat foolish, easily manipulated into becoming his accomplice. Once a person dons tinted spectacles, it is exceedingly difficult to remove them, especially when personal interests are at stake. At present, 2 ephemeral players were engaged in a duel. Barkley commented on Brandon Jennings' offensive maneuver against Vanksy. Jennings, a prodigious high school talent, possessed a slender physique and had opted against joining the NCAA, choosing instead to play professionally in Europe for a year, a decision deemed ill-advised. While the NCAA may exploit talented players, it undeniably facilitates rapid development and imparts a basketball logic more congruent with the NBA. Brandon Jennings harbored an innate resentment towards the emerging star Vanksy, believing that had he remained in Los Angeles, he could achieve greater success than Vanksy. This bitterness fueled his desire to outshine Vanksy. He launched a swift offensive from the left side, although his ball handling and driving skills were solid. His initial burst failed to pose any threat to Vanksy, who effortlessly retreated to anticipate his move. As Jennings attempted to change direction, he fell into Vanksy's trap. Vanksy swiftly engaged him. Despite his own lack of bulk and strength, his height and wingspan rendered Jennings ineffective. Jennings could only force a contested shot, leaning back as he released the ball. Yet, in that moment, Vanksy sprang into action, exhibiting the explosive power reminiscent of peak Kemp coupled with Jordan's remarkable leaping ability. With a resounding smack, he interfered with Jennings's shot, altering its trajectory dramatically, causing it to plummet near the free throw line. Wesley Johnson seized the opportunity and collected the rebound. With a couple of decisive steps, he hesitated momentarily before delivering the basketball to Vanksy. Both Johnson and Fields adopted a blue-collar style of play. Fields, a small forward with a keen sense for rebounding, heavily relied on his teammates' assists and often went unnoticed. In contrast, Wesley Johnson, a forward brimming with potential, had yet to fully unleash his talent despite being the 4th overall pick in 2010. He struggled to find his rhythm in the NBA and required assistance from his teammates. Thus, when Vanksy proclaimed that he would pass to them if they positioned themselves appropriately, it resonated deeply with Johnson. In that fleeting moment, Johnson's rationality triumphed over his jealousy, and he passed the ball to Vanksy. Through previous games, he had discerned that neither John Wall nor Blake Griffin, both super rookies, would ever pass him the ball. They were solely focused on their own performances. Conversely, Vanksy had earned their trust. Johnson's faith was soon rewarded. Vanksy swiftly surged into the front court, deftly maneuvering around Jennings's defense at the free throw line with a beautiful spin move, prompting Ibaka and DeRozan from the sophomore team to sprint towards him. As Vanksy leaped, drawing the two defenders, he dished the ball out instinctively, allowing Johnson to secure it. Upon receiving the ball, Johnson leapt into action, showcasing his enviable talent. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, he extended his arms and executed a powerful windmill dunk, crashing it into the hoop. The Staples Center erupted in exhilaration, the fans roaring in applause for this electrifying slam. It was Johnson's first standing ovation of the night, a moment of triumph since his entry into the NBA. Overwhelmed with excitement, he let out a primal roar, as if to cast off the label of underachiever that the media had placed upon him. Immediately after, he gratefully high-fived Vanksy, thanking him for the assist. This evening, Vanksy's offensive desires seemed subdued. Across the ocean, Chinese host Yu Jia addressed the national audience, remarking that he had relinquished 2 clear scoring opportunities. Beside him, Coach Zhang, a former national team center and ardent Lakers fan, unabashedly admired Vanksy. This is what sets Vanksy apart from other rookies. Look at how Wall and Griffin were merely showcasing themselves, but the team fell behind. Vanksy embodies the spirit of collaboration, lifting his teammates and striving for collective success. This is the wisdom of our Chinese people, stated Coach Zhang, articulating his thoughts seamlessly. Moreover, Vanksy does not lack opportunities. He is already an all-star starter. Excelling in this rookie game holds little significance. As he spoke, Chinese fans watching on television sat up straighter, filled with pride. Indeed, what was wrong with Vanksy displaying humility in such a setting? Observing Jennings, touted as the next Iverson, it was evident how passive he appeared in the face of Vanksy's prowess. China had finally produced a superstar guard, instilling a sense of pride among its fans. The game continued, but Coach Mike Budenholzer's demeanor grew increasingly grim. He harbored a disdain for Vanksy, reluctant to let him shine, and had only put him in the game out of necessity, even pairing him with an ill-suited lineup. However, to his astonishment, Vanksy not only evaded restrictions, but also galvanized his defensively minded teammates. Despite Barkley's continuous criticism of Vanksy's passing, he undeniably fostered cohesion among the players. Through seamless offensive collaboration, he quickly emerged as the team's linchpin, establishing a defensive synergy as well. Monroe and Cousins anchored the paint, while Vanksy, Wesley, and Fields roamed the perimeter, effectively neutralizing the sophomore team's momentum. Their lack of height in the paint became glaringly evident, rendering Blair and Ibaka incapable of mounting an effective offensive thrust. Consequently, the sophomore team resorted to desperate perimeter shots, easily corralled by the freshman squad. As the second half commenced, Vanksy utilized his individual prowess to penetrate the defense, compelling the sophomore team to double-team him before swiftly passing the ball out. Though the strategy was simplistic, the sophomore team, hastily assembled, proved unable to withstand the pressure. Under Vanksy's assistance, Cousins, Monroe, Wesley, and Fields found their rhythm, growing increasingly confident. By halftime, the freshman team had surged ahead by 2 points. As the crowd erupted in cheers for the freshman team's remarkable comeback, Budenholzer made a puzzling decision, substituting Vanksy for John Wall. While Wall was the first overall pick in 2010, his thoughts were solely fixated on personal glory, lacking Vanksy's vision for team unity. Consequently, in the final minute, the sophomore teams Harden and Curry each sank a three-pointer, re-establishing a 4-point lead before the halftime break. During the intermission, Barkley was still mocking Kenny Smith, claiming that Jack had failed to make an impact despite his lengthy stint on the court, asserting that even if the freshman team won, he would not secure the finals MVP. He reveled in his belief that Smith's embarrassment was inevitable. However, Smith wore a knowing smile as he replied, "That may not be the case. Take a closer look at Jack's stat sheet, not just his scoring." Barkley, intrigued, leaned in to examine the details. 1 point, 2 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Goodness, when did he reach 9 assists? Barkley gasped in astonishment, his anxiety palpable. Kenny Smith, however, wore a broad smile as he remarked, "Charles, do you think if Jack breaks the rookie game assist record and wins the match, he might earn the MVP title?" Barkley was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the possibility. Meanwhile, changes were occurring on the bench. When Vanshi first arrived, many first-year players harbored a slight animosity towards him, envious of his sudden rise to prominence. However, as the first half concluded, he had won their hearts. Cousins, although a college alumnus of John Wall, was seen conversing with Vanshi. Wesley Johnson and Landry Fields also approached him, eager to engage in dialogue. Even Nets forward Favors expressed a desire to converse with Vanshi, for he had the ability to make all his teammates bask in the adulation of the crowd. In any setting, a person who uplifts others earns respect. In stark contrast, the highly touted rookies John Wall and Blake Griffin found themselves largely ignored. Preoccupied with plans for the second half, both aspiring to defeat the second-year team and claim their first MVP award. Mike Budenholzer observed Vanshi's impressive statistics, deep in thought. He did not wish for Vanshi to perform so remarkably. His mind raced, and soon, he devised a cunning scheme. He intended to have Vanshi, John Wall, and Blake Griffin play simultaneously, announcing Wall as the point guard, eager to see how the clever Vanshi would navigate his trap. He summoned the players and announced the second-half lineup. John Wall, Vanshi, Wesley Johnson, Blake Griffin, and Monroe would start. He encouraged them to play fearlessly and create new miracles with fervent words. However, assistant coach McHale discerned Budenholzer's ulterior motives. He knew that Vanshi and Griffin, as well as Wall, were not a compatible trio. Thrusting Vanshi into this competition would only muddy the waters further. McHale suspected that once Vanshi entered the game, he would scarcely touch the ball. This was clearly a ploy to wear him down, leaving Vanshi feeling disheartened in the eyes of the fans. Understanding Budenholzer's cunning intentions, McHale, who held affection for Vanshi, wished to protect him from this snare. Yet, as a veteran in the league, he knew that sometimes one must navigate the complexities of relationships. He subtly warned Vanshi, "Jack, seize any opportunity to showcase your talent. This lineup is not in your favor. Budenholzer does not wish for you to shine." Vanshi had already sensed Budenholzer's good intentions, and with McHale's confirmation, he felt even more enlightened. Nevertheless, he had his own strategies. He replied to McHale, "Thank you, Kevin. You are truly a good person. I will be prepared." McHale patted Vanshi on the shoulder, silently cheering for this brave young man. The intricacies of the NBA are manifold, rife with overt and covert challenges. Those who prevail are truly exceptional talents. McHale hoped for Vanshi's success, despite his connection to the historical rival, the Lakers. The whistle blew sharply, and the game resumed. As the first-year team took to the court with their strongest lineup, John Wall, Vanshi, Wesley Johnson, Blake Griffin, and Monroe, the second-year team showed no restraint. Fielding a formidable roster of Stephen Curry, James Harden, DeRozan, Ibaka, and Taj Gibson. This lineup was rich in both talent and experience, particularly in mobility. Curry and Harden exhibited remarkable shooting precision, while DeRozan, a product of Los Angeles, embodied the classical guard style, inheriting techniques from the likes of Kobe and Jordan. Ibaka, known for his defensive prowess, fortified the Thunder's collaborative defense. Taj Gibson, the steadfast protector beside Derrick Rose, brought exceptional defensive awareness and athleticism, honed over 3 years at USC. As Stephen Curry dribbled into the front court, Vanshi exhaled deeply. He intended to guard Curry, But John Wall blocked his path, directing him to defend James Harden instead. Wall's reasoning was straightforward. He believed that the point guard should face off against another point guard, fearing that Vanshee would usurp his ball control. Yet, Vanshee contemplated. Curry was a tricky opponent, and only he understood the nuances of his unique offensive rhythm. Wall remained unconvinced, perceiving Curry's endearing appearance as a sign of weakness, while he deemed Harden, with his robust frame and facial hair, as a more formidable challenge, better suited for Vanshee. Vanshee kept pace with Harden, who awaited at the left 45-degree angle. "Jack, if I were you, I would choose Jenna. Although she is young, her family lineage is impressive, and she will surely possess a magnificent figure in the future." Harden's words reflected a typical aesthetic. Vanshee, unfazed, focused intently as Curry suddenly executed a deceptive dribble. He shouted, "Watch for the shot." However, the moment his warning left his lips, Curry swiftly released the ball. His shooting rhythm was unlike that of conventional guards. A mere shift in motion was enough for him to capitalize on even the slightest lapse in defense. This was the essence of a one-motion shot. As the basketball sailed over Wall's head, he remained fixated on the left, still anticipating Curry's next move. Swish! The ball found its mark in the net. Vanshee shook his head in disappointment, while Wall furrowed his brow, convinced that Vanshee was mocking him. He resolved to retaliate in the next round. Chapter 68. This child must not be left behind. A nightmare for San Antonio. John Wall received the basketball from Wesley Johnson and swiftly advanced to the front court. As Vanshee made off-ball movements to create space for executing a play, John Wall provocatively pointed at Stephen Curry from the arc, signaling for a one-on-one duel. This gesture stirred an immense reaction from the Staples Center, as everyone eagerly anticipated the tension of this face-off and pondered how the rookie would respond. Instead of being angered, Stephen Curry approached John Wall with a relaxed smile. Meanwhile, Wall found himself trapped in a narrow mindset, foolishly attempting to retaliate with a three-pointer, a skill he was not particularly adept at. After creating a slight opening with a quick change of direction, he leaped and released the shot. He soared high, and his form was impeccable. However, the ball clanged off the rim. As it bounced back, Serge Ibaka and Taj Gibson, the defensive forwards, rushed to secure the rebound, only to be outmaneuvered by Vanshee, who appeared like a sprite, leaping to snatch the ball, executing a swift fake shot. Both Ibaka and Gibson were deceived and jumped in response. Vanshee deftly passed the ball behind him to Blake Griffin, who was caught off guard, expecting Vanshee to operate independently like Wall. To his astonishment, Vanshee had handed him the front court rebound. Recovering quickly, Griffin launched himself into the air with explosive power. Ibaka attempting to block him, but arriving too late. Griffin descended upon him, slamming the basketball through the hoop. Boom! The Staples Center erupted in a thunderous cheer as Los Angeles fans celebrated Griffin's ferocious dunk over his rival. Notably, this was an assist from Vanshee, showcasing the connection between the two local clubs. As Griffin landed amidst the cheers, he pounded his chest in a primal roar, releasing his pent-up frustration and demonstrating his explosive prowess to the world. Vanshee, however, ignored him and continued running back. Griffin soon caught up, acknowledging the perfection of the pass and its impeccable timing, which had led to such a flawless dunk. This moment would undoubtedly be featured among the highlights of the night and would stand as a hallmark of his career. Hence, his emotions were complex. "You passed beautifully," Blake Griffin said to Vanshee, "but I won't be overly grateful." Vanshee merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing him. On the sidelines, Kobe Bryant felt a profound resonance witnessing this exchange. Kevin Garnett, seated beside him, remarked, "Congratulations, you found the best helper. Observe how he commands the court. Among this year's rookies, he is evidently on another level. I don't mean talent, but here." Garnett tapped his temple. Kobe nodded with a smile. Vanshee was indeed exceptionally astute. One could argue he was adept at winning hearts. Yet, how many other young players possess such awareness? Look at rookie John Wall. He may possess greater talent than Jack, but he has continuously flaunted his abilities without garnering support. The second-year team's assault persisted. With Stephen Curry bringing the ball up court, he passed to James Harden, then sprinted quickly, utilizing Ibaka's screen to shake off John Wall and arrive at the three-point line. Receiving the ball from Harden, Curry shot, swish, another three-pointer. He was on fire. Meanwhile, Vanshee urged John Wall to remain calm and control the pace. Yet, Wall disregarded him, racing forward with the intent to conclude swiftly. This reckless strategy played right into the hands of the second-year team, whose interior defense was lacking height. They were not intimidated by fast breaks, but by set plays. Wall charged into the paint with blistering speed, believing he had eluded all defenders for a clear layup. But slap. The ball was swatted by the trailing Taj Gibson, ricocheting away. Fortunately, Van followed closely, retrieved the ball, and swiftly passed it to Wesley Johnson, assisting him in nailing an open three-pointer in retaliation. Our advantage lies in set plays, Van said to Wall as they returned to half-court, hoping to convey the necessity of calmness. We share a common goal, to win. Yet Wall was deaf to this, perceiving Van's words as an affront. You, an undrafted player, have no right to teach me how to play. He snapped venomously, causing Van's expression to harden. No longer seeking consensus with Wall, he turned away. At that moment, Curry had already advanced up court. He called for Gibson to set a screen, then drove to the free throw line to execute a jump shot. Blake Griffin quickly retrieved the ball and prepared to inbound it. Van instinctively backtracked, anticipating Wall to receive the ball. Suddenly, he heard Griffin's voice behind him. Hey, Jack, catch. Griffin called out. The basketball was passed to Van, and Wall stood in shock, astounded by Griffin's decision to pass the ball to Van instead of himself. On the sidelines, Mike Budenholzer was equally astonished, having expected Griffin to harbor resentment toward Van. Griffin approached Van, stating, "At least you were correct about one thing. Our common goal is to win." He confided to Van, "I've never liked that selfish guy." With a smile, Van advanced the ball to the front court. He positioned Favors in the paint and instructed Griffin to move up. Amidst Harden's imposing presence, he chose not to penetrate but instead passed to Griffin. He then made a quick off-ball cut around Griffin, a clever move that caught Harden off guard. Unexpectedly, the player who was presumed to despise Van, Griffin, passed the ball back to him. Van received the ball and quickly released a shot. Swish. A three-pointer executed flawlessly in perfect harmony. "Here you go," Griffin said to Van. "We're even now." Van offered no reply. Meanwhile, isolated on the sidelines, John Wall seethed with anger, having anticipated that he would be the one to shine, while Van would be sidelined. Yet the reality unfolded starkly different. The second-year team's offensive onslaught continued, with DeRozan scoring on Wesley Johnson. As Wesley prepared to inbound the ball, Wall barked at him in a low tone, "Pass me the damn ball." However, Wesley feigned ignorance. "Hey, Jack, catch." He unhesitatingly passed the ball to Van. At this moment, even the spectators recognized the subtle shift in dynamics. Van had transformed from a peripheral player into the undeniable focal point, earning the unconditional trust of his teammates over the rookie point guard. Such is the allure of Jack. Charles, are you still so certain? Do you still firmly believe that Jack Van cannot win the Rookie of the Year MVP? Kenny Smith's confidence continues to grow, while Charles stubbornly asserts, "Who would have thought that other players on the freshman team would betray for trivial gains?" However, let us not forget that the freshman team also boasts John Wall's finest college partner, DeMarcus Cousins. As long as he steps onto the court, the dynamics are bound to shift. This indeed poses a challenge. Mike Budenholzer is acutely aware of this, and his gaze has shifted to the bench, determined to bring Cousins into the game. Mikhail is closely monitoring the situation and senses something amiss. His frustration escalates. He believes Budenholzer is being unjust to that young man, who has already faced numerous challenges, constantly striving to pull the team from the mire, only for the head coach to create obstacles for him. On the court, Van Gundy utilizes Favors' screen to penetrate towards the free throw line, swiftly spinning past Ibaka's help defense. As Taj Gibson rushes in, he passes the ball to Griffin, who catches it and takes off. Boom. A thunderous dunk ensues. Griffin is the kind of beastly power forward who can leap at the slightest opportunity, and Van Gundy provided him that chance. At that moment, Van Gundy and his pairing resemble the combination of Stoudemire and Nash, akin to the partnership of Shawn Kemp and Gary Payton in their prime. Every powerful forward requires an exceptional point guard by their side. In that instant of completing the dunk, Griffin realized this truth. Thus, upon landing, he reached out to high-five Van Gundy. The freshman team gradually regains its advantage once the ball is in Van Gundy's hands. "This guy indeed possesses remarkable skills," remarked Darren Williams to Chris Paul, both of whom are illustrious representatives of point guards, frequently gracing the 2010 roster. Thus, they perceive nuances beyond the grasp of ordinary fans. "If this continues, we will inevitably become his mere stepping stones," Chris Paul expressed with indignation. "Therefore, we must seize the opportunity while he is not yet fully matured and teach him a few harsh lessons to instill a shadow of fear within him, so he trembles at the sight of us." Chris Paul, renowned as the most cunning and combative point guard in the NBA, has an innate ability to identify the crux of issues. The NBA is rife with examples where emerging superstars, once repeatedly dominated by a particular player, develop psychological barriers that impede their performance against that individual. Take Dwight Howard, the current top center in the NBA, who consistently falters when facing Yao Ming. Similarly, Dwayne Wade, known as Flash, the fastest player to clinch a championship and Finals MVP in 2003, also exhibits diminished performance against the unremarkable Kirk Hinrich until Hinrich suffered a significant injury. Paul firmly believes in this phenomenon. Thus, when Van Gundy snatched away his coveted all-star starting position, he devised a plan to undermine Van Gundy. As he watched the rookie game unfold, observing Van Gundy exerting his personality and leadership qualities to gradually dominate the match, his sense of crisis intensified. If Van Gundy's previous performances showcased his offensive prowess and the astonishing intimidation he exuded within the Lakers' existing framework, tonight's display highlighted his mature cognition and leadership charm, which proved far more daunting. As the second half of the game approached the 5th minute, the score was tied. When Stephen Curry stepped to the free throw line, Budenholzer called for a timeout, intending to bring Cousins into the game. He advised him, "Be sure to assist your college teammate." This was another one of Budenholzer's subtle strategies. Typically, at this juncture, any head coach would substitute John Wall. However, instead of doing so, he opted to replace him with Cousins, who is known for his volatile temperament. Should Cousins take the court and act recklessly, even Van Gundy's leadership skills could be undermined. McHale cast a deep glance at Budenholzer, his disdain evident. He never imagined that an assistant coach from the Spurs lineage would resort to such malicious tactics against a promising rookie of the Lakers. Even he, as the general manager of the Celtics, found it intolerable. Budenholzer remained composed, believing his actions were justified. This year, the Lakers represent the Spurs' greatest rival in the West. If this rising Lakers point guard is not suppressed, they are bound to pose a more significant threat in the playoffs. Only by undermining this young point guard's confidence can the Spurs secure greater benefits. The Spurs' modus operandi has always been subtle and strategic, laying groundwork for future gains. Swish. Stephen Curry sinks the free throw. At that moment, Cousins rushes to inbound the ball. Upon seeing Cousins enter the game, John Wall is filled with excitement. He finally welcomes his close ally, never doubting Cousins' loyalty. He even believes that Cousins would go so far as to push Van Gundy off the court. That brash, tempestuous fellow could certainly do it. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolds, surprising both Budenholzer and Wall. Cousins receives the basketball from the sideline, urges Wall to initiate a fast break, and then tells Van Gundy, "Jack, catch the ball." He passes it to Van Gundy. Wall stands there bewildered. Budenholzer is equally perplexed. McHale, initially stunned, soon bursts into laughter. At this moment, Cousins has placed both hands on Wall's shoulders, saying, "Brother, you should let Jack take charge. Your scoring ability is far superior. We cannot act foolishly and allow the sophomore team to benefit." Cousins continues to persuade Wall. When did this fellow defect? Budenholzer is left in despair. Is it possible that young Jack is truly the chosen one, evading all his schemes? Could it be that, rather than diminishing his confidence, this game will awaken his leadership potential? Budenholzer is plagued by a grim thought. He believes that would spell disaster for San Antonio. Chapter 69. Daring to be the pioneer, the unique super Fonchi John Wall found it utterly astonishing. He could scarcely believe such words had emanated from his closest companion during his collegiate years. Yet, his friend gazed at him with unwavering conviction. "We have no alternative paths to tread. If we wish to triumph, the basketball must be entrusted to Jack for distribution." Fonchi lingered in the front court, patiently awaiting his teammates to position themselves. He continued to set screens with Blake Griffin, and after a switch, he surged into the paint, promptly delivering a pass to Cousins, who had established position in the key. As Cousins received the ball and turned to face Ibaka, poised for a hook shot, Stephen Curry dashed forward to disrupt him. John Wall, concealed in Cousins' blind spot, received the basketball and instinctively charged toward the paint, effortlessly finishing with a layup. This score bestowed upon him an epiphany. Must the game be so arduous? Perhaps Cousins was indeed correct. The ball should truly be entrusted to Jack Fonchi. Though he was an irksome character, his fairness was indisputable. Wall's gaze shifted toward Fonchi, who had already turned to defend. Cousins exchanged a high five with Wall, their shared Kentucky alumni bond weaving a tapestry of trust. Jack Fonchi's pass warrants a replay, It was utterly seamless, resembling a finely tuned computer program. Kenny Smith, in the broadcast booth, replayed Fonchie's recent pass, and in slow motion, the brilliance of the play unfolded, an effortless execution, scanning teammates with mere peripheral vision. Gasps echoed from the audience before their screens. It appeared that Jack possessed a rare talent for passing, evoking memories of the legendary white chocolate Williams. However, Williams had been known for flamboyant passes for their own sake. Kenny Smith extolled Fonchie's prowess, referencing the point guard who had transformed the Sacramento Kings into a top-attended team in the early 2000s. Charles Barkley, an insider and former NBA superstar, was equally astonished. He recognized the intrinsic value of Fonchie's pass, but was reluctant to concede or praise it publicly. He remarked coolly, "He merely seeks to curry favor. I do not believe Wall will align with him." However, what transpired next was a resounding slap to his face. As Stephen Curry darted around Ibaka's body, Fonchie suddenly switched to guard Curry. Just as Curry received the ball, Wall, attuned to the moment, appeared beside James Harden and, smack, he intercepted Curry's pass and initiated a fast break. Fonchie sprinted down the opposite side. Both Wall and Fonchie were among the swiftest point guards in the NBA, resembling two sharp spears piercing the heart of the sophomore team. Although Curry hastily pursued, he ultimately chose to defend Wall as he approached the three-point line, believing Wall would not pass to Fonchie. Little did he know, as he lunged toward Wall, Wall deftly passed the ball to Fonchie. Caught off guard, Curry chased after the ball, but Fonchie abruptly halted, tossing the basketball into the paint. Wall, like a ninja, flashed into the key and soared, seizing the ball. Boom. He executed a thunderous dunk. Once again, Wall and Fonchie orchestrated a swift and harmonious fast break. Following the score, Wall's gaze toward Fonchie shifted. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand. Fonchie did not shy away, meeting him with a high five. Following this exchange, Mike McHale rose to his feet, applauding the duo. He was privy to the unfolding dynamics. Nearby, Stoudemire murmured, "I can hardly believe Jack has managed to win over these two proud talents in less than a game. Is this the essence of innate leadership charisma?" Initially, as an assistant coach, he had feared a power struggle among the three top picks, and indeed, Griffin and Wall had been at odds, harboring considerable animosity toward Fonchie. Yet now, Fonchie had seemingly diffused the tension effortlessly. Mike Budenholzer slumped on the bench, the most unwilling witness to this spectacle, feeling disheartened, convinced all his previous machinations had been in vain, even inadvertently aiding Fonchie. He tugged at his hair in frustration. Equally vexed were Darren Williams and Chris Paul, both point guards. Chris Paul inquired of Darren Williams, "When did you become the leader of the Jazz?" After a moment of reflection, Williams replied, "Probably in my third season." That was indeed quite swift. Paul had been even quicker. He had effectively quelled the stubborn forces within the Hornets during his rookie season, becoming the team leader with the support of the coaching staff and management. He had always taken pride in this achievement. However, witnessing Wall's gesture of camaraderie toward Fonchie left him feeling defeated. He realized that despite his high expectations of Fonchie, he had not anticipated the depth of his court command. He questioned himself. If he were in Fonchie's position, he could never unite two top picks so swiftly. Although Fonchie had used passing as bait, their prior animosity toward him had been palpable. The game continued. The sophomore team launched an aggressive assault led by Harden and Curry from beyond the arc, showcasing their agility and three-point advantage. Nevertheless, the freshman team remained relentless, closely contesting the score. Under Fonchie's guidance, Cousins' height in the paint and Griffin's explosive drives became formidable advantages. While Wall emerged as a sharp blade, whenever he found space, Fonchie was quick to feed him the ball for penetrating attacks. The intensity of the match escalated, the atmosphere thickening with tension as the scores alternated in a razor-edged fashion. All commentators proclaimed this to be the most fiercely contested All-Star rookie game ever. Many spectators stood, fists clenched, captivated by this unprecedented showcase of rookie talent, epitomizing the pinnacle of competition among the new generation of players. Kevin Garnett, on the sidelines, remarked, "The sophomore team is strong, but the freshman team is even fiercer. The Lakers have struck gold." Kobe wore a proud expression, akin to a parent reveling in their child's academic success. With 5 minutes remaining, Fonchie's assist tally had already reached 23, breaking the rookie game assist record. Now, with 2 minutes left, his assists soared to 26. If nothing unforeseen occurred, this would be an unbreakable record in rookie game history, ensuring Fonchie's name would be etched in its annals. At this moment, Charles Barkley began to fret, deeply concerned about the freshman team's potential victory. Should they triumph, Fonchie's chances of being named MVP would skyrocket. Each time Fonchie passed the ball, Barkley's voice trembled with anticipation. Fortunately, with 1:56 left on the clock, Jennings, who replaced Curry, sank a remarkable three-pointer, shifting the score to 115-112. This marked the first time the sophomore team led by 3 points since halftime. The great Jennings, a former rookie scoring champion, proved to the world that scoring is the undeniable truth. Those who merely accumulated assists through the two top picks would never comprehend this raw strength. Barkley felt as though he might burst a vocal cord in his fervor. His voice grew louder, revealing his inner insecurity. Timeout, called the first-year team. Both sides returned to their benches. As he left the court, Brandon Jennings, who had just made a three-point shot that ignited a wave of excitement, told Fonchie, "Tonight, I will pierce through your miracle with my three-pointers and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to me. I'm sorry, but I must destroy you." "You need not apologize," Fonchie calmly replied to the grimacing Jennings. "For you cannot win." With that, Fonchie returned to the bench. At that moment, John Wall handed Fonchie a towel. He was grateful for Fonchie's assists and relished the high-quality game, believing it was Fonchie who elevated everyone's performance to compete fiercely with the second-year team. Fonchie took the towel and wiped the sweat from his brow. At this juncture, Mike Budenholzer announced a startling decision that left the bench in uproar. "Jack, take a seat. Gariniel will take your place, and you will coordinate with John Wall." "What?" The reaction was most pronounced from John Wall, and Blake Griffin was equally astonished. Everyone gaped in disbelief at Mike Budenholzer. They had all grown accustomed to playing alongside Fonchie, even subconsciously viewing him as the cornerstone of the team. Yet, at such a critical moment, the interim coach was substituting him? What a joke. The players stared in shock at the composed Budenholzer, who, despite appearing calm, felt a sense of satisfaction within. He relished the power of making such a decisive call. This had been part of his plan all along, to freeze Fonchie at a crucial moment, effectively shattering his confidence. Young players could not withstand such neglect, inevitably becoming anxious and self-doubting. However, just then, Mikhail stepped forward. "This is just a joke. Jack will not be leaving the court. He will remain until the end." Mikhail's piercing gaze fixed on Budenholzer. As a legendary former superstar of the Celtics and now their general manager, his experience far surpassed Budenholzer's. Though not the head coach, his words carried significant weight. Budenholzer hastily explained, "Jack is already fatigued. Staying on the court might have adverse effects. No, you cannot dismiss this child's efforts with a might. He has brought the game to this critical juncture. No one can take him off the court, not even you, Mr. Assistant coach of the San Antonio Spurs," Mikhail asserted, reaching into the depths of their hearts. Budenholzer, feeling insecure, feigned calmness. "I'm doing this solely for the sake of winning." "Enough." Fonchie's voice suddenly resonated with determination. He approached, took the tactical board from Stoudemire, and made an unexpected move by sketching tactical routes on it, informing Budenholzer, "If it's just about winning, then I will take full responsibility for this game. Mr. Budenholzer, you may take a break now." "What?" All the players were once again astonished as they turned to Fonchie. No one expected the usually quiet facilitator to speak such words at such a critical moment. Was he dismissing the head coach? Wasn't he supposed to be timid? How could he be so courageous? Mikhail was taken aback, having believed Fonchie was a child in need of protection. But now, this young man's reaction surpassed his imagination. Budenholzer's eyes widened. "I know you've always been targeting me, but I don't care. I'm simply here to win. I want to tell you, Mr. Budenholzer, your tactical acumen is truly dreadful." After delivering this cold statement, Fonchie called over Cousins and other teammates. "DeMarcus, I need you to provide a screen here. Blake, you will weave through, and if the opportunity arises, I will give you a chance to drive to the basket. John, you need to drift on the weak side. You are our strongest plan B. Wesley, coordinate with John. Your tasks are these." Fonchie directed the players, who, despite their astonishment, absorbed his every word. Previously perceived as a silent contributor, Fonchie now began guiding his teammates. Remarkably, no one felt out of place. They simply followed his suggestions. "If we hit a three-pointer, the second-year team will substitute in Curry. Brandon Jennings is merely an inconsequential player, unworthy of contesting us at this pivotal moment," Fonchie stated confidently at the end. He radiated an aura of compelling confidence. "What? This guy is actually calling the shots? Where does he derive such confidence?" Charles Barkley exclaimed on television. As footage of Fan Shi devising tactics appeared, he is utterly arrogant. Such hubris has never been seen in an NBA point guard. If he loses, he will surely face dire consequences. But I think he is incredibly cool, Kenny Smith added. If he pulls this off, he will become the most impressive rookie ever, proving his unique talent and already possessing the prowess to leap into the All-Star game. Kenny Smith's remarks resonated even more with the audience. The miracle child was destined to achieve even more astonishing feats, wasn't he? Meanwhile, as fans in China witnessed this scene, their excitement surged. For so long, people believed the Chinese to be modest and reserved. Yet, within Chinese poetry, there has always been the spirit of wielding authority and pointing out the world. Fan Shi epitomized the new generation of Chinese youth, confident, formidable, unafraid of authority, and daring to lead. His commanding presence on the court reminded me of Sun Jihai, who once played at Crystal Palace. Strong individuals are powerful wherever they go. I hope the first-year team wins. The Chinese commentator exclaimed passionately. The whistle blew. The game entered a fierce and intense phase. Fan Shi was about to transform this match into a confluence of personal destiny and team victory. If he succeeded, he would become an unparalleled rookie. If he failed, he would undoubtedly face the harshest criticism. Chapter 70. The two great scholars, the greatest troublemaker, the first-year leader. Fan Shi boldly led the way, with John Wall following closely behind, his emotions inexplicably directed at Fan Shi. Until now, he had always looked down on Fan Shi from a superior position, dismissing him as an unselected rookie who merely relied on luck to gain fame, unworthy of comparison with himself. However, from the moment Fan Shi entered the arena that evening, John Wall's perspective began to shift. The calm demeanor Fan Shi exhibited, his composed responses to criticism, and his nonchalant attitude in the face of isolation gradually transformed Wall's outlook. Just moments ago, when Mike Budenholzer made the final decision to bench Wall, the usually passive player suddenly transformed. As he picked up the tactical board and declared his full responsibility for the game, his assertive stance revealed a fierce determination that John Wall could not ignore. Reflecting inwardly, Wall realized he could not emulate that strength. Had he been in Fan Shi's position, he would have retaliated against the isolation from his teammates or taken matters into his own hands when they failed to pass him the ball. If the head coach had frozen him out during a critical moment, he might have stormed off and sought to expose the situation in the media to reclaim his power. Yet Fan Shi did none of this. He courageously confronted authority, his bravery stemming from a profound inner confidence, which also explained his earlier tranquility. As John Wall gazed at Fan Shi's number 30 jersey, he felt the latter's stature grow taller in his eyes. His perspective shifted from condescension to a level gaze, and now it even tilted slightly upward in respect. A profound transformation took place within him. He no longer viewed Fan Shi as a mere rookie from humble beginnings. His arrogance had morphed into admiration. Blake Griffin experienced a similar internal struggle, unable to deny this unselected rookie's calmness, courage, resilience, and strength that surpassed their own. The whistle blew, and Wesley passed the basketball to Fan Shi without hesitation. He had undeniably become the backbone and core of the team. Watching from across the screen, Phil Jackson smiled with satisfaction. From the moment he saw Fan Shi seize the tactical board, he recognized that he had finally discovered the last superstar he had been waiting for throughout his career. Throughout his professional journey, he had been ridiculed by peers for relying on superstars to win championships. The Chicago Bulls' 2 three-peats were thanks to the league's top player, Michael Jordan. The Lakers' three-peat was built around Shaquille O'Neal, and their recent back-to-back titles relied on Kobe Bryant. Now, as Bryant's star began to wane, people speculated that his magic was fading. Yet, fortune smiled upon Jackson as he unearthed yet another superstar in the twilight of his coaching career. With a sense of pride, Jackson brushed his beard, reminiscent of Colonel Sanders, thinking to himself, "The world believes I rely on superstars. Yet they do not realize that I possess the discerning eye to identify the league's finest talents. Only I can nurture them into towering figures that cast shadows over my legacy." On the court, Brandon Jennings approached Fan Shi with an air of arrogance. Having made a name for himself during his rookie season, he now sought to reclaim the spotlight overshadowed by the rising star, Stephen Curry. Displaying his cunning, Jennings taunted Fan Shi, proclaiming, "I'll let you drive in, for I will block you from behind." Fan Shi disregarded Jennings' trash talk, executing a swift drive, cutting sharply to the left with explosive speed. Jennings was caught off guard, and as Fan Shi took a step forward, he abruptly halted and shifted right. "Jennings, like a puppet under constraint, followed suit, only to collide with Cousins' robust frame. Cousins was taken aback. Having adhered to Fan Shi's instructions to position himself just a meter from the free throw line, as Jennings crashed into him, it was as if he had flown into a spider's web. Fan Shi stepped back, moving beyond the three-point line, leaping to shoot. Jennings was unable to contest the shot. Tyus Jones, also blocked by Cousins, had anticipated Cousins would set a screen for Fan Shi and had positioned himself inside, unaware that Fan Shi's plan was to strike from beyond the arc swish. The basketball rippled through the net, eliciting an uncontrollable wave of cheers from the Staples Center. The Los Angeles fans showed their utmost respect and support for Fan Shi, chanting his name in unison, "Fan, Fan, Fan." The roar crescendoed and soon transformed into an enthusiastic call for MVP. MVP, MVP. Fan Shi raised his right hand in acknowledgement, his gesture exuding elegance. Across the ocean, Chinese fans erupted in excitement as they witnessed this moment on television. The broadcaster's voice cracked with emotion. Fan Shi is Fan Shi, a singular talent across nations and generations. He is our Chinese superstar, embodying all our aspirations for a point guard. I am proud to claim such a player as our own. Indeed, Fan Shi had fulfilled the fervent dreams of Chinese basketball fans, emerging as a true exterior superstar, and this was merely his first season. Charles Barkley found himself rendered speechless, his lips moving without sound, fear and anxiety seeping into his nerves as he recalled the nightmare of 2002, when he had to kiss a donkey due to another Chinese player. This time, Kenny would not allow him to hang a Smith sign around another donkey's neck. He would take matters into his own hands. He adored Jack. Once again, he scored to tie the game, with just 1:38 left on the clock, bringing both teams back to even ground. The first-year team still had a chance. Should they win, Jack would undoubtedly be named MVP, a fact even the home crowd recognized. Listen to those heartfelt cheers. Kenny shouted in excitement as Fan Shi sank the three-pointer. Simultaneously, the second-year team hurriedly utilized the timeout to make substitutions. As the first-year team had anticipated, Jennings was replaced by Fan Shi's college friend, deemed by him as the most formidable player on the second-year team, Stephen Curry. As Fan Shi's prophecy unfolded, the admiration in the eyes of his teammates was undeniable. Even McHale, seated on the bench, was taken aback, murmuring to himself, could Jack truly be the legendary, once-in-a-lifetime talent capable of reading the game, akin to Chris Paul, Jason Kidd, or Magic Johnson? The names he uttered resonated with increasing gravity. Sitting beside him, Mike Budenholzer, the assistant coach of the San Antonio Spurs who had just been stripped of his head coach position by Fan Shi, felt a chill of dread. He feared returning to San Antonio having forced out such an exceptional Lakers point guard. All he could do was regret and pray for a second-year victory to diminish Fan Shi's audacious spirit. He had already crafted his media statement for when the first-year team lost, intending to dismantle this arrogant rookie. Defense. Fan Shi clapped his hands at the front court, continuously reminding his teammates to position themselves. Meanwhile, he had his eyes fixed on Stephen Curry. The second-year star had embarked on his path to superstardom. Yet Fan Shi still had the opportunity to disrupt him. Curry attempted a change of direction under Fan Shi's defense, but the latter was quick to respond. Fan Shi's explosiveness and speed now surpassed those of Curry. Coupled with his towering physique and the extensive reach of his long arms, Curry appears somewhat sluggish. After wandering around the three-point line for several seconds without securing an opportunity, he swiftly and decisively passes the basketball to DeRozan, then immediately begins to run. Fan Shi closely follows in his footsteps, like a shadow. Although Curry has not found an opening, DeRozan manages to overpower Wesley at the free throw line. Despite John Wall's attempt to double-team, he fails to prevent DeRozan from executing a smooth turnaround jumper that sends the basketball soaring through the hoop. This is a quintessential classical guard's offensive posture, reminiscent of the lineage of Kobe and Jordan. The second-year team regains a 2-point lead. Fan Shi receives the ball from Griffin and then performs a remarkable act. He passes the basketball to John Wall, marking the first time since taking control of the ball from his teammates that he relinquishes it. Wall is taken aback. Fan Shi encourages him, "Take on James Harden. I believe in you. I will maneuver on the weak side." Wall is somewhat astonished. He never expected Fan Shi, while staking everything, would trust him with the ball, especially after previously dismissing him. Wall is moved by Fan Shi's generous spirit and vows to make the shot. As he advances into the front court, James Harden aggressively approaches. Using his strong physique to obstruct Wall, who, resembling a black player modeled after Jin Billy, often engages in defensive duties for the Thunder. Wall finds himself momentarily unable to break through Harden's defense, leading to a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Blake Griffin unexpectedly runs out, providing Wall with a screen against Harden. This forward, who had previously clashed with Wall in the MVP race, surprisingly offers his support. Seizing the opportunity, Wall swiftly cuts through Harden's defense and drives into the paint. However, upon entering the key, he is ensnared by Ibaka, a formidable defensive player adept at help defense. Just as Wall finds himself at a loss, Fanshi suddenly bursts onto the scene, prompting Wall to pass him the ball. Fanshi receives the basketball and continues his advance, drawing both Ibaka and Curry into the crowded paint. At that moment, amidst the double team, Fanshi executes a behind-the-back pass. Wall retrieves the ball, finding himself with a direct shot at the basket, but noticing Griffin accelerating toward the rim. He lofts the ball upward. Griffin, like a heavy bomber, leaps into the air, seizing the basketball and forcefully slamming it toward the rim. Boom. The thunderous dunk resonates. The rim shakes violently, bowing to Griffin, the 2009 first overall pick. The Staples Center erupts in exhilaration, cheers cascading in waves. This play showcases the combined prowess of the three leaders from the 2009 draft class. 2 first overall picks alongside the strongest undrafted player in history. Kenny Smith, watching on television, exclaims in disbelief, "This is undoubtedly the best collaboration of the night." Who could have anticipated that the three, once at odds before the game, would execute such a harmonious and flawless dunk at the final moment? No one, not even themselves. After the dunk, Griffin lands and excitedly gazes at Fanshi, who extends both hands. Griffin high-fives his left hand while Wall connects with his right. The three share a knowing smile. "Hey, buddy. I've always said our class's talent is unparalleled," Griffin boasts with pride. "Actually, you were the leader of the 2009 class. You just repeated a year," Wall retorts playfully. "Ha!" Griffin beams with delight. Defense. Fanshi calls out, and the trio quickly retreats. With 48 seconds remaining in the game, both teams have one offensive opportunity according to the 24-second shot clock. However, under the coach's directives, the second-year team launches a quick offensive play. Stephen Curry drives toward the paint, but is halted at the free throw line by Fanshi, who quickly passes to Harden. Harden feints a shot before passing to DeRozan. As DeRozan attempts to shoot, Fanshi leaps into action, showcasing his remarkable vertical leap. DeRozan is significantly affected. Bang! The basketball clangs off the rim. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, "Don't forget about me." Cousins, the big cousin, springs into the air, overpowering the 2 second-year players fighting for the offensive rebound. He forcefully swings his elbows, clearing the path. He passes the basketball to Fanshi, who nods appreciatively, momentarily appearing as a bashful child rewarded by a kindergarten teacher after exhibiting immense strength just moments before. "Make this shot and seize the lead," Fanshi shouts, his spirit and momentum firmly on his side. At this moment, he has fully embraced his role as the first-year leader, the rookie co-captain, surrounded by 2 first overall picks and the most formidable challenger. Fanshi approaches the frontcourt, controlling the tempo, signaling for his teammates to spread out. He engages Curry one-on-one. Curry, like a tenacious gum, sticks close to him. Although not a defensive stalwart, he is well acquainted with Fanshi's technical maneuvers. He taunts Fanshi, "Don't think you can shoot over me. I knew about you before the game, and you lack that ability." This remark indeed places pressure on Fanshi. Yet, who is Fanshi? His steps remain steadfast. He suddenly accelerates like an enraged bull, charging toward Curry's left side with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 71, Slaying the Game. Like a deity, Curry swiftly turned to pursue. He was taken aback by how drastically Fanshi's speed had intensified during their time apart. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Fortunately, during this interval, Curry too had evolved. His coordination, honed through the rigorous training of the NBA's elite, had reached an astonishing level, allowing him to almost keep pace with Fanshi, despite being a fraction behind. As Fanshi surged to the free throw line, he suddenly came to a halt. Curry's steps faltered slightly, yet he stumbled forward, closing in quickly while extending his right arm to disrupt Fanshi's shooting motion. He brimmed with confidence, believing that if Fanshi opted for a one-motion shot, he could effectively interfere. However, to everyone's astonishment, Fanshi did indeed take the shot, but the arc was extraordinarily high, defying the conventional notion of a basketball shot. "Watch out," Curry shouted urgently, but it was too late. Cousins had already soared into the air, seizing the basketball that Fan-Shi had passed. With a resounding crash, he executed a powerful dunk. With only 26 seconds remaining, the freshman team led by 2 points, yet again aided by Fan-Shi's impressive assist. The initiative had shifted back to the freshman team. The Staples Center erupted in fervor. Fan-Shi's performance in this critical moment was both calm and astute, as his pass sliced through the sophomore team's defense. How had he achieved this? Hadn't his vision been obstructed just moments before? Darren Williams, seated before the television, puzzled over this and inquired of Chris Paul. Darren Williams, a premier point guard in the league, differed somewhat from Paul. Although he was also a longtime member of the 2010 class, he had relied more on Coach Sloan's pick-and-roll tactics, which had bolstered his statistics, earning him the nickname the Living Guardian. Paul, on the other hand, was adept at executing any strategy, resulting in higher media acclaim. He was the human guardian, capable of enhancing the efficiency of any tactic employed. As he executed a breakthrough, he gestured, darting from the left while Cousins pretended to veer right before making a cut. Chris Paul remarked, "Not particularly impressive, but quite confident, with decent timing." Darren nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. At this juncture, the sophomore team called for their final timeout. Their options were dwindling. With 26 seconds left, they could attempt a quick shot and then foul the opponent to regain possession. But failure to score could spell disaster. Alternatively, they could stabilize the tempo and execute a high-percentage play, leaving the freshman team with merely 2 or 3 seconds to attack. If they could hold their defense, victory would be secured, or at the very least, they could force overtime. In overtime, the seasoned sophomore team would evidently possess a higher chance of winning. TNT's broadcast team deliberated on the situation. Charles Barkley commented that the sophomore team still held an inherent advantage, though it was uncertain whether he was merely comforting himself. Kenny Smith expressed pride in Fan-Shi's performance. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, one thing was certain: Jack had surpassed his contemporaries among the rookies. Perhaps in terms of raw talent, Griffin and Wall retained some advantages. But when it came to game management and leadership abilities, Jack had established a realm of his own. If the freshman team emerged victorious, the MVP would be beyond dispute. Smith's confidence grew, and even Charles Barkley beside him could not refute it. The discerning eyes of the crowd were wide open. Now, anticipation surged as people eagerly awaited Charles Barkley to fulfill his foolish yet confident promise, in which Kenny had previously stated he would showcase his darkened posterior before a national audience. As the host used the timeout to inject humor, both teams' benches engaged in a fervent brainstorming session. Freshman coach Mike Budenholzer, having been confronted by Fan-Shi, feigned ignorance, sitting on the bench with a deliberate intent to witness Fan-Shi's downfall. However, upon returning to the bench, Fan-Shi immediately seized the tactical board from Stoudemire, and the players spontaneously gathered around him. Fan-Shi would not allow anyone to witness his missteps. He had already established himself as a leader in the eyes of his temporary teammates. Budenholzer's presence was inconsequential. They opted to stabilize and execute a high-percentage play. Fan-Shi instructed his teammates, "There's over a 50% chance that Stephen Curry will control the ball and initiate a breakthrough while everyone's attention is on the ball. I'll pass to the paint," allowing an apparently improbable teammate to finish at the rim. As Fan-Shi illustrated the strategy, he analyzed, "So, regardless of what happens, you must follow the defenders closely. Additionally, there's a 35% chance that Stephen Curry will utilize a screen for an outside shot. There's also a 15% chance that I'll pass to James Harden, allowing him to take the shot. Harden is a hidden assassin. He is not as simple as he appears, despite being a bench player in Oklahoma City." With methodical analysis, Fan-Shi arranged each teammate's positioning. Although he may not possess the technical jargon of a coach, nor was his tactical drawing particularly neat, his thought process was clear, and his intentions were comprehensible to his teammates. At this moment, none doubted the accuracy of his judgment. Budenholzer scoffed dismissively, raising an eyebrow, muttering, "This guy thinks the game is childish play. What does he know about tactics?" This remark reached Mikhail's ears, prompting him to retort, "Recall what you were doing at 19. Being effortlessly overshadowed by a rookie and losing command won't bode well for your career." Budenholzer, gritting his teeth, replied defiantly, "I await this kid to grovel before me. When he loses, the world will turn against this arrogant little ball hog." Mikhail scoffed, sensing a disconnect in their conversation. In his mind, Fan-Shi had already triumphed. If, as Budenholzer suggested, Fan-Shi were to fail and subsequently disparage him, Mikhail would undoubtedly rise to defend Fan-Shi. Simultaneously, the atmosphere on the sophomore bench appeared congenial. The head coach was meticulously outlining strategies, aiming for a quick score followed by a foul or a steal. However, both Stephen Curry and Harden vehemently opposed this approach. Curry asserted, "Do not attempt to steal the ball from Jack. His ball handling skills are the finest I've ever witnessed, and his free throw percentage is commendable." Curry then articulated his thoughts, which garnered the agreement of his teammates and coaching staff. Yet, the head coach posed a crucial question. If the freshman team were left with only 3 or 4 seconds, would they have a chance to score? Curry responded confidently, "I believe so. Jack's shooting ability isn't robust. He passed the ball earlier because I had him under pressure. His one-motion shot is low and easily blocked." While his two-motion shot lacked stability, the head coach nodded in understanding. Beep. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. The players returned to the court for the final showdown. This rookie game had generated unprecedented tension and anticipation, akin to an epic narrative reaching its climax. Finally, the grand finale was upon them. Who would emerge victorious in the end? All the fans at Staples Center stood in unison, their collective breath held in anticipation. Stephen Curry received the inbound pass from DeRozan at midcourt, confidently advancing to the front. He paused just beyond the three-point line, precisely as Fanshi had articulated to his teammates on the bench. The sophomore team aimed to stabilize and execute a high-percentage play, further solidifying the freshman player's faith in Fanshi. Fanshi gazed calmly at Curry and remarked, "Stephen, if I am not mistaken, it must have been your suggestion to your coach to settle down and execute a series of offensive plays. Furthermore, you will drive past me, feigning an attack, only to pass the ball to a teammate in the paint for a dunk. Let me guess, is it DeRozan? Or perhaps Ibaka?" Fanshi spoke with an unwavering composure. Stephen Curry's expression shifted noticeably. Despite his outward calm, he was taken aback by how well Fanshi understood him, having truly deciphered his strategy. At that moment, Curry had indeed made such a suggestion to his coach. Fanshi continued his verbal assault, taunting, "After you sink a basket, you will follow closely in my footsteps. You will tell your coach that my one-motion shot has a low release point and that my two-motion shot is inconsistent. Am I right?" At these words, Curry's form visibly tensed with anxiety. Suddenly, Fanshi made his move. His psychological tactics had taken effect. Curry, caught off guard, quickly changed direction to evade Fanshi's unexpected steal. However, this movement had already ensnared him in Fanshi's trap. He had intended to initiate his attack with only 6 seconds remaining, yet now there were 10 seconds left. Once he started, he could not regain possession. For Fanshi would be right on him. He hurriedly charged inward, but Fanshi swiftly followed suit. As they advanced towards the three-point line, Taj Gibson unexpectedly emerged from the paint to set a screen for Curry, while Cousins, forgetting Fanshi's instructions, instinctively followed. At that moment, Curry abruptly stopped. Before Fanshi could close in, he passed the ball towards the paint. Fanshi shouted, "Watch out," but it was too late. Gibson had not come to set a screen for Curry. Instead, as he neared the free throw line, he pivoted to set a back screen for the moving DeRozan, obstructing Wesley's path. With unstoppable momentum, DeRozan charged into the paint, leaping high. DeMarcus Cousins, having moved away from the basket, rushed back to defend, but it was too late. Boom. DeRozan completed a thunderous dunk. "Jack, you are indeed clever, but this time, you missed a beat." Curry revealed a victorious smile amidst the crowd's gasps. "Is that so?" "I feel otherwise," Fanshi replied with a faint smile. He shouted, "Pass the ball." Cousins quickly dashed out of bounds to hand the basketball to Fanshi. With the ball in hand, Fanshi sprinted towards the front court. Although the sophomore team had just tied the game, they had left the freshman team with 8 seconds on the clock. 8 seconds is ample time for Fanshi to accomplish a multitude of feats. As he seized the basketball, he dashed forward, with Curry hot on his heels, albeit a step behind, while James Harden surged forward as well. Together, they aimed to trap him. Yet, Fanshi's pace did not waver. The audience, the stars along the sidelines, the commentators, and viewers at home were all astonished, believing Fanshi should call a timeout. However, he chose not to pause. Instead, he surged ahead like a bolt of lightning, his ferocity unprecedented. His speed, reminiscent of a gale, commanded respect. As Harden attempted to intercept Fanshi just outside the three-point line, Fanshi executed a daring and unorthodox maneuver. He slapped the basketball hard to his right, darting swiftly to the left of Harden, a dazzling display of skill that would make both Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal gasp in awe. It was utterly audacious. No one anticipated that Fan Shi would dare to employ streetball techniques in the game's most critical moments, with only seconds remaining, and succeed whoosh. Whoosh. Harden barely perceived a flash before him, feeling a rush of air on either side, and soon lost sight of Fan Shi. It was too fast. Fan Shi received the ball behind Harden and continued his relentless advance towards the paint. As he breached the free throw line, he soared into the air like an eagle. DeRozan, a formidable and gifted shooting guard, was in close pursuit, extending his arm in an attempt to block Fan Shi from behind. Fan Shi sensed the impending challenge but did not flinch. In a confrontation on a narrow path, the brave would prevail. As he approached the basket, his hands firmly gripping the ball, he unleashed a powerful slam. At that moment, DeRozan's hand struck Fan Shi's shoulder, a tremendous force seeking to pull him down, along with the ball. Yet Fan Shi did not yield. He gritted his teeth, determined. To hell with it. I've come this far. Not even the heavens can stop me. As his teeth chattered, the explosive power from the peak of his jump propelled him for a moment longer. Boom. His unwavering will combined with extraordinary explosiveness allowed him to drive the basketball into the hoop, asserting his dominance over the rim. As the basketball pierced through the net and descended, the lights on the backboard illuminated in vibrant red, casting a striking glow on Fan Shi's resolute face, embodying unparalleled bravery. The urgent electronic buzz signaled the end of the match. Fan Shi had executed an unprecedented long-distance dash, sealing the game with a climactic dunk MVP. 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 The crowd erupted, unable to contain their exhilaration, their voices thunderously celebrating Fan Shi's definitive performance. This was a rookie game destined to be etched in history. Fan Shi's last-second heroics would forever remain in the annals of NBA lore. There would be no other rookie as audacious and formidable as Fan Shi. DeRozan, off balance, landed awkwardly, stumbling several steps before steadying himself against the rim. As he raised his head, the arena resonated with a unified chant, MVP, MVP, MVP. His eyes beheld a rookie who appeared as if descended from the heavens. Jack Fan. He whispered this name within, revering it as divine. That night, Fan Shi conquered the Staples Center, delivering a conclusion to the sophomore team in the most magnificent, resolute, and brutal manner, while simultaneously delivering a stunning counterattack to the naysayers. Mike Budenholzer, amidst the exhilaration of the freshman bench, exited the court with a heavy heart, awaiting the judgment of fate. Chapter 72. The Abilities of the Smiling Assassin. The man who suppresses the divine bird for this world. The outcome of the match was sealed the moment Fan Shi leaped down from the rim, establishing him as the unparalleled hero of the night. However, the astute referee delivered one final surprise. After meticulous review of the game footage, he decisively pointed out DeRozan's foul, granting Fan Shi an additional free throw opportunity and rolling back the game clock by 0.2 seconds to signify fairness and authority. This was akin to a delightful dessert following a stunning victory. The fans had already begun to celebrate the triumph of the freshman team, with Los Angeles supporters chanting MVP even before Fan Shi approached the free throw line. Fan Shi exchanged a few words with Stephen Curry. Stephen, you have indeed grown both powerful and wise. Yet, who decreed that a last-second victory must rely solely on shooting? Curry raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly spreading his hands. Nevertheless, he offered his heartfelt wishes to his good friend. Good luck, my old mate. From this day forth, you shall be the leading figure of the freshman team. Go seize what I could not, Rookie of the Year and the MVP trophy. Swish. Fan Shi confidently sank the free throw without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, the sophomores initiated play from the backcourt. DeRozan seized the ball and hurled it forward with great force, but the ball veered off course early, extinguishing any lingering hope for a miracle. The Staples Center transformed once more into a sea of jubilation as Fan Shi vanquished the formidable sophomores with his astonishing performance. In this match, he undeniably proved himself as the player most deserving of an all-star selection among this year's rookies. Any prior criticisms of him would soon dissipate into oblivion. John Wall and Blake Griffin, both proud former #1 picks, approached Fan Shi to embrace him. From today onwards, I shall regard you as a true rival. I will be your lifelong adversary. John Wall whispered into Fan Shi's ear, congratulating him. Congratulations, Jack. You deserve the MVP trophy tonight. Blake also extended his congratulations, admitting with genuine admiration, without you, we would have lost the match. You were the standout player tonight. Fan Shi graciously accepted their accolades. DeMarcus, Do you think if I hadn't been so obstinate from the beginning and had chosen to team up with Blake Griffin, would Jack still have had a chance at the MVP? John Wall asked his college friend Cousins after stepping aside. Cousins pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. However, I still believe Jack has the ability to change any situation. Though Cousins appeared somewhat foolish, his words plunged John Wall into deep contemplation. Perhaps, if time could rewind, the MVP would still be this undeterred underdog who never surrendered even in the most challenging moments. The TNT studio transformed into Kenny Smith's personal stage following Fan Shi's dunk that sealed the victory. He exuberantly shouted, unleashing his emotions, I have always said that Jack is the child of miracles. He will never yield, and no situation can best him. Now, who dares to claim Jack is not the MVP? Step forward. Charles, hurry and brush your teeth. I can unbuckle my belt for you right now. While Kenny Smith reveled in exuberance, Charles Barkley sat in stark silence, his expression one of despair. Fan Shi had once again shaken his spirit, shattering his illusions. Even before David Stern stepped forward to announce the MVP, anyone who had witnessed the game knew. How could there possibly be an unexpected turn of events? Fan Shi delivered an epic performance, shattering the rookie game assist record, executing an unprecedented last-second dunk, and even orchestrating the final plays himself. Everything served to affirm that this undrafted player, who had been virtually unknown just a month prior, was indeed a prodigious talent. Fan Shi's legend was further solidified, and his influence would expand alongside his miraculous journey. Nike executives leaped with excitement in front of their screens, having never encountered such a breathtaking rookie. Their feedback metrics indicated that Fan Shi's name was skyrocketing in global internet popularity, particularly in the North American and East Asian markets. This suggested that Fan Shi's independent brand was destined for remarkable success, despite Nike having paid a steep price in this partnership, rendering themselves almost subservient. Yet, they still deemed it worthwhile. TNT's cameras returned to the arena, where Kobe Bryant embraced Fan Shi, proudly introducing him to contemporaries like Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. Shaquille O'Neal had left the court early, his anxiety mounting as Fan Shi delivered the decisive blow. He began to worry that the Lakers might establish a new dynasty this season, which would be a devastating blow for him. Following his split with Kobe, he had only claimed one championship, while Kobe had already won two. If a new dynasty emerged, perceptions would inevitably shift to crediting Kobe's contributions in the previous dynasty. Finally, David Stern arrived at center court, and amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, he announced, the most valuable player of the 2011 NBA All-Star Rookie Game is Fan Shi Jack Fan. The revelation was met with no surprise. The Staples Center erupted once again into an infinite chorus of MVP, MVP, MVP. The resounding cheers reverberated like a tsunami, capable of lifting the entire arena. This marked Fan Shi's first major accolade since entering the league, his first trophy. As he walked from the bench to the center court, he felt as though he were in a dream. Last summer, he had longed to ascend the stage, shake David Stern's hand, and don a cap from any team. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. At the moment he was undrafted, despair had consumed him, shattering his lifelong pursuit of basketball dreams. Now, as he watched David Stern hold the trophy aloft and smile at him, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality, yet simultaneously felt the urgent pull of dreams materializing into reality. These two powerful emotions converged as he reached out to clasp David Stern's warm right hand. His excitement peaked upon touching the trophy, causing his body to tremble violently. A powerful surge coursed through his mind, rapidly generating biological electricity. Zing, zing, zing. In an instant, the halo in Fan Shi's mind illuminated, revealing a short yet robust player clad in the number 11 jersey, Isaiah Thomas. Fan Shi recognized him immediately. This individual was a severely underrated player, often dismissed as merely the leader of the Bad Boys team. Yet, he was the only player in history to have triumphed over Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan. Nicknamed the Smiling Assassin, he had triumphed over the Divine Bird thrice. He was hailed as the second-best point guard in history, with Magic Johnson holding the top rank. Considering Magic's extraordinary ability to play center, he might arguably be deemed the best point guard, though many would contend that John Stockton's statistics were superior. Chris Paul has long been regarded as a reincarnation of the Smiling Assassin, possessing a similar skill set, yet he has never truly reached the heights of Isaiah Thomas. This time, Fan Shi had inherited the complete set of Isaiah Thomas's breakthrough techniques, along with a low center of gravity. Vanshi possessed strong ball-handling skills and a commendable ability to penetrate defenses. However, he still had some distance to cover before reaching the level of the smiling assassin. As his previous ball-handling techniques had been rooted in street ball, characterized by tricks and the art of deceiving opponents. Isaiah Thomas, as his nickname suggests, possesses a lethal breakthrough technique that is akin to a swift and decisive strike, a sharp slash to the throat, a precision annihilation as he darts into the paint. What captivates many about Thomas is his low center of gravity, allowing him to dribble the basketball at an impressively low level while maintaining absolute control. This aspect bears a striking resemblance to Chris Paul, whose ball handling and penetrating skills are equally clean and efficient, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Moreover, both players exhibit exceptional passing vision and technique. In today's league, point guards who embody these attributes are exceedingly rare, which elucidates why Chris Paul is increasingly hailed as the premier point guard in the NBA. When Isaiah Thomas's wealth of experience and skills seamlessly integrates into Vanshi's physique, the latter feels an immediate surge of benefit. His spirit is invigorated, and his understanding of basketball deepens significantly. He even contemplates that, if the game were to restart, he could effortlessly command a victory, perhaps without needing to reach the final seconds to decide the outcome. The adept warrior leaves no room for grandiosity. Such is the essence of this inheritance process that occurs in an instant, despite Vanshi absorbing the entirety of Thomas's breakthrough expertise. Jack, I am elated that you have once again conjured a miracle this evening. As you know, I have tirelessly endeavored to promote the globalization of the NBA. David Stern whispers in Vanshi's ear, in a tone only they can discern. You are the most promising box office star since 2003, surpassing even my expectations of Kevin Durant back in the day. I foresee a future league dominated by you, Russell Westbrook, Derrick Rose, Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, and Chris Paul. Stern demonstrates an intimate knowledge of the new generation of stars. Vanshi is taken aback by Stern's high regard, finding himself compared to players who have already established themselves as leaders of their respective teams. Nevertheless, he brims with confidence, convinced that he too will shine brightly. I have high hopes for you. It is now your turn to share your thoughts, Stern says, patting Vanshi on the shoulder and handing him the microphone. As Vanshi accepts the microphone, he stands alone at the center of the arena, facing all directions amidst the thunderous cheers and applause of over 20,000 fans at the Staples Center. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my teammates. Thank you. John Wall, thank you. Blake Griffin, thank you. DeMarcus Cousins, thank you. Wesley, thank you. Favors. Vanshi names every member of his team, acknowledging that it was their collective effort that made this remarkable comeback possible. We have accomplished the impossible. We are all MVPs. His words resonate deeply with the audience, for they are delivered with sincerity. I feel as though I am in a dream. I never anticipated that my first handshake with David Stern would occur in such a setting. Initially, I had envisioned it happening 6 months earlier at the draft in Madison Square Garden. Laughter erupts as Vanshi utters this line, a classic example of American humor. When this joke returns to his home country, the commentators translate it for the national audience. However, for Chinese fans and commentators, it elicits both laughter and a tinge of bittersweetness, as they recognize the arduous journey of an undrafted player striving for success in a foreign land. This is the first trophy of my career, and I am honored to have such a fantastical beginning. I understand that from this day forward, the expectations placed upon me will reach extraordinary heights, and I will endeavor to meet them through my actions. I assure you, I will only improve. Thank you all. Thank you, Los Angeles. Thank you, NBA. Vanshi bows in appreciation, concluding his speech. At this moment, a reporter from TNT approaches the center of the court. As the official broadcasting platform of the league, TNT enjoys the privilege of conducting interviews in front of the entire audience and a global viewership, having invested hundreds of millions annually for such privileges. Jack, I am eager to pose a question that resonates with fans worldwide. Why did you initiate a fast break at the last moment, and when confronted by a double team, resort to a dazzling maneuver, ultimately executing a dunk over DeRozan to clinch the victory? What compelled you to undertake such a bold action? The reporter inquires. Vanshi ponders for a moment before responding earnestly, because I can. It is a simple answer. Yet it exudes a sense of audacity and confidence that reverberates through the arena. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Staples Center erupts in thunderous applause. What could be a more perfect response than because I can? Cool. The crowd's cheers reflect Vanshi's charisma, even captivating the beautiful reporter. who is evidently enchanted by his confidence. She then poses a second question. The rookie team boasts two #1 picks, Blake Griffin and John Wall. Yet you, as an undrafted player, have risen to become the MVP. Does this suggest that the teams that overlooked you made a mistake? This is a challenging question, fraught with the risk of backlash for a 19-year-old who is still finding his footing. However, Vanchi remains composed, smiling as he replies, "Do you think my MVP was merely handed to me? Were it not for the tremendous support from those two #1 picks, Stephen Curry or James Harden would already be here discussing why they weren't selected first overall, leaving no room for me." Vanchi deftly sidesteps the potential controversy, eliciting laughter from the audience with his clever, humorous retort. This moment marks his first successful navigation of a crisis in such a grand public forum, underscoring his social acumen and potential to become a top-tier star. Sponsors are now eagerly poised to write him checks filled with astronomical figures. Finally, the reporter poses a lighthearted question. "Jack, did you know that Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith made a bet before the game? Charles said if you secured the MVP, he would kiss Kenny's backside. What are your thoughts on this wager?" The question prompts laughter and cheers from the crowd. Vanchi takes the microphone and responds, "My perspective is that it should definitely be broadcast live across America." Laughter erupts anew as the newly crowned MVP completes the interview, basking in the adulation of the audience. During this All-Star weekend, he solidifies his status as a star player both on and off the court. Yet for Vanchi, the most significant aspect is not the accolades but the progress he has made, as he embraces the abilities of Isaiah Thomas, the smiling assassin, the man who dominates the court. Chapter 73. Buying a house and a car is the simplest dream of the Chinese people. Kobe Bryant was filled with exuberance. The fact that Vanchi had secured the MVP of the Rookie Showcase brought him even more joy than winning an MVP himself. After the game, in front of reporters, he embraced Vanchi and proclaimed, "This is a gift from God. Jack possesses an unparalleled insight and skill. I have never encountered such an exceptional young talent. I assure you, he will undoubtedly become a superstar in the future." Kobe revealed a side of himself previously unseen, ardently promoting Vanchi in front of the media and exhibiting a profound camaraderie. It was difficult to reconcile this with the memory of him as a young player, having driven Shaquille O'Neal away with relentless determination. A provocative journalist seized the moment to ask, "Kobe, what if Jack becomes a superstar? Are you not concerned that he might replace you as the core of the Lakers?" This question was particularly sensitive, causing Vanchi to flinch upon hearing it, as Kobe's media persona had always been somewhat self-centered, emphasizing his own authority. He had even publicly criticized Andrew Bynum, the Lakers' designated future successor, for not being prepared, leaving Bynum in tears during training camp. At that time, it was widely believed that Kobe could not tolerate the emergence of a new force to supplant him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kobe laughed heartily. He responded with unreserved delight, "I am not concerned about him replacing me as the core of the Lakers. The sooner he does, the better. I hope he quickly becomes a superstar in his own right. When that day arrives, I will joyfully and promptly hand over the baton." The shock that followed his words was palpable, leaving everyone in disbelief. It was akin to the merciless Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly showing a tender side, offering assistance to a rebellious minister, saying, "Come, let me help you mount your steed for your journey." Yet, it must be said that although Zhu Yuanzhang was ruthless, he did indeed cherish his son, Zhu Biao. If Zhu Biao had ever contemplated rebellion, he would have praised him for his ambition and provided support until his rebellion succeeded. Kobe's statement not only astonished the reporters present, but also incensed Andrew Bynum, who was watching from home. Bynum had always considered himself the undisputed successor to the Lakers, and in recent seasons, he had voiced his grievances to the management, claiming that Kobe monopolized the ball and should share some of it with him. He had confidently asserted, "Is there really a successor who has waited 7 years?" Yet now, according to Kobe, he was no longer the heir apparent. Kobe intended to pass the baton to Vanchi? On what grounds? Vanchi had only played a handful of games and was an undrafted rookie. Bynum was filled with regret, lamenting why he had acted impulsively and injured himself on the plane, inadvertently granting Vanchi the opportunity to rise. Had he remained with the team, how could this young man have achieved such renown? As Bynum wallowed in regret, a reporter from the Orange County Register posed a provocative question. "Kobe, what about Andrew? Since 2005, he has been groomed as the future superstar center of the Lakers. The team has provided him with the best training staff in the league, and his performance has improved significantly over the past 2 seasons. Is it not possible for him to inherit your mantle? As this question arose, he tugged at Kobe's sleeve, intending to soften the moment. However, Kobe Bryant straightforwardly declared, "I am a guard. I can only perceive the talents of guards. How could I possibly pass my baton to a center?" Kobe's words were laden with bias, providing ample fodder for the media and exacerbating Bynum's fury. He felt that Kobe was targeting him, envious and fearful that Bynum's ascendance might threaten his standing within the team, which led him to deliberately support a young guard to maintain control. Bynum was furious. Meanwhile, the interview with he and Kobe concluded, and they exited the frame of the camera. He then entered Kobe's car as he drove him home. Throughout the journey, Kobe engaged he in discussions about technical aspects of the game. Kobe was a player who meticulously focused on details. He observed that he exhibited many excessive movements on the court, lacking efficiency. Although your ball handling skills are commendable and your breakthrough techniques are impressive, the court is ever-changing. You must become a player of high efficiency and precision to truly become a superstar. Kobe imparted wisdom that was profound and insightful.